Chapter 1. The Sister's Rebirth. Father, my sister has been raised under the care of the master of the Medicine King Valley since her birth. For 18 years, she has endured countless hardships. As the legitimate daughter of the Yuan family, she ought to be the one to marry into the Wanning Marquis. Yuan Buwei lifted her gaze to meet the delicate and well-behaved face of her younger sister, Yuan Jinse, whose eyes momentarily revealed a flicker of astuteness. In that instant, she comprehended that her sister, like herself, had been reborn in her previous life. She and Yuan Jinse had entered the palace together to attend the New Year's Eve banquet. Their poised demeanor caught the attention of the Empress, and shortly after the New Year, a marriage edict was issued. One match was with the Lu family of the illustrious Wanning Marquis, known for their ancestral military achievements, while the other was with the Jiang family, whose members were deeply trusted by the emperor. Their father, Yuan Hanshu, serving as a low-ranking official in the Zongjing Sea, was a man of integrity with a simple and unblemished family background. Regardless of which family he allied with, it would be a fortunate match. The only dilemma was that the edict did not specify which daughter was to be given to which family, leaving him to decide. From the moment of her birth, Yuan Buwei had been favored by the master of the Medicine King Valley, who took her on as his disciple. Though she had not enjoyed the warmth of her parents' affection, her master and older siblings provided her with much love. Had it not been for her mother's ailing health, she felt she would never have returned. Meanwhile, Yuan Jinse, who had always believed herself to be an only child, found it difficult to accept the sudden emergence of her legitimate elder sister, perceiving her almost as an adversary. When the edict arrived, she hastily chose the illustrious Wanning Marquis. However, on the day of her wedding, it was the steward of the Marquis who came to escort her, revealing that the young Marquis, Lu Sui, was still en route to the capital. The steward assured her that the young Marquis would arrive in time for the ceremony, which prompted Yuan Jinse to agree to enter the bridal sedan chair. Yet, as the ceremony drew near and Lu Sui remained absent, her patience began to wane. Just as she was about to express her frustration, the steward announced Lu Sui's return, but he was being carried back, gravely injured and unconscious after falling into an enemy. Trapped while valiantly fighting as the union had been decreed by the emperor, Yuan Jinse had no choice but to marry Lu Sui's younger brother in his stead. The Marquis and his wife, aware that they had wronged their daughter-in-law, offered her generous gifts and a portion of household authority, providing her with the finest quarters. To live independently, free from the obligation of caring for Lu Sui. After enjoying a period of comfort in the Wanning Marquis, Yuan Jinse learned from a maidservant that Lu Sui, once a valiant youth wielding a silver spear, had become a cripple, unable to care for himself. This revelation shattered her composure. In a fit of desperation, she demanded to be divorced from Lu Sui. However, given the imperial decree binding them, such a separation was not easily attainable. The Marquis and his wife suggested she tend to their son, hoping that time would foster affection between them. Yet as a delicate young lady unaccustomed to manual labor, Yuan Jinse threatened to petition the emperor, claiming she had been deceived into marriage. The Marquis, unable to bear the thought of his son's plight, sought an audience with the emperor to demand justice. This act of desperation enraged the emperor, leading to the Marquis losing his title and being forced into seclusion, resulting in suffering for the entire family. In contrast, Yuan Buwei, who married the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue, enjoyed a harmonious union, and her husband, Jiang Weiming, excelled in his career, eventually being appointed as a county magistrate in a prosperous region due to his remarkable eloquence. Jiang Weiming lived up to expectations, prioritizing the welfare of the people, and upon his return to the capital 3 years later, he was honored with a prestigious title. His success propelled him to the Privy Council, where he wielded power comparable to that of a prime minister, overseeing state affairs of military and governance, earning the respect of even the Marquis. Yuan Buwei, bolstered by her husband's accolades and her own medical expertise, was conferred the title of a first-rank noblewoman by the emperor, becoming the object of admiration among the elite of the capital. Meanwhile, Yuan Jinse, who felt trapped in the Wanning Marquis, blamed all her misfortunes on her elder sister. But on a stormy night, Yuan Jinse attempted to escape the Marquis, but tragically fell and succumbed to her injuries. Her body was hastily returned to the Yuan family for burial. Yuan Buwei, having suffered a miscarriage, did not recover fully and, overwhelmed by the demands of hosting numerous guests, fell ill after a bout of cold, ultimately passing away. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself back at the moment her father was inquiring about the choice of husbands for his daughters. Jinse, are you certain? Although both were his daughters, Yuan Hanshu favored the younger one whom he had raised closely. Young Marquis Lu is so young, yet has already achieved remarkable military feats. His future is limitless. What limitless future? He was on the brink of becoming a cripple. This time, it was Yuan Buwei's turn to endure hardships. Father Yuan Jinse affectionately wrapped her arm around her father's, speaking sweetly. The young Marquis will be off to war and will not always be by my side. Jiang Weiming, however, will follow in his father's footsteps as a civil servant, allowing me to be with him constantly. Jinse, you raise a valid point. The young Marquis will be off to war after the new year. I wonder if he will make it back in time for the wedding. As Yuan Hanshu spoke, he turned to his silent eldest daughter. Buwei, since Jinse has made her choice, how about you marry into the Wanning Marquis? Yuan Buwei curtsied in response. I will defer to father's decision. As she lifted her gaze, she caught a glimpse of the smugness flickering in Yuan Jinse's eyes. Surely, she did not believe that by switching their fates, she would secure an enviable life. In her previous life, Jiang Weiming's path to success had been paved largely by her own contributions. Having grown up in the Medicine King Valley as the master's disciple, she had forged connections with countless influential figures over the years, and her medical skills had saved numerous lives of the powerful, leading them to support her in the shadows. Yet, Jiang Weiming had never expressed gratitude, deeming her connections with the underworld as a potential hindrance to his career, only to seek her assistance whenever he faced challenges that in this life. Yuan Buwei was determined to witness whether Jiang Weiming could navigate his career without her aid. Most notably, he bore a significant flaw in his character, along with his entire family, which would surely open Yuan Jinse's eyes. Very well, you two should return to your rooms to rest. Once the lady awakens from her afternoon nap, I shall discuss your dowries with her. We take our leave, father. The two sisters bowed and exited the study together. Sister, just as Yuan Buwei was about to step away, she was called back by Yuan Jinse. Chapter 2. The uneven balance of parental favor. As Yuan Jinse removed the bracelet from her wrist, Yuan Buwei heard her say, You have been away from home for many years and must not have seen anything of value. This jade bracelet was a birthday gift from our mother last year. I hope you do not disdain it. Second miss, you are intentionally provoking others. Yuan Buwei cast a glance at the loquacious maid and, with a radiant smile, accepted the jade bracelet from Yuan Jinse and Amp Appo's hand. Then I shall count myself fortunate to have received my sister and Amp Appo's as kindness. Thank you, dear sister. Yuan Jinse was momentarily taken aback. She had only meant to offer a gesture, yet Yuan Buwei had accepted it outright. Second miss, you have always had a frail constitution. The jade bracelet given to you by Madame was blessed by a high monk to ensure your safety. How can you casually bestow it upon the eldest miss? Exclaimed Chua. Yuan Jinse and Appo's maid in alarm. Chua, do not speak out turn. My sister has grown up in the Valley of the Medicine King, and after much difficulty, she is returning home only to marry into the Wanning Marquis. I have heard that the customs there are quite strict, and it may be challenging for us sisters to meet again in the future. I hope this bracelet will protect my sister and bring her peace, Yuan Jinse said, her eyes reddening, though her heart brimmed with excitement. At last, it was her turn to bask in glory and be the envy of others. Yuan Buwei had no time to indulge in the banter between the two. She slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. With the monk and Appo's blessing and my sister and Appo's well wishes, my marriage into the Wanning Marquis will surely be smooth sailing. Sister, I feel somewhat fatigued and shall retire to my chamber. Safe travels, sister. Yuan Jinse and Appo's smile faded as Yuan Buwei departed. What of the legitimate eldest daughter? Once married, she would still be reliant upon her husband's family. When I become a lady of renown, it shall be Yuan Buwei who bows down to me. Miss, the second miss was clearly being intentional. Why did you not allow me to scold her? As they turned into their courtyard, Yuan Buwei heard her maid, Qin Xiang, grumble. The bracelet blessed by the monk must be worth a considerable sum, Yuan Buwei remarked, pinching the pouting corner of Qin Xiang's mouth. When I sell it, I shall buy you new garments. I do not want them. It will be better to save the money, Qin Xiang replied earnestly. However, miss, If you truly marry into the Wang Ning Marquis, it may be difficult to return to the Valley of the Medicine King. If I refuse, no one can force me into marriage. Yet, the valley needs funds, and my master is reluctant to accept too much help, lest it be used against him. Thus, it falls upon me, the disciple, to devise a solution. As they spoke, the two entered the room. Qin, write a letter inviting our master and fellow disciples to the wedding at the Wang Ning Marquis. In her previous life, Yuan Buwei's family and in-laws had refrained from inviting the people of the valley to the wedding, fearing they would cause a scene due to excessive revelry. This had become a lingering regret for Yuan Buwei. Whether it was her master or fellow disciples, they had treated her with great affection, unlike her biological parents, with whom she felt little connection. Nevertheless, they had given her the gift of life, and such gratitude must be repaid. However, this time, Yuan Buwei would not allow the tragedies of her previous life to repeat themselves. I understand, Qin replied. Once she left, Yuan Buwei reclined on the soft couch, closing her eyes to reminisce about the past. 5 days later, the Yuan couple summoned their 2 daughters to the front hall. Yuan Buwei glanced at the redwood boxes arranged on the floor and understood immediately. These items were likely the dowries prepared for herself and Yuan Jinse. Buwei, Jinse, come. See if you are satisfied with the dowries your mother has prepared for you. Madame Yuan, Su Minjin, called her daughters over, instructing the servants to open the boxes. Both dowries were identical, a reflection of the notion that a mother's water is not poured evenly. I like everything prepared by mother, Yuan Jinse said, her cheeks flushed. Noticing Yuan Buwei and Appo's silence as she gazed at the dowries, she asked in surprise, Sister, why do you look so solemn? Are you displeased with what mother has arranged? As expected, Yuan Buwei thought, a master of sowing discord. She raised her eyes and caught the displeasure on her parents' faces. I grew up in the Valley of the Medicine King, and even when my parents fell ill, I could not serve them at their bedside. Now, mother is burdened with preparing such a lavish dowry for me. I am both touched and guilty, Yuan Buwei said softly, instantly calming her parents' frowns. The emperor has granted your marriage, and your suitors are prominent figures in the capital. If the dowries prepared for you were insufficient, they would surely look down upon you. Madame Yuan said, grasping both daughters' hands. In the blink of an eye, they would be married, and while she felt joy, there was also reluctance. Remember, once you arrive at your husband's homes, serve them well, be filial to your in-laws, and act with caution and propriety. Do not engage in disputes with your new family, as this could bring shame upon the Yuan family and adversely affect your fathers and Appo's and uncles and Appo's careers. In her previous life, Yuan Buwei had considered this and had endured all manner of indignities to support her husband, yet it had yielded no favorable outcome. This time, however, while the Wang Ning Marquis was a household of power, its internal relations were simple. If she could heal Lu Sui with her medical skills, regardless of how her relationship with him developed, this act of saving his life would allow her to thrive within the Marquis. Her senior sister had once said, a man can be relied upon as much as a sow can climb a tree, but if you encounter a worthy man, you must cultivate his virtuous character. As the saying goes, a man in Appo's virtue is the best dowry. Yuan Buwei, once too young to comprehend, now vaguely understood that one day she would grasp its full meaning. I shall remember your words, mother, and I vow that Jinse and I will support one another, never disappointing your and father's expectations. Seeing Yuan Buwei speak over her, Yuan Jinse felt a surge of annoyance, but dutifully nodded. I feel the same, mother. Rest assured. Good. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with their mother, the two departed. That night, Qin presented Yuan Buwei with a letter received via carrier pigeon. Upon opening it, her heart raced. What does the letter say, miss? My master has arranged for 50 loads of dowry, which should arrive at our doorstep in the next few days, Yuan Buwei replied, closing the letter, suddenly realizing that in her previous life, it was not her mother who had secretly prepared a richer dowry for Yuan Jinse, but rather, her mother had intercepted what was originally meant for her. Had she not written to invite everyone to the wedding, she would have been deprived of it yet again. Chapter 3. From the moment you were born, I should have. Buwei, the weather is delightful today. Are you going out with Jinse for a stroll? Early in the morning, Faced with her uninvited mother, Yuan Buwei noticed her evasive gaze and instantly understood that her master must have informed her parents beforehand. In turn, wished to keep her in the dark and intentionally lead her away. In her previous life, when confronted with her mother's sudden concern, she felt stifled at home and agreed to take a carriage ride into the city. Although she could not disembark, a breath of fresh air would suffice. However, having left the window ajar last night, she felt somewhat unwell and had taken medicine earlier, contemplating a brief rest, thus fearing she could not accompany Jinse outdoors. Unwell, you say? Yuan Madam and Amp, Oppo's expression stiffened. Seeing her eldest daughter and Oppo's pallid complexion, she had no choice but to relent. Then you should rest well. I shall have the servants retreat outside. By the way, mother, I received a message from my master last night. He mentioned that although I am his disciple, having grown up by his side, he regards me as his own daughter. Upon learning of my marriage, he has prepared a dowry of 50 loads, which should arrive today. If the convoy arrives, I will have Chun Xiang go to receive it. Buwei decided to be forthright, leaving her mother no room to maneuver regarding the dowry sent by her master. Your master is indeed thoughtful, preparing 50 loads specifically for you. However, Yuan Madam's countenance revealed hesitation as she leaned closer to her daughter. Buwei, though you did not grow up by our side, your mother knows you are a sensible child. You must understand that before you return home, Jinse believed herself to be an only child. If she discovers that your master has prepared an additional 50 loads for you, she may overthink the matter. Therefore, was her mother suggesting that she wished to take half of the originally prepared dowry away, or that she wanted her to share half of the master's dowry with Jinse? Facing her mother's reticent demeanor, Yuan Buwei spoke the unspoken truth. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Yuan Madam's expression brightened instantly. Buwei, what I prepared for you both is equal. Taking out half would be unfair. It will be better to take what your master has prepared, 50 loads, dividing it equally, 25 loads each, fair and just. Having something is better than having nothing. Yuan Madam mused, knowing that the treasures from the Medicine King Valley were undoubtedly extraordinary, whether for personal use or as a means to procure funds in times of need. They were invaluable. Then please have mother write a letter explaining the circumstances. I shall send a message to my master via carrier pigeon. What? Yuan Madam and Oppo's smile faltered. Buwei, are you jesting with me? Is it not mother who jested first? Yuan Buwei replied with a smile. The dowry prepared by my master is for me. Why should I share it with Jinse? Buwei, you are being rather inconsiderate. What your master has prepared is yours upon receipt. You have the right to decide. I merely asked you to give Jinse 25 loads. Does mother wish for me to step out, intending to keep the 50 loads of dowry for herself while offering Jinse a mere portion? Yuan Buwei directly unveiled her mother's true intentions. As long as I have my master's consent, I will immediately bestow the entire 50 loads upon Jinse. Shall my master disagree? Neither you nor father can persuade me otherwise. Yuan Buwei. Yuan Madam's expression darkened, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face as her daughter exposed her thoughts. What has your master taught you? How did you become so selfish? I am your daughter. I have naturally inherited your traits. Yuan Madam was rendered speechless, yet helpless. She had encountered the head of the Medicine King Valley on several occasions and found him rather unsettling. Merely seeing him once would haunt her with nightmares. What does it matter if it's 50 loads? Jinse truly does not care whether she values it or you wish to contribute to her share of 50 loads. It is entirely irrelevant to me. Yuan Buwei maintained hersimile. Does mother have any further matters? If not, I shall retire to my room for some rest. If I had known you were such a cold-hearted person, I should have. Yuan Madam caught herself, realizing her daughter's expression had turned ice-cold and that she had misspoken. However, it was too late for explanations. Yuan Buwei turned and entered her room, shutting the door with a decisive click. Miss, are you all right? Chun Xiang, noticing Yuan Buwei leaning against the doorframe in silence, immediately grew concerned. I am fine. Since she had come to understand her circumstances, her master had revealed the reasons behind her upbringing in the Medicine King Valley. Years ago, her father had great hopes for the child in her mother's womb and had consulted a physician who confirmed it was a male fetus. Yet on the day of her birth, upon hearing the midwife announce the arrival of a girl, her father turned and left. Her mother felt immensely wronged and increasingly displeased, prompting her to instruct her maid to prepare to dispose of her. At that moment, however, she fortuitously encountered the head of the Medicine King Valley descending the mountain. Her cries caught his attention, and he halted the maid to inquire about the situation. The maid, too fearful to speak the truth, claimed that the child was ill and could not be treated, hence the decision to discard her. Seeing a connection with her, her master took her home and introduced her to her father. Upon learning that she was the head of the Medicine King Valley, her father's demeanor changed instantly, and without hesitation, he consented to allow her master to take her away. Any grievances her mother harbored dissipated with her master's adoption. A year later, her mother bore another daughter, but this time she was wily. Early in her pregnancy, she bribed a Taoist priest to convince her father that the daughter in her womb was a blessing from the heavens, a reward for his years of virtuous deeds, and he must treat this girl with kindness. Perhaps by coincidence, after Jinse's birth, her father's career indeed flourished. Thus, he increasingly believed that Jinse was a celestial blessing, and her mother, showered with his affection, doted on Jinse, while Yuan Buwei found herself an outsider. In her previous life, she had once fantasized about receiving a modicum of love from them. However, reality proved they regarded her as merely a superfluous entity. Therefore, in this life, they could expect nothing beneficial from her. Opening her eyes, Yuan Buwei's gaze regained its former clarity. Chun Xiang, please step outside and check when the convoy will arrive. As you wish. As Yuan Buwei anticipated, upon learning of her additional 50 loads of dowry, Jinse was so enraged that she skipped dinner. This time, it was her father who sought her out. Buwei, Yuan Hanshu began, but Yuan Buwei interrupted him. If you have come to ask me to share my dowry with Jinse, my stance remains unchanged. A letter will suffice. With my master's approval, I shall comply. Buwei, we are all family. You and Jinse are sisters. Moreover, on the day of the wedding, with so many guests present, if they perceive a disparity in your dowry amounts, they might think us biased parents. Chapter 4. Marriage having not grown up in your presence. As I now depart from my family to wed, the guests will merely perceive your actions as an attempt to compensate for the years of neglect in my upbringing. How can that be construed as favoritism? Yuan Buwei and Appo's gaze fell upon her father and Appo's face, her expression darkening, and she lowered her head with a cold laugh. Jinse is my younger sister, and, as the elder sister, it is only natural that I care for her more. Moreover, she gifted me the bracelet she has worn on her wrist, a testament to her affection for me. If you wish to hold me accountable for this, what the times when either you or Yuan Jinse suffered ailments, you would send a letter without considering my circumstances, expecting me to dispatch someone to attend to you, while also preparing various medicinal herbs, yet I have not received a single coin in return. As for the bracelet, it was given me willingly by Jinse. I never asked for it, so how is it my fault? Yuan Buwei. Yuan Hanshu slammed his hand down on the table, his facial muscles twitching with anger. Do you dare defy me? Time is still on my side. I could pack my belongings and return to the Medicine King Valley, and then leave for marriage from there. Yuan Buwei raised her head defiantly toward the furious Yuan Hanshu and said, if it comes to that, what do you think the guests will think? You have grown up and now, emboldened by your knowledge of medicine, you believe yourself to have taken flight. Father, rather than venting your anger at me, it would be more prudent to send a letter to my master. He may appear frugal, yet he is quite generous to outsiders. A pigeon post would reach him within a day. Jinse does not require it. Yuan Hanshu leaped to his feet, exclaiming, who knows what worthless gifts your master has prepared? Yuan Buwei, let me be clear. Should you encounter any difficulties after marrying into the Wanning Marquis, do not expect me to come to your aid. Rest assured, Father, your indifference is the greatest assistance you could offer me. Faced with her father and Appo's furious departure, Yuan Buwei felt no sorrow. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. For her elder sister had once advised her, ask yourself less why, and instead inquire what gives others the right. To lament your own plight is less effective than to bury the faults of others. If all else fails, confront them directly. On the 9th day of the 4th lunar month, a day deemed auspicious for marriage, travel, and blessings, Yuan Buwei rose before dawn, bathed and changed, and sat at her dressing table, awaiting the arrival of the matchmaker. However, after nearly half an hour had passed without a sign of her, she sent Chen Xiang to inquire about the delay. After a stick of incense had burned, Chen Xiang returned, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Madam says the matchmakers must first attend to the second young lady. Only after they finish with her will they come to beautify you. Eldest young lady. Yuan Buwei could surmise that her mother was acting with intent, punishing her for her earlier disobedience alongside her father. No matter. We have our own hands and can provide for ourselves. Miss, I can braid your hair. Allow me to assist you, Chen Xiang, a servant assigned by her mother, offered. Though slight in stature, her forthright demeanor resonated well with Yuan Buwei. Chen Xiang, as my handmaiden accompanying me to the Wanning Marquis. You may never return in this lifetime. Have you considered this? Chen Xiang paused her task momentarily, then met Yuan Buwei and Amp. Oppose. Gaze in the mirror, resolutely declaring, I am your servant. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Truthfully, had he not returned, I would still be in the kitchen fetching water and tending the fire. While Yuan Buwei's parents had arranged for 8 servants for Yuan Jinse, 2 personal attendants, 2 chambermaids, 2 laborers, and 2 matronly figures, all to ensure her comfort in her new household. Yuan Buwei had but Chen Xiang, and she worried for the young girl's well-being in the Marquis. Fear not. As long as I have enough to eat, I will surely share with you. In this light-hearted atmosphere, the two completed all the preparations for the wedding. Donning the bridal attire and covering her head with the veil, Yuan Buwei sat quietly on the edge of the bed, listening to the growing commotion outside, pondering whether her master and the others had arrived at the Wanning Marquis by now. According to the customs of Dezhou, the wedding procession would take place in the morning, with the ceremonial rites in the evening. By the hour of the snake, the wedding party from both families arrived punctually. Amidst the cacophony of firecrackers, Madame Yuan beamed as she welcomed the 2 grooms, or rather one. Madame Yuan, I am Yi Qian, the steward of the Wanning Marquis. Our young marquis is still en route back to the capital, but we have received confirmation that he will make it in time for the evening ceremony. Upon hearing this, Madame Yuan's expression darkened. However, considering that her daughter was the elder, not the younger, she adopted a more lenient stance. No matter, as long as he arrives in time. Zhang Mama, please escort Steward Yi to meet Buwei. She must attend to the second young lady and cannot entertain Yi Qian. Steward Yi, I greet you, young madam. Through her veil, Yuan Buwei caught sight of a pair of gold-trimmed black boots. Greetings, Sitivdie. Madam, the young marquis is still on his way back. After discussing with the marquis and madam, I was sent to escort you. Please forgive our oversight. That is fine. As long as it is someone from the Wanning Marquis, it matters not who comes for the bride. Moreover, the young marquis is fighting against external foes for Dezhou. Even if he cannot make it today, I shall harbor no grievances. Her words instantly assuaged the anxiety that had been plaguing Yi Qian. However, the young madam's courtyard felt rather desolate, and after standing for quite some time, he still had not seen her parents arrive. Yuan Buwei, unable to discern his expression, guessed his thoughts. Having grown up in the Medicine King Valley, I confess my relationship with my parents is not particularly close, which is why I took the liberty of inviting my master and his disciples to the Wanning Marquis for the wedding banquet. I wonder if they have arrived? Rest assured, young madam, Master Shun and his disciples had already arrived before I set out. The Marquis has long admired Master Shun and Amp, Oppo's name, and was particularly surprised and pleased. He even mentioned wanting to share a few drinks with Master Shun during the banquet. That is good to hear. Yuan Buwei nodded. Time is of the essence. Since my parents have not come to see me off, we shall proceed. Yes. On the way there, Yi Qian had mentally rehearsed countless ways to escort the young madam. Yet the process turned out to be remarkably straightforward. As Yuan Buwei stood in the front courtyard, preparing to follow Yi Qian outside, her mother's voice suddenly called from behind. Buwei, is there something you wish to convey, mother? How can you walk ahead of Jinse? Step back and allow Jinse to go first. Madame Yuan commanded, attempting to pull her eldest daughter backward. Yuan Buwei raised her hand, speaking in a tone loud enough for those around to hear. As the eldest daughter, should I not be the one to exit first? Or do you believe that because the Wan Ning Marquis has merely sent a steward to escort us, you are irked and therefore wish to make things difficult for me? Yuan Buwei, what nonsense are you spouting? Madame Yuan lost her composure, her face turning red with anger. Mother, sister speaks the truth. She is the eldest and should marry first. Yuan Jinse and Appo's voice chimed from behind. She had learned from her maid that the person sent to fetch Yuan Buwei was the steward Yi Qian, just as in her previous life. Chapter 5. Reciprocity of hearts for future endeavors. Although Yuan Jinse maintained excellent control over her voice, Yuan Buwei detected a hint of schadenfreude. In that case, thank you, dear sister. Butler Yi, we shall take our leave. Yuan Jinse was momentarily taken aback. Why was Yuan Buwei so composed, departing with Butler Yi without a fuss? In a moment of urgency, she called out, Sister. Yuan Buwei paused, turning her head to gaze through the translucent veil at her equally veiled sister. What is it? With this parting, let us each discern our own fortunes. I wish you and the young Marquis a lifetime of happiness. Yuan Jinse and Appo's husband, Jiang Weiming, stood behind her, and from this moment forth, she intended to cultivate an image of understanding and amiability, patiently awaiting the arrival of brighter days. I wish you well, too, dear sister. Lift the sedan. With Butler Yi and Appo's command, for bearers hoisted the flower sedan into the air. As Yuan Buwei contemplated the imminent events, her tightly clasped hands became clammy. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. With her master present, the young Marquis would surely preserve his legs. This was also the reason Yuan Buwei had urged her master to visit the Marquis of Wanning's residence for a celebratory feast. They're here, the flower sedan approaches. At the entrance of the Marquis of Wanning's residence, a throng gathered to witness the slowly advancing bridal procession, firecrackers erupting in jubilant celebration for a considerable time. Yuan Buwei recalled her previous life, when she arrived at the Jiang family, only to find their aversion to revelry. They had let off merely 2 firecrackers before ushering the newlyweds inside. Young madam, watch your step. Yuan Buwei held onto Chen Xiang and Appo's hand, and under Butler Yi and Appo's guidance. She stepped over the fire basin, crossing the threshold of the imposing red door of the Marquis and Appo's residence. Young madam, allow me to escort you to the bridal chamber. The physicians from Yaowang Valley will examine you shortly. The midday meal may be rather simple. If you have any particular cravings, please inform me so I can instruct the kitchen. I have only had a few sips of water since morning, and now my stomach growls. I can eat anything, just prepare accordingly. If others are considerate of oneself, one should not burden them. Reciprocity of hearts ensures smoother dealings in the future. Very well, I shall see to it. After the marriage decree was issued, Butler Yi had inquired about the 2 daughters of the Yuan family, as per the Marquis's instructions. The second daughter, Yuan Jinse, had been pampered since childhood, her temperament willful, while little was known of the eldest, Yuan Buwei, other than her upbringing in Yaowang Valley. He had presumed that if the second daughter was so spoiled, the eldest must be similar. However, he was pleasantly surprised. He even dared to speculate that with the young madam's character, she should be able to manage the young Marquis. Not long after Yuan Buwei settled in the bridal chamber, her senior brother led a group to visit her. Hearing the familiar sounds of laughter and banter, Yuan Buwei finally relaxed. In the blink of an eye, night fell. As the time for the wedding ceremony drew near, no one came to announce it. Buwei, remain at ease. I will step outside to inquire. Her senior brother, Jingyu, declared before exiting. Yuan Buwei was aware of the impending events, and, turning to her elder sister seated beside her, she inquired, Sister Xianyu, did you bring the life-prolonging pills I asked for? I did. Qin Xianyu nodded, retrieving a porcelain vial from her sleeve. There is some in your dowry prepared by our master, but knowing your temperament, I took the liberty of bringing some as well. Is one vial sufficient? Indeed. No sooner had Yuan Buwei spoken than Jingyu rushed back in, and Appo's bad. The young Marquis has fallen into an ambush and is gravely injured. He has been carried back. What? The group inside stood up in unison. Yuan Buwei could no longer remain seated. She lifted her veil. "Where is our master?" "The master has already gone to his chamber." The young Marquis had repelled several attackers, and his enemies, filled with resentment, surely wished for his demise. With so many guests present, if word spread, it would tarnish the reputation of the Marquis of Wanning. Yuan Buwei's words drew furrowed brows from all. If it were anyone else, survival would be uncertain. Yet, we are from Yaowang Valley. I refuse to believe that with our numbers alongside our master, we cannot rescue the young Marquis from the clutches of death. Qin Xinyu stood, raising her hand. "Let us go." In the courtyard of the Lu Sui residence, Butler Yi, anxiously awaiting news at the entrance, felt a tremor of apprehension upon seeing the young madam and her fellow disciple from Yaowang Valley approach in a determined procession. He quickly stepped forward. "Young madam, we have come to assist in any way we can. Do not worry. With so many healers present, the young Marquis will be fine." Yuan Buwei offered Butler Yi an encouraging glance. "You go outside to reassure the guests. If there is no news in a short while, instruct the kitchen to commence the banquet. But you and the young Marquis have not yet performed the ceremony, the banquet. The Emperor has granted the marriage. I have come to the Marquis and Appo's residence under the gaze of family and guests. Even without the ceremony, I am the young Marquis and Appo's wife, especially now that his life hangs in the balance. Butler Yi, proceed as I request. I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry." Wutladier, having faced many trials over the years, was deeply moved by the young madam's words. After bowing, he departed with his attendant. "Buwei, you seem remarkably composed." Qin Xianyu observed her closely. "Could it be that you knew something in advance?" "When I returned, I learned that the young Marquis had left to lead troops in a battle after the new year. I researched his past military exploits, and, given the timeline, I suspected something was amiss, hence." Yuan Buwei raised an eyebrow at her elder sister. "I call it being prepared for unforeseen circumstances." Upon entering the room, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. "Master, I have brought the life-prolonging pills." "Master, I am here to assist you." At the bedside, the anxious family of the Marquis of Wanning, tears streaming down their faces, looked on in astonishment and hope as the group rushed to treat Lu Sui. "Buwei, I greet my father-in-law and mother-in-law." "Buwei." The Marquis of Wanning lowered his gaze to see his calm daughter-in-law clad in bridal attire, his lips moving soundlessly. "With our master and senior brothers and sisters present, the young Marquis will surely be all right," Yuan Buwei reassured them. "Good, good." The Marquis responded mechanically, his hands and feet icy, his thoughts consumed by the image of his bloodied, unconscious son. Half an hour later, Shun Qinshan, the head of Yaowang Valley, wiped the sweat from his brow, took the handkerchief offered by a disciple, and approached the Marquis and his wife. The young Marquis and Appo's wounds have been dressed, yet he is gravely injured. Aside from the external wounds, there are severe internal injuries. Most critically, he appears to have fallen from a great height, impacting his spine. Yuan Buwei's heart sank. Will he be able to stand again? Chapter 6. Once he was alone. "Now I am here indeed, Lord Shun. Will my son ever be able to stand again?" The Marquis of Wanning understood his son better than anyone. The thought of his son never standing again was more unbearable than the notion of dying at the hands of an enemy. Shun Qinshan pondered for a moment and replied, "In the midst of misfortune, there lies a glimmer of hope. The young Marquis's spinal cord is intact. As long as we focus on recovery and subsequently incorporate acupuncture, cupping, and other rehabilitation exercises, he will be able to stand. That is wonderful news. As long as he can stand, that is all that matters." The Marquis of Wanning let out a sigh of relief, grasping Shun Qinshan and Appo's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "If it were not for you today, my son might have faced dire consequences. Buwei was raised by me personally and has inherited my legacy. Now that she is the young Marquis and Appo's wife, our families are intertwined. I shall do everything in my power to treat him. You need not worry, Marquis." Shun Qinshan reassured him as he patted the Marquis and Appo's hand. "You speak the truth, Lord Shun. Our family shall become the closest of kin henceforth." The Marquis felt fortunate that it was Yuan Buwei who married into their family. The thought of Yuan Jinse made him shudder, unwilling to entertain it further. In contrast to the relieved Marquis, Yuan Buwei wore a grave expression. Her father-in-law, lacking medical knowledge, could not fathom the challenges of rehabilitation, especially the psychological toll on both the patient and their family. Any hint of hesitation could lead to a complete loss of progress. Even more daunting was the emotional upheaval. Without unwavering support and love from family, a patient might succumb to despair and give up entirely. The weight of responsibility suddenly felt overwhelming. Yet, no burden could compare to her previous existence in the Jiang family. Master, I will do my utmost to care for the young Marquis and accompany him on his path to recovery until he stands once more. This declaration was not only for her master, but also to reassure her in-laws that they could entrust their son to her care. Buwei. Upon hearing this, the Marquis's wife immediately stepped forward to grasp Yuan Buwei's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. I am so sorry for the trouble this has caused you. Yuan Buwei shook her head. I am his wife. It is my duty to care for him. I consider it an honor to tend to a great hero who safeguards our nation. Very well, Buwei, you are a good child. This affirmation dispelled the Marquis and Apos' final doubts. After dining with his disciples, Shun Qianshan prepared to return to Yaoang Valley. Before leaving, he called Yuan Buwei over and instructed, I brought only a limited supply of medicinal herbs due to the haste of this trip. Upon my return, I will have your senior brothers and sisters prepare more for you. If you require any special medicines, send me a message via carrier pigeon. Master, since the age of 3, I have followed you in identifying herbs, and by 5, you allowed me to assist in diagnosing patients. Over the years, I have treated thousands of patients. I am well aware of what is needed. You and the others should focus on the affairs of the valley and not fret over me. Yuan Buwei did not wish to reject her master's goodwill. Rather, she understood the many responsibilities he bore and wanted to ease his burdens. Very well, you have always been resolute. I shall not worry. However, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Together, we are stronger. Her master had always taught her to voice her concerns rather than bottling them up, which made Yuan Buwei feel particularly empowered, knowing she had a strong support system behind her. Before they departed, her senior sister, Qin Xinyu, discreetly pulled her aside. Yuan Wei, there are matters that Master has not clarified, but I must make them clear to you. Seeing the serious expression on her senior sister's face, Yuan Buwei reciprocated with concern. What is it? The young Marquis and Apos' injuries are quite severe, particularly in that area. When you change his dressings, be exceedingly cautious. Otherwise, your future happiness may be at stake. Yuan Buwei was taken aback. What? You pull me aside just to say this? Do not dismiss this lightly. I assure you that both men and women must acknowledge their desires. It is not a shameful matter. A harmonious relationship will lead to a more prosperous life together. Qin Xinyu said, noticing her senior brother beckoning her. Once he recovers, I will share more secrets with you. Take care. As the bustling entrance fell silent after bidding farewell to her master and the others, Yuan Buwei reflected on her senior sister's words. In her previous life, Jiang Weiming struggled with such matters, and when Yuan Buwei suggested helping him with his health, it severely wounded his pride. He scolded himself and threatened her not to speak of it to anyone, vowing to retaliate if she did. Yuan Buwei had not placed much importance on the incident, but out of consideration for Jiang Weiming and Apos' pride, she often said things she did not believe, which left her feeling uncomfortable over time. Thus, her senior sister and Apos' advice rang true. Acknowledging one and Apos' desires is not shameful. In the dead of night, the Marquis of Wanning and Apos' residence was ablaze with light. Yuan Buwei sat at the table, occasionally rising to check on Lu Sui and Apos' condition. Following a severe injury, the greatest fear was a high fever. Young Madam Yizin, who had just escorted the Marquis and his wife to their room, hurried in. You've been busy all day without a meal. I had the kitchen prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Please eat a little. Thank you. The fragrant noodles made Yuan Buwei realize her hunger, and she began to eat at the table. Yi steward, have you eaten after such a long day? Thank you for your concern, young madam. I have already eaten. With no outsiders present, Yi Qian couldn't help but inquire further. Young madam, Do you truly believe the young Marquis can stand again? Yuan Buwei paused her chopsticks and replied candidly. He can stand, but it is a lengthy process. With the fractures, abrasions, and sword wounds he has sustained, he will need to be bettered in for at least 6 months. Without a resilient will, he will struggle to endure. Yiqian nodded, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. The young Marquis has gained fame at a young age, flourishing with pride, harboring dreams of becoming a legendary hero. He has endured much hardship and countless injuries, always persevering alone. But this time, it is different. Yuan Buwei lifted her gaze and smiled at Yiqian. In the past, he was alone, but this time I am here. Yiqian was taken aback. Young madam, in terms of public perception, he was a renowned young general with extensive battle experience. His absence would be a significant loss to the court and could embolden the enemy to exploit the situation. On a personal level, he was her husband and the young Marquis of the Wanning household. They certainly did not want to be the subject of gossip, with people saying the young Marquis had become a useless burden and that the Wanning family was doomed. Yiqian had not expected the young madam to possess such insight, and his respect for her deepened into admiration. You speak wisely, young madam. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. Chapter 7. I will surely manage this household. In the early hours of the morning, Lu Sui was engulfed in fever, his body feeling as if it had been boiled, so much so that even the slightest touch burned like fire. Young madam, the ice has arrived, said Yiqian. Upon learning that there were ice blocks in the cellar, Yuan Buwei instructed Yiqian to fetch some. Place the ice towel on the young lord and Appo's as forehead. Yi butler, Chen Xiang, you should use a warm towel to wipe his neck, armpits, groin, and soles of his feet. Young madam, the young lord and Appo's fever is quite severe. Should we not administer medication? Yiqian thought that the young madam would never jest with the young lord's life. Yet he felt a twinge of concern and asked. Fever is a manifestation of the body expelling cold through the righteous energy within. Blindly administering medicine to suppress the fever would be counterproductive. Yuan Buwei explained as she placed the ice towel on Lu Sui's forehead. Yi butler, instruct the kitchen to prepare some rice soup, ensuring it is thick. Sweating from high fever can lead to a loss of bodily fluids, and rice soup can provide protection. Yiqian nodded. Understood. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it. Chen Xiang, be gentle while wiping. Do not touch the wounds. Yes, young madam. With the concerted efforts of the three, by dawn, Lu Sui's fever had subsided, and his breathing gradually steadied. The young lord had narrowly escaped death, and for the next few days, he needed ample rest. Yi butler, instruct everyone entering the courtyard to wash their hands and dust off their clothes. The young lord is currently quite weak and most susceptible to invasive ailments, which may provoke another high fever. Maintaining a clean environment and preventing outsiders from bringing in germs is a lesson learned from senior sister, and I have found it to be effective. Chen Xiang, go assist me in selecting an outfit. After I change, I shall pay respects to my in-laws. Young madam, you have not slept all night. Perhaps I should go speak to the master and mistress. This is the custom that cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, it will ease the minds of my father-in-law and mother-in-law. The young madam's thoughtful consideration left Yiqian thoroughly convinced of her capabilities. Very well. Feiyan Courtyard was the residence of the Marquis and Marchioness of Wanning. The couple had hardly slept the previous night, fervently praying for Lu Sui and Appo's safe passage through this ordeal. As dawn broke, a servant brought news that the young lord and Appo's fever had receded and he was stable. Overwhelmed with joy, the couple wept at the thought of the second day of their marriage, when they would partake in tea offered by their daughter-in-law. They hastily changed clothes and prepared for the occasion. In the main hall, the Marquis and Marchioness of Wanning took their seats, flanked by their son, Lu Bing, and youngest daughter, Lu Han, both appearing haggard from worry over Lu Sui. The daughter-in-law, Buwei, knelt before her in-laws, presenting them with tea. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please enjoy this tea. Thank you. We shall drink. After they finished, the Marchioness of Wanning immediately handed Yuan Buwei a generous red envelope, holding her up with a sense of pride and gratitude in her eyes. Buwei, you must be exhausted from taking care of Suier all night. Yuan Buwei shook her head, replying softly, it is the duty of a daughter-in-law. In truth, The current Marchioness of Wanning was not Lu Sui and Appo's biological mother. She had passed away during childbirth, and the Marquis had remarried a year later. Although she was a stepmother, she treated Lu Sui as her own. However, Lu Sui had always maintained a cold demeanor towards her and was indifferent towards his half-siblings. These matters were recounted to Yuan Buwei by her mother upon her return in her previous life. Yet, her true intention was to rescue Yuan Jinse from the Wanning Marquis. Fortunately, she had leveraged Jiang Weiming and Appo's critical moment in his career, ensuring that nothing went awry. In retrospect, her mother had refrained from pursuing the matter further, fearing it might affect Jiang Weiming and Appo's career. Consequently, her two daughters would have been left without prospects, stripping her of any prideful capital. Thus, it is evident that even the closest relationships between individuals are often governed by self-interest. Buwei, this is the household management key. Yuan Buwei's series of actions since yesterday had greatly pleased the Marquis and Marchioness. Ye Butler, pass down the order, from today forth. The management of the Wanning Marquis shall be entrusted to the young madam. Anyone who disrespects her shall be cast out of the estate. The servants bow to the young madam. Outside the courtyard, a throng of servants knelt in submission. Yuan Buwei accepted the heavy key, recalling that she had never seen the Jiang family management key until her death in her past life. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, with your trust and support, I shall surely manage this household well. People often say that power is cold while emotions are warm. If one must choose, the warmth of human connection is naturally preferred. Yet, individuals tend to gravitate towards power. Only by wielding it can one navigate this world, particularly women, who should pursue power to elevate their status, thereby attracting more followers. As a healer, Yuan Buwei inherently possessed a compassionate heart. If she held power, she could utilize it to aid those genuinely in need and confront those who prey on the weak. Hence, power is not inherently cold. Rather, it is the individual who must master power, not the other way around. The young lord requires rest. Should he awaken, I will notify you immediately. In the meantime, you must also take care of yourselves. The affairs of the estate will be managed well by me, and I ask for your supervision, father-in-law and mother-in-law. Very well. Knowing you're looking after us brings us peace. Bing and Amp, Appo's, Han and Amp, Appo's, during this time, unless necessary, do not venture outside. Remain at home to study and practice writing. Understood, mother. It was evident that the young uncle and young aunt had been well taught by the Marchioness. I shall return to my courtyard now. Very well, go. Once outside the courtyard, Yuan Buwei instructed Yi Qian, Ye Butler, the young lord may awaken at any moment, and the servants are likely feeling anxious. Please communicate to the kitchen to add extra dishes for them. If they are well fed, outsiders will observe the servants of the Wanning Marquis appearing vibrant and full of energy, thus concluding that the young lord and Appo's condition is not dire. Yi Qian understood at once. This way, there will be much less speculation about the young lord. Indeed, Yuan Buwei nodded, then recalled another matter. What are the young lord's deputy? Are they faring well? They're all injured and recuperating at home. Then you must personally visit them, arrange for a doctor to come, and inform them of the young lord and Appo's condition to prevent unnecessary worry. Most importantly, you must stabilize the morale of the troops. If you clarify the stakes, they will comprehend the situation. As Yuan Buwei paced, another thought crossed her mind. Oh, remember to request the list of wounded soldiers. The sooner it is submitted to the court, the sooner they will disburse compensation. Yi Qian had not anticipated that the young madam would consider this matter as well, but Kuden and Appo's helped but exclaim, in recent years, the national treasury has been strained. The compensation for the wounded soldiers has been borne from the young lord and Appo's own pocket. What did you say? Yuan Buwei furrowed her brow. This was no trivial sum. Chapter 8. Lu Sui awakens over the years. The young lord has returned safely from numerous perilous encounters, thanks to a loyal cadre of devoted subcommanders and soldiers. He has made every effort to secure welfare for them, yet the government's disbursement of compensation remains erratic, ranging from a few months to over a year. Some families are reliant on this lifeline, and upon learning of this plight, the young lord took it upon himself to address the issue. It appears that Lu Sui is indeed a person of sentiment, which explains his consistent victories in battle. Providing compensation to the bereaved families is a personal commitment, but he must also ensure that the government's share is not neglected. Otherwise, the court might seize this pretext to withhold compensation for soldiers under other generals, thus placing the young lord in an unfavorable position. In her previous life, Yuan Buwei had assisted Jiang Weiming with various matters in the political arena, granting her a clear understanding of the intricate web of official affairs. Yi Qian, being merely a steward, could not fathom the complexities involved until the young mistress elucidated the matter. He immediately recognized the issue at hand, his expression turning grave. "Young mistress, you are absolutely right. I shall attend to this matter at once. If they lack any medicinal supplies, have them compile a list. I have some here, which would save them the trouble of purchasing outside, where prices are inflated and the risk of counterfeit goods looms." Indeed, Yi Qian now perceived the young mistress as a celestial savior sent to rescue the young lord. With her presence, the young lord and Amp, Appo's future appeared exceedingly bright. Due to her responsibility of caring for Lu Sui, Yuan Buwei only sent Chunxiang to deliver the prepared items to her home 2 days later, while she remained steadfast at Lu Sui's side. Within half a day, Chunxiang returned, her countenance flushed with indignation, revealing the events that transpired. "Young mistress, the second young lady is quite insufferable. As soon as I entered, she spoke in a mocking tone, questioning why the young mistress had not returned home, insinuating that you had upset the lord and lady. Their expressions soured instantly, but thankfully, I managed to ease the tension by adhering to your instructions. Did you encounter Yuan Jinse and Jiang Weiming?" In her previous life, after meeting Jiang Weiming, Yuan Buwei realized he was not particularly loquacious. During her return home, her parents and Appo's displeasure was palpable when faced with his taciturn demeanor. She had to intervene to avoid an awkward atmosphere. "We did meet, but the second master remained seated, his expression stern, whether from anxiety or another reason. I could not ascertain." Upon hearing this, Yuan Buwei understood that Yuan Jinse had not defended Jiang Weiming in front of their parents, thus diminishing their impression of him. "I feared that my words might lead to missteps, so I placed the items down and prepared to leave. However, the second young lady pursued me, subtly inquiring about the young lord's condition. Chunxiang's disdain for Yuan Jinse was evident, and she deliberately spoke loudly, asserting that the young lord was in good health and that the second young lady need not worry. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jinse feigned disbelief. Yuan Buwei had anticipated that Yuan Jinse would at least make an effort to conceal her true feelings, but to her surprise, it was quite the opposite. She seemed pleased by the young mistress and Appo's misfortunes, feeling validated in her choice of spouse. Chunxiang paused for a moment, then quickly realized, how could the second young lady behave in such a manner? If she is indifferent to the young mistress's plight, how could she also kick her while she is down? Very well, I Shan and Amp, Appo's, dwell on my anger. Ensure the kitchen prepares an extra chicken leg for you at noon. Yuan Buwei said, playfully pinching Chunxiang's puffed cheeks. Young mistress, how can you remain so cheerful? Aren't you the least bit upset? It seems so unfair that the lord and lady treat the daughters differently. Perhaps it is for the best. It spares me from having to assist them in the future. I have already repaid my debts of gratitude for my upbringing. Henceforth, should any issues arise in the Yuan family, I shall have ample reason to decline assistance. I instructed steward Yi to bring some fabric and cotton this morning. Chunxiang, you shall sew a light mattress. What use is a mattress? The young lord was currently unable to rise from bed, rendering all his bodily needs dependent on his resting place. Moreover, he was somewhat. Yuan Buwei hesitated. He is gravely injured and cannot leave his bed for the time being. Regular mattresses are too thick and cumbersome to replace. However, a lighter one would be easy to change, ensuring the young lord remains clean and free of any unpleasant odors. Understanding the implication in the young mistress's words, Chunxiang quickly affirmed, I understand, and I will ensure the mattress is both lightweight and soft. Go ahead. As she watched Chunxiang depart, Yuan Buwei's smile gradually faded. Fortunately, Chunxiang was astute. Had it been anyone else, Yuan Jinse's intimidation might have led them to divulge all manner of secrets. Therefore, Lu Sui must recover. On a sunny afternoon, after nearly half a month in a deep slumber, Lu Sui stirred awake, his blurry vision slowly focusing on the familiar ceiling above. It dawned upon him that he was still alive. The next moment, he attempted to rise, only to find himself immobile. His pupils dilated in panic as he desperately tried to move his hands, only to discover he lacked any strength. Worse yet, he felt no sensation below his waist. A surge of fear welled up from within, engulfing his entire being. He instinctively shuddered, catching a faint scent in the air. Incontinence? The sudden thought struck him like a lightning bolt, causing his expression to change drastically. Help! Someone! His long, silent voice emerged like a rusty blade. Yuan Buwei, present in the room, perked up at the tremulous cry. Chen Xiang, stand guard at the gate, and do not allow anyone to enter. Chen Xiang, having heard the commotion, nodded before rushing to the entrance to stand watch. The moment Yuan Buwei stepped inside, she saw Lu Sui on the bed, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled to sit up. Do not move. Lu Sui looked up to see a woman rushing toward him, ready to support him. Her eyes filled with apprehension. Who are you? Indeed, he was a man of valor, and his words carried a palpable weight of authority. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your wife, Yuan Buwei. Yuan Buwei smiled warmly, striving to convey her amiable disposition. Yuan Buwei? As Lu Sui scrutinized her, memories of the emperor's decree of marriage began to resurface. But we have not yet wed. We are not legally husband and wife. How cold his words were. Were it anyone else, they would feel hurt. Yet Lu Sui was confronted by the worldly wise Yuan Buwei. I did not realize the young lord held me in such high regard. Once you recover, we shall have a proper ceremony. Lu Sui was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment he saw Yuan Buwei lifting his blanket, prompting him to exclaim, Yuan Buwei, what are you doing? Hearing the alarm in his tone, Yuan Buwei replied, I am changing your mattress. Unnecessary. You get out. Let Steward Yi come in. Lu Sui gritted his teeth, loathing his inability to move and stop Yuan Buwei. I have personally cared for you throughout your unconsciousness. I have seen every inch of you, Yuan Buwei stated as she lifted the covers. Chapter 9. Why is fate so cruel to me? Yuan Buwei. Lu Sui let out a low growl, his face a mix of pallor and anger, and if one looked closely, a hint of red tinged his ears. How dare you? I am not only your wife, but also a doctor devoted to saving lives. It is perfectly reasonable for me to care for you. How is that daring? Yuan Buwei swiftly pulled out the soaked mattress beneath Lu Sui. A chill coursed through him as he strained to glance downwards, nearly fainting at the sight. His bare legs were swathed in bandages, with only a blanket covering his modesty. Any movement threatened to dislodge it, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. As Yuan Buwei wrung out a cloth, preparing to lift the blanket, Lu Sui and Oppo's voice quivered with a hint of tears. No. Call for Steward Yi. I do not need your care. Turning to face Lu Sui, who was a portrait of humiliation and indignation, with tears glistening in his eyes, Yuan Buwei said, If you do not clean yourself properly, not only will it risk infection, but it will also allow your parents-in-law to detect the unpleasant odor. Leave. Lu Sui's emotions erupted uncontrollably, a dark thought swirling in his mind. To kill Yuan Buwei first, then take his own life. You may leave, but first, allow me to change the mattress, Yuan Buwei declared, lifting the blanket without hesitation. Lu Sui squeezed his eyes shut, tears streaming down his cheeks. Throughout his life, he had endured countless moments of ridicule, jealousy, and peril, always managing to persevere. Yet at this moment, an overwhelming sense of shame engulfed him. How had he become a helpless invalid, unable to manage even his own bodily functions overnight? Why was the heavens so cruel to him? He repeatedly questioned himself until he caught sight of Yuan Buwei lifting and adjusting. His pupils contracted in shock. Yuan Buwei, what are you doing? Ignoring his protests, Yuan Buwei continued her task. Before a physician, a patient is no different from a piece of meat. If you find it unbearable, just close your eyes and wait in silence. Her words were spoken with such ease. Could a mere moment of silence truly resolve this? All done. After cleaning him, Yuan Buwei placed a thin mattress beneath him and looked down. While you were unconscious, your parents-in-law were unable to eat or sleep well. Now that you have awakened, they will surely be anxious to see you. but you know nothing of your current condition. Calm yourself, and I will explain your situation. Once you understand, you can decide whether to meet them." Lu Sui opened his eyes, regarding Yuan Buwei with suspicion, searching for any hint of mockery or disdain. Yet her gaze remained bright and warm. I am a chief disciple of the Medicine King Valley. On the day of our wedding, I was fortunate to have my master present. Your injuries were diagnosed by him, and my senior brother sutured your wounds." Yuan Buwei offered him a cup of water. "After all that shouting, your throat must be parched. Drink some warm water to soothe it, so you can muster the energy to continue yelling at me." Lu Sui. Observing his speechlessness, Yuan Buwei smiled. "So, can you now listen to what I have to say? Speak." Lu Sui, a man accustomed to storms, could quickly regain his composure, especially in front of those he did not trust. He was curious to see what Yuan Buwei would reveal. To put it plainly, your most serious injury is in the spinal cord, which is why you have lost sensation in your hands and legs. Your upper body is somewhat better. With acupuncture, you may recover. However, the primary concern lies with your legs. From your waist down to your feet, you currently have no sensation. The first step towards recovery will be a long process. Once sensation returns, you will have to relearn how to walk, just like a child. Though Lu Sui had never met the master of the Medicine King Valley, he was aware of the man's esteemed reputation. It was truly fortunate for him to receive such care. However, the thought of enduring a lengthy treatment period darkened Lu Sui's expression. How long will it take? That is difficult to say. It requires cooperation between the doctor, the patient, and the family. I do not want to hear such nonsense. Just tell me how long it will take." Lu Sui glared at Yuan Buwei with cold intensity. "At the very least, a year. If it takes longer, perhaps 3 or 4 years. Not only 3 or 4 years, even a year seemed untenable. The political landscape could change drastically in that time. The most troubling aspect was that even after a year, he would merely be able to walk again, with no prospect of riding or wielding a spear." Lu Sui closed his eyes, grinding his back teeth, striving to suppress his emotions. "I understand. Why was it so bland? Something felt amiss. No more treatment details. I do not need your care anymore. I will speak to my father about annulling our marriage." If fate had decreed this for him, Lu Sui would bear it willingly. But he saw no reason to involve the innocent. "My young lord, your parents-in-law have already offered me tea, and your mother-in-law has entrusted me with the keys to the household. To speak of an annulment now would condemn me to a life without marriage." Having gleaned a rough impression of Lu Sui from Steward Ye's descriptions, Yuan Buwei understood that his words were not born of disdain, but a desire to spare her from burden. "I know many young masters from noble families. If you see someone you like, I can act as your matchmaker. Which noble would desire a woman who abandoned her ill husband? Moreover, their marriage had been sanctioned by the emperor. If he pursued an annulment, the emperor would surely think him dissatisfied with the union, and he would not want to jeopardize the Wanning Marquis because of his own issues." Lu Sui frowned, finding it challenging to interject as Yuan Buwei continued her rapid-fire speech. "Besides, I have seen the young lord in his entirety. Shouldn't he be concerned about me leaving?" "Be quiet." Lu Sui's fury flared, but he felt heat rising to his cheeks. He was now a helpless invalid, unable to perform even the most basic acts of self-care. A sudden wave of despair washed over him. "Please, just go." Seeing the desolation etched across Lu Sui's face, Yuan Buwei wisely refrained from further discussion, granting him time to process. "I will fetch Steward Yi. I'll wait outside. If you feel any discomfort, call for me." As the door closed behind her, silence enveloped the room. Lu Sui lowered his gaze to his hands, attempting to command them to lift. Yet, regardless of how he willed his brain, his hands remained immobile. Just moments ago, he had ridden into battle, wielding his silver spear and severing enemies in oppos, heads with ease. In an instant, he had plummeted from the heights of life to the depths of despair. He could no longer fulfill his dreams. The first tear slipped from the corner of Lu Sui's eye, staining the pillow. It mirrored the darkness of his heart, devoid of hope. Once Lu Sui awoke, the entire Wanning Marquis learned of it through Yi Qian. Chapter 10. With you here, Sui and oppos, will surely improve the young madam. Along with the Marquis and Marchioness, visited the young Marquis, but he refused to see anyone. Sitting by the stove, Qinxiang looked up at Yuan Buwei. who was preparing medicine, feeling perplexed. Madam, Shuden and Oppos, do you be accompanying them instead of assisting me in the kitchen? In such a situation, I find myself an outsider. Regardless of where I stand, Yuan Buwei replied as she set down her fan and took a seat. Once the storm subsides, I will join them. The young Madam and Oppos. S. reasoning was sound, yet Chen Xiang, having spent time with the Marquis and Marchioness, felt they were quite amiable and would not mistreat their servants. If you fail in your duties, they would simply dismiss you from the estate. There's no need to waste time and energy getting angry with the servants. Thus inviting gossip, Yuan Buwei advised Chen Xiang to speak less, do more, and think deeply. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, madam. Chen Xiang felt fortunate to be by the young madam and Amp. Oppos, S sighed, not only to be productive but also to learn valuable life lessons. As the pot began to steam, Yuan Buwei quickly adjusted the flame, pouring the medicinal liquid into a bowl and placing it in a food box, which was set over charcoal to maintain the temperature of the broth. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Outside the kitchen, Lu Han rushed in, her face pale. It an Amp, Oppos, S bad. Father and elder brother had a fierce argument, and in trying to intervene, mother was accidentally pushed to the ground and hit her forehead. You must go see her. Truly, like father, like son, both have tempers that flare. Chen Xiang glanced at the medicine. I will go first. Grabbing the medicine box, she followed Lu Han to the mother-in-law's chamber, only to find her reclining on a soft couch, seemingly devoid of life. Mother-in-law, Yuan Buwei greeted respectfully, preparing to tend to her injury, but was halted. You, Buwei, with no one around, speak honestly. Will Sui and Oppos ever stand again? I shall speak truthfully as well. If the young Marquis does not cooperate, he will not stand. However, if he possesses a strong desire to recover and actively engages in his rehabilitation, he will certainly rise. Upon hearing this, the Marchioness of Wanning could barely contain her tears, which flowed anew. How cruel fate is! He lost his mother at birth, and now lies bedridden. If only I could bear his suffering in his stead. Even if you wish to bear it, he must appreciate your sacrifice. Yuan Buwei began to treat the Marchioness's wound. Give the young Marquis some time. If he sees hope, his spirit will gradually improve. Buwei, the Marchioness grasped her daughter-in-law and Oppos' hand, asking, you will forever stand by Sui and Oppos. Will you not? As his wife, I shall certainly be by his side. Yet in his current state, he may utter distressing words. Should you feel aggrieved, do not bottle it up. Speak to me, and I shall advocate for you. To the Marchioness of Wanning, a daughter-in-law skilled in medicine was akin to a lifeline. In truth, the one most wronged is you. After spending time with her mother-in-law, Yuan Buwei discerned her genuine kindness and her heartfelt concern for Lu Sui. Unfortunately, their bond could never match that of blood relatives. The Marchioness of Wanning paused, tears streaming down her cheeks. Throughout her marriage, she had never once complained to her husband about the burdens of managing the household or raising children. Now, her daughter-in-law had seen through her concealed grievances, leading her to weep uncontrollably. Seeing her mother-in-law cry so fiercely, Yuan Buwei hesitated before embracing her. Though it felt somewhat disrespectful, it would significantly alleviate the Marchioness's sorrow and distress. When I was a child and had nightmares, my elder sister would hold me like this, soothing me gently. Mother-in-law, do not worry or feel anxious. Consider this. The young Marquis' ability to express anger and argue with you indicates he is mentally sound and uninjured. As for what lies ahead, we shall take it step by step. One cannot expect to achieve everything at once. The Marchioness of Wanning had never been embraced in such a manner by her husband, and a wave of profound sadness welled within her, leading her to hold Yuan Buwei tightly and weep openly. Since marrying into the Wanning Marquis, she had been the primary steward, suppressing her emotions to maintain decorum. Over the years, she had forced herself to adopt a gentle demeanor before her husband, to be a caring mother to her children, and a dutiful daughter-in-law to her mother-in-law, all the while neglecting her own feelings. In times of sorrow, she felt she could not cry freely, as it was deemed inappropriate for a lady of her standing, and the judgment of others loomed large. Yet, she was a living being, not a marionette devoid of emotions. The more she reflected, the more heartbroken she became. releasing all her pent-up grievances. After some time, Yuan Buwei perceived that the Marchioness's cries had softened into sobs and gently released her, producing a handkerchief to wipe her tears. My elder sister used to say, regardless of age, a woman's heart remains sincere and fervent. If you trust me, you may share any burdens weighing on your heart in the future. Even if I cannot offer solutions, speaking your mind will surely lighten your spirit. You, child, though you appear young, how is it that your thoughts are so mature? The Marchioness of Wanning smiled, realizing that this heartfelt exchange had brought her closer to her daughter-in-law. On her wedding day, she had found Yuan Buwei too composed and mature, making her seem unapproachable. I am the youngest in the Medicine King Valley. My master is 80, and my two uncles are 60. They constantly impart their wisdom upon me, which perhaps has influenced my demeanor over time. Yuan Buwei dressed her mother-in-law in Appo's wound, relieved that it was not deep and would heal without leaving a scar. With a daughter-in-law like you, I am content. The joy in the Marchioness of Wanning's eyes was genuine. With you by his side, Swayer will surely recover. Indeed he will. Having lifted her mother-in-law's spirits, Yuan Buwei proceeded to Lu Sui and Appo's chamber, for he was currently the most unstable element within the Wanning Marquisate. If he regained his composure, the household would thrive. Though she was mentally prepared, Yuan Buwei was still taken aback upon entering. The room was in disarray. There lay Lu Sui on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling like a lifeless corpse. Young Marquis, you refuse to eat or change your bedding. Do you wish to starve or suffocate? Yuan Buwei approached the bedside, meeting Lu Sui and Appo's piercing gaze, cold as death. During your unconsciousness, Steward Yi informed me of many matters concerning you. Given your character, I believe you should not subject yourself to such torment. Lu Sui frowned, his tone icy. Do you presume to understand me based on his one-sided account? Chapter 11, I am nothing but a useless wretch. I am your wife, and there will be plenty of opportunities for me to understand you in the future. Yuan Buwei, having encountered patients much more challenging than Lu Sui during her time at the Medicine King Valley, did not take Lu Sui's words to heart. It is time for you to change your dressings. Her tone was reminiscent of soothing a child, inciting a fury within Lu Sui that made him seethe. Get out. Yuan Buwei, feeling helpless, retorted, if you have the ability, then stand up and throw me out yourself. You. The words of this woman pierced Lu Sui's heart like a dagger, causing him to tremble with pain. Out, get out. I do not need your treatment, nor your pity or sympathy. Li, just go. The last three words left his throat hoarse. Yuan Buwei sensed his inner turmoil, anger, and despair had yet to be fully expressed. Thus, she decided to give him time to vent. Without uttering a word, she turned and walked away. Lu Sui was momentarily taken aback, his confusion rising, only to hear Yuan Buwei's voice from the doorway. Listen up, everyone. The young lord is currently emotionally unstable and may lash out at anyone he sees. For your safety, from today onward, all of you are to remain in the outer courtyard. No one is permitted to enter the inner courtyard without my permission, and anyone who dares to enter will be reported to Steward Yi. What does she mean? Lu Sui furrowed his brows as he heard Yuan Buwei continue. Young lord, if you wish to cry, then cry. If you wish to curse, then curse. The servants in the courtyard have been sent away, and no one will see or hear you. Vent your frustrations completely. Chen Xiang, let us take our leave. With that, Yuan Buwei pulled Chen Xiang along and departed. There was no need to reason with a patient teetering on the edge of emotional collapse. Forcibly tending to his wounds might only instill hatred towards her. Let him stew for a while, and when he is in pain and exhaustion and his survival instincts kick in, she would extend her hand to assist him, and he would be grateful. All of this wisdom stemmed from her own experiences and the teachings of her master and senior practitioners. The room fell into a profound silence. The outside world equally hushed. Only her own breath was distinctly audible. Lu Sui stared at the ceiling, memories flashing through his mind, refusing to close his weary eyes. As the light outside gradually dimmed, the arrangement of the room began to blur. Suddenly, Lu Sui caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Charcoal mingled with the scent of grilled meat wafting through the air. Gurgle, his stomach, silent for the entire day, now erupted in a cacophony of hunger. Outside the door, Chen Xiang squatted on the ground, vigorously turning the skewers, while Steward Yi waved a fan, desperately fanning the flames. Yuan Buwei stood at the entrance, watching the smoke slowly drift in through the crack of the door. Steward Yi, put in a little more effort, otherwise, the young lord won't be able to smell it. Madam, is this method truly effective? Steward Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he were at the Medicine King Valley, I would let him starve for 2 days, but here in the Marquis and Appo's residence, if anything would happen to him, I would bear the brunt of the blame. So, we resort to this method for a quick fix. Do not worry. If he truly wished to die, he would have already bitten his tongue and ended it. Yuan Buwei spoke softly, fearing that Lu Sui might overhear. I am reminded of a distant relative of mine who, due to darkness, lost his footing on a mountain path and tumbled down, ultimately losing his right leg. He languished in despair for over 3 years. He was once capable, hoping to earn enough silver to educate his 2 sons. Steward Yi sighed, recalling the day when the young lord was carried back, drenched in blood. It reminded him of that relative. The only constant in this world is change itself. The young lord had once held aspirations, but due to his injury, his dreams were abruptly halted, leaving him unable to accept the reality. Recovery is not something that happens overnight. As his family, we must offer him support and understanding, not pity or sympathy. Consider this. He was once the hope and future of the Marquis of Wanning, the one driving the Marquis's progress. Now, he must cling to the very rope of the Marquis to move forward. After Yuan Buwei finished, she noticed Qinxiang and Steward Yi on the verge of tears and quickly waved her hand. I merely wish to articulate what the young lord is currently feeling. Besides, this is but a temporary state. There will come a day when he stands again. Looking at it from another perspective, at the very least, he has not perished in battle. The Marquis has not lost a son, and I have not become a widow, have I? Qinxiang and Steward Yi were left speechless by her explanation, feeling even more despondent. As time ticked by, clouds of smoke continued to drift into the room. Finally, Lu Sui's furious roar echoed within. Yuan Buwei, do you wish to suffocate me? Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Buwei glanced down, realizing the fire had grown too large. She hurriedly instructed Qinxiang and Steward Yi to extinguish the flames while she turned to open the doors and windows to air out the room. The cool night breeze of early summer swept in, brushing against Lu Sui. He felt no sensation in his lower half, but was acutely aware of the temperature of the air on his upper body. It was cold. He shivered and looked towards Yuan Buwei, who stood at the door without approaching. Why are you just standing there? The ground is too chaotic. There is no place to step in. Yuan Buwei pouted, moving closer but wary of the smoke. Lu Sui grasped the implication in her words, and his amber eyes instantly frosted over, consumed by a growing fury. Yuan Buwei, is this intentional? TSK, your voice still carries such vitality. No wonder you are the valiant young lord. Just a moment ago, Yuan Buwei, were you sent by them to torment me? She clearly understood her precarious situation, yet continued to rub salt into her wound. If so, your objective has been achieved. Torturing you serves no benefit to me. We are husband and wife. That day, in front of your family, I promised them I would ensure you stand again. But I do not wish to force you. 2. Do not want anyone to witness your pitiful state. Thus, we find ourselves in an impasse. But eventually, one side must yield for a path to open. Do you not agree, young lord? You expect me to yield? Lu Sui scoffed. An impossibility. Then are you prepared to languish in bed for the rest of your life? Yuan Buwei had believed that Lu Sui could not accept becoming disabled, but now his words hinted at something deeper. You are the backbone of the army. If you abandon your post, what becomes of your loyal subordinates? I am currently incapable of even the simplest self-care. This bed feels like an ocean, trapping me hopelessly. I have no strength left to concern myself with their fates. As he shouted, tears welled up in his eyes. I am nothing but a waste to waste. As long as you do not perceive yourself as a waste, what others say is of no consequence to you. Yuan Buwei stepped forward, meeting Lu Sui and Appo's complex gaze, and added, Moreover, you have not suffered a head injury, so you're not a waste. Chapter 12. The heart that was suspended finally died, Lu Sui. Why is it so exhausting to converse with Yuan Buwei? If I don an Appo's, change the dressing soon, I might just send a message to my master. Why would you inform your master? I have mentioned that your wound was treated by my master, and my senior brother stitched it up. Oh, I almost forgot to add, the senior sisters and I were mere spectators throughout the entire ordeal. If you wish to relive that day's scene, Yuan Buwei, are you implying that I? Lu Sui and Oppose. S tongue twisted, his head buzzing as he recalled being laid bare before a crowd of strangers, and the anxiety that had gripped his heart finally succumbed. So, should I change your dressing, or should I? Let Butler Yi learn how to bandage and change dressings from you, so he can attend to me in the future. No matter what, Lu Sui would not allow Yuan Buwei to tend to his wounds again. That was his bottom line. Butler Yi is preoccupied managing the affairs of the household, with no time to learn from me. Furthermore, I must observe the healing condition of each wound during every dressing change. This way, I can timely adjust the medicinal application. Butler Yi isn't knowledgeable in this area. Should the wound worsen and you suffer a persistent high fever, who will bear the responsibility? I. The young lord will bear the responsibility? Are you jesting with your life? You fought valiantly to escape from the enemy's ambush. Do you not wish to avenge yourself and the fallen soldiers? Would you rather remain a mere burden? Seeing Lu Sui's face turn pale, glaring at her with cheeks puffed in indignation, Yuan Buwei stated, I merely present the pros and cons for your consideration. Lu Sui fell silent. Deep down, he acknowledged Yuan Buwei and Oppose as perspective. Yet he lacked confidence in his ability to heal and stand again. How could she possess such confidence? I'm sorry. He actually apologized. There is still hope. Yuan Buwei and Oppose. Lips curled into a smile. Since you can apologize, will you heed my advice? Lu Sui's brow furrowed. What was she implying? Not speaking. It seems the apology was insincere. I will listen. I will comply. Lu Sui, with his limited energy, decided to acquiesce to Yuan Buwei's wishes for now, planning to seek a suitable opportunity to annul their engagement later. Excellent. Yuan Buwei nodded, then turned to the door and called, Chun Xiang, fetch 2 people to tidy up the room. Half an hour later, the room was in order, and Lu Sui had changed into clean garments, with his bedding refreshed. Yuan Buwei brought over the prepared ointment, skillfully lifted the bedding, and unfastened Lu Sui and Oppose's clothing, beginning to unwrap the blood-soaked bandages. Lu Sui stared at the ceiling, his eyes vacant, remaining silent. He felt as though he was a piece of meat, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Wait a moment. Yuan Buwei retrieved a small blade for hair removal from her medical box and explained to Lu Sui, your wound has been covered for a day. It has become slightly infected. I need to clean the hair around it. Clean the hair? Were you clean? Lu Sui felt terror surge as Yuan Buwei's hand descended toward his trousers. Yuan Buwei, stop, release me. Helpless. He could only submit to her whims, unable to move. Strands of hair floated away, and tears streamed down Lu Sui's face. Not tears of sorrow, but tears of humiliation. All done. Finally, all the wounds had been treated and bandaged. Yuan Buwei met Lu Sui's murderous gaze as she raised her leg. Are you hungry? Yuan Buwei. I'm not deaf. I can hear just fine. Yuan Buwei picked up a clean handkerchief and began to wipe Lu Sui's body. On the day you had your high fever, Chun Xiang, Butler Yi, and I exhausted every means to bring it down. Fortunately, your constitution is strong, and by dawn, your fever subsided. Hence, everything I did was for your life. However, if you truly cannot reconcile with this, then cooperate with me. Once you recover and can run and jump, I'll let you handle things as you wish. Oof. A succinct sound encapsulated Lu Sui and Oppose's attitude towards Yuan Buwei. She remained unfazed, and after wiping him down, she warmed her palms and began to massage his arms. Lu Sui frowned. What are you doing? Your limbs have been inactive for too long. They will become stiff and may even atrophy. Once your leg wounds heal, I will use acupuncture to stimulate the acupoints, so your hands can regain movement, allowing you to express your emotions by throwing things if you wish. Lu Sui remained silent, opting to close his eyes and rest. Yet, upon doing so, he fell into a deep slumber. Yuan Buwei noticed that Lu Sui's breath had become steady for quite some time, shaking her head. A sudden thought surged within her. Perhaps his pride and recklessness were mere facades, a means to conceal a fragile and solitary heart. There is no rush. Time will reveal the truth. In the days that followed, Lu Sui seemed to accept his fate, adhering to a routine of dressing changes, fresh bed linens, meals, and medicine. A month passed. His previously gaunt and ashen face gradually shed the bruises and swelling, slowly returning to its original countenance. However, the lack of a shave for a month left him resembling a wild man, taking advantage of the fine weather and the scabs forming on his wounds. Yuan Buwei resolved to wash his hair and shave his beard. Yuan Buwei, I do not require your assistance with such tasks. Find someone else, perhaps Li Yin. After a month of interaction, Lu Sui had come to understand Yuan Buwei and Oppo's temperament. It was best not to provoke her, but rather to state his needs directly. Li Yin, he is my deputy, responsible for my daily care. I owe my survival to him, as he tirelessly searched for me. Yuan Buwei noticed the warmth in Lu Sui and Oppo's voice when he mentioned his deputy. Chapter 13. Your appearance is indeed striking thus. You ought to tidy yourself up, lest he perceives that you have not been well cared for upon seeing you. Despite Lu Sui and Oppo's murderous glare, Yuan Buwei picked up the razor, assuring him, do not worry. Master and uncle's beards are all managed by me. They praise my skills. Over the course of a month spent recuperating, Lu Sui had heard Yuan Buwei mention the Apothecary Valley countless times, yet she had never once brought up her parents or the Yuan family. You grew up in the Apothecary Valley? Indeed. After wetting Lu Sui's beard, Yuan Buwei began to shave. I was born a girl, and my parents did not cherish me. My mother wanted to abandon me, but fortunately, I encountered my master, who took me in. Lu Sui was taken aback, unable to fathom how someone could speak so lightly of their parents' disdain. The thought that they even considered abandoning her was incomprehensible. Sensing Lu Sui's silence, Yuan Buwei mused. Do you pity me? Seeking to comfort me? Who wants to comfort you? Do not flatter yourself, Lu Sui retorted, attempting to turn away, only to have Yuan Buwei grasp his chin, urging, do not move. The razor is sharp. If I accidentally nick your face, you will bear another scar. I am a man. What does it matter if I have a few scars? Lu Sui grumbled. I feel distressed, Yuan Buwei replied. After a month of their peculiar companionship, Lu Sui had grown accustomed to her startling remarks, yet her declaration of concern left him bewildered. Was she truly all right? Immersed in the task of shaving Lu Sui, Yuan Buwei paid little heed to the emotions dancing in his eyes. Her expression of distress was rooted in the practicalities of needing to apply ointment for scars, as concocting scar remedies was quite challenging. Finished. After a stick of incense had burned down, Yuan Buwei tied Lu Sui's damp hair with a blue ribbon. As she circled around to face him, she scrutinized his visage. What are you staring at? Lu Sui, unaccustomed to such direct gazes, felt discomfort. Previously, he had heard from others of his handsome appearance, but upon first meeting him, he had been covered in blood, his face swollen and bruised, completely at odds with the notion of beauty. Now, however, with his hair washed and beard shaved, the swelling and bruising had faded, revealing Lu Sui and Oppo's true countenance. A gentleman ought to be seen in paintings. I alone know the depths of this beauty. When the waters run dry and the heavens meet the earth, he is surely no mere mortal. This line of poetry suddenly sprang to Yuan Buwei's mind, and she spoke it aloud. Your appearance is indeed striking. Lu Sui, possessing both martial and scholarly prowess, understood the sentiment behind the verse. Throughout his life, he had received mixed evaluations of his looks. Some deemed him handsome and dignified, while others found him somewhat effeminate, unfit for high society. The archetypal image of a man, as envisioned by the common folk, was one of robust strength and towering stature. To this end, Lu Sui had cultivated a muscular physique, frequently basking in the sun and rolling in mud. Yet he could never shake off his fair complexion. What use his appearance when in decades one is reduced to dust? He pondered. Those who had not experienced hunger could not fathom the plight of the starving. Others might flaunt Lu Sui's visage like a peacock, displaying its feathers. At least I find your presence pleasing to the eye. Yuan Buwei smiled softly. You. Lu Sui glared at her, taken aback by her shamelessness. In the future, should you throw tantrums or sulk, I shall overlook it, considering your handsome face. Her words grew increasingly audacious. Lu Sui simply closed his eyes, stating, "After being tormented by you for an hour or two, I am quite exhausted and wish to rest. There's always a first time. You shall grow accustomed to it next time." Regardless of Lu Sui and oppos, as protests, Yuan Buwei always had a retort ready. "Rest, then. I shall summon Steward Yi to bring Vice Commander Li over." As she exited, the room fell silent. The faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. In through the half-open window, the green leaves danced, with the occasional sparrow alighting on the sill to peck at the millet Yuan Buwei had scattered. Although Lu Sui did not acknowledge Yuan Buwei as his wife, he could not deny that she cared for him well. Even when his emotions surged, she remained cheerful, never once raising her voice in anger. Could such a perfect person truly exist? Lu Sui doubted it. Yuan Buwei must have ulterior motives, surely. Lost in thought, the effects of the medication washed over him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Yuan Buwei awaited not Steward Ye's return with Vice Commander Li, but instead the arrival of her own parents. "Father, mother, what brings you here?" "What do you mean by that?" "The young Marquis has been injured for nearly a month. As his in-laws, should we not come to visit him?" Yuan Hanshu and oppos. S expression darkened, his tone discontented. "Where are the Marquis and Marchioness?" "My mother has been despondent due to the young Marquis injury, and my father took her to Annal Temple for a short stay to lift her spirits. If you wish to visit them, I can arrange a carriage for you." "No need." Yuan Hanshu instinctively declined, but the next moment he looked up, astonished at Yuan Buwei. "Have you taken charge?" "On the second day after our wedding, my mother-in-law handed me a portion of the house keys during the tea ceremony." The last sentence was deliberately added by Yuan Buwei to prevent her parents from feeling discontent that their precious daughter, Yuan Jinse, had missed even the opportunity to learn household management from her mother-in-law. The affairs of a noble family are vast, merely a set of keys. Besides, the young Marquis is currently unwell. We cannot predict when he might recover. Buwei, you should prioritize caring for the young Marquis. The young Marquis is injured, not ill. Yuan Buwei corrected her mother's wording. He is resting now, and it may not be convenient for you to see him. If you have time, would it not be better to sit in the front hall? We certainly understand that the young Marquis is injured, yet his injuries. Yuan and Amp, oppos, S mother hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was near before stepping closer to her daughter and whispering, "Is he unable to stand?" "Mother, this is the Wan Ning Marquis residence. Is it appropriate to ask me such questions here?" Yuan Buwei was now quite certain that her parents' true purpose for visiting Lu Sui was to ascertain whether he could stand, especially since their daughter, Yuan Jinse, was eagerly waiting for news. "Buwei, I'm concerned for you as well. You may not be aware, but rumors have spread outside that the young Marquis was injured due to poor decision-making, leading to an ambush by the enemy, resulting not only in his severe injuries, but also the loss of countless soldiers and oppos' lives. If the emperor were to hold him accountable, the Wan Ning Marquis and oppos' residents would surely be implicated. In her previous life, Yuan Buwei had indeed heard numerous remarks about Lu Sui, but within a month, such gossip had faded, and the emperor had never taken a stance on the matter, which eventually led to her father-in-law storming into the palace to demand an explanation, resulting in the loss of his title. Even the imperial harem cannot meddle in political affairs. Why should I, a mere Marquis daughter-in-law, concern myself with such matters? Yuan Buwei chuckled softly at her parents. "Are you worried for my sake or about being implicated?" Chapter 14. What about her? Yuan Buwei. Yuan Hanshu exclaimed angrily. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think your father wishes to slap some sense into us?" Yuan Buwei and Amp, oppos, S gaze had turned icy. It was evident that their visit to the young Marquis was not born of genuine concern. "Chengxiang, see our guests out." "Stepsister, we have traveled a great distance to visit the young Marquis. Is that not sincere enough? Moreover, we have brought numerous nourishing gifts," Yuan's mother lamented, her eyes reddening with emotion. "I know you still blame us for sending you to the Medicine King's Valley. You are mistaken. I actually feel fortunate that you sent me there. Otherwise, I would have endured countless grievances and tears at home and would never have acquired such exceptional medical skills." Her mother's intent was clear, aiming to provoke her into anger. Yet Yuan Buwei remained unfazed. "Now that I am married, It is quite satisfactory to maintain a cordial relationship during festivals and family gatherings. Why rush to sever ties? You and the young Marquis have not even exchanged wedding vows. How can you call yourselves a couple? You lack humility and yet dare to retort. If one day the young Marquis finds you displeasing and decides to cast you aside, do not come crying to us for assistance. There's no need to speculate. It was once again Yuan Jinse who informed them. Rest assured, if that day ever comes, I will have a place to go. I will not trouble my parents. Regardless of their words, Yuan Buwei did not show anger, instead maintaining an amiable demeanor. Do you not intend to sit in the front hall for tea and refresh your throats after so much conversation? Not necessary. Yuan Hanshu scoffed before turning to leave with his wife. Yuan Buwei, I hope you can remain this optimistic. As her parents departed without a backward glance, Yuan Buwei's eyes reflected a chilling indifference. She did not yearn for their affection, nor would she tolerate their negative emotions directed at her. Chengxiang, if they come again without an invitation, do not allow them to enter. Madam, are you all right? Chengxiang asked, her face etched with concern. The master and mistress have gone too far. After all, you are their daughter. How can they treat you so? Not all parents deserve the title. To Yuan Jinse, they may seem perfect, but to me, they are merely the ones who gave me life. Referring to them as father and mother is simply to avoid making the situation more unseemly. Chengxiang was puzzled. Yuan Buwei glanced around before confiding. My senior brothers and sisters are indignant on my behalf, referring to them as old fools and old hags. Chengxiang was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the appropriateness of the titles. I certainly cannot call them that, but it brings me some comfort to hear my senior brothers and sisters refer to them thus. When Yuan Buwei first became aware of her circumstances, she was morose for an extended period. Eventually, her elder sister, noticing her distress, chastised her sternly. There are so many who love you in the valley, yet you choose to focus on two imbeciles. As parents, they should bear the responsibility of nurturing and educating their children. Instead, they abandoned you to fend for yourself. Their actions are akin to those of murderers, yet you seek affection from these very perpetrators? Have you lost your mind? Needless to say, her elder sister and Appo's words roused her from her stupor. Indeed, if they had no intention of allowing her to live, why should she concern herself with whether they loved her or acknowledged her existence? From a different perspective, they were her adversaries. Thus, from that day forth, Yuan Buwei ceased to desire her parents' and Appo's affection, wishing only to repay the debt of life they owed her, to delineate a clear boundary between them. I find those titles quite fitting. Chengxiang giggled, covering her mouth. Fortunately, as your maidservant, I have come to the Wan Ning Marquis with you. Do not worry, madam. If the master and mistress return, I will certainly stop them. Very well. Yuan Buwei smiled. Please check the kitchen to see if the medicinal porridge for the young Marquis is ready. He will need nourishment upon waking. Understood. I shall go at once. Chengxiang hurried out, only to find Steward Yi conversing with a stranger at the entrance. It appeared they had been standing there for some time. Sitivdye. Upon hearing Chengxiang and Appo's voice, Yuan Buwei quickly stepped outside. When she met Steward Yi and Appo's gaze, she noticed he was averting his eyes. Next to him stood a young man, tall and robust, with striking features and piercing eyes. You must be Deputy General Li? Lian quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully. Greetings, madam. The young Marquis is still resting. He is not likely to awaken for some time, Steward Yi informed her. Yuan Buwei approached him with poise, observing, the young Marquis mentioned that you persistently sought him out, enabling his survival. You must have suffered greatly. Have you seen a physician? Lian was taken aback that the young Marquis would speak of him to the madam, and even more so by her immediate concern for his injuries. Thank you for your concern, madam. I'm already well. Really? Yuan Buwei scrutinized him. Do not feign strength. You are quite important to the young Marquis now. Indeed, cough cough. Lian attempted to downplay his condition, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing that turned his face crimson. Madam, I did not realize Deputy General Li was so severely injured. I had not intended to bring him, but upon hearing that the young Marquis wished to see him, he insisted on accompanying me. That is of no consequence. One treatment or two makes little difference. Steward Yi, Prepare a guest room for Deputy General Li. I shall fetch my medical kit. Li Yan had learned from Steward Yi that the young Marquis was now under the Madame and Amp, Oppo's, care. Yet he did not dare let her treat him. There is no need, madam. My wounds have already been treated. Which doctor did you see? A local physician. How could a royal physician attend to me? You are fortunate. My medical skills surpass those of 10 royal physicians. And I do not charge you a fee. Care to give it a try? Li Yan, Deputy General Li, the madam has offered her assistance. You should accept. The sooner you recover, the better you can care for the young Marquis. Yi Qian encouraged from the side. Li Yan contemplated this and realized the truth in it. Thus he clasped his hands. Then I must trouble you, madam. Lu Sui had not slept long. Upon waking, he found Steward Yi standing at the door. Steward Yi? Young Marquis, you are awake. Yi Qian hurried to the bedside, inquiring, Are you hungry? Shall I bring in a medicinal porridge? Lu Sui shook his head, confirming that Yuan Buwei was not in the room. What about her? Yi Qian paused for 3 seconds before realizing who the young Marquis was referring to. I have brought Deputy General Li here, but the madam immediately recognized his severe injuries. So she is attending to him in the guest room. What did you say? Lu Sui and Oppo's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 15. He wouldn't be going to the Valley of the Medicine King, would he? Undress. Madam, it is improper for men and women to engage in such proximity. I cannot. Cowering at the edge of the bed, Li Yan and Oppo's terrified eyes reflected the fierce visage of Yuan Buwei. If you do not remove your garments, how can I treat your wounds? Fear not. My touch will be gentle, and I assure you, it shall not cause you pain. Yuan Buwei advanced step by step towards Li Yan, her hand now grasping his waist. In the next moment, with a decisive pull, Li Yan let out a desperate cry. Madam, please don and Oppo's. Young lord. Lu Sui came to his senses, gazing at Yi Qian, who was scrutinizing him, and recalling the events that had transpired. He grew anxious. Steward Yi, you must go to the guest room at once. We cannot allow Yuan Buwei to approach Li Yan. The madam has already. Quickly, go. Yi Qian trembled at the young lord's urgency and turned to flee. Young lord, do not worry. I will check immediately. Lu Sui closed his eyes, reflecting on the past month during which Yuan Buwei had employed various tactics to compel him into compliance. He was powerless to act, forced to let her have her way. Li Yan, however, had saved his life and remained loyal as his deputy. Should Yuan Buwei force herself upon him, Li Yan's temperament would surely lead him to take his own life. How could he explain that to Li Yan's parents? Opening his eyes, Lu Sui's gaze fell slowly downward, concentrating all his attention on his immobile legs, which regrettably refused to move. His heart sank in despair. In the guest room, just as Yuan Buwei was about to speak, the door was flung open. "C'est-il-dire?" Upon seeing Yi Qian, Yuan Buwei regarded him with curiosity. Is there something concerning the young lord? The young lord is well. He sent me to. Yi Qian glanced at Li Yan, noting that aside from his somewhat pale complexion, he appeared normal. He asked me to see if there was anything I could assist with. Perfect timing. I will take Li Yan's pulse. His internal injuries are rather severe, compounded by excessive worry for the young lord. I will write a prescription, and since the medicinal supplies I brought are nearly depleted, I need you to fetch some herbs from the market. As she spoke, Yuan Buwei retrieved a jar of ointment from her medicine box and placed it on the table. Li Yan, as your wounds scab over, you may experience some pain and itchiness. Apply this ointment every morning and night before bed to alleviate discomfort and expedite your recovery. Previously, Li Yan had felt awkward being in the same room as the madam. Yet when she took his pulse, he found himself at ease as she articulated his condition with clarity. Instantly, the weight on his heart lifted. Thank you, madam. Recover swiftly, and your companionship with the young lord will be the greatest token of gratitude. Madam, may I inquire, how serious is the young lord's condition? I have heard from others that he may never stand again. Li Yan dared not ask the young lord directly, fearing to provoke him. It seemed that everyone was concerned about the young lord and Oppo's condition, preferring to gossip rather than visit him. Yuan Buwei chuckled softly, looking at Li Yan as his deputy. Is it not unreasonable for you to doubt him? I certainly believe the young lord will stand again. Yet a month has passed, and he. Li Yan's gaze fell, uncertain how to continue. Healing his own wounds would take months. The recovery process was long and arduous, and he felt averse to the notion of standing. When you see him later, it would be best not to mention this matter, lest it provoke him. Yuan Buwei sipped her tea and said, "Steward, Yi has sent someone to fetch some fresh clothes for you. During this time, you shall stay here. Your presence may uplift the young lord's spirits. I can come every day, but if I were to stay here, your in-laws are away for a while. There's no need to worry about encountering them. I'm not concerned about that." Seeing Li Yin and Amp Appo's anxious demeanor, Yuan Buwei turned to Yi Qian, "Steward Yi, hurry to gather the herbs. Some of them are rare and cannot be found in ordinary shops, so you'll need to visit several places. I shall go at once. Madam, you and Deputy Li may converse in the meantime." Once Yi Qian departed, Yuan Buwei said, "Now that we are alone, speak freely." Li Yin, not known for his eloquence, found himself at a loss for words in the madam's presence, unsure where to place his hands and feet. In truth, even if you remain silent, I understand. When you return to the barracks, be honest with everyone. If they do not believe you, they may come to visit the young lord themselves. The gates of Aning, Wan Marquis residence, are always open. Yuan Buwei articulated what Li Yin wished to express. As for the matter of compensation, I am aware I shall. Madam, there is no need to rush concerning the compensation. Everyone is merely worried, concerned for the young lord. Li Yin and Appo's deep voice trembled, and his eyes reddened. In truth, the young lord and Appo's true savior is not I. What do you mean? Yuan Buwei inquired. The young lord ventured alone deep into enemy territory. He said that if he did not return within 10 days, I should lead everyone back. We all thought it was a jest, yet he did not return after 10 days. We grew anxious and waited 3 more days, but our provisions were running low. If we stayed longer, not only would the young lord be lost, but our lives would also be in jeopardy. Military orders are paramount. I could not take the risk. It was then that Mu Qing stepped forward, deciding to take 10 cavalrymen to search for him. I, concerned, suggested joining them. In the end, it was I who found the young lord first, but had it not been for Mu Qing and Amp Appo's insistence to lead the search, the young lord might never have returned. And what of him? Is he severely injured? He is well. His injuries are not grave. After returning to the capital, I sought him out, but his household staff informed me that he was away. Away? Yes. Mu Qing is a man of few words in the barracks, rarely mingling with the soldiers. But he always leads the charge in battle. He holds great admiration and respect for the young lord. Given the young lord and Appo's current condition, I believe Mu Qing has taken it hard, hence his departure to seek a healer. To find a more experienced doctor for the young lord? Li Yan Nudda. That is a possibility. True physicians are found among the common folk, not in the imperial medical institution. However, I am apprenticed to the Valley of the Medicine King. If my master deems a condition untreatable, then it is unlikely anyone in the entire Dezhou can cure it. A thought sprang forth in Yuan Buwei and Appo's mind. He would and Amp Appo's be going to the Valley of the Medicine King, would he? Li Yin and Amp Appo's eyes widened in alarm. No, that can Amp Appo's be. Madam, there is someone outside claiming to be the young lord's deputy. To pay a visit, a voice from outside announced. Chapter 16. The physician and Appo's art is not sorcery as anticipated by Li Yin. Mu Qingjin sought out the physician from Yaowang Valley. The one he brought back was none other than Pei Qi, the senior disciple of Yuan Buwei. Yaowang Valley is divided into the medical and poisonous houses, and the elders of these houses are Yuan Buwei and Appo's 2 masters. Previously, Mo Jingyu and Qin Xianyue were the chief male and female disciples of the poison house, while Pei Qi, who accompanied Mu Qing, was the chief male disciple of the medical house. Yuan Buwei, being the Valley Master's most esteemed disciple, naturally learned both medicine and poison. Buwei, I was certain when I arrived, but to my surprise, I found myself at the gates of the Marquis of Wanning's residence. This means Brother Qi can stay a few more days. I have missed you dearly after a month apart. Yuan Buwei replied with a smile, but her gaze turned to Mu Qing, who stood silently beside Li Yin. Is this Mu Vice General? Noticing Mu Qing and Appo's lack of response, Li Yin gently tugged at his sleeve. The young lady inquires about you. Why, young lady? Mu Qing stammered, his voice not the deep timbre one might expect, but rather clear and slightly elevated. He was quite handsome, standing half a head shorter than Li Yan. Has the young Marquis truly wed? Indeed, the young Marquis and the young lady are united by imperial decree. It is undoubtedly true. Li Yan sensed something was off about Mu Qing today, though he could not pinpoint the exact cause. After all, the young Marquis had been carried back. How could he possibly have participated in a wedding ceremony? Mu Qing frowned, unwilling to acknowledge that Yuan Buwei was the young Marquis's wife. Another individual was questioning his identity. An imperial marriage decree means I must comply. If Vice General has doubts, you may approach the Emperor. If you were to be a couple, it is only right that you first honor heaven and earth and pay respects to your parents. The young Marquis has not yet performed these rites with you, so you cannot truly be considered husband and wife. Should it come to the Emperor's ears, you would have a valid argument. And shall I take my leave? Is Vice General to remain here to care for the young Marquis? Yuan Buwei chuckled softly, finding Mu Qing's demeanor peculiar, as he exhibited an inexplicable hostility towards her from the outset. I merely feel it inappropriate for you to tend to the young Marquis without having performed the wedding rites. While in the military camp, it was I and Vice General Li who attended to the young Marquis. After speaking, Mu Qing turned to Pei Qi. Dr. Pei, I kindly request your assistance in treating the young Marquis. Pei Qi had previously treated Mu Qing and Appo's grandmother, and now personally prepared her medications each month, which was why he agreed to accompany him. However, upon witnessing Pei Qi and Appo's disrespectful remarks toward his junior sister, he grew displeased. Vice General Mu Buwei is the Valley Master and Appo's most cherished disciple. Her medical skills far surpass my own. What? Mu Qing scrutinized Yuan Buwei and Appo's somewhat youthful visage, disbelief etched on his face. Brother, since you are here, please examine the young Marquis once more, so that Vice General Mu may be reassured. With the in-laws absent and the other party being of Lu Sui and Appo's affiliation, stirring trouble would yield no benefit for him. You three, please follow me. Lu Sui, who had been relatively calm, felt a rush of emotions upon seeing his trusted aide after a month apart. Li Yan, Mu Qing, young Marquis, both rushed to the bedside, dropping to their knees with heavy thuds. As hardened men who seldom shed tears, their eyes glistened at the sight of the immobile Lu Sui. Young Marquis, you have suffered greatly. I should have summoned the physician sooner. Mu Qing and Appo's voice trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks as he reached out a quivering hand to gently rest on Lu Sui's legs. Do you feel pain? The moment those words escaped his lips, a flicker of panic crossed Mu Qing and Appo's eyes. I should not have asked that. It and Appo's of no consequence. Without sensation, there is no pain. That is somewhat fortunate. Lu Sui's smile pierced Mu Qing's heart with pangs of agony. I traveled great distances to bring you a renowned physician from Yaowang Valley. With his care, you shall surely recover swiftly. Standing beside Yuan Buwei, Pei Qi was exasperated to the point of rolling his eyes. How did I not realize this person and Appo's single-mindedness before? Brother, please attend to the young Marquis. I will prepare dinner in the kitchen. Yuan Buwei noted Lu Sui's unnaturally stable demeanor in the presence of his subordinates, contrasting sharply with the temper he displayed towards her and her in-laws. Perhaps it was best not to bicker with the patient. Dr. Peg, Mu Qing called again, prompting Pei Qi to reluctantly approach. I am here. After a brief moment, Pei Qi cleared his throat. The young Marquis and Appo's injuries are healing well. Buwei has taken excellent care of him. Doctor, please examine the young Marquis more thoroughly. Vice General, I understand your skepticism towards Buwei and Appo's medical skills upon first meeting her. However, I have already conducted a thorough examination. I have also treated your family on several occasions. Do you not trust my words? Pei Qi, usually gentle and composed, felt his anger rising at Mu Qing's incessant doubts. Dr. Pei, you misunderstand. I certainly do not question your skills. It's that the young Marquis. Mu Qing glanced at Lu Sui but fell silent. He could rise again, but it would require time and perseverance. Even the most skilled physician needs the cooperation of the patient. Pei Qi was ready to depart. Very well. I shall seek out Buwei. Dr. Pei. As Pei Qi attempted to leave, Mu Qing quickly intercepted him. If the young Marquis can stand, what must we do to assist? Could you remain until he recovers? He will need at least 3 to 5 years to regain his strength. Are you suggesting I stay here for that duration? Dr. Pei, what do you mean? The young Marquis requires 3 to 5 years to stand again. Mu Qing and Appo's voice quivered, his complexion visibly paling. Surely that cannot be. Heaven would not be so cruel to the young Marquis. It is already a miracle that he has been granted his second chance at life. To hope for a few months of recuperation before returning to his previous vigor is unrealistic. Pei Qi shook his head. You are overly optimistic. Moreover, the art of medicine is not sorcery. It cannot simply wave away ailments with a flick of the wrist. Dr. Pei, you misinterpret my intentions. I certainly do not doubt your medical expertise. The young Marquis had lain in bed for a month without developing sores, remained clean and free of any foul odor, and had even gained weight, all due to the diligent care of Yuan Buwei. Yet, with a flippant remark, Pei Qi cast doubt upon her skills and dismissed her considerable efforts. Shaking his head, Pei Qi stated, Vice General Mu, I believe it best that we cease our associations henceforth. Mu Qing was taken aback. He knew full well that his grandmother and Appo's continued survival depended on Pei Qi and Appo's care. His fees were modest, yet the quality of his herbs was exceptional. If he were to cease treating her, how could she possibly endure? Dr. Pei, I did not mean. The harm had already been done. Could he remedy it now? Pei Qi's cold laugh echoed. You are the young Marquis's confidant, and it is only natural for you to protect him. Likewise, I am Buwei and Appo's elder brother, and will defend her in the same manner. As their exchange unfolded, Lian had already conveyed the earlier events to Lu Sui. Chapter 17. If you dare to force your way in, do not blame me for being uncivilized. Mu Qing. Apologize. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. Young lord. If it were not for Buwei's meticulous care over the past month, I fear I would not have awoken at all. As for whether I can stand, that is a matter for me alone. You need not worry yourself. Lu Sui and Appo's tone was harsh, his gaze frigid. It was the first time Mu Qing had lost his composure in front of outsiders. Internally, Mu Qing was filled with resentment. He had merely asked a few questions and had done no wrong. Yet, he could not defy the young lord's command. Reluctantly, he clasped his hands in apology to Physician Pei. Physician Pei, I spoke out of turn earlier. I hope you can overlook my indiscretion regarding my grandmother's illness. You apologize because it was the young lord and Appo's command. I can see that clearly. Had Mu Qing not mentioned his grandmother, the matter would have been settled. But by invoking her name, it was evident he apologized due to his earlier remark about ceasing her treatment. From his medicine box, Pei Qi produced a porcelain vial and handed it to Mu Qing. For the sake of the young lord, take this medicine. Your grandmother can use it when she is unwell to sustain her until you find her a new doctor. Physician Pei, my grandmother only trusts your medical skills. You cannot turn a blind eye to her suffering. Mu Qing was anxious, as his grandmother and Appo's life was at stake. The Valley of Medicinal Kings had 6 principles of non-treatment, one of which was that the arrogant would not receive care. After speaking, Pei Qi turned to leave without waiting for Mu Qing's response. He intended to comfort his junior sister, lest she, like in her childhood, hide away and weep when in distress. Once he departed, Lian spoke. When the young lady took my pulse earlier, she mentioned all my symptoms without me saying a word. Deputy Mu, the laws of Dezhou do not prohibit women from practicing medicine. You need not. Do you think I harbor ulterior motives and wish to make things difficult for Yuan Buwei? Mu Qing approached the bedside, displeased, and questioned Lian. Am I wrong to be cautious? You are my deputy. Your every word and action represents the swift wind camp. Moreover, Physician Pei is treating your grandmother. Now that you have offended him, what have you gained? Lu Sui rebuked Mu Qing. And what is the matter with you today? Why are your emotions so agitated? If you behave like this in the military, how can I trust you with important tasks? I am at fault. Mu Qing immediately knelt on one knee. Compared to being disliked by Physician Pei, he feared more the young lord's doubts about his competence. I have merely heard too many rumors and was genuinely worried about the young lord. Even if you're worried, I am in this state now. so you should not vent your frustrations on others. The young lord's admonition was clear, and Mu Qing acknowledged he would be more cautious with his words and actions in the future. He hesitated to finish, unable to utter the words in amp, oppose, young lady, and amp, oppose. There is no need to apologize to her. She is not so petty. Mu Qing furrowed his brow. Was the young lord implying that he himself was small-minded? Yet he was merely concerned for him, cared for him. Was that a fault? I understand. Yuan Buwei knew that Lu Sui had finally met with 2 trusted aides, and surely had much to discuss. Thus, she brought lunch to Lu Sui's room while she dined with Brother Qi in the dining hall, avoiding any awkwardness during the meal. Brother Qi comes to the capital every month to treat Deputy Mu's grandmother, yet he only charges a consultation fee. Yuan Buwei shook her head, realizing her cultivation was insufficient and that she needed to learn more from Brother Qi. You see, my ancestors also had warriors who fought bravely, but it was only in my grandfather and Oppo's generation that they turned to medicine. Therefore, upon learning of his identity, I found great admiration for him, but I did not expect that deep down. Pei Qi shook his head and shrugged. As your senior sister Xian, you would say, you're not a worm in his belly. How would you know what he is thinking? He is a deputy who has been through life and death, and it is only natural for him to be anxious about finding the young lord. Buwei, you have only been married to the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's household for a month. Why do you speak on behalf of outsiders? I am quite displeased. Pei Qi was not genuinely angry. He was teasing Yuan Buwei. If you do not eat, I shall leave it for Chun Xiang. Yuan Buwei winked at Pei Qi. His doubts are his own business. They have nothing to do with me. If I were to argue with him, would I not become like him? Furthermore, if this continues, the young lord will be put in a difficult position. His mood is already poor. Why should I exacerbate the conflict, ultimately causing myself distress? Pei Qi pondered for a moment before nodding. That is true. Moreover, being a man, he is naturally rough around the edges. It is indeed not worth quarreling with him. As for his grandmother, if the young lord speaks to me, I will make a visit, as a means of repaying the favor of finding the young lord. Yuan Buwei placed food into Pei Qi's bowl. Regardless of how well I relate to the young lord in private, in front of outsiders, we are united in interest. Quarreling would only provide them with laughter and might dishearten our in-laws. When they return, I want them to see the Wanning Marquis household in perfect order, and that the young lord is well cared for. In doing so, they will not only express their gratitude, but also bestow upon me greater authority. After all, I currently only possess the authority of the inner household. I have yet to even catch a glimpse of the properties under the Wanning Marquis. After finishing lunch, Pei Qi departed the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's household and returned to the Valley of Medicinal Kings. Yuan Buwei, as usual, came to change Lu Sui and Oppo's as bandages. However, she was stopped at the door by Mu Qing. The young lord is already retired. Just give me the medicine. Do you know how to change bandages? What difficulty is there in changing bandages? When I was in the military, I often treated the wounds of the injured. Mu Qing retorted defiantly. Though I am not a physician, I am familiar with common herbs. Several times, when soldiers fell ill, I gathered herbs for them. If others can change bandages, there are plenty in the Wanning Marquis household. I could easily appoint someone else. Why must I do it myself? How would I know? Though both were deputies, Li Yin was humble and polite, while Mu Qing regarded him with hostility, a hostility that felt personal, as if he were a rival in love. Could it be? He thought. Does he have some peculiar penchant? You do not know, so why should I heed your instructions? Besides, this is not the military. This is the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's household. Deputy Mu, do not lose your composure. Mu Qing was infuriated. Yuan Buwei's words seemed to flaunt her status as the young lord's wife, the mistress of the Wanning Marquis household. She, having grown up in the Valley of Medicinal Kings, was not a proper noblewoman, yet she behaved arrogantly, which was truly infuriating. I only heed the young lord and Oppo's as commands. If you dare to force your way in, do not blame me for being uncivilized. Chapter 18. Is it a fear of inciting the lady and Oppo's as heir? Very well. If you refuse me entry, and the young lord fails to change his dressing in a timely manner, leading to an infection and a high fever, that will be your fault. There is no need to be angry with him. Simply place the blame squarely upon him. I shall not disturb Deputy Mu any longer. With that, Yuan Buwei strode away without a backward glance. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't she be arguing her case with him? Lady, just a few steps into her departure, Li Yin emerged from the room, announcing, "The young lord wishes for you to come in." "Are you certain?" Yuan Buwei halted, turning to Li Yin with a questioning gaze. "Indeed, and besides, I am unaware of the young lord and oppose. As condition and dare not act hastily. I implore you, lady, to guide the deputy. In the future, let me handle the more laborious tasks like changing bedding and bathing, allowing you the time to manage affairs of the estate." Yuan Buwei recognized Li Yin as a competent deputy, one who possessed both intellect and respect for others. Very well. As she entered, she turned to Mu Qing. "You need not come in, lest you wish to voice your opinions again and disturb the peace." "You." Mu Qing was exasperated, intending to argue, but, upon meeting Li Yan's warning gaze, reluctantly withdrew. Inside the room, as Yuan Buwei tended to Lu Sui's wounds, she instructed Li Yin on certain considerations. "I will massage the young lord and amp, oppose, as limbs daily. Your strength is considerable. Warm your palms and massage him gently like this. Do not apply too much pressure. It should be even. On sunny days, I shall have steward ye carry the young lord outside to bask in the sun. It aids in his recovery." "Understood, my lady. I shall heed your advice. Take care of your own health as well. If you exhaust yourself caring for the young lord, it will yield no benefits." As she spoke, Yuan Buwei caught Lu Sui's deep gaze. "Why does he look at me so? Who is looking at you? Do not flatter yourself." Lu Sui scoffed lightly, turning his head to avoid her gaze. Li Yin was momentarily stunned. After years of observing the young lord, known for his pride and iron-fisted rule, he had never appeared so childlike before the lady. "Very well. If the young lord does not gaze upon me, I shall gaze upon you instead." Yuan Buwei smiled. "After consuming medicinal meals for so many days, shall we indulge in a different flavor tonight? Is there anything you desire?" "No need. Rarely do your two subordinates accompany you. You could converse with them beneath the moonlight." I said no need. Lu Sui was finally provoked by Yuan Buwei and Amp Oppo's insistence, but as he met her beaming smile, his fleeting anger dissipated. "Do not mind what Mu Qing said. He merely has that nature, devoid of malice." I had not taken it to heart, but now that the young lord mentions it, I shall consider it. Lu Sui furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Yuan Buwei, I merely wish to clarify. I am not siding with him, and I even had him apologize to your senior brother." Standing to the side, Li Yan's mind momentarily malfunctioned. What had he just heard? The young lord, typically unyielding and intolerant of dissent, was now explaining himself to the lady, even with a hint of fluster in his tone. Is he genuinely concerned about the lady and Amp Oppo's temper? Goodness, I must still be dreaming. My mind must be muddled. My point is, considering your presence, I would not have held it against him. But now that the young lord is clarified, I shall remember. If he dares to question me again, I shall inform him that I have the young lord and Oppo's support. If he is dissatisfied, let him take it up with you." Lu Sui paused, and in the next moment, felt an inexplicable warmth in his ears. Who? Who supports you? Yuan Buwei. Why do you always misinterpret my words? Is that not how I understood it? Yuan Buwei mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully before breaking into laughter. "Pray tell, young lord, what is your intent?" "What intent?" Lu Sui began to explain, but upon meeting Li Yan's wide-eyed stare, he found himself snapping. "What are you still doing here?" "Leave?" Li Yan, startled by the outburst, hurriedly exited, only to remember to bow as he reached the door. "I am at the door, lady. Should you require anything, simply call for me." "Deputy Li, you have not fully recovered from your injuries. Why must the young lord raise his voice at you?" "I did not." Lu Sui protested. "Is that so?" Li Yan wished he were deaf and blind at that moment, but upon exiting, nearly collided with Mu Qing. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Mu Qing's eyes flickered with embarrassment. As Li Yan closed the door, he caught sight of Yuan Buwei's shadow leaning over Lu Sui, her brow slightly furrowed, hands gradually tightening into fists. "I shall seek a physician tomorrow. I refuse to believe that in all of Dezhou, there is not a single doctor capable of healing the young lord." "Mu Qing, the young lord is not incapable of standing. It is merely a process." Even if you summoned every doctor into Zhao, it would serve no purpose if he does not wish to stand. After listening to the lady's explanation and that of physician Pei, Li Yin understood that the young lord's recovery required his own willingness. Otherwise, no amount of persuasion would yield results. Yet, 3 to 5 years is a lengthy span, and no one can predict what may transpire in that time. What do you propose? Should the young lord rise in a single night and lead us back to take revenge? Being ambushed by enemy forces was a disgrace to the young lord. Should he not seek vengeance for us? Mu Qing stared blankly at Li Yin, whose gaze had grown cold. Li Yin, do not forget that if not for my insistence, the young lord would not have returned. I have never denied your determination, and everyone appreciates it. However, consider this. The young lord ventured forth with many, yet returned alone. Without adequate preparation, if he were to penetrate the enemy's territory, he might not be as fortunate this time. It is different. This time I will accompany him, and I will protect him. Mu Qing, I believe you need to calm down. I will care for the young lord well. I shall remain. Mu Qing interrupted Li Yin. I cannot rest easy with you alone. Your decision to stay is not for me to determine. I am the young lord's deputy. Wherever he goes, I shall follow, and I require no one as permission. Li Yin, usually composed, felt a surge of frustration. Deputy Mu, Deputy Mu. At that moment, Steward Yi hurried in. The Mu residence has sent word. Your grandmother has suddenly taken ill and requests your immediate return home. Grandmother has been well of late. How could she suddenly fall ill? Panic gripped Mu Qing, recalling that physician Pei had left not long ago. She quickly turned to Li Yin. Can you hasten to bring physician Pei back? He has not been gone long. You should be able to catch him. Chapter 19. Are you afraid? Li Yin, Mu Qing has lost his memory, and physician Pei is quite displeased with him. Yet, he still wants me to pursue him. Li Yin, speak up. Mu Qing, seeing Li Yin's silence, grew anxious. I asked you to chase him because your equestrian skills are commendable in your horse. But I bear injuries. Riding would only exacerbate my wounds. Li Yin is not foolish. Even if he manages to catch up, if physician Pei refuses to return, he would suffer injuries and be blamed by Mu Qing. That would be quite unwise. Did not physician Pei give you a vial of medicine? You might as well return and check on your grandmother's condition. If it proves necessary, the physicians at various medical establishments in the capital are quite skilled. You don't understand. My grandmother only recognizes physician Pei and Oppo's expertise. Forget it. If you refuse to assist me, I shall find a way on my own. With that, Mu Qing followed Butler Yi away. Left behind, Li Yin felt disheveled by the wind. Does Mu Qing truly believe that it was he who defied the odds to find the young Marquis, allowing him to survive? Has he grown conceited? Their voices were raised, and even without opening the door, Yuan Buwei and Lu Sui within the room could hear them clearly. Deputy Li informed me that you were found because Deputy Mu insisted on searching for you. It was merely a stroke of luck that Deputy Li found you first. Upon returning to the capital, Deputy Mu did not take the time to recuperate at home before heading to Yaowang Valley to locate my elder martial brother. This demonstrates. Yuan Buwei exchanged glances with Lu Sui, who revealed no emotion. He is not only loyal to you, but also deeply cares for you. Therefore, should he approach me, I could assist in tending to his grandmother's ailment. No need for that. Yuan Buwei raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by Lu Sui's response. He is. If we must be precise, when he first entered the military camp, his reclusive nature led to numerous conflicts, each time requiring my mediation. Furthermore, during battles, I saved him at least 5 times, while Li Yin rescued him 3 or 4 times. Eventually, feeling inadequate, he returned to the camp and devoted himself to rigorous training, gaining practical experience, which allowed him to gradually ascend to the position of deputy. Li Yin, on the other hand, has always been a scion of the Wanning Marquis. So, you ventured deep into enemy territory alone, fully aware that you might not return? Yuan Buwei, upon realizing this, looked at Lu Sui with newfound understanding. Before you set off, you were already aware of the imperial decree regarding the marriage. The young Marquis did not anticipate that you would resist the Emperor and Oppos, as willing to fight with your life. Such integrity inspires my admiration. As Yuan Buwei uttered the phrase, fully aware that you might not return, Lu Sui felt a surge of tension. When she continued, saying that she admired him, his heart leapt to his throat. She respects me? Yuan Buwei, are you mocking me? Lu Sui gritted his teeth. He could not apply normal reasoning to decipher Yuan Buwei and Appo's as thoughts. Young Marquis, I assure you, I genuinely hold you in high regard. My venture into enemy lines was born from the countless battles fought without finding a breakthrough. My intention was simple, to take the enemy leader's head and, through this accomplishment, petition the emperor to retract his decree. I refuse to marry a woman I have never even met. Moreover, I could die on the battlefield at any moment, leaving her a widow, wasting her life. That would be profoundly unjust to her. This was a sentiment Lu Sui had long wished to express to his parents, but had never found the appropriate moment. Unexpectedly, he articulated it effortlessly before Yuan Buwei. Your words, young Marquis, have granted me a fresh perspective on you, and I now understand why you have remained despondent for a month. Yuan Buwei observed the confusion in Lu Sui's eyes and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, You are afraid. Those 4 words instantly rendered Lu Sui tense. His pupils constricting. Yuan Buwei straightened, taking in the subtle shifts on Lu Sui's face. Yuan Buwei, do not presume that a month of caring for me enables you to fathom my thoughts. My early remarks were merely intended to. Have you considered that if the emperor bestows a marriage decree and you compel him to retract it with military accomplishments, what if he agrees? You will be free. But what about me? I'm already disregarded by my parents, and if you annul our engagement, I would be subjected to scorn for a lifetime. To appease gossip, my parents might hastily arrange another marriage for me. If my future husband possesses a conscience, I might endure. If not, do you think he would refrain from using this against me? Most critically, this could affect the unmarried sisters of our clan. If the male counterpart faces any dissatisfaction, might he not emulate your actions? Lu Sui was rendered speechless, his face paling at Yuan Buwei and Appo's words. You desire to avoid an arranged marriage. And so do I. However, with the emperor's decree, and you pressuring him to comply, do you not fear he might retaliate in the future? Yuan Buwei scoffed. Do you genuinely believe the emperor grants marriage decrees lightly? Logically, the Wanning Marquis is affluent, and you are a youthful general with your own military camp at the age of 17. How could he choose a daughter from a 5th-rank official in Appo's family for you? The capital is filled with daughters from noble families. In terms of lineage, I wouldn't even rank at the end. At this, Lu Sui fell into complete silence. Since we have already become husband and wife, we must contemplate the path ahead. I have mentioned that as long as you cooperate with me, it is merely a matter of time before you rise. Regarding the affairs of the Wanning Marquis, as long as you place your trust in me, I shall manage it well, ensuring you have no worries. Yuan Buwei, have you truly capitulated so easily? Do you not find it awkward to be thrust together with someone with whom you share no affection, seeing each other daily? Furthermore, having grown up in Yaowang Valley, surrounded by so many senior brothers and disciples, have you not found anyone you fancy? Have you truly resigned yourself to this fate? Historically, a woman is expected to obey, at home to her father, in marriage to her husband, and after his death to her son. Given my current capabilities, resisting this would only lead to public scorn. As for your desire to be the one to challenge this, your outcome would likely not be any better. Yuan Buwei's words pierced Lu Sui's heart like daggers. Yet, they also deepened his understanding of her. Thus, your devoted care for me is fundamentally for your own benefit? My senior sister once said, a husband's appearance is a wife's pride. What did you say? When she noticed Lu Sui's stunned expression, Yuan Buwei continued, but I wish to amend that. What describes our current relationship is that a husband's trust is a wife's confidence. Even if we lack affection, our lives together need not be too bleak. At the very least, aside from love, we possess everything else. Moreover, young Marquis, you ought to prioritize your achievements, as your aspiration is to become a national hero. How do you know this? Lu Sui was astonished. Chapter 20. Is this your attitude when seeking help? Yi, the steward, stated this. What? Lu Sui initially believed that Yi was merely exchanging pleasantries with Yuan Buwei, only to discover he was speaking the truth. Do not harbor resentment towards Yi. Over the past month, he has diligently assisted me in familiarizing myself with the Ning Marquis residence, never once voicing a complaint. In fact, Lu Sui had sensed this earlier, mistakenly believing that Ye's demeanor towards Yuan Buwei was a result of his father's prior admonition. Yuan Buwei, you have spoken so much that my head is spinning. It's nothing. We have ample time ahead, and you will eventually grasp what I say. Yuan Buwei tucked the covers around Lu Sui, saying, sleep now. I shall step out for a moment. Yuan Buwei. What is it? Regarding the marriage proposal. I indeed only consider myself. I owe you an apology. Lu Sui felt an overwhelming need to express regret. I accept your apology, but do not let it happen again. Yuan Buwei chided playfully, her tone akin to that of a parent soothing a child, causing Lu Sui and Oppo's face to flush crimson. Yuan Buwei, I am your husband. Why do you persist in treating me like a child? Oh, did you not say that since we have not held a formal ceremony, we are not truly married? Lu Sui and Oppo's expression stiffened, wishing he could slap himself for such a blunder. How unfortunate that she would mention that. Upon reflection, I find merit in your words. If my parents approve of you, and you hold the keys to the household, then you are, what? Yuan Buwei's keen eyes noticed Lu Sui and Oppo's ears reddening. He appeared to be easily embarrassed. Lu Sui struggled to articulate his thoughts. There are no outsiders here, and if you do not express your thoughts, how shall I understand your heart? When my parents return and see you in such a despondent state, they will surely blame me for failing to care for you. What I mean is, you shall henceforth be my wife. As long as you do not commit any fundamental errors, I shall support you. Is that acceptable? As Lu Sui finished speaking, he met Yuan Buwei's beaming gaze, causing his face to burn with embarrassment. If the young Marquis wishes to support me, he must first stand tall. Otherwise, he holds no authority in the eyes of others. Lu Sui was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure to glare at her. Yuan Buwei, do not overstep. Such flattery from the young Marquis. Late at night, Yuan Buwei, already nestled in bed, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks. With sleepy eyes, Xiang opened the door to reveal Yi, the steward, instantly shaking off her drowsiness. Yi, is it the young Marquis? It is not the young Marquis. It is. Yi paused before continuing. Deputy Mu and Oppo's grandmother has collapsed from a heated argument with her daughter-in-law. Deputy Mu administered medicine for physician pay, but it yielded no results. Many doctors have examined her and advised the Mu family to prepare for the worst. Deputy Mu is now kneeling at the young Marquis's door. Having risen, Yuan Buwei instructed Xiang, fetch my medicine box. Madam, you aren't planning to visit the Mu family, are you? We cannot trouble the young Marquis. But Deputy Mu does not regard you as the young madam and has spoken disrespectfully to you. Xiang retorted angrily. You must not endure humiliation for the young Marquis. Yet, we cannot allow the young Marquis to be placed in a difficult position, Yuan Buwei replied with a smile. Hurry and fetch the medicine box. Yuan Buwei was unconcerned about how Mu Qing perceived her. She sought only Lu Sui's attitude. Young Marquis, I understand. Upon reaching Lu Sui's door, Yuan Buwei found Mu Qing kneeling on the ground, weeping, while Li Yin stood nearby, wearing an expression of distress. The young Marquis is asleep. Let us not disturb him. Deputy Mu, I shall accompany you. Mu Qing turned to look at Yuan Buwei, surprise evident in his eyes. What are you doing here? Are you not here to plead with the young Marquis for assistance for your grandmother? Or do you wish for the young Marquis to rise and tend to her himself? Yuan Buwei found amusement in Mu Qing and Oppo's words. I seek the young Marquis because... Madam, Mu Qing seeks the young Marquis because he is acquainted with the imperial physician, yet the young Marquis has just stated that it is quite late, and the physician may not be willing to make a house call. Li Yin quickly interjected, fearing Mu Qing and Oppo's words might provoke Yuan Buwei and Oppo's ire. With at least 4 hours until dawn, Deputy Mu, will you continue kneeling here, or will you take me to attend to your grandmother? The longer we delay, the greater the danger to her. A flicker of hesitation crossed Mu Qing and Oppo's face, but then he realized that if Yuan Buwei failed to remedy his grandmother and Oppo's condition, it would reveal her as a fraud. He could then leverage this to distance her from the young Marquis. subsequently finding a better physician to ensure Lu Sui stood again within 6 months. Very well. Mu Qing sprang to his feet, an air of arrogance about him. I too wish to see what skills physician Pei's apprentice possesses. Mu Qing, a moment ago you were in tears, and now you are so lofty. Is this how one seeks help? Li Yan's impression of Mu Qing continued to decline. Madam, I shall accompany you as well. It is beneficial to have another for support. Agreed. With Li Yan's presence, she felt reassured that he could speak on her behalf if necessary, while preventing Mu Qing from embellishing the truth before Lu Sui. The Mu residence was quite distant from the Wangning Marquis and Oppo's estate, requiring a brisk half-hour ride. Upon entering the Mu estate, a heavy, sorrowful atmosphere enveloped them. Upon reaching Mu Qing and Oppo's grandmother's chamber, they found it filled with people, the air thick with quiet sobs. Father. Mu Qing hastened towards his father. I have brought the doctor. Qing and Oppo's. Do not disturb her. So many doctors have declared your grandmother beyond saving. We should cease our efforts. No, father. The person I brought is Physician Pei and Oppo's apprentice. She claims to have a solution. Physician Pei and Oppo's apprentice? Mu and Oppo's father looked up at the young woman approaching him, shaking his head. No, only Physician Pei can treat your grandmother. His temper is peculiar. How can he refuse treatment? Yuan Buwei smiled, glancing at the downcast Mu Qing. She had not mentioned her status as Lu Sui's wife, nor the reason for Physician Pei's departure, finding it quite amusing. Master Mu, my surname is Yuan. I grew up alongside Master Qi. There are numerous matters in the valley that keep him occupied. However, he has informed me of your mother and Oppo's condition. Since I am here, allow me to conduct an examination. Perhaps there is hope for her yet? Mu Qing looked at Yuan Buwei with displeasure, questioning how she could speak such falsehoods. When had Physician Pei ever shared his grandmother's condition with her? Mu's father pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, Dr. Yuan, please come in. Chapter 21. I knew you had malicious intent upon entering. One is greeted by a throng of people. My lord, who is this? Yuan Buwei inquired, observing the woman approaching Mu's father. She bore a resemblance to Mu Qing, suggesting she was Mu's mother. I am a junior apprentice of Physician Pei. I learned of Madame Mu's deteriorating condition and came specifically to assess her. I have encountered Physician Pei numerous times, yet I was unaware he had a junior apprentice. Mu's mother replied, her words laced with skepticism, her gaze equally doubtful. My senior brother prefers not to discuss personal matters with the families of patients. It is understandable for you to question me, but may I first examine Madame Mu's condition? Yuan Buwei now comprehended why Mu Qing was so prone to speaking her mind. Like mother, like daughter. My lord, if she were a junior apprentice of Physician Pei's, that would be acceptable, but a junior sister. Mu's mother furrowed her brow. What reputable woman would study medicine, exposing herself to the public and sharing space with men? Such remarks were commonplace throughout Yuan Buwei's medical career, and she had grown accustomed to them. Madame Mu, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. It may necessitate loosening clothing. Women, out of modesty, might miss the opportune moment for treatment. However, if confronted by a female physician, would they not feel more at ease? Furthermore, women are often more meticulous and capable of tending to a patient's emotions. This is the essence of a female physician's existence. Madame Mu's countenance shifted between red and pale. She merely posed a slight inquiry, yet Yuan Buwei insisted on debating her in front of so many. My lord, I reiterate, if we are to examine her, let us do so now, or I shall take my leave. Let her examine her. Mu Qing interjected. Father, mother, Dr. Yuan has arrived. Allow her to assist grandmother. With all of you speaking, it seems as though I am the villain, obstructing the doctor from treating my mother-in-law. Madame Mu lamented, tears welling up as she spoke. I have cared for her throughout these years of illness. Madame Mu, delaying further will render even divine intervention futile. Yuan Buwei interrupted, unable to endure Madame Mu and Oppo's theatrics. Madame Mu paused, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes, reluctantly stepping aside. Yuan Buwei swiftly approached the bedside, and the maid-servant lifted the curtain, revealing the pallid visage of Madame Mu. She promptly opened her medicine box, placing a herbal pillow beneath Madame Mu's wrist, and began to take her pulse. Mu Qing stood anxiously nearby, awaiting the outcome. 5 minutes later, Yuan Buwei looked up and inquired, "Do you still have a prescription that physician Qi provided earlier? If so, may I see it?" "Yes, I will fetch it now." "Isn't this a medical consultation? Why must we also review the prescription?" Madame Mu muttered. If Madame Mu had adhered strictly to the prescription and completed the course without fail, we would not be facing this predicament, Yuan Buwei replied. Thus, I must examine physician Qi and Appo's as prescription. If the prescription is sound, then it is likely that Madame Mu has neglected her medication, or Yuan Buwei hesitated, recalling that steward you mentioned a quarrel between Madame Mu and her daughter-in-law. Her gaze lingering on Madame Mu, a smile playing on her lips. "What are you looking at?" Madame Mu retorted, her displeasure evident. Yet she refrained from expressing it in front of her family. "The prescription has arrived." Yuan Buwei accepted the document from Mu Qing, and upon reviewing it, remarked, "Madame Mu and Appo's pulse is slow and tense, fluctuating between faint and strong. She is in a state of post-anger fatigue, with stagnation of liver qi and impeded circulation of blood. Therefore, physician Qi prescribed tonifying remedies and would have advised Madame Mu to avoid anger. Logically speaking, if she had consistently taken her medicine and maintained a cheerful disposition, her condition should have gradually improved. Why, then, has she remained bedridden? Grandmother does have a fiery temper, yet she does not lose her temper indiscriminately. Is it possible she harbors other issues that you have overlooked? Mu Qing, with a smattering of herbal knowledge, hastily drew conclusions, or are you merely putting on a show, deliberately stalling for time? Do I harbor a grudge against you, Deputy Mu? Mu Qing furrowed her brow. No. Then why would I delay and jeopardize your grandmother's health? Yuan Buwei retorted coolly, retrieving her needle case and preparing to insert several silver needles into Madame Mu. Just as she was about to begin, Mu Qing intervened. What are you doing? Stimulating the acupuncture points to promote the flow of qi and blood, allowing your grandmother to awaken. You believe a few silver needles can rouse her from her stupor? Yuan Buwei now grasped why Madame Mu had such a fiery temper. Surrounded by a group of pretenders only served to amplify chaos during a critical moment. She was fortunate not to have succumbed to frustration. You profess to be concerned for your grandmother, yet your actions do not convey such worry. Rather, you continually obstruct me. Yuan Buwei expressed her bewilderment at Mu Qing and Appo's reasoning. Well, have I ever impeded you? Mu Qing snapped. I'm merely seizing the moment of Mu Qing's distraction. Yuan Buwei swiftly inserted the needles into Madame Mu. What are you doing? Mu Qing seized Yuan Buwei and Appo's wrist, forcefully throwing her aside and leaning down to check on her grandmother. Grandmother, please wake up. It is me, King und Appo's heir. Fortunately, Yuan Buwei maintained her balance and did not fall. Observing the Mu family converge around the bed, they began another round of lamentations. She calculated the time it would take for Madame Mu to awaken. After several calls from Mu Qing yielded no response, she hesitated to remove the needles from Madame Mu's head. In an instant, her worry morphed into anger, and she turned to Yuan Buwei. I knew you had ulterior motives. You approached me to ensnare my grandmother. Yuan Buwei was taken aback. Silence is acquiescence? Mu Qing seemed to have found a weakness, her eyes burning with fury as she accused Yuan Buwei. How could you be so malicious? If you have grievances with me, why must you target my grandmother? She has awakened. Mother has awakened. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice of astonishment rang out from behind. Yuan Buwei observed Mu Qing and Appo's stunned expression, smirking. Your grandmother has awakened. Do you not wish to see? No, it cannot be. Mu Qing, disbelieving, nonetheless turned towards the bed, and when she met her grandmother and Appo's affectionate gaze, her nose tinged with emotion. Grandmother, you have finally awakened. King und Appo's heir. Madame Mu struggled to lift her hand, caressing Mu Qing and Appo's face. I am well. Yuan Buwei slowly approached the bedside, addressing the gathering. Would you kindly make way? I need to retrieve the needles from Madame Mu. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly stepped aside. Who are you? Madame Mu questioned, scrutinizing the young woman before her. I am a junior apprentice of physician Pei, and my surname is Yuan. Yuan Buwei introduced herself with a smile. Do you currently have any discomfort? Chapter 22. Why cast filth upon me? Madame Mu took several deep breaths, her eyes wide in astonishment. Strange, she mused. Every time I breathe, I feel a heavy constriction in my chest, yet now it flows so smoothly. Who would have thought that the disciple of the esteemed physician Qi possesses such remarkable medical skills? Thank you. It seems there are still rational individuals in the Mu family. Your recovery requires patience, particularly in avoiding anger, Yuan Buwei advised, gently removing the silver needles from her head. Otherwise, no matter how skilled the physician, it would be of little benefit. I shall prescribe a herbal remedy for you to take for half a month. You need not lie down every day. You may stroll in the courtyard and bask in the sun. With a pleasant mood, your illness will surely improve swiftly. Having been ill for an extended period, Madame Mu had encountered numerous doctors, most of whom would immediately declare the severity of her condition and prescribe exceedingly bitter medicines, which yielded no improvement. Over time, this bred a sense of rebellion within her towards these physicians, until she met Physician Pei, whose humor and congeniality always uplifted her spirits, leading her to exclusively seek his treatment. Thank you, Dr. Yuan. Your words bring me much joy, akin to those of Physician Pei. Madame Mu smiled as she turned to her son. Song and Appos, go to the treasury and provide Dr. Yuan with some silver. At once, replied Mu Tsong, the obedient only son of Madame Mu. Yuan Buwei handed the prescription to Mu Qing. The herbs I prescribed are available at all major pharmacies. Simply visit one you frequent. Mu Qing glanced at the list of herbs, noting that they were all ordinary and affordable. Why does your prescription differ from Physician Pei and Appos? Can these common herbs truly cure grandmother and Appos' ailment? If you doubt me, feel free to consult the imperial physician. After all, your grandmother has awakened, Yuan Buwei replied, disinterested in further debate with Mu Qing. Just as she was about to leave, Madame Mu called her back. Dr. Yuan, please wait. Is there something else, Madame Mu? Madame Mu surveyed the onlookers gathered around her bedside. Since I have awakened, you may all disperse. Grandmother, you've just regained consciousness, Mu Foreign began, only to be interrupted coldly by Madame Mu. What? Are you displeased to see me awake? Do you wish to give me another fright? What do you mean, mother? Mu Foreign was taken aback, feeling humiliated before everyone. I'm merely concerned for you. You think you can dictate my life by sending me to the old residence to recuperate? Madame Mu scoffed. As long as I draw breath. This household is not for you to command. Now leave. Mu Foreign trembled at her mother-in-law's rebuke, her heart swelling with resentment. But Mu Qing quickly intervened. Mother, let's go. Do not provoke grandmother further. Mu Qing, you leave. The entire room emptied. After a sigh, Madame Mu continued, I actually have a grandson who, since childhood, has been frail and sickly. The imperial physicians predicted he would not live beyond 30, so at 5, he was sent to the old residence to regain his health. It has been nearly a decade and a half now. Each time I think of him, my heart feels heavy. Coupled with the lingering ailments from my youth on the battlefield, my health has deteriorated further. Madame Mu fought on the battlefield in her youth? Yuan Buwei pondered deeply. In her previous life, Jiang Weiming had been reassigned to the capital not long after being favored by the emperor, accumulating many enemies. To ensure his standing in court, she attended various banquets, delivering medicinal dishes and tonics to the noble ladies. As her reputation grew with the increasing number of healed women, she was eventually invited to the palace to treat the concubines. She recalled one occasion while treating a loquacious noblewoman who spoke of the Mu family's misfortunes. It was said that the eldest grandson had perished in the old residence, but Mu Lei was too fearful to inform his wife, leading to an inadvertent revelation at a family banquet. This news devastated Madame Mu, causing her to succumb to the shock. The noblewoman lamented. Madame Mu fought bravely alongside her husband in many campaigns, yet after his death, she succumbed to illness and could not protect her eldest grandson. At that time, Yuan Buwei was unfamiliar with the Mu family, merely echoing the sentiments without much thought. Upon returning home, when she mentioned this to Jiang Weiming, he forbade her from discussing the affairs of others. Little did she know, the Mu family mentioned by the noblewoman was indeed Mu Qing's family. Calculating the timeline, Yuan Buwei considered that if someone were sent to retrieve the Mu family's eldest grandson now, and he received proper care, perhaps his life could be spared. Madame Mu, I cannot interfere in your family and Oppo's matters, but if a normal person lives alone in the old residence, unable to reunite with family during festivals, it is only a matter of time before they fall ill. And considering your grandson is also unwell, you must be aware of how he is treated, what he eats, and whether the servants respect him. Only he knows the true nature of his existence. Madame Mu was momentarily stunned. Then a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. Dr. Yuan, if I were to bring him back, would you be willing to examine him? Physician pay is always in a rush, so I have hesitated to ask. I reside in the capital. Once you retrieve him, have Vice General Mu contact me. Yuan Buwei responded, harboring respect for Madame Mu, who fought valiantly like a man in battle, aligning with her ideals. Thus, she was willing to assist her grandson. Very well. I shall have Tsong'er bring him back tomorrow. My courtyard is spacious. He shall stay with me. You must also take care of your health. Only when you are well can this family truly thrive. Yuan Buwei remarked as she rose. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Please rest well, Madame Mu. Thank you, Dr. Yuan. Travel safely, Madame Mu replied, cherishing the rare connection she found with this young woman. She wondered from which family she hailed, and if she had a suitor. As she pondered, sleep overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. At the entrance of the Wanning Marquis, Yuan Buwei dismounted from the carriage and promptly returned the silver given by Mu Leoi to Mu Qing. You saved the young Marquis's life, and I saved your grandmother's. We are even. Mu Qing was taken aback. What do you mean? Do you not understand plain speech? In the Mu family, I accorded you respect, but here, on my own ground, there's no need for it. You are the vice general of the young Marquis, yet you have spoken to me with such disrespect multiple times. An uninformed outsider might think you act on the Marquis and Oppo's orders. What would the emperor think if this were to reach his ears? Yuan Buwei expected that her words would prompt Mu Qing to acknowledge the gravity of the situation. Instead, he became indignant. I have fought alongside the young Marquis time and again. You have not even bowed to him. Why cast such slander upon me? Chapter 23. The Jiang family, as a host of vampires, you ought to be grateful for having fought alongside the young lord through thick and thin. Otherwise, you would lack the opportunity to stand before me and utter such nonsense. As my esteemed senior sister once articulated, one can be kind-hearted, yet must not lack a certain sharpness. Blindly giving, yielding, and compromising not only leads to a loss of self, but can also backfire, making others perceive you as lacking principles and boundaries, ultimately depriving you of the respect you deserve. Thus, over the years, Yuan Buwei has adhered to this principle in her conduct. Mu Qing, you have gone too far. At a crucial moment, Li Yin interjected, stating that even if you deny their union on the basis that the young lord and the young mistress have not yet wed, you cannot dismiss the care the young mistress has shown the young lord over the past month. Mu Qing was at a loss for words. It was so remarkable. Even the most ordinary physician from the imperial hospital possesses superior medical skills compared to Yuan Buwei. It is getting late. I shall return home now and come again tomorrow. No need for that. What gives you the right to bar my entry? I do not welcome you. For those who cannot comprehend plain speech, one must speak quite bluntly. Yuan Buwei, by what authority do you? Simply because the young mistress is the mistress of the Wanning Marquis, endowed with the household key bestowed by the lady herself. Yuan Buwei turned to see the furious steward Yi striding swiftly from within. Realizing this was the first time she had witnessed his anger. You, a deputy general, disregard the young mistress, which equates to disrespecting the Wanning Marquis. When the master returns, I shall certainly report this matter to him. Although the Wanning Marquis now live a life of leisure at home, he contributed significantly when Lu Sui established the military camp, and many of the current soldiers are his men. Thus, while the subordinates may appear loyal to Lu Sui, their true allegiance lies with the Wanning Marquis. Once the stewardess' words were spoken, Mu Qing's ire was thoroughly extinguished. Yet he remained exceedingly disgruntled, ultimately storming away in frustration. Young mistress, I apologize on behalf of Mu Qing. He is not like this in the military. Li Yin was also perplexed by the situation. May I inquire further about how Deputy Mu treats the young lord in the military? What aspect does the young mistress refer to? Lian did not grasp her meaning. For instance, the nature of their interactions. Yuan Buwei endeavored to phrase her inquiry delicately to prevent Li Yin from overthinking and drawing erroneous conclusions. Mu Qing prefers solitude. Aside from training, he practices alone, and he has not interacted much with the young lord. However, the young lord's performance on the battlefield is such that anyone who witnesses it cannot help but admire him. Yuan Buwei believed Li Yan's words, for she observed the light in his eyes when he spoke of Lu Sui. I understand. It is getting late. Let us retire for the evening. Young mistress, I received a visiting card today. Upon entering, Steward Yi stated while handing the card to Yuan Buwei. It is from the family of the young lord's mother. They have learned of his situation and wish to visit the residence. Upon reviewing the card, Yuan Buwei noted that it resembled more of a notification than an invitation. In her previous life, Yuan Jinse had never cared for Lu Sui even for a single day, completely unaware of the family of Lu Sui and Appo's mother. With the in-laws absent, would it not be inappropriate for me to host them? Yuan Buwei closed the card, suggesting they wait for her in-laws to return. Young mistress, in fact, the family wished to visit just 3 days after the young lord and amp, Appo's return. However, at that time, the lady dismissed them, claiming the young lord was yet to awaken. After the master and mistress went out, they did not come again, only to unexpectedly send a visiting card. Steward Yi appeared troubled, adding, "It is also my fault. I should have been more observant. Seeing your troubled expression, could it be that this Jiang family—" Young mistress, the Jiang family is a band of vampires. Li Yin, who had been listening, expressed his indignation. They leveraged their connection as the young lord and amp, Appo's maternal relatives, to seek his assistance whenever they encounter trouble, demanding money and even attempting to arrange a marriage between the young lord and his cousin, claiming it would strengthen their ties, but in truth, they merely wish to control the young lord. Can the young lord not see through them? Of course, he can see clearly. However, the Jiang family are his mother's kin, thus also his own. If he were to neglect them, he fears he would have no explanation to offer his wife in the afterlife. Li Yin sighed, revealing that though the young lord is decisive on the battlefield, he harbors deep loneliness within. I understand. Let us keep this matter to ourselves, and let us not speak of it in front of the young lord to spare him any sorrow. Yuan Buwei empathized with Lu Sui, recalling her own past sentiments towards her family, believing that if she invested a little more, they would treat her better. The reality proved that they merely saw her as a soft target, taking advantage of her kindness. Steward Yi, prepare more vegetarian dishes in the kitchen for tomorrow, and ensure they are indeed vegetarian. Additionally, select some inconspicuous items from the storeroom that merely take up space, clean them thoroughly, and package them elegantly. Upon hearing this, Steward Yi's eyes lit up. Young mistress, I comprehend. Rest assured, when you arise tomorrow, I shall have everything arranged. I trust you to handle matters well. Yuan Buwei smiled, turning to the wide-eyed Li Yin. Deputy Li, have you encountered members of the Jiang family often? Only a few times. I doubt they even remember who I am. Very well. Prepare yourself tomorrow and present a more spirited appearance. Since you bear injuries and cannot wear armor, bring your dagger instead. Remember, regardless of what they say tomorrow, you must remain silent and do just one thing. What is that? Gaze at them with an expressionless glare. Li Yin? Yuan Buwei smiled slyly. Tomorrow, you will find out. Now, let us return to rest and disband. The following day, while changing Lu Sui and amp, Appo's bandages and feeding him, Yuan Buwei mentioned the Jiang family and amp, Appo's visiting card. Uncle and aunt are coming? Yuan Buwei, why did you not inform me sooner? I returned late last night after a long day, and Steward Yi only showed me the card then. Rest assured, young lord, I have made all arrangements and will not neglect them. Yuan Buwei smiled as she wiped Lu Sui and amp, Appo's chin, saying, when they arrive, I shall lead them to see you. No. Without a moment in amp, Appo's hesitation, Lu Sui rejected the idea. In my current state, I cannot allow them to see me. Are you afraid they will be upset? Yuan Buwei asked deliberately. Lu Sui remained silent, turning towards the inner bed. If they insist on visiting, you may concoct any excuse. I simply do not wish to see them at this time. Understood. Yuan Buwei chose not to press further. Then, young lord, do rest well. Should I encounter any situation I cannot handle, I shall seek your counsel. The visiting card indicated they would arrive punctually at the hour of Chun. However, when Steward Yi awaited them, it was not until the hour of C that the Jiang family's carriage finally appeared on the horizon. Chapter 24. Dare to lay a hand on my sister-in-law. With a slight bow, Yi Qian assisted the visiting Jiang family members down from their carriage, addressing them as uncle, aunt, and cousin. Why have you come alone? Well, the woman that Sui married, inquired Sun Xiong, aunt of Lu Sui, who, perhaps fearing the passage of time, adorned herself extravagantly to prevent being lost in the crowd. Beside her stood her daughter, Jiang Yuzhen, equally ostentatiously dressed. Upon learning of your impending visit, the young madam busied herself early this morning at home. She is currently in the young master's room, attending to his wound, Yi Qian replied, adhering to the young madam and aunt, Oppos, as prior instructions. At least she has some sense, Sun Xiong huffed, noticing Yi Qian lagging behind and expressing her displeasure. Why aren't you here to assist me? Every time the Jiang family visited, particularly Madame Jiang, they insisted on having Yi Qian at their service. To outsiders, one might mistake Yi Qian for a servant of the Jiang family. Yet, Yi Qian understood that Madame Jiang harbored jealousy towards the young madam, but refrained from creating trouble, thus resorting to sending him instead. Mother, do you think Cousin Sui will be able to stand again? As soon as they entered the door, Jiang Yuzhen could not suppress her curiosity, adding, if he can and oppose, wouldn't I suffer if I were to marry into the family? You foolish child. He has a legitimate wife to care for him. He hardly needs your assistance, her mother replied. Mother, you don and damp, oppose. Do you mean to suggest I become a concubine, do you? Jiang Yuzhen pouted, her displeasure evident. I am a legitimate daughter of a noble family. How could I ever be a concubine? Your foolishness is beyond comprehension. You are cousins with Sui. Should he marry you, it would strengthen the family bond. You alone could be his legitimate wife. As for Yuan Buwei, she is merely the daughter of a fifth-rank official. Lu Sui could easily take her as a concubine, Madame Jiang explained, patting her daughter and amp, oppose, hand. Just prepare to enjoy a life of luxury. Yuan Buwei anticipated the Jiang family and oppose arrogance, but she never expected them to audaciously speak as if they owned the territory of the Wanning Marquis. Was making my aunt and cousin so jubilant. I wish to join in. Yuan Buwei stepped out of the courtyard, performing a respectful greeting to the three approaching figures. Buwei pays her respects to uncle, aunt, and cousin Yuzhen. Madame Jiang and her daughter were momentarily taken aback. They previously believed Yuan Buwei, having grown up in the Valley of the Medicine King, to be unattractive and unrefined in the ways of high society. However, upon seeing her now, they were struck by her beauty and ethereal presence. Jiang Yuzhen, who was also considered a beauty in the capital, appeared somewhat provincial in comparison. Women possess an innate understanding of one another. Jiang Yuzhen immediately sensed a competitive edge and glanced at Yuan Buwei with hostility. Are you Yuan Buwei? Asked Jiang Wankuan, his tone accusatory and gaze disdainful. He had always assumed his daughter Yuzhen was Lu Sui and Oppo's wife, only to be blindsided by an unexpected decree that left him sleepless for nights. However, upon hearing that Lu Sui had been carried back on his wedding day and was now unable to stand, he felt a sense of relief that his daughter had not married into the family. Yet, upon seeing the striking Yuan Buwei, discontent brewed within him. How could Lu Sui, despite his injuries, marry such a beautiful wife? It seemed the heavens were unjust. Indeed, Yuan Buwei nodded. The young master is currently awake. Allow me to escort you in to pay your respects. Upon entering, the three prepared themselves, only to find Lu Sui lying there, his eyes vacant and his demeanor haggard, devoid of vitality. However, as they approached the bedside, they noticed that aside from his gaunt appearance, he seemed to be in good spirits, and the bedding was impeccably clean, devoid of any unpleasant odors. It was evident that he had been well cared for. Sui. Before Lu Sui could speak, Madame Jiang let out a sob, sitting on the edge of the bed, forcing out a couple of tears. You've suffered so much, ever since I learned of your injury and disability. Your uncle and I have been unable to eat or sleep in peace. She made this statement deliberately, knowing Lu Sui's strong-willed nature would make it difficult for him to accept his new reality, potentially leading to an emotional breakdown. What she did not realize was that Lu Sui had long since become immune to the term disabled. Yuan Buwei frequently teased and frightened him with it. So he found himself comforting Madame Jiang instead. "Aunt, I am fine. Sui, you must not put on a brave face. Your uncle has already contacted friends and family in search of the best doctor. They will surely heal you," Madame Jiang continued, believing Lu Sui was merely trying to appear strong in front of everyone, thus pushing him further. "You may not know, but Yu Hung and Amp, Oppo's equestrian skills have greatly improved. Once you recover, he will take you riding." How could Madame Jiang have the audacity to say that when it was Lu Sui who had taught Jiang Yuheng to ride? Lien, standing behind Yuan Buwei, could not help but interject with a retort. "Cousin Sui, does it hurt? I heard people say you are unable to care for yourself now. Is that true?" This seemingly concerned inquiry was laced with mockery. The calm expression Lu Sui maintained began to crack. "Just now, I overheard Aunt saying that she intends to marry Cousin Yuzhen to the young master as his legitimate wife, and I am to step aside for her to enjoy wealth and privilege while I dutifully care for the young master." Yuan Buwei confronted the shamelessness of their words head-on. After all, their minds were so narrow that any attempt to leave them with some dignity would only lead them to believe they were easily bullied. "Yuan Buwei, what nonsense are you spouting?" Madame Jiang exclaimed in anger. "When have I ever said such a thing? Just outside the courtyard. Yiqian heard it too, didn't you?" Yuan Buwei feigned innocence. "Aunt, why do you speak without the courage to admit it? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Our marriage was bestowed by the emperor himself. If all goes well, the young master shall inherit his father and Amp, Oppo's title, making me the future matriarch of the Marquis. Yuan Buwei replied with a radiant smile, addressing Madame Jiang. "According to your own reasoning, if I am to be the future matriarch, what significance do you hold in wanting your daughter to marry the young master?" Madame Jiang was rendered speechless. "Lu Sui, do you see how your wife respects her elders?" Jiang Wanquan's expression darkened as he began to confront Lu Sui. "If your mother were alive and witnessed her daughter-in-law bullying her family, how do you think she would? Uncle, you are the elder brother of the young master and Amp, Oppo's mother, not her younger brother. If the young master and Oppo's mother were to learn that her brother is making things difficult for her son, do you think she would not be furious enough to haunt your dreams?" Yuan Buwei interrupted. "Yuan Buwei," Jiang Wanquan roared, raising his hand. "How dare you touch my sister-in-law?" At that moment, Lu Sui and Oppo's younger brother and sister stormed into the room, their faces flushed with anger. Chapter 25. The Young Lady and Oppo's medical skills and sharp-tongued Master Jiang. This is the residence of the Marquis of Wanning, not your Jiang family home. With mother absent, my elder sister is in charge. If you dare to lay a finger on her, you will be slapping the face of the Marquis of Wanning. Lu Bing quickly stepped forward, her frail figure standing defiantly as she glared at Jiang Wanquan. Jiang Wanquan was taken aback to find the children of the Marquis of Wanning present, rallying behind Yuan Buwei. His right hand awkwardly hovered in the air. He couldn't end Amp, Oppo's bring himself to strike Yuan Buwei, though the urge to retaliate was overwhelming. Yet, if he were to lash out at her, it would be tantamount to insulting the entire Marquis' household. He felt an unprecedented turmoil within. Uncle, Aunt, and Cousin Yuzhen. The previously silent Lu Sui finally spoke. "If you have come to visit me, I welcome you warmly. Buwei was aware of your visit and prepared a feast in the kitchen yesterday, even thoughtfully arranging gifts for you. However, it seems you are merely here to witness my misfortune." In truth, Lu Sui understood clearly that her uncle's family had never considered her one of their own. She had only deceived herself into believing that maintaining ties with them somehow preserved the illusion of her mother's presence. "Cousin Sui, you must be unaware that we have longed to visit you, but the lady of the Marquis has consistently found excuses to prevent our arrival," Jiang Yuzhen deliberately stated, knowing full well the strained relationship between Lu Sui and the lady of the Marquis. If my aunt were still alive, surely the Marquis and Amp, Oppo's household would not fall under her dominion. After all, we are family. Even if the bones are broken, The sinews remained connected. As they walked together, it was apparent to all that they were a family of three. However, Lu Buwei couldn't help but comment, "I'm quite curious. Do you dress like this when visiting other sick relatives? One might mistakenly think you are heading to the city gate to perform a grand play." Li Yin and Yi Qian both lowered their heads, suppressing their laughter. The young lady was not only skilled in medicine, but also possessed a sharp tongue. Suier, look at the person you have married. Is this how she speaks to her elders? No wonder people outside say that Yuan Buwei is a child born a mother who gave birth but did not raise her. Does your aunt, who was born and raised with all the care, produce such an offspring as you? Yuan Buwei interjected, noticing Jiang Furen's wide-eyed outrage. No wonder cousin Yuzhen lacks manners. It appears to be a hereditary trait. Jiang Furen pointed an accusatory finger at Yuan Buwei, her nostrils flaring as if she were about to burst into flames. Lu Sui, will you just stand by while Yuan Buwei bullies us? Jiang Wanquin pressed, seeing that Yuan Buwei was impervious to reason. Uncle, I am but a helpless invalid. What can I do? Lu Sui retorted with a self-deprecating smile. Jiang Wanquin's expression mirrored that of his wife, filled with disbelief. Enough, let us not stoop to the level of the younger generation. Today, I have brought my wife and daughter to visit you to ascertain whether you can stand. Moreover, there is a matter of business. I need you to have Yuan Buwei withdraw 5,000 taels for me. Uncle, has cousin Yuheng committed some offense that you wish to bail him out of jail? Yuan Buwei questioned. My son is doing well. What crime is he guilty of? I simply wish to open a shop. Jiang Wanquin shot back, glaring at Yuan Buwei. He then noticed Lu Sui frowning in silence, his displeasure evident. Your mother has been in poor health since childhood. I have spent considerable sums on her treatment. Yet she lacked the fortune to survive after giving birth to you. Why must you repeatedly provoke the young lord? Yuan Buwei interrupted Jiang Wanquin. As his uncle, should you not care for him, protect him, and nurture him? How can you shamelessly extend your hand for money? Yuan Buwei, this matter does not concern you. I am the legitimate wife of the young lord, and every coin he earns is half mine. How can I not have say in this? Yuan Buwei advanced toward Jiang Wanquin, her demeanor unyielding. If you were a man of integrity, you would earn your own living rather than beg for funds from the young lord. Does he serve as a mere cash cow for your Jiang family? Jiang Wanquin was taken aback by Yuan Buwei's incisive words, each one striking a chord within him. Meanwhile, Lu Sui remained silent. In an instant, realization dawned on him. Very well, Lu Sui, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Why allow an outsider to insult me? Ask yourself, have we not shown you affection all these years? If I did not consider you family, why would I marry my daughter to you? Jiang Wanquin lamented, convinced that Lu Sui would be incensed and rebuke Yuan Buwei, ideally compelling her to kneel and apologize until he was appeased. Uncle, I am merely returning the favor in kind. Can you not bear it? Moreover, it is you who is seeking money from the young lord. Shuden and Amp, oppose, to your approach be a touch more humble? You make it seem as though the young lord owes you a debt. Yuan Buwei chuckled, glancing at Lu Sui. Young lord, my mother only entrusted me with the keys to the inner courtyard. I do not possess the keys to the accounts. If you wish to grant your uncle silver, you must consult my mother. Nonsense. When you previously provided me with silver, did you ever consult her? That was then. Now that the young lord is married, we have established our own household. I feared I might not manage well at first. Hence I allowed my mother to handle it. If you have objections, I can arrange for Steward Yi to personally escort you to see my mother. She is quite generous. Do not think twice about 5,000 taels. She would part with even 10,000 without a blink. Jiang Wanquin's lips trembled. He must have lost his mind to ask the lady of the Marquis for money. My funds are currently devoted to medical expenses. I have no money left. At this moment, Lu Sui finally saw through his family's true colors, just as Yuan Buwei had said. They regarded her as nothing more than a source of income. Impossible. I saw you distributing compensation to the families of casualties in your military camp not long ago. Jiang Wanquin and Amp, Oppo's voice trailed off. Realizing he had spoken too soon, Lu Sui, who had appeared lost moments ago, suddenly focused intently. Uncle, have you placed your people in my military camp? No. Li Yan, present. When it came to matters concerning the military, Lu Sui was resolute. Everyone, leave the room. I wish to speak privately with my uncle. Zui und Imp, Apos, Ea. Master Jiang, do you dare to act without facing the consequences? Today, Li Yin, following Yuan Buwei's orders, was dressed in dark attire, armed with a dagger. His fierce gaze caused Jiang Weiming and Amp, Apos, legs to buckle, rendering him speechless. Big sister, do not be disheartened. Brother is merely concerned about matters concerning the military. Once outside the room, Lu Bing immediately explained for Lu Sui, who remained silent. Yuan Buwei shook her head, observing her younger brother intently. I have heard rumors of discord between you brothers, but today's encounter suggests otherwise. Chapter 26. A sincere heart fed to the dogs. A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Lu Bing and Amp, Apos' face as he recalled his father and Amp, Apos' parting words, urging him to take good care of his elder brother and to ensure that outsiders did not perceive any weakness in the waning Marquis household, for they were easily bullied. After all, he was also a member of the family. Yuan Buwei remained silent, gazing quietly at her younger brother-in-law. Consequently, Lu Bing assumed he had misspoken and hastily clarified, "Sister-in-law, I do not intend to usurp my brother's position. What I mean is, I understand." Yuan Buwei interjected with a smile. Having grown up together, sharing countless days and nights, the bond between siblings should remain intimate. Even as we establish our own families, we ought to look out for one another, reciprocating kindness, shining in our respective domains, rather than allowing a modicum of jealousy to escalate into a bitter feud. Sister-in-law. Lu Bing's eyes glistened with tears, touched that she articulated his innermost thoughts. Yet, the recollection of his brother's attitude towards him cast a shadow over his spirits. I share a different mother with my brother. Naturally, our relationship cannot compare to that of full-blooded brothers. One must engage and interact to discern whether a person is to their liking. Have you already retreated without even trying? Yuan Buwei encouraged Lu Bing. When you stormed in here with honor, you were nothing short of dashing. Dashing? So dashing? Lu Bing was momentarily taken aback, noticing his sister-in-law's radiant smile, which ignited a warmth in his ears. It's just that the thought of my brother being bullied by his maternal uncle's family infuriates me. Has this happened often? Yuan Buwei inquired. After our elder brother and Amp, Apos' mother passed, our father severed ties with the Jiang family. Usually, Uncle Jiang seeks out my brother in the military camp, and whenever father encounters him, it culminates in an unpleasant scene. Lu Bing sighed. Moreover, my brother seldom returns home. Even if we wish to assist, we are at a loss as to how. Fear not, Yuan Buwei chuckled softly. Your parents have been away for several days now. Second brother, Honor, you both ought to personally fetch them back. Right now? Lu Bing asked, astonished. Indeed, right now, she affirmed. The young Marquis has suffered indignities at the hands of his maternal uncle's family. If parental concern were to promptly follow, do you think their relationship might improve? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Bing and Amp, Apos' eyes brightened. Sister-in-law, you truly possess a solution. I shall go with third sister at once. Honor, upon meeting our parents, ensure you relay the entire situation, down to the minutiae. Do you understand? Understood. Honor comprehended her sister-in-law's intentions immediately. Rest assured, sister-in-law. Second brother, let us depart. During the absence of their parents, Yuan Buwei had cultivated considerable rapport with her younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law, both of whom harbored genuine admiration for Lu Sui and wished to draw closer to him, yet were restrained by their status. Ultimately, if they could shift Lu Sui's mindset, the household would no longer languish in despondency. As lunchtime approached, Yuan Buwei observed that the door remained obstinately shut and instructed Chun Xiang to prepare the meal. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a resounding bang. Lu Sui, you have grown quite audacious. Since you disregard familial bonds, from this day forth, you shall no longer be my nephew. I sever all ties with you. If your mother were aware from beyond the grave that the son she bore with such hardship has turned into a thankless wretch, it would surely break her heart. Jiang Weiming raged as he strode forth. Fortunately, Yuan Buwei had discreetly sent the servants away, and she chose not to intervene, merely observing Jiang Weiming and Amp, Apos' solitary performance. Prepare some tea. Your uncle clearly appears parched, she remarked. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Weiming turned to face Yuan Buwei, momentarily taken aback. You, what are you doing here? Your inquiry is rather peculiar, uncle. If I'm not here, where else should I be? Yuan Buwei replied innocently. You and Lu Sui are both no good. Jiang Weiming spat. Only parents will unconditionally fulfill their children and Oppo's needs. If you don an Oppo's if you were to acknowledge me and the young Marquis as your guardians, I would personally provide the 5,000 taels you desire. You, Yuan Buwei, vile creature, how dare you encroach upon my interests? Jiang Weiming and Amp. Oppo's face paled with rage, and, mindful of the towering figure of Lian beside Yuan Buwei, he could only retaliate verbally. Uncle, you are practically half buried already. How absurd it is for you to cling to your pride while losing your mind in the process. Yuan Buwei retorted, unyielding in her rebuttal. Fine. From now on, this waning Marquis household could invite me with 8 grand carriages, and I would never accept, Jiang Weiming declared haughtily, flinging his sleeves as he exited. Please escort Uncle Jiang and remember to give them the prepared gifts, Yuan Buwei instructed. Understood, he replied. Lian, you may return now. Your presence is not required today. Lian glanced at the ajar door. Madam, will you be all right alone? The young Marquis is currently. As his wife, I am well aware of how to navigate our relationship. Yuan Buwei assured him with a comforting smile. Now, return to the military camp and conduct a thorough investigation. If you locate the individual, ensure he comes to the young Marquis to confess. Lian clasped his fists. I shall depart immediately. Yuan Buwei stepped into the room, immediately sensing a heavy atmosphere. She walked slowly to the bedside, looking down at Lu Sui, who lay there. Compared to the desolation he exhibited after their last quarrel, he now seemed engulfed in despair at the end of his rope. The Jiang family was of great significance to him, yet it felt as though his sincere efforts had been cast aside. Are you inclined to weep? Do you need a shoulder to lean on? Lu Sui and Amp. Oppo's unfocused gaze gradually settled upon Yuan Buwei. The relief funds, did you arrange them? To soothe the military and Oppo's morale, the young Marquis need not thank me, she replied. Yuan Buwei, I am unaware of what housekeeper ye conveyed to you, but I wish to keep military matters. What are you so anxious about? Yuan Buwei interrupted. Once you have healed, you may return my funds in full, along with interest. The portion from the court is inherently theirs to provide and should not be conflated with what you owe me. Lu Sui was rendered speechless. Better to have a falling out with your uncle than to continue enabling his tyranny. Yuan Buwei, who has been enabling tyranny? Lu Sui and Oppo's voice lacked conviction. Considering your uncle and Oppo's brazen demand for money in front of everyone, it is evident you previously smoothed over numerous matters for his family. You ought to be grateful for your remaining merits. Otherwise, the civil officials and Oppo's admonitions would likely pile up like a mountain, Yuan Buwei remarked, sitting on the edge of the bed and gazing down at Lu Sui. Family ties cannot be sustained through mere demands. Yuan Buwei, are you about to embark on another lengthy lecture to enlighten me? Lu Sui retorted, but she swiftly cut in. I have already dispatched Li Yan to investigate potential candidates for the military. While your uncle is still fuming, it would be prudent to act decisively, lest they create a significant mess that entangles you further. Chapter 27. You have hurt my heart, and now I am in pain, Yuan Buwei. I will handle my own matters without needing the concern of outsiders. Lu Sui and Oppo's tone was indifferent, and his expression was far from pleasant. Outsiders? Yuan Buwei chuckled, leaning closer until only a finger and Oppo's breadth separated her from Lu Sui and Oppo's face. I am your legitimate wife, intimately familiar with every facet of you, more so than you yourself. And we share the same roof daily. Can anyone be more of an outsider than that? Her warm breath brushed against Lu Sui and Oppo's face, and the fragrant aroma enveloped him. A blush crept silently up to Lu Sui and Oppo's ears and neck. The intensity of Yuan Buwei and Oppo's gaze was overwhelming. Lu Sui could not bear it, and turned away to evade her. Yet, her hands cupped his face. Yuan Buwei, let go. Answer me. Yet she refused to release him. Yuan Buwei, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? A surge of warmth rushed to Lu Sui and Amp, Oppo's forehead, rendering his words clumsy. You have wounded my heart, and now I am in pain. What am I to do? Yuan Buwei and Amp, Oppo's tone was filled with sorrow, her eyes betraying a sense of grievance. I have bared my soul to the young Marquis, yet he claims I am an outsider. I did not mean. Lu Sui saw the tears welling in Yuan Buwei's eyes and hurried to clarify. I do not want you to become involved. If you were to be implicated, your master and senior brothers and sisters would surely hold me accountable. But we are husband and wife, and thus share honor and disgrace. Naturally, I wish for your well-being. Yuan Buwei sighed, her right hand resting against Lu Sui and Amp, Oppo's chest, noting the warmth of his body contrasted with the icy words that brought her sadness and guilt. After a month of interaction, you still harbor reservations about me, and I feel remorse for not earning your trust. The coolness of her palm seeped through the thin fabric of his nightclothes. Lu Sui stared blankly at Yuan Buwei. He had merely uttered a single sentence. Yet she spoke at length. Upon reflection, it seemed he had indeed been unreasonable. I do not harbor reservations towards you. Rather, I find it difficult to muster interest in anyone at present, especially since you have witnessed my uncle. Lu Sui chuckled bitterly, meeting Yuan Buwei's bright eyes. How can you expect me to open my heart to others? Then why not begin with me? Yuan Buwei's gaze was unwavering, fixed upon him. Lu Sui's eyes narrowed. Throughout the past month, her smile had been impeccable, her actions fluid, earning her the utmost respect from Butler Yi and even praise from Li Yan, who had only met her a few times. Yet he could not believe that a living person could be so flawless. What? Do you think I have ulterior motives towards you? Yuan Buwei discerned his hesitation. And if such a day were to come, you could dismiss me, ensuring I could never return to the capital. Our union was granted by the emperor. Unless you were to annihilate my entire family, I cannot be divorced from you. So, do you now acknowledge me as your wife? Yuan Buwei smiled at Lu Sui. Lu Sui was momentarily taken aback before realizing, Yuan Buwei, it seems my care over this past month has borne fruit. Yuan Buwei released her grip. Are you feeling any better? Lu Sui stared at her in astonishment. Realizing that her extensive words were merely a distraction from the sorrow of betrayal by his uncle and Oppo's family. My senior sister once said, do not punish yourself for others' mistakes. Yuan Buwei's gentle voice served as a tonic, infusing Lu Sui with strength. If you fall into despair, they will only rejoice. You must endure and bide your time until the day you can retaliate. Yuan Buwei, you are the most reasonable person I have ever encountered, Lu Sui said helplessly. Not everyone can appreciate my reasoning. You are the first. Yuan Buwei playfully tapped Lu Sui and Oppo's nose with her finger. Lu Sui froze. He had been thoroughly examined and handled by Yuan Buwei while changing his bandages. Yet this gentle gesture was undeniably intimate. Young Marquis, why is your face so flushed? Yuan Buwei scrutinized Lu Sui's countenance, surprised to find him so innocent. Yuan Buwei, you're being excessive. How can a young lady speak such words to a man? Young Marquis, as your wife, is it not entirely normal for me to say such things? Yuan Buwei feigned innocence and, noticing Lu Sui's dazed expression, leaned closer to whisper in his ear, once you recover, I intend to do even more outrageous things to you, Lu Sui. This was the first time Lu Sui had heard Yuan Buwei call his name. Her sweet voice, laced with warmth, flooded his senses, igniting a heat within him. He cursed his inability to move. Otherwise, he would certainly retaliate. In the evening, the Marquis and his wife hurried to their eldest son's courtyard. The daughter-in-law bowed to her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Yuan Buwei, who had been waiting in the courtyard, approached immediately. The young Marquis took his medicine this afternoon and has yet to awaken. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a sweet soup for you. Please return to your chambers to change and rest a bit. The young Marquis should awaken shortly. Buwei. The Marquis's wife grasped Yuan Buwei and Oppo's hand, tears shimmering in her eyes. By Oppo's, and Han and Oppo's, have both informed us of your excellent performance. Frankly, I had no desire to confront your uncle. But with the young Marquis lying there, requesting 5,000 taels at a single utterance. How could he know that the young Marquis has used all his earnings to support the military? If your uncle truly cared for the young Marquis, he should be the one providing support. Even if he does not, a few words of concern would suffice. Buwei, not only have you acted rightly, but you have also avenged my grievances from years past. The Marquis was thoroughly satisfied with his daughter-in-law. My dear, I believe we can entrust this family to Buwei in the future. We are growing old and should enjoy our remaining years. The old master and I are of one mind. I shall prepare at once. With such words, were they intending to pass the position of matriarch to Yuan Buwei? She quickly bowed. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I have a humble request. Speak. Honor has reached the age for marriage, and regardless of where she may wed, she will eventually need to manage a household. Therefore, I wish for Han and Amp, Oppos, or to assist me in managing the affairs of the Marquis of Wanning. This way, when she marries, she will be well prepared and not flustered, sparing you the embarrassment of witnessing her folly. Han and Amp, Oppos, do not forget to thank your elder sister-in-law. Elder sister-in-law, am I capable of this? Lu Han hesitated, unable to believe it. Chapter 28. Do you have any insights, elder sister-in-law? As long as you believe in yourself, you will surely succeed. Thank you, elder sister-in-law. I will strive to learn from you and will not disappoint your expectations and those of my parents. Lu Han and Oppos' voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. Now, I will accompany my parents for some rest. Very well. As they watched the three depart, Yuan Buwei turned to Lu Bing, who appeared somewhat dejected. Earlier, when I brought food to your study, I noticed a plethora of business books on your shelf. Do you have a keen interest in them, second brother? Indeed, Lu Bing replied, but his expression soon darkened. However, father believes it is sufficient for me to manage the shops under the Marquis of Wanning and Amp, Oppos' estate, forbidding me from taking unnecessary risks that could lead to loss. Even without his father and Oppos' words, Lu Bing was aware of the considerable amount of silver his father had invested in the military over the years. Otherwise, with the meager stipend of a young marquis, it would barely suffice for basic needs. Yuan Buwei leaned closer to Lu Bing. If you wish to engage in business, you must propose something that father cannot refuse. Something father cannot refuse? Lu Bing pondered, his eyes brightening. Do you have any insights, elder sister-in-law? I grew up in the Valley of the Medicine King. Although we never lacked for food, the primary expenditure in the valley was the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs? Yes, they're ordinary, common, precious, and rare herbs. The first two categories are manageable, but the latter two are quite challenging. Merely ensuring the survival of the herbs is difficult, let alone nurturing them with care. Additionally, different years yield herbs with varying effects, and once matured, they must be harvested and processed, requiring significant manpower and resources. Lu Bing nodded along. So, you mean I should cultivate medicinal herbs and then sell them? To cultivate medicinal herbs, you will first need to acquire land and hire people for planting. The initial investment alone is a substantial sum. I can write to my master, requesting authorization under the name of the Valley of the Medicine King, allowing you to establish the first apothecary in the capital with all herbs supplied by the valley. As for profit sharing, you can negotiate with my master later. Most importantly, when a young marquis falls ill and goes to battle again, we can assist in gathering the necessary herbs. Food and medicine are crucial for military expeditions. In her past life, Yuan Buwei had aspired to open an apothecary under the name of the Valley of the Medicine King after marrying Jiang Weiming. However, she discovered that opening an apothecary was not as simple as running an ordinary shop. It required registration and compliance with various inspections. Crucially, despite the Valley and Oppos' reputation, it posed a threat to the physicians in the capital and the imperial doctors. Should the medicinal herbs from the valley enter the capital, everyone would flock to the valley's offerings, leaving no market for others. After all, the individuals capable of establishing an apothecary in the capital were not ordinary figures. Her proposal had met with vehement opposition from Jiang Weiming, who insisted that as a woman, she should remain at home to support her husband and raise their children. He deemed her desire to venture out and engage with men as detrimental to the Jiang family's reputation. Reluctant to abandon her ambition, she sought counsel from her father-in-law, only to receive a harsh reprimand. He accused her of harboring ulterior motives, asserting that as a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, she should not involve herself in aiding the Valley of the Medicine King. Ultimately, he summoned Jiang Weiming to reprimand him as well. Upon returning home, Jiang Weiming vented his frustrations on her, confiscating her medicine box and forbidding her from any contact with the valley, even going so far as to destroy the carrier pigeons she used to correspond with her master. Elder sister-in-law, your idea is splendid. However, I fear that I alone lack the capability to establish this apothecary. I must consult with father. Lu Bing's words jolted Yuan Buwei back to reality. Seeing his eagerness, she smiled. Of course, you must discuss this with father, as opening an apothecary in the capital requires his involvement. I share this with you so that you may be prepared. I intend to manage the household affairs, and will have little time to spare. Rest assured, elder sister-in-law, should this endeavor succeed, I will dedicate myself fully and will not let you down. I swear it. It is not easy to embark on any venture. As long as you harbor ambition and determination, your success is merely a matter of time. Yuan Buwei replied cheerfully. Now, go change your clothes while I fetch some sweet soup from the kitchen. Very well. After the family enjoyed their sweet soup, Steward, you brought news that Lu Sui had awakened. Zuiya, father? Mother? As Lu Sui opened his eyes, he was met with the concerned faces of his parents. Upon noticing Yuan Buwei standing behind them, he quickly realized, why have you returned? You have suffered such great injustice. Of course, we must return. The Marquis of Wanning's wife replied, her eyes reddened. Buwei has informed us that he is your maternal uncle. While we cannot say much, your health has yet to be restored, and he has harmed you so. It is truly intolerable. I did not wish to speak of it, but given your current state, he dares to extend his hand for money. Does he regard me, the Marquis of Wanning, as a mere ornament? The Marquis and Appos. S words caused Lu Sui to furrow his brow. This matter was never intended to trouble you. He asked you for silver not to open a shop, but rather because his son became infatuated with gambling a year ago, nearly draining the Jiang family's finances in a short time. Think back. Did Jiang Wanquin not frequently ask you for money under various pretexts over the past year? Lu Sui was taken aback, gazing at his father in disbelief. Since you were aware, why did you not tell me? He is your maternal uncle. If I told you, you might think I was sowing discord between you, the Marquis replied irately. Though you have given him a considerable amount from what I know, his son has not ceased, but rather intensified his gambling. When a family runs out of money, he resorts to borrowing at exorbitant interest, which is astronomical. I have calculated that his son owes at least 30,000 taels, yet he only dares to ask you for 5,000, fearing that a larger sum would raise your suspicions. 30,000? A banquet in the palace costs merely over 10,000. How could he dare to incur such a debt? The Marquis of Wanning and Appos' wife exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Sui, I do not begrudge you the silver you previously lent to assist his family, but from now on, you must not lend them a single coin. I'm not afraid of them bringing trouble to the Marquis of Wanning and Appos' estate. I fear for you, dear boy. At this point, the Marquis's voice choked with emotion. Why do I even bother saying all this? Regardless, without my permission, you are not to. Mother had a maid who passed away from illness. Grateful for her service, she asked my maternal grandfather to bury her in the Jiang family's ancestral grave, Lu Sui said, looking up at his father. I learned of this matter from my mother and Appos' belongings and sought to discuss it with my uncle, hoping to relocate the maid to rest beside my mother. However, he has continually made excuses and has yet to provide a resolution. Chapter 29. I never asked you to come back. Lu Sui, during your time in battle, were you not rather clever? Yet now, for the sake of a maid, you willingly become Jiang Wanquin's purse? The Marquis of Wanning thought he had something to hold over Jiang Wanquin, but it turns out to be nothing of substance. She is not merely a maid. My mother treats her like a sister. Lu Sui, who had felt a flicker of emotion, was instantly rendered cold by his father and Appos' words. I will handle this matter myself. There is no need for you to concern yourself, father. Upon learning that you were bullied by Jiang Wanquin, your mother and I rushed back without delay. What is your current attitude, Lu Sui? The Marquis of Wanning and Appos' expression also grew stern. The atmosphere in the room, which had once been pleasant, now felt like the depths of winter. I never asked you to come back. Lu Sui and Amp. Oppose. S mother interjected, Sui and Amp. Oppose. Is already feeling quite upset. My lord, please refrain from saying more. What does he have to be upset about? Our entire family has been careful to tend to his feelings. Buwei attends to him meticulously every day, yet he has not offered a single smile. The Marquis of Wanning's frustration had been building for some time. Lu Sui, did you not once swear to me that you would impress me? Look at you now, unable to care for yourself, throwing tantrums all day. You are nothing but a useless burden, and a burden has no right to. Yes, I am indeed a burden that is despised by those around me. Lu Sui interrupted his father and Oppose. Tirade, his eyes burning with rage. I require assistance for my most basic needs, and if I have shamed the Marquis of Wanning and Oppose, house, then why save me when I was brought back? Let me perish on my own. Lu Sui, why are you shouting at me? If you are so capable, why not stand up and fight me? The Marquis's anger escalated. In his youth, he had been a man of fervor and valor. Were it not for his injury, he would have bested Lu Sui. What does it matter if you're disabled? When the enemy comes, you will crawl to the battlefield like everyone else. You're not the only one burdened in this world. I cannot abide your incessant whining. Whining? When have I ever whined? Lu Sui countered, his father's voice overpowering his own. Is that not what you're doing now? The Marquis's voice thundered. I never realized you were such a coward. I'm not. You are. In an instant, Lu Sui seemed to abandon all resistance, his fighting spirit extinguished, his gaze dull and lifeless. Speak. Were you not so fierce just moments ago? Why the silence now? The Marquis grew more fervent, his tone mocking. Because you cannot care for yourself, your pride has vanished? Lu Sui, this is not pride, it is arrogance. Yuan Buwei understood why Lu Sui had fallen into despair after their previous quarrel. Each of the Marquis's words pierced Lu Sui's heart, too blunt, too visceral. You are right. Feel free to berate me as you wish. Lu Sui, you have truly disappointed me. The Marquis was nearly breathless with anger. I have always been this way. In your eyes, I am merely a disposable son. Lu Sui scoffed. Lu Bing and Lu Han are your true children. I am nothing but a tool for you to solidify your position. Lu Sui, how dare you speak so? What? Have I struck a nerve? Madam, bring me my whip. He is rebelling. My lord, please. Sui and Oppose. Has already lost so many loved ones. Do you wish to sever the last threads of father-son affection? The Marquis's wife grasped her husband's hand tightly, her voice choking with emotion. It seems you are with me, yet I know that since Swayer was gravely wounded, you have spent sleepless nights, growing increasingly silent. I fear for your health, which is why I suggested a few days at the Annal Temple. I can hardly sleep. Whenever I step outside, acquaintances inquire about Lu Sui and Amp. Oppose, as condition. If I tell the truth, they do not believe me. If I lie, they still do not believe me. If he could understand me even a little, he would cooperate with Buwei in his recovery, instead of wallowing in self-pity. Whether they believe, it is their concern. You must speak the truth. At worst, you can invite them to our home. Lu Sui, do you think the world is simply black and white? You are too naive, too ignorant. The Marquis, enraged, waved his sleeve and, noticing his wife and Oppose, as intent to speak, snapped, Do not say anything. I wish to be alone. Do not disturb me. With that, the Marquis stormed out in a fit of rage. My lord, his wife, red-eyed, dared not chase after him. How did it come to this? Second brother, Han and Amp, Oppose, please help our mother back to her room. I will take care of the young Marquis. Very well. Mother, during your absence, elder brother has shown a harsh demeanor towards everyone, yet he is utterly obedient to sister-in-law, Lu Bing whispered to their mother. So, you need not worry. With the departure of the Marquis, silence enveloped the room. Yuan Buwei approached the bed. Unlike before when she would speak first, this time, Lu Sui initiated. Leave. Do you wish to be alone, like your father? Leave. Lu Sui did not reply, but merely repeated his command. Lu Sui, you are just stubbornly clinging to your pride. Yuan Buwei chuckled softly and sat down, wrapping her arms around Lu Sui. Feeling his tense form, she gently said, rather than letting you be alone, I believe you need an embrace that offers warmth. Cry if you must. I promise I will not tell a soul. Yuan Buwei, how can you? Yuan Buwei lifted her head to meet Lu Sui's embarrassed gaze. Am I too unpredictable for you to handle? Do not worry. We have at least 4 or 5 decades ahead of us to get used to each other. You, Lu Sui, you are quite similar to your father. Both of you dislike burdening others, shouldering everything alone, unaware that this can lead those who care for you to misunderstand. Humans are emotional beings, yearning to depend on others while also wishing to be a pillar for someone else. I do not need to rely on anyone, nor do I wish for others to depend on me. Why not? Because it is a hassle. Yet now, you require my help for your most basic needs. Is that not reliance? And as your wife, when I was misunderstood by Mu Qing and you stood up for me, that was me relying on you. Seeing Lu Sui snored in irritation at her words, Yuan Buwei continued, You see, even the smallest matters can illuminate profound truths. Do you still consider this a hassle? Yuan Buwei, I do not wish to discuss this now. What do you wish to do then? Yuan Buwei pressed. Chapter 30. Look, you and Amp, Oppos, re-angry again I. Lu Sui sighed, his vacant gaze fixated on the ceiling. I do not know. I recalled the days of my childhood when I first began learning about herbs from my master uncle. Due to my limited literacy and the resemblance of certain herbs, I often misidentified them. My master uncle had a fiery temperament. Whenever I made a mistake, I would be met with a torrent of scolding and a sharp rap on my palms. After several such incidents, the mere sight of my master uncle would send me into tremors, accompanied by stomach pains and nausea. Lu Sui looked at Yuan Buwei in astonishment. Aren't you on good terms with the Medicine King Valley? How could you have gone through such experiences? Do not worry. Let me finish my story, she replied. Who is worried about you? Lu Sui retorted, feeling frustrated that Yuan Buwei consistently misinterpreted his intentions. All right, then I shall continue, Yuan Buwei said with a sly smile, clearing her throat as she spoke. My attentive senior brother noticed my distress, yet I dared not confide in him, fearing he would deem me overly sensitive and evasive. Until one day in class, I misidentified a herb once more and was publicly chastised by my master uncle, who punished me by making me kneel without food. In that moment, my pent-up emotions erupted, and I cried out, declaring I wished to die. Before anyone could react, I dashed towards the cold pond and leapt in. Lu Sui's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. How old were you then? How could you jump into the cold pond? 7, Yuan Buwei continued. By the time everyone realized what had happened and screamed as they rushed to the pond, I was already sinking. Just as I was about to reach the bottom, my senior brother pulled me out. Being my master's most cherished disciple, he quickly learned of the incident. After inquiring about the circumstances, my master brought my uncle to visit me in my sickbed. And then, Lu Sui, sensing a pause, inquired eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Upon seeing my master uncle, memories of his punishment flooded back, and I felt unwell again. I screamed and hurled everything within reach until I ultimately fainted from the overwhelming emotions. Well, what? Lu Sui was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping. Your temper is rather excessive, I assented Amp. Oppos. It? It was not anger, Yuan Buwei shook her head. It was sheer terror. I was far too young to articulate my feelings. Upon seeing my master uncle, I struggled to breathe, perceiving him as a malevolent spirit. Later, I learned a term from my senior sister that aptly described my condition. What term? Post-traumatic stress disorder. Noticing Lu Sui and Oppos' bewildered expression, she elaborated. From the moment I became aware, I understood why I was in the Medicine King Valley. I was merely a child, and as my master's cherished disciple, my senior brothers and sisters treated me with courtesy. Yet, when they gathered to laugh and play, I would remain in my room practicing calligraphy, feeling excluded. My master uncle, following the same strict teachings he received, overlooked my emotions, treating me with the same severity as he did the others. I had no one to confide in and did not wish to trouble my master, fearing he might cast me out of the Medicine King Valley, leaving me utterly homeless. Her voice gradually slowed, and Lu Sui listened intently, unaware of the frown that had settled upon his brow. Thus, I believed that if I were to die, everything would come to an end. I would no longer have to struggle to remember the troublesome herbs or endure the different gazes of my senior brother and sister while facing my master uncle and Oppos as punishments. In truth, I had become ensnared in my own emotions, perceiving everything negatively, Even a beautiful flower appeared devoid of color. Yuan Buwei smiled gently. When I shared these thoughts with my master, he immediately summoned my uncle and insisted he apologize to me. At that time, my master uncle, in his 30s, wailed and wept, entirely oblivious to my inner turmoil. He believed I was earnest and, as my master's prized disciple, that I bore the future of the Medicine King valiant Oppos as hopes. Thus, he was far stricter with me than with my senior siblings. The reason they did not include me in their games was his directive. He feared they would lead me astray. My siblings, seeing my perpetual frown and standoffish demeanor, were also hesitant to approach me, leading to a polite distance. So, it was a misunderstanding, but your master uncle has still inflicted harm upon you. You are correct. Harm was indeed inflicted. However, my uncle was taught this way by my master, and he treated all disciples similarly. My senior siblings believed this approach to be correct until they encountered me. They then realized that while discipline has its place, it is not the most effective method of education. Consequently, my master convened my two uncles to discuss how to educate the disciples of the valley, recognizing that male and female disciples require different approaches. From this perspective, it seems your master is quite benevolent towards you. At that time, I held a fatalistic mindset, and the cold pond was unforgiving. Even an adult would suffer from its chill if submerged, and I, at the tender age of 7, spent half a year recovering before I could walk again. Yet, I was left with a lingering affliction. Every winter, my hands and feet would turn icy, regardless of exercise or medicine. This is also a significant reason why my health deteriorated after contracting a cold in my previous life, she added. Yuan Buwei extended 2 fingers close to Lu Sui and Oppos' neck, causing him to shiver from the cold. You have a lower body temperature than most. So whenever I massage you, I first warm my hands in hot water and rub them together to prevent you from getting cold. Seeing Lu Sui gazing at her in a daze, her lips curled into a gentle smile. I share this with you to help you understand me better, and to convey that the words spoken by your father-in-law are merely from his perspective. You lack communication with him. He likely does not comprehend your thoughts. Thus, why concern yourself with his words? Who says I care about what he says? Then why do you sulk alone? Yuan Buwei countered, causing Lu Sui to bristle again. Look, you are angry once more. You claim indifference, yet your heart clearly cares. Otherwise, why exert such effort at such a young age, beyond pursuing your own aspirations? Surely you desire your father-in-law's approval as well? My senior brother once mentioned that men are often more eager for their father's recognition than women. You are mistaken. I do not covet his approval. Everything I do is for myself, for my biological mother. Mentioning his mother, Lu Sui's voice broke slightly. One day, I shall sever all ties with him and draw a clear boundary. Chapter 31. You are now mine. My parents never nurtured me, even for a single day. Yet they demand my return to marry. I must comply. You were born and raised in the Wanning Marquis and Oppos' residence, unless your father commits some heinous act. Severing ties with him is not an option. The world will easily drown you in disdain, and even your admirers may turn their backs on you. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action? Why should I concern myself with the opinions of others? Lu Sui scolded. If you were a ruthless killer, you might disregard such matters, but as a general leading troops in a battle, many look up to you as a paragon. Setting aside their potential disappointment, what if they were to emulate your actions? Seeing Lu Sui's expression stiffen, Yuan Buwei chuckled softly. Our great Zhao dynasty has always upheld filial piety. Should you act thus, the censors will undoubtedly mobilize to impeach you. I never claimed I would sever my father-son relationship. I merely what? Yuan Buwei pressed on. You wouldn't be speaking in anger without contemplating your actions, would you? Of course. I have thought about it. Do share your thoughts. Lu Sui abruptly halted, glancing at the smiling Yuan Buwei, nearly falling into her trap. My thoughts are my own. Why should I divulge them to you? Young Marquis, I just share my matters with you. Is it not customary for you to reciprocate? Yuan Buwei sighed, feigning disappointment. After more than a month of acquaintance, do you still believe me to harbor ill intentions? When did I ever claim you had ulterior motives? Lu Sui defended himself. I merely feel you possess hidden agendas. What kind of woman is so overly attentive to a man? You're my husband, and I am your wife. If I do not treat you well, whom should I attend to? This statement rendered Lu Sui momentarily speechless. So, my senior brother has been deceiving me. Yuan Buwei mused aloud, inadvertently catching Lu Sui and Oppo's attention. Senior brother? What did your senior brother say? Perhaps it's best left unsaid, lest it incite your anger. Speak. I assure you I wanted Oppo's to be angry. Lu Sui and Oppo's insatiable curiosity was piqued once more. Very well. Yuan Buwei feigned a troubled expression. My senior brother mentioned that to evoke a man into Oppo's sympathy, one must display vulnerability and share one's painful experiences, thus garnering compassion. However, I tried this approach, yet it proved ineffective. Lu Sui and Oppo's eyes widened in shock. Which senior brother spoke this way? Was it Pei Qi? Biki is Biki, and my senior brother is my senior brother. They are two separate individuals. No, wait. Lu Sui fixed a serious gaze upon Yuan Buwei. How many senior brothers do you have? When I was brought to the Medicine King Valley by my master, there were 30 disciples, each from the medical and poisonous sects, 15 male and 15 female, who are all my senior brothers and sisters. To this day, each sect has 50 disciples, and those who joined after me are my junior brothers and sisters, Yuan Buwei explained. And why do you inquire about this? Did you not express a desire for me to understand you better? Is it not permissible for me to ask? Lu Sui finally grasped why Yuan Buwei's words were so meticulously articulated. It was evident she had a council of military advisors. Wait, perhaps I should write a letter to my senior brother to inform him that his teachings. Do not dare write to him. Lu Sui interrupted Yuan Buwei. If you so much as send a letter, you shall never enter my chamber again. Why can't I write? Yuan Buwei stifled a laugh, masking her joy with a feigned sorrow. If showing kindness to someone amounts to ulterior motives, I am at a loss for what to do. Naturally, I must consult my senior brother. Gazing at the serious Yuan Buwei, Lu Sui felt perplexed. Could it be that all her previous displays were taught by her senior brother? Regardless, that is out of the question. You are now mine, and you must heed my commands. Have you never seen a pig run? Lu Sui understood the nature of men all too well. But, Yuan Buwei, I am your husband. I would never harm you. Upon uttering the word husband, Lu Sui and Oppo's heart raced. Yuan Buwei gazed quietly at Lu Sui before breaking into a smile. Young Marquis, you treat me so well. Lu Sui was taken aback. He had merely offered a few words of caution, yet she interpreted it as kindness. What if another man were to shower her with attentions? Would this Na'vi girl not fall hopelessly for him? Upon this realization, Lu Sui shivered. Yuan Buwei, aside from your senior brothers and sisters, have you interacted with other men? Others? Yuan Buwei pondered thoughtfully. My second brother, Li Yin, Mu Qing, Steward Yi, and the servants in the residence. Those do not count. I mean, men with whom you have frequent interactions. Those who know most of your circumstances? Lu Sui and Oppo's gaze was tense as he scrutinized Yuan Buwei. Yuan Buwei deliberately paused, deep in thought. To say it already, Lu Sui urged anxiously. There are indeed a few. Who? Lu Sui's heart raced. My master and my uncle, do they count? Lu Sui. My master and uncle not only raised me and taught me medicine, but also know my background thoroughly. Yuan Buwei observed Lu Sui's grim expression. Young Marquis, what troubles you? You appear a bit discontented. Lu Sui was now convinced that Yuan Buwei had invested all her intelligence into her medical studies, leaving her oblivious to the complexities of emotions, especially regarding men with ulterior motives. Her thoughts were so innocent. What if she were to be deceived? In a storm of contemplation, Lu Sui temporarily set aside his conflict with his father. Young Marquis, do not disturb me. I am deep in thought. May I inquire what occupies your thoughts, young Marquis? Lu Sui met Yuan Buwei and Oppo's curious gaze. Given her close ties with the people from the Medicine King Valley, he hesitated to share, fearing she might betray him. Yuan Buwei, from now on, aside from me, do not trust the words of any man. Why not? My master and uncle have watched me grow. Should I not trust their words? Seeing that Lu Sui had been successfully led astray by her, Yuan Buwei fought back laughter, maintaining an expression of feigned ignorance. Now that you are married to me, you must prioritize my interests. You said this yourself. Have you forgotten? fearing Yuan Buwei's rejection. Lu Sui added this caveat. Is that so? Yuan Buwei pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems I did say that. However, she soon grew troubled again. Yet, young Marquis, you are currently in a state of self-neglect and show no desire to cooperate with my treatment. I cannot remain in the residence forever, avoiding contact with the outside world. What will happen if I encounter someone formidable? Chapter 32. My hands are immobile. You expect me to use my mouth to flip through pages? Who claims I am wallowing in self-pity? I must undergo a process of acceptance, mustn't I? Lu Sui retorted immediately. He was still being obstinate. The young lord had himself declared that he had become a useless being, loathed by both men and dogs alike, and still dared to clamor for help. You are not to be saved. You must fend for yourself. Lu Sui likely never anticipated that the boomerang of his own words would strike him so swiftly. Had he the use of his hands, he would have undoubtedly slapped himself several times in frustration. After calming his emotions, Lu Sui inquired, "How confident are you regarding my condition?" Yuan Buwei raised an eyebrow, her gaze settling on Lu Sui's serious countenance. "Young lord, what do you mean by that?" Unable to endure Yuan Buwei's hesitant demeanor, Lu Sui urged, "I simply wish to know how long it will take for me to recover if I cooperate fully with you." "Young lord, are you serious?" Yuan Buwei asked. "I have no time for games. Just give me a straightforward answer. Am I to live or die? I need to know." Lu Sui looked upwards, recalling the fierce battles he had fought against his foes. "If the young lord fully cooperates with me," Yuan Buwei replied, "the fastest recovery time is 1.5 years. 1.5 years? Lu Sui frowned. "That in Oppos is quite a long time. A few years ago, a patient with a condition similar to yours visited the Medicine King Valley. Upon learning of his plight, he fell into despair for merely one night before committing himself entirely to treatment. Remarkably, he stood again within 9 months. He holds the record for the fastest recovery in the history of the Medicine King Valley. Others typically take 2 to 3 years, or even longer. My estimate of 1.5 years is based on your specific situation." Lu Sui fell into deep contemplation. Yuan Buwei remained silent, patiently awaiting his next question. Finally, Lu Sui asked, "After 1.5 years, if I can stand, will it require additional time to return to my previous state?" "Standing up is the most challenging step. Once you surpass this hurdle, the rest will come more easily." Yuan Buwei approached the cabinet, retrieving a book from medicine box and offering it to Lu Sui. This book discusses the internal organs. Understanding it will illuminate how they function within your body, aiding your subsequent treatment. Lu Sui shot her a glance. "I cannot move my hands. How can I turn the pages with my mouth?" "My apologies, I completely overlooked that." Yuan Buwei chuckled. "When Li Yin returns, I shall have him read it to you. For now, let it be. By the way, I wish for our conversation to remain confidential." Yuan Buwei and Oppos' eyes twinkled. "Is the young lord planning to surprise your parents-in-law? Do not mention them before me. Just remember my request." Today, Lu Sui had spoken extensively and quarreled with his father, now feeling somewhat fatigued as his eyelids began to droop. Noticing Lu Sui and Oppos' weariness, Yuan Buwei gently pulled the blanket higher. "Understood. Sleep now. I will prepare a treatment plan for you, so you will know precisely what to do each day, preventing you from feeling lost and uncertain." "Thank you. You are quite formal all of a sudden. I find it a bit unusual." Yuan Buwei. Lu Sui chuckled. Yuan Buwei nodded. "Yes, this version of the young lord is far more familiar." In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. After a busy afternoon, Yuan Buwei set down her brush and stretched. "Chun Xiang, has the meal been delivered to my parents-in-law in Oppos' room?" "It has been delivered, but according to Steward Yi, the elder is still in a foul mood." Chun Xiang approached Yuan Buwei, massaging her shoulders to help her relax. The lady has been trying to persuade him, but to no avail. The elder is of advanced age, and such emotional upheavals are detrimental to his health. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for some medicinal cuisine to help him recover over the next 3 to 5 days. Once his spirits are lifted, his temper will naturally improve. Yuan Buwei blew gently on the inked pages of her book. As for my mother-in-law, I will personally go visit her. It is rather difficult for her to be caught between her husband and son, especially since the young lord is not her biological child. The lady truly has a challenging role. Were she a servant, she might not have such grace. My mother-in-law surely wishes for harmony in the family, and she must love my father-in-law deeply. Naturally, she would regard the young lord as her own. As the ink dried, Yuan Buwei closed the book and opened the door, coincidentally locking eyes with her mother-in-law, who was about to knock. Mother? Buwei. The words Yuan Buwei had spoken earlier resonated within the mind of the Duchess of Wanning, who had overheard everything. While the earlier words had been intended to comfort her, the latter remarks genuinely expressed empathy from Yuan Buwei's perspective. In that moment, the Duchess found it difficult to contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Mother, please enter the room. Chunxiang, fetch a handkerchief. Of course. Buwei. I truly do not know what to do. I'm utterly at a loss. Inside, the Duchess of Wanning grasped her daughter-in-law and Appo's hand, lamenting. I had hoped that a few days away would ease the tension between the two, yet upon returning, they quarreled anew. Why do they always behave this way? Mother. Sometimes arguments can actually deepen bonds. It is indifference that should concern us. Yet if our home is always filled with discord, won't it become a laughingstock to outsiders? Mother. It is not the laughter of outsiders we should fear, but rather the situation of the young lord. In fact, I believe that the more fiercely they argue, the better it is for him. But wait, what do you mean by that? The Duchess was momentarily taken aback, halting her tears. How can you think this way? When a young lord was at his pinnacle, he was both admired and envied by many. Those who wish for his downfall are the very ones who would seek to learn of the Wanning Duke's household. If we were to subtly leak information about the quarrels between my father-in-law and the young lord, how do you think they would react? The Duchess pondered for a moment, the previous displeasure lifting from her face. I have been foolishly heartbroken. Such an obvious truth had eluded me. When I returned, Steward, you mentioned receiving numerous invitations to visit. Yet now it appears their intentions were less about hospitality and more about inquiring after Sui and Appo's condition. You should attend. Such gatherings are prime opportunities to discern allies from adversaries. However, do not accept all invitations. Consult with my father-in-law to select a few. Foreknowledge of both one's self and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. In her previous life, many clues within the political realm had come to Yuan Buwei through the lips of those noble women. Upon further reflection, the Duchess recognized the wisdom in this approach. Then I shall carefully choose a few tomorrow. By the way, how is Sui faring? Chapter 33. Yuan Buwei, what are you doing? Your eyes are swollen from crying, yet you still think of the young Marquis. Yuan Buwei let out a sigh, feigning melancholy, and suddenly felt envious of the young Marquis for having such a loving mother. The human heart is intricate. Merely assisting one's mother-in-law with her troubles over time may lead her to suspect ulterior motives. Thus, it is essential to occasionally reveal a hint of self-interest to earn her trust. Buwei, you are now the wife of the Marquis of Wanning. Your parents owe you, and I shall make amends for that. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law, yet Buwei and Appo's, as parents fail to appreciate her, it is their misfortune. Bring the items in. Yuan Buwei turned her gaze to the entrance, where 6 servants hurriedly carried in 3 heavy wooden chests and placed them on the ground. What is this, mother-in-law? These 3 chests contain my dowry from when I first entered the household. Open them and see. As Yuan Buwei opened the chests, she was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light. Once her eyes adjusted, she discovered one chest filled with jewels, another with jade, and the last with gold. My father was a general, and he taught me that during times of war, having no silver is unacceptable. However, one cannot hoard silver excessively for fear of being accused of corruption. Jewels, jade, and gold are different. They can be worn or stored, and in chaotic times, they become life-saving treasures. The Marchioness of Wanning approached Yuan Buwei, producing a set of keys from her sleeve. This set includes keys to the outer courtyard, inner courtyard, and the accounting room. As for the shops, fertile lands, and estates under the Marquis of Wanning and Appo's name, I will transfer them to you once Sui and Appo's are as well. Do not think that I am withholding them from you. Rather, I believe that overwhelming you with responsibilities will only burden you. Of course, I also have my own selfish desires, hoping you will prioritize caring for Sui and Appo's. As Yuan Buwei accepted the keys, she bowed deeply. Thank you, mother-in-law, for your trust. I shall not disappoint you or father-in-law." Previously, when she delivered food to her second brother, she noticed his study was filled with various business books. Upon conversing with him, she learned he was managing the shops under the Marquis's name, but their variety made it difficult to earn significant profit, leaving him exhausted. Hence, she had an idea. What idea? The Marchioness of Wanning and Damp. Appo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Buwei, please speak boldly." Well, Yuan Buwei recounted the conversation she had with her second brother. "What if we open a pharmacy?" The Marchioness's interest was piqued. "When my father led troops in a battle, aside from provisions, he worried greatly about medical supplies. He once delayed treatment for his leg due to giving medicine to his deputy, which resulted in a lingering pain that worsens with age, especially in winter. That might be due to damaged meridians. Mother-in-law, when you return to your family, please take me with you. I can assist grandfather with his condition." The Marchioness paused, then slapped her thigh. "I truly am getting old. The doctor is right before me, yet I lament my father and Appo's ailment. I will tell you when I return. But for now, I shall take you to see father." "Now?" "Yes." The Marchioness nodded. "Buwei, while you care for Swayer, you should also attend to Binger and Honor. As for me," her voice quivered when she mentioned her children. "As their mother, I feel inadequate and have caused them much suffering. However, in my interactions with them, they harbor no resentment towards you. Instead, like you, they constantly think of the young Marquis. You do not know how. When Jiang Weiming troubled the young Marquis, my second brother stepped forward. With more experience, he will surely become capable in his own right. No mother wishes for her children to fail, yet the Marchioness and Appo's predicament lies in her inability to show too much favoritism towards her own children, lest others perceive her as neglecting Lu Sui. After all, being a stepmother is never easy. Yet the circumstances had changed. She had married in and had spoken up on her own accord. Her husband would not suspect her of instigating this. Thus, they made their way to the study of her husband, the Marquis. After listening to their words, he pondered for a moment before summoning Lu Bing. Upon entering, Lu Bing saw his parents and eldest sister staring intently at him. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. "Father, mother, eldest sister, did you call for me?" With such little courage, how could he venture into business? The Marquis furrowed his brow, puzzled. His eldest son, Lu Sui, was headstrong, while his second son was timid and quivered at the slightest reprimand. "How can we know if we do not try?" Yuan Buwei interjected on behalf of her second brother. However, for the pharmacy to succeed, they would require the Marquis and Appo's assistance and a proper location. "Buwei, you need not worry. I can secure a pharmacy and Appo's license without issue," the Marquis replied, narrowing his eyes. "Lu Sui has sustained serious injuries, yet the Emperor has not sent anyone to inquire. My lord, the Emperor is preoccupied with state affairs and cannot possibly attend to every matter. Moreover, given Sui and Appo's current condition, he likely wishes to keep outsiders away." The Marchioness interjected swiftly, hoping to avoid any inappropriate remarks from her husband. "Enough, Bing and Appo's. You will accompany me tomorrow. If we were to open a shop, you must be hands-on from the very beginning." The surprise was overwhelming, leaving Lu Bing stunned. "Lu Bing, I understand. I will not let father, mother, or eldest sister down." Lu Bing was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with anticipation. Yuan Buwei mouthed encouragement to him, and Lu Bing nodded solemnly, vowing to manage the pharmacy well and uphold the honor of the Marquis of Wanning. After dinner, Yuan Buwei noticed that Li Yin had yet to return, and finding the hidden spies within the military camp was proving challenging. Moreover, Mu Qing, who had promised to come yesterday, had not shown up either. Could it be that he too had gone to the military camp to catch spies? As she shared her thoughts with Lu Sui, he cast her a glance. "You need not worry about the matters of the military. Does the young Marquis fear that I might burden myself with too much concern? Or is he simply wary of my involvement with military affairs?" His single remark had prompted her to analyze so much. Seeing Lu Sui maintain a stern silence, she poked his cheek. "Not speaking means you agree with my reasoning, correct?" Yuan Buwei. Lu Sui glared at her. "The affairs of the military are far too complex. Knowing too much will not benefit you." Thus, Yuan Buwei leaned closer, gazing intently at him. Is the young Marquis worried about me, perhaps? Suddenly, the door burst open. Yuan Buwei, what are you doing? It was Mu Qing who had barged in. Chapter 34. Could it be that you truly wish to be the legitimate wife? Yuan Buwei sat upright, observing Mu Qing's face, which was flushed with fury, resembling that of someone who had caught a cheating partner. Her brow furrowed tightly. Could it be that Mu Qing harbored such feelings for the young Marquis? As Mu Qing saw Yuan Buwei still draped over Lu Sui, she hastened to the bedside, reaching out to pull her away. Mu Qing, withdraw. Lu Sui barked, his expression dark as thunder. Who gave you the audacity to intrude upon my chamber at this hour? Mu Qing's hand froze mid-air, her demeanor defiant. You know very well your current condition, yet she clings to you, denying you rest. What a way to phrase it. Yuan Buwei scrutinized Mu Qing, a smile playing on her lips as she inquired, I'm the wife of the young Marquis. Even sleeping in the same bed is entirely reasonable. Why does it sound as if you accuse me of an affair? What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely concerned for the young Marquis. Oh, you are concerned for the young Marquis, so you may enter his chamber unannounced? Should I happen to share a bed with him one day, would you then deem me a monstrous predator ready to devour him? Yuan Buwei, why do you speak so bluntly? Lu Sui's face flushed with heat, his gaze toward Mu Qing growing ever colder. Mu Qing, considering this as your first offense, I shall not hold it against you, but in the future, you are not to enter the Marquis and Appo's residence without my permission. Why not? Mu Qing asked, her face a mask of sorrow. Young Marquis, I only wish for your well-being. Iarbo no intentions. Then why did you conceal from the young Marquis the matters of the military and disclose them to Jiang Weiming? Yuan Buwei turned her head to see Steward Yi assisting Li Yin into the room. Noticing his frail appearance, she hurried over. Li Yin, what has happened to you? It's but a minor wound, nothing serious. Li Yin dismissed Steward Yi and approached the bed, cupping his fists. Young Marquis, I have ascertained that it was Mu Qing who consistently informed Jiang Weiming of every move made in the military. When I confronted him, he not only denied it, but also made excuses. In a fit of desperation, I had to engage him in a scuffle. That is not the case, young Marquis. Do not listen to Li Yan's wild accusations. Mu Qing, can you elucidate why you undertook such actions? Lu Sui would not take Li Yan's word at face value. He sought to comprehend Mu Qing and Appo's intentions. Once, when your uncle visited the military camp seeking you, and you were absent, I received him. During our conversation, I learned of his concerns. Knowing your deep regard for the Jiang family, I thought it prudent to respond to his inquiries, for I am your confidant, aware of what should be said and what should not. Thus, I acquiesced to his request. Even the smallest matters in the military are significant. You should not have agreed to Jiang Weiming without consulting the young Marquis. Did you not consider that your words could endanger him? Li Yin was nearly driven mad by Mu Qing's recklessness. Previously reliable, how had his intellect plummeted so drastically? The matters I discussed with Jiang Weiming were trivial and certainly did not touch upon any confidential issues. Then why divulge information about the distribution of compensation funds? Li Yin, do not assume I am unaware. The compensation funds allocated by the military are neither the young Marquis and Appo's nor the court and Appo's. Yuan Buwei began to grasp that Mu Qing was not only presumptuous, but also bore significant hostility. I used my dowry to distribute compensation to soldiers in dire need. Is that a fault? Undoubtedly. Mu Qing raised her head, adopting an admonishing tone towards Yuan Buwei. You might not realize this, but the soldiers are utterly devoted to the young Marquis because they see his strength and genuine character. Your involvement will lead them to believe you seek to curry favor through him. Perhaps you're the only one who thinks so? Yuan Buwei scoffed. What you imply is that I am unworthy of being the young Marquis and Appo's wife. I shall reiterate, if you are dissatisfied, take it up with the emperor. However, even if you persuade him, he would never issue an edict allowing you to marry the young Marquis. The listeners, Lu Sui, Li Yin, and Steward Yi, were all wide-eyed at Yuan Buwei and Appo's audacity. Mu Qing, have you lost your senses? How can you, as a man, have such feelings for the young Marquis? Li Yin could not continue. If Mu Qing genuinely held affection for the young Marquis, her previous behavior towards the young madam could be rationalized. Lu Sui felt as though he had swallowed a fly, his discomfort surpassing that of being ambushed by the enemy. That is not true, Yuan Buwei. Do not speak such slander. Mu Qing shouted vehemently. Very well. If you are too cowardly to approach the emperor, I shall do so myself tomorrow. It is high time I enlighten him on how arduous the past month has been for the young Marquis. Yuan Buwei, you dare. What is there that I would not dare? To be honest, it is entirely normal for someone of the young Marquis and Oppos as exceptional talents to attract admiration, but alas, you are a man and cannot take the role of a concubine. Who wishes to be a concubine? Oh, Yuan Buwei gasped, covering her mouth in feigned shock. Could it be that you genuinely aspire to be the legitimate wife? I fear that a male consort would not be acknowledged by society. Yuan Buwei, could you refrain from speaking so freely? Lu Sui perceived that Yuan Buwei was always one to shock, but her words now were utterly outrageous and intolerable. If someone seeks to take the young Marquis from me, I must showcase my prowess. What do you mean by taking? Yuan Buwei, your words are simply. Simply what? Yuan Buwei leaned closer to Lu Sui, noting the faint flush of his ears, and smiled gently. Young Marquis, are my words moving you? Who is moved? I am very, very angry. Lu Sui could not bear to meet Yuan Buwei and Oppos' gaze, fearing that a mere glance would betray his inner turmoil. What stirs your ire? Is it directed at me, or at Mu Qing? Mu Qing observed Yuan Buwei flirting with the young Marquis, and the latter in damp. Oppos' bashfulness was a sight she had never witnessed. A string in her mind snapped suddenly. Enough, Yuan Buwei. Do not presume that just because you have cared for the young Marquis for a month, you can act with impunity. As long as I am present, you shall forever. Slap. Yuan Buwei stood abruptly, delivering a resounding slap to Mu Qing and Oppos' face. Mu Qing and Oppos' pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at Yuan Buwei. You dare strike me? Yuan Buwei remained silent, her gaze fixed on Mu Qing. Though her palm had only grazed her cheek, the sensation was intricate. Upon closer inspection, Mu Qing and Oppos' features were indeed soft and delicate. Most importantly, her high-collared attire concealed her throat. Could it be? Yuan Buwei and Oppos' bold hypothesis took form as she swiftly grasped Mu Qing and Oppos' right wrist, her fingers brushing over her pulse. Release me. What are you attempting to do? Mu Qing panicked instantly. Chapter 35. Your silence speaks volumes. Yuan Buwei, release me. Mu Qing struggled, but Yuan Buwei and Oppos' grip tightened. After a moment, she relented, instructing Butler Yi to escort Li Yin back to his quarters for a change of medication. Mu Qing rubbed her reddened wrist, casting a wary glance at Yuan Buwei. Yuan Buwei, do not play tricks. With death looming, you dare to remain obstinate. Let her face the truth of her demise. Yuan Buwei let out a scoff and swatted away the hairpin adorning Mu Qing's head. Under the astonished gazes of Lu Sui, Li Yin, and Yi Qian, Mu Qing and Oppos' long tresses cascaded down her back. Mu Qing, you are a woman? Li Yin and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to reconcile the identity of his close companion for several years with that of a female, Lu Sui was equally stunned, staring at Mu Qing as if she were a stranger. Mu Qing covered her head in terror. No, young Marquis, please let me explain. Mu Qing. Lu Sui and Oppos' gaze turned icy in an instant. Disguising yourself as a man and infiltrating the military is a grave offense. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Young Marquis, are you condemning me without even granting me the chance to explain? Mu Qing, you are foolish. The young Marquis despises deceit. You have posed as a man for so long, it is simply. Li Yin was nearly driven to fury. If it were to be known that the young Marquis and Oppos' deputy was a woman, it would bring him tremendous trouble. Indeed, my masquerade was wrong. But the young Marquis cannot deny that I earned my position through hard work. My enlistment was influenced by my grandmother and Oppos' concern for the Mu family and Oppos' legacy. As my brother and Oppos' health is frail, prompting me to take such risks. There is no law in Dazhao forbidding women from serving in the military. But why did you specifically choose my battalion? Lu Sui would not be swayed by Mu Qing and Appo's as grievances. Since the establishment of the Swift Wind Battalion, I had issued a decree against recruiting women. The soldiers frequently face peril on the battlefield, and even in times of peace. The training is so rigorous that even men struggle to endure. But I persevere, did I not? Mu Qing exclaimed. Young Marquis, you cannot dismiss my efforts simply because I am a woman. The young Marquis would not overlook your efforts due to your gender, but your prior deception is inexcusable. Yuan Buwei interjected. However, after all your hard work, your ambitions must extend beyond merely being the young Marquis's deputy. No? Yuan Buwei, this is not your place to speak. Do not utter nonsense. Mu Qing warned fiercely. The one least qualified to speak here is you. Yuan Buwei retorted with a cold laugh. You knew well that the Swift Wind Battalion does not accept women, yet you stubbornly pursued becoming the young Marquis and Appo's as deputy. When the time came, you intended to reveal your true identity and plead your case, believing that your proximity to him would lead to mutual affection. Little did you expect that the emperor would decree your marriage to the young Marquis. Li Yin and Yi Qian exchanged knowing glances. No wonder you sought out the young Marquis at every opportunity. I had thought you were merely diligent, but all along, you were. Li Yin struggled to continue. Li Yin, my intentions in seeking the young Marquis were always serious. They were not, as you presume. Mu Qing countered. What do you mean, and Amp? Appo's. Not as I presume, and Amp. Appo's. Li Yin seemed to grasp why Mu Qing was so adamant about finding the young Marquis. Dare you swear that you do not harbor such feelings for him? Why must I swear? Your silence betrays your guilt. Li Yin, do not bicker with her. Even if she swears, it will not alter the current situation. Yuan Buwei and Appo's words ignited Mu Qing and Appo's fury. Yuan Buwei, do not take pride in your medical skills. You know nothing of what the young Marquis desires. I may not know what the young Marquis wants, but I am now his wife. I have all the time in the world to understand him, Yuan Buwei retorted, wielding her words as weapons. You, Mu Ying sated, had anger palpable. She turned to Lu Sui, her eyes filled with sorrow. Young Marquis, do you not remember? Once, during our training in the mountains, we were caught in a heavy rainstorm. You saw me shivering and offered me your coat. And when you learned I was unwell, you arranged for the army and Appo's physician to attend to me, visiting me nightly. If I had not insisted on finding you, you might not have returned at all. The young Marquis treats you well because you are his deputy. If he were to neglect you, it would paint him as heartless in the eyes of his soldiers. How could they follow him wholeheartedly? You sought him out, but it was Li Yin who ultimately found him. As for the favor you seek from me, I have already promised your grandmother that I would tend to your brother and Appo's ailments. Given that I have already assisted your grandmother, 2 favors are sufficient to offset your debt of gratitude for saving the young Marquis. Yuan Buwei admired the pride within Mu Qing, yet in the face of criticism, Mu Qing faltered and attempted to drag Lu Sui into the fray. How shameless! Mu Qing, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, you are first and foremost the young Marquis and Appo's deputy. Despite your disdain for me, out of respect for the young Marquis, you should accord me some recognition. Yet you have utterly disregarded me. May I then conclude that you believe saving the young Marquis gives you the leverage to coerce him into marrying you? I did not. Yuan Buwei, do not slander me. Mu Qing shouted in indignation. Your outburst confirms it. Yuan Buwei laughed coldly. My parents have returned to the estate. If I call for them, they shall come. Should this escalate, your expulsion from the military would be the least of your concerns. But if it tarnishes the Mu family's reputation, Yuan Buwei, do not threaten me. I shall explain everything to the young Marquis. Explain what? Lu Sui interjected, his tone cold and mocking. Shall I hear how you meticulously plotted your ascent from a mere soldier to deputy solely to draw closer to me? I cannot deny your competence as a deputy, but your intentions are rather sordid. Recalling their moments together, Lu Sui felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Mukvinkis complexion palet instantly. She had never imagined that the young Marquis would view her motives as base. Young Marquis, I'm not the only one in the capital who holds affections for you. By your reasoning, does that not imply that their intentions are equally vile? Mu Qing retorted defiantly. At least they do not disguise themselves as men to infiltrate my battalion. Initially grateful for Mu Qing and Appo's life-saving intervention, Lu Sui had intended to reward her with merit once he recovered. Now, he merely wished for her to leave. Mu Qing, after serving as my deputy for so long, you should know my temperament. Chapter 36. Only I am worthy of the young Marquis. Mu Qing, fully aware of Lu Sui and Appo's temperament, concealed her identity as a woman for so long. Just when she anticipated an opportunity for confession, Yuan Buwei ruined her only chance. How could she not harbor resentment? Young Marquis, I acknowledge my faults, yet the hardships I've endured over the years, tirelessly training and battling, were all in hopes of one day being worthy of you. If it weren't into Appo's, for Li Yan and Appo's injury, he would have undoubtedly dragged Mu Qing away. She openly expressed her affection for the young Marquis in front of the young mistress. Was she truly out of her mind? Now I comprehend why you disregarded your healing body to visit the Medicine King Valley to seek my master. This way, you could personally care for the young Marquis, encourage him, and cultivate a bond. Once he becomes dependent on you, you could reveal your true identity, and with the gratitude for saving his life, coupled with your care, he would surely be moved to marry you. Yuan Buwei scrutinized Mu Qing with a derisive smile. You have quite the ambitious plan. Mu Qing felt her composure slipping, yet her innate pride forbade her from bowing her head. And what of you? Dare you swear that you do not have ulterior motives towards the young Marquis? Furthermore, in terms of family background, can you rival me? Can you ride or shoot arrows? Do you understand the intricacies of military strategy? You are merely a pitiful creature confined within the inner chambers, orbiting around men. I am the phoenix soaring in the heavens. I understand the young Marquis and Appo's ideals and aspirations. Only I can assist him in achieving success. A phoenix soaring in the heavens? She was nothing more than a toad on the ground. Mu Qing, if you're to lose your senses, do it at home, not before the young Marquis and the young mistress. Li Yan and Appo's word were actually an attempt to provide Mu Qing an exit, hoping she would realize the gravity of her situation before it became public knowledge, rendering her truly unable to show her face again. How am I losing my senses? Mu Qing's displeasure was palpable. If we are to discuss precedents, I have spent 3 to 4 years in close proximity to the young Marquis. Which law of the Zhao forbids me from loving the young Marquis? Since we have broached this topic, I shall declare it openly. I love the young Marquis. No one in the entire capital understands him better than I do. Such an arrogant declaration amused Yuan Buwei. Just as she was about to respond, a loud crash echoed from behind. The frail door was once again kicked open. Yuan Buwei turned to see the door teetering precariously and mused whether it was time to replace it with an iron one. The intruder was Marquis Wanning, his fury palpable, as if he intended to devour Mu Qing whole. He must have been eavesdropping for quite some time. Marquis Wanning, Mu Qing began, but before she could finish, Wanning struck her across the face. You wretched creature! Mu Qing fell to the ground, clutching her numb face and staring blankly at Marquis Wanning. On what grounds do you strike me? I strike you for your shamelessness and your outrageous words. If not for your being a woman, I would have kicked you some more to relieve my anger. Had it not been for your grandmother seeking me out, do you think you could have entered the Swiftwind camp with your meager skills? His words immediately shocked Lu Sui. Clarify your statement. When did Mu Qing's grandmother seek you? When I established the Swiftwind camp. The personnel from the Wanning Marquis and your own were far from sufficient to form a formidable army. Just as I was searching for recruits, old Madame Mu approached me, stating she had a group of capable individuals ready to join the Swiftwind camp, with the sole condition being her granddaughter Mu Qing and Appo's inclusion. Impossible. I entered the Swiftwind camp solely through my own merits. Mu Qing was the first to reject his assertion, vehemently countering. Sui and Appo's was merely 17 when he commanded his own army. For others, that is a threat. Many awaited the opportunity to see him falter. Had I not ensured a strict vetting of every soldier upon their enlistment, do you truly believe your identity as a woman would have gone unnoticed? Wanning and Appo's words ignited a fiery sensation on Mu Qing and Appo's face, yet she could not fathom her grandmother and Appo's reasoning. Impossible. My grandmother has been strong all her life. How could she possibly do such a thing? Your grandmother was once a formidable general and Appo's daughter, wielding a red tassel spear with unparalleled skill. Naturally, she wished for her descendants to carry on her legacy. However, your father despised martial pursuits, preferring commerce, a choice steeped in materialism. Your elder brother was always frail, leaving no successors, and thankfully, there was you. After the late emperor and Appo's passing, the new emperor held reservations about women serving in the military, especially after your grandmother overshadowed everyone in her prime. Thus, after much deliberation, she sought me out. No wonder a portion of the soldiers in the Swift Wind camp held unwavering loyalty to Mu Qing. They were, after all, old Madame Mu and Appo's subordinates. Li Yin recalled a time when Mu Qing had been absent for days during a mountain trial, and her absence had caused great distress among them, nearly prompting them to disregard the young Marquis and Appo's orders to search for her. Fortunately, she returned safely that night. Mu Qing had always taken pride in her achievements, believing them to be the fruits of her own labor. Yet, in mere moments, Wanning and Appo's words shattered her self-assuredness. No, I refuse to believe it. I will return now and confront my grandmother for clarity. Mu Qing scrambled to her feet, her face resolute as she looked at Lu Sui. Young Marquis, my earlier words were spoken from the heart. I hope you will consider who truly deserves your affection. With that, she turned and left, her demeanor suggesting that everyone was conspiring against her. It was utterly exasperating. Why act so presumptuously? After a prolonged silence, Lu Sui turned to his father. If you do not trust me regarding such a significant matter as establishing a camp, you may speak plainly. I would, but I promised old Madame Mu, and I owe her a favor from years past, which is why I agreed. I simply didn't anticipate that her granddaughter would. Wanning hesitated before deciding against finishing his thought. Fine, I shall visit old Madame Mu tomorrow. Father, old Madame Mu is still unwell. If she learns of Mu Qing's actions, it will surely exacerbate her condition. However, I promised her I would treat her grandson's ailment. If I can cure him, there may yet be a chance for him to achieve great things. Yuan Buwei, concerned that the two men might quarrel again, interjected. Regardless of gender, Mu Qing has reached her current standing through her own capabilities. One cannot dismiss her entire being based on a few indiscreet remarks. Marquis Wanning regarded his daughter-in-law with approval. Lu Sui, my boy, you are indeed fortunate to have married such an understanding and considerate wife. If he dares to mistreat you, I will be the first to hold him accountable. Chapter 37. Did he just get a kiss from Yuan Buwei? Lu Sui disregarded his father's presence, his gaze fixated on Yuan Buwei. He recalled her words. We are husband and wife, bound by shared honor and disgrace. Was her display of grace and perfection a reflection of this sentiment? As the hour grew late, he decided it was best to postpone matters until tomorrow. The Marquis of Wanning cast a glance at his son, who seemed to drift in the periphery, before turning away with a dismissive flick of his sleeve. Goodbye, my lord. Yuan Buwei knelt in salute, recognizing that Lu Sui's temperament mirrored that of his father, both rather immature. Young madam, we should also retire for the night. You must be weary, Steward Yi remarked, bowing slightly as he led Li Yin away. After considerable effort, Yuan Buwei finally managed to close the door behind her. As she approached the bedside, she found Lu Sui staring vacantly at the ceiling, reminiscent of his earlier despondency upon awakening. Young lord, if you wish to share, perhaps I could offer some guidance, she suggested, sitting at the edge of the bed. She lifted the covers and placed one of Lu Sui's arms on her knee, deftly beginning to massage it. Lu Sui turned his head to observe Yuan Buwei, who was intently focused on her task. Since their acquaintance, regardless of how harshly he spoke, she remained unperturbed, even when Mu Qing had just insulted her. Yuan Buwei, did you marry me solely because of the imperial decree? Young lord, are you implying something? Yuan Buwei met Lu Sui's scrutinizing gaze with a gentle smile. If you do not clarify your intentions, I reserve the right to remain silent. Lu Sui was on the verge of anger when a sudden realization struck him. Yuan Buwei had an uncanny ability to provoke his emotions effortlessly. Why are you not speaking? Young lord? Yuan Buwei leaned closer, noticing his flickering gaze and hesitant lips, as if he wished to speak but was at a loss for words. Feeling guilty? What I have to feel guilty about? Lu Sui initially attempted to suppress his irritation, but ultimately failed. As for Mu Qing and Amp, Oppo's disguise, I genuinely had no knowledge of it. Every time I encountered her, our discussions were strictly business. There was no impropriety on my part. Yuan Buwei paused, regarding him with a bemused expression. I understand, young lord. There is no need for you to justify yourself. Who would have thought you possessed such a sense of honor? You are aware of that? Lu Sui murmured. But you still haven't answered my question. Which question? Yuan Buwei. All right, I shall respond. Yuan Buwei stifled a laugh, finding Lu Sui's temperament amusing. He was as fiery as the tabby cat she had raised in Yaowang Valley. The imperial decree is one reason. Another is that I had no choice. No choice. Lu Sui furrowed his brow, perplexed. As the esteemed disciple of Yaowang Valley, you must have encountered many prominent suitors. Surely, there are none you fancied or considered for marriage. If I were an orphan, my master would undoubtedly seek a worthy match for me. But I am the legitimate daughter of a Yuan family. I cannot allow my parents and Oppo's, neglect to burden them further or bring misfortune upon the women of the Yuan clan. They have been raised to hone their skills solely to secure good marriages. If I were to jeopardize them because of a royal relative I have never met, they would surely resent me. They are responsible for their own choices. Their prospects should rely on their own merits, not on you. Then why does the young lord concern himself with whether or not he is handicapped? Yuan Buwei and Oppo's retort left Lu Sui momentarily speechless. Gratitude must be repaid and grievances remembered. My harmonious relationship with you, young lord, has garnered the trust of my in-laws, allowing me to manage the household. This is the finest revenge against my parents for abandoning me. I intend to live well and happily. Her gaze fell upon Lu Sui and Oppo's handsome face. Moreover, I have encountered many men, yet only you, young lord, have captured my interest. Do you believe me? Lu Sui and Oppo's heart skipped a beat, then began to race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. Do you not believe me? Yuan Buwei lowered her gaze. Yuan Buwei, are you toying with me? In my current state, how could you possibly find me appealing? Young lord, what are you saying? Yuan Buwei feigned surprise. I admire and respect you. It is not a matter of attraction. Lu Sui's heart sank, his pulse suddenly still. He stared at Yuan Buwei, noticing her calm demeanor, which suggested she was not jesting. Yuan Buwei, you. Lu Sui felt an overwhelming frustration, as if he were a mere plaything in Yuan Buwei's hands. Do not be upset, observing the redness creeping into Lu Sui's eyes. A sign he might burst into tears, Yuan Buwei hurried to comfort him. All the sadness and indignation from our quarrel with your father, the shock and disappointment regarding Mu Qing, have they all vanished now? Lu Sui lifted his gaze to meet Yuan Buwei and Oppo's smiling face. Suddenly, he realized that her lengthy discourse was merely a means to distract him from sinking deeper into despair. All right, I feel better now. However, Lu Sui gritted his teeth. What I have decided is unchangeable. As for Mu Qing, I shall send Li Yin to address this matter tomorrow. I received an invitation from the Mu residence this afternoon. Old Madame Mu has already brought her grandson home, and I shall pay him a visit. Yuan Buwei interjected. At this juncture, escalating matters would benefit neither family, especially considering old Madame Mu has privately sought your father and Oppo's intervention. Are we to let go then? Lu Sui's agitation surfaced. Yuan Buwei, Mu Qing has consistently shown you disrespect, almost daring to trample upon your dignity. How can you remain so unfazed? Because I know that. Regardless, the young lord will stand by my side. Lu Sui blinked, his ears growing warm under her gaze. Yuan Buwei, you truly. If I were to engage in a loud argument with Mu Qing at your bedside, how would that differ from her actions? Yuan Buwei leaned forward, resting her chin on Lu Sui and Oppo's chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. Young lord, you have just begun to regard me favorably. I do not wish to squander this opportunity. Yuan Buwei, you. The warmth of her breath brushed against Lu Sui's chin, igniting a flush across his face. and he dared not meet her eyes. "Young lord, what is it you wish to convey? I mean, as long as you do not engage in actions that would tarnish the Wanning Marquisate or betray me." Lu Sui nodded deeply, as if steeling himself for a promise. Meeting Yuan Buwei and Amp, Oppo's gaze, he declared, "I shall protect you, and I will never allow anyone to harm you." Yuan Buwei observed him, noticing a peculiar mix of emotions on Lu Sui and Oppo's face, which transformed into a flustered anger. "Yuan Buwei, Before he could finish his thought, Yuan Buwei leaned in, gently pressing a feather-like kiss upon Lu Sui and Oppo's left cheek. "Is this response satisfactory, young lord?" He was kissed by Yuan Buwei? Kissed? Lu Sui could scarcely believe it. His face flushed crimson, and his heart raced 100 times faster than before, as if it might leap from his throat. Chapter 38. My fingers can move, little Marquis. Your heart is racing so swiftly. Yuan Buwei gently placed her right hand over Lu Sui's heart, softly caressing it. Thump, thump. How powerful it feels. Lu Sui clenched his jaw. While he had never seen a pig run, he was certain Yuan Buwei was attempting to seduce him. "No, she is my wife." The term in Amp, Oppo's, seduction in Amp, Oppo's, feels inappropriate. Her heartbeat quickened. Yuan Buwei and Amp, Oppo's fingers slowly slid down to the waistband. Lu Sui cursed his immobility. Otherwise, he would have restrained her with both hands and taught her a proper lesson. "Yuan Buwei, from whom did you learn all these tricks?" "From a senior sister at the Medicine King Valley," Yuan Buwei answered honestly. "She said that using certain tactics during the interaction between spouses can enhance affection. However, I don't sense any feelings. I only perceive how quick your heartbeat is and how hot your body feels. Hotter than when you had a fever." "Oh dear, little Marquis. Could it be that you are feverish again?" Yuan Buwei. Lu Sui watched in disbelief as Yuan Buwei began to rummage through his clothing pocket. He instinctively reached out to stop her, but in the next moment, a glimmer of joy crossed his eyes. My hand. Yuan Buwei looked down, her gaze falling upon Lu Sui and Oppo's right hand, where his index and ring fingers were twitching. "Can you feel them?" "Yes, I can feel my hand." "Yuan Buwei, look." Seeing Lu Sui and Amp, Oppo's exuberant expression, Yuan Buwei placed her hand within his large palm. "Can you feel the warmth of my palm?" "Yes," Lu Sui nodded fervently. "My fingers can move. They truly can move. Then it seems that your sensitivity to my words and actions is effective. I shall employ this approach more often in the future." Yuan Buwei withdrew her hand and sat up straight. Lu Sui was momentarily stunned. "Yuan Buwei, was everything you just did to stimulate me, to help me regain sensation in my hand?" Detecting the hint of disappointment in Lu Sui and Oppo's tone, Yuan Buwei pouted. "Little Marquis, you are recovering. If I were to harbor any improper intentions towards you at this moment, what would that make me?" Yuan Buwei made a valid point, leaving Lu Sui unable to counter her. Moreover, given his inability to move, he could not allow her to bear the burden alone. "Thus, little Marquis, even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of me." "I do not wish to." Yuan Buwei smiled shyly, leaving him speechless. Yuan Buwei, what a modesty. Faced with Lu Sui and Oppo's expression, she had completely forgotten her propriety. Well, unable to argue with Yuan Buwei, he decided to close his eyes and sleep. The next day, while Lu Sui was still lost in slumber, Yuan Buwei set off to the Mu residence accompanied by Qinxiang. After waiting in the front hall for some time, without being summoned by the attendants near the matriarch, Mu Qing and Oppo's mother, Madame Mu, arrived instead. "Madame Mu," Yuan Buwei greeted respectfully, as she had not revealed her identity on the last occasion. "I have heard from my mother-in-law that you can cure my son's illness. I must ask, how confident are you in your ability to heal him?" As the head matron of the Mu family, Liu had long held resentment towards her mother-in-law for sending her son to the ancestral home for treatment. Now that she had seized the opportunity to bring him back, she was determined to prevent him from returning to that desolate place. It is difficult to say. One must see the patient to know. Madame Mu and Oppo's expression soured. "Do not presume to act superior before me just because you are a disciple of the esteemed physician Pei. If it were not for your medical skills being effective for my mother-in-law, I would be reluctant to let you treat my son. Indeed, like mother, like daughter." They both exuded an inexplicable confidence. Madame Mu, I'm only here out of respect for the elder matriarch. Yuan Buwei replied with unyielding composure. Clearly, you are not a lady of a noble family and lack proper decorum. Madame Mu snorted, turning away with disdain. Follow me. Very well. What airs is this Madame Mu putting on? Why does she not reveal her own identity? As they made their way to Madame Mu and Appo's, son and Appo's, chamber, Qinxiang could not help but express her thoughts. Are we to let her bully us? She merely wished to voice her frustrations. We ought to be magnanimous. Qinxiang paused, then suddenly understood and stifled a laugh. Yuan Buwei joined in her amusement. There was no need to regard those of a different caliber seriously. The louder they barked, the more inept they revealed themselves to be. After all, one cannot retaliate against a dog that bites. Cough, 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 mother. Lie down quickly. Upon entering, Madame Mu saw her son struggling to sit up and rushed to his side to stop him. Your grandmother knows you are unwell, yet still insisted you travel day and night to return. Grandmother knows that mother misses me, and I miss mother too. Hence I returned early to see her. Mu Qing and Appo's elder brother was far more articulate than Mu Qing himself. And who is this? Mu Igriku inquired, noticing the radiant woman standing behind his mother. I am Yuan, the physician summoned by your grandmother. Yuan Buwei approached the bedside, bowing respectfully. I am a disciple of the Medicine King Valley and should be able to treat your ailment. My illness can be treated? Mu Yu and Appo's eyes sparkled with joy, but the next moment, he shook his head self-deprecatingly. I have been ill for so many years. Every physician I have encountered has claimed they could cure me. Yet in the end, I have swallowed bowl after bowl of bitter medicine, and my condition has not improved at all. They are who they are. I am who I am. Since I have come, you must allow me to take your pulse. Mu Yu regarded Yuan Buwei for a moment before extending his pale wrist. I appreciate your efforts. After a thorough examination, Yuan Buwei remarked, your heart and spleen are not aligned, resulting in poor appetite, palpitations, and fatigue. It seems that your mind is burdened, which explains why no amount of medicine seems effective. What do you mean by that? Do not speak in riddles. Madame Mu grew anxious. The internal organs are intimately connected with one's emotions. To restore Mu Qing's health, the first step must be to improve his mood. When the spirit is uplifted, the body will naturally follow suit. I will prescribe a remedy to regulate your digestive system. Your spleen and stomach are too weak. Once you strengthen them, the targeted medicine can be absorbed and take effect. Otherwise, it is merely a waste and may even harm your digestion. So, the reason I have taken so much medicine is that my body does not absorb it. That is a fair understanding. Yuan Buwei quickly completed the prescription. The ingredients for the digestive remedy can be easily procured from any shop in the city. Take this for 7 days and ensure you spend time outdoors in the sunlight and take walks. You must not remain bedridden for long. Excessive brooding is the greatest drain on one's vitality. Thank you, Dr. Yuan. Having seen numerous physicians, Mu Yu could easily discern who possessed true skill and who was merely a charlatan. Madame Mu scrutinized the prescription Yuan Buwei handed her, counting the ingredients. Such a simple formula. Can it truly be effective for your condition? Chapter 39. How much is Madame Mu willing to pay to hire me? Whether it is effective or not can only be determined through trial. Uttering that it is useless is merely talk. Yuan Buwei smiled in response. I shall check on old Madame Mu once more. Hey, stop right there. Madame Mu handed the prescription to the maid behind her, instructing her to fetch the medicine. Then stepped forward to scrutinize Yuan Buwei from head to toe. Your master is physician pay, so your medical skills must be commendable. How about this? I will arrange for you to have a courtyard to reside in. That way, if my son requires assistance, you can attend to him at any time. How much is Madame Mu prepared to spend to employ me? After all, I am the junior sister of physician pay, and my worth is substantial. To discern the true intentions of the other party, one should not hastily declare their own stance, but rather follow along with her words. You, young girl, have quite the sharp tongue at such a tender age. Madame Mu chuckled derisively. Were it not for my mother-in-law's mistrust in the imperial physician's skills, you would not even have crossed the threshold of the Mu residence. Considering you are the junior sister of physician pay, I will offer you 20 taels a month, with your meals and lodging provided within the estate. 20 taels is indeed a considerable sum, equivalent to the annual expenses of an average commoner. Yuan Buwei nodded. However, I have studied under the Apothecary Valley, and my medical skills have been recognized by my master. According to the Valley and Oppo's regulations, my consultation fee is 50 taels. The 20 taels you propose is far from sufficient for a single consultation. I regret to inform you, madam, that I cannot serve as the physician for the Mu household. 50 taels for a single consultation? Are you extorting money? Madame Mu exclaimed, a young girl like you. How can you be so mercenary? 20 taels is already generous. Do you understand the status of the Mu household in the capital? How many people would vie to gain entry here? Madame Mu, I apologize, but I have no interest in the domestic affairs of the Mu family. Yuan Buwei and Oppo's smile began to falter. Since we cannot reach an agreement, please pay me the 50 taels consultation fee, and I shall take my leave. You merely took my son and Oppo's pulse, exchanged a few pleasantries, and wrote a prescription with just 7 ingredients. And you expect 50 taels? Madame Mu scoffed, throwing 10 taels onto the ground in a contemptuous manner. Here are 10 taels. Take it or leave it. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Buwei wondered if Mu Qing had lamented to Madame Mu the previous night. But upon reflection, if that were the case, Madame Mu would surely know who she was. Considering old Madame Mu and Oppo's sentiments, I shall waive the fee this time. Yuan Buwei shrugged, preparing to leave with her medicine box. Stop, Madame Mu commanded, stepping in front of Yuan Buwei. Your ability to treat my son is a privilege bestowed upon you by the Mu family. I have not stated that I would not pay you. How can you, a mere girl, be so ungrateful? Pick up the silver. Why should I pick up the silver you threw? Yuan Buwei was certain that Madame Mu had suffered many rebukes from her mother-in-law, and out of resentment, she mistakenly thought herself to be aligned with old Madame Mu, thus attempting to make things difficult for her to assert her presence. Mother, Mu Yu, who had been quietly observing, struggled to sit up. Please do not make things difficult for Dr. Yuan. Let her go, lest grandmother becomes anxious. She demanded a consultation fee, which I offered. I merely let it slip from my grasp due to my back pain and asked her to pick up the silver. What an Oppo's. What's wrong with that? Madame Mu shot a disapproving glare at her son, exasperated that he was siding with an outsider after finally returning home. Madame Mu, this is your home. Even if you were to throw excrement on the floor, no one would dare to reprimand you. However, it is unnecessary to take offense with me, an outsider. It is simply not worth it. Yuan Buwei smiled as she maneuvered around Madame Mu, stepping out of the room while issuing a warning. If you remain unable to discern the situation, I shall no longer attend to your son. This statement effectively halted Madame Mu and Oppo's attempts to further humiliate Yuan Buwei. Watching her retreating figure, Madame Mu's face contorted with rage. Wretched girl. Mother, why must you insult her? Do you not see? Madame Mu rushed to the bedside, her voice rising in urgency. She must be aligned with my mother-in-law. Years ago, despite my desperate pleas, she sent you to the old residence. Now, she suddenly brings you back and hires a mere girl to attend to your illness. Her intentions are undoubtedly sinister. Mother, I'm grandmother's own grandchild. She sent me to the old residence knowing I was sensitive, fearing that others would point fingers at me, which could exacerbate my condition. Besides, I've been quite content in the old residence. Grandmother has never treated me poorly. My foolish son, you are the legitimate heir of the Mu family. Even if your health is frail and you cannot fight for your family as your grandmother once did, you can learn business from your father. Yet she has left you in the old residence for over a decade. As Madame Mu spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Now you wish to start learning? How can you compare with other noble heirs who have been groomed from a young age? Mother, every person has their destiny. Perhaps this is mine. Moreover, there is still Qing and Oppo's. That girl, no matter her achievements, will ultimately marry into another family. Madame Mu sighed. Speaking of your sister, I wonder where she has wandered off to. I have not seen her these past few days. Mother, do not place all your hopes on Qing and Oppo's, because of me. She should not bear a burden that is not hers. Aside from her parents, Mu Yu felt the most remorse for her only sister. Other brothers could protect their sisters and serve as their support, while she could barely ensure she did not burden her sister. Enough. I will not speak with you any longer. You all may as well drive me to my grave. Madame Mu, feeling overwhelmed with frustration, tossed her handkerchief aside and stormed out. With a soft sigh, Mu Yu realized that upon returning, she was already engulfed in a wave of pressure. The days to come. She dare not contemplate whether she could endure. In old Madame Mu's chamber, Yuan Buwei withdrew her hand. Old Madame Mu, your recovery is progressing well. I shall adjust your prescription. Thank you, Dr. Yuan. Learning that her grandson and Appo's ailment was treatable, old Madame Mu felt an immediate lightness of heart. In the future, she would require Dr. Yuan and Appo's assistance in caring for you and Appo's health. However, this child is reluctant to reside in the same courtyard as I. It matters not. As long as he regains his health, the location is inconsequential. You must allow him some time to process. Once his health improves and he regains his confidence, he will naturally come to understand things that previously eluded him. At that point, without you needing to prompt him, he will seek you out. Yuan Buwei understood that old Madame Mu's greatest concern lay in the future of the Mu household, with her children and their spouses relying on her. She could only place her hopes in her grandchildren. Dr. Yuan, you appear youthful, yet your words resonate deeply with me. You truly deserve to be a disciple of the Apothecary Valley. Old Madame Mu chuckled, though her gaze remained fixed on Yuan Buwei. Dr. Yuan, with your medical skills, would you be able to treat paralysis? Chapter 40. The Mu family is quite eccentric. Old Madame Mu and Appo's inquiry was rather intriguing. Yuan Buwei wore a serious expression. It depends on the specifics of the injury and its duration. Dr. Yuan had previously mentioned residing in the capital. Did he know about the marriage between the Jiang family and the Marquis Wanning? Yuan Buwei was indeed aware, being one of the parties involved. She had heard whispers of matter, particularly about the pair of sister flowers, one of whom shared her surname. Correct, old Madame Mu nodded. The son of the Marquis Wanning, Lu Sui, is a youthful general. On what was supposed to be his wedding day, he was brought back home severely injured. It is said he sought treatment for a month, and as of now, there has been little improvement. Following Lu Sui and Appo's injury, she had already advised her son to keep the news under wraps. Yet, old Madame Mu was in the know. Was it due to her own informants within the Marquis and Appo's household, or information from Mu Qing? This I am uncertain. Waving her hand, old Madame Mu dismissed the attendants and then grasped Yuan Buwei and Appo's hand, saying, I can see that Dr. Yuan is a kind-hearted individual, and your medical skills are quite remarkable. Thus, I wish to request your assistance in treating young Master Lu Sui. Me treat him? Yuan Buwei was perplexed by old Madame Mu and Appo's intentions. To be frank, Mu Qing is not my grandson. She is my granddaughter. What? Yuan Buwei feigned shock. She is a woman? How then could she enter the military camp? This tale is lengthy. Old Madame Mu and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. My granddaughter entered the military camp specifically for young Master Lu Sui. Over the years, they have spent much time together, and I believe their relationship would flourish. However, a decree shattered my granddaughter's dreams. Upon learning of young Master Lu Sui's condition, she, despite her illness, sought a physician for him, revealing the depth of her feelings. Yuan Buwei understood now. Old Madame Mu, you mean to have your granddaughter accompany me to treat young Master Lu Sui? If the treatment is successful, then he would owe her a great favor. But young Master Lu Sui is already married. Surely, he cannot divorce his wife to marry your granddaughter? He and that woman were wed by imperial decree. Thus, divorce is not an option. However, I will strive to secure a secondary wife position for Qing'er. Furthermore, with young Master Lu Sui gravely injured, a strategic plan is necessary for his recovery. Should Qing'er marry him, I can legitimately offer my assistance. Truly, old Madame Mu, like Mu Qing, was a self-serving individual, using others as mere instruments for her own ambitions. How can you be so certain the Marquis Wanning would agree to their union? I have some rapport with the Marquis. Once I elucidate the advantages, he will surely understand. If Qing'er marries the man she loves, after spending time together, young Master Lu Sui will naturally develop feelings for her. Once Dr. Yuan successfully treats him, they can have children and enjoy a peaceful life thereafter. What a perfectly crafted plan, except for the fact that it omitted consideration for herself. And what of young Master Lu Sui's legitimate wife? She is a living person and was wed by decree. Surely he cannot simply disregard her? I only know that she was abandoned by her parents in her youth and returned home as an adult, which suggests her life has not been pleasant. To become young Master Lu Sui's legitimate wife is already a stroke of fortune for her. Moreover, Qing'er has no intention of contesting the position of mistress. As long as she remains prudent and manages the household well, if young Master Lu Sui provides her with a child, she will have a secure foundation and will no longer be jealous. Old Madame Mu, I find it curious that, having fought on the battlefield and earned numerous accolades, you understand the difficulties women face in society, yet you would allow your granddaughter to marry a man who already has a wife. Yuan Buwei genuinely could not comprehend old Madame Mu and Appo's reasoning. No matter how capable a woman may be, she requires support. Otherwise, in old age, one may find oneself as desolate and helpless as I am now. Furthermore, I do harbor selfish motives. In my youth, I chose my career over my childhood sweetheart, and upon my return, I learned he had succumbed to melancholy, ultimately passing away in illness. I am aware of my own failings, and I do not wish for Qing and Appo's or to face similar regrets at my age. This pair of grandmother and granddaughter was truly extraordinary, leaving Yuan Buwei speechless. How can you be so sure young Master Lu Sui harbors feelings for your granddaughter? Any emotion can be cultivated. Moreover, my granddaughter is his right hand, their thoughts align, and in time, feelings will undoubtedly blossom. If Lu Sui were to hear old Madame Mu and Appo's words, he would likely be incensed, rising to point at her and exclaim, "You old hag, what nonsense are you spouting? Old Madame Mu, your foresight is commendable. Were I your granddaughter, I would ensure that young Master Lu Sui fathered 5 sons to inherit your legacy and ideals, carving out a place for themselves on the battlefield to repay your kindness. These are matters for another time. Dr. Yuan, if you are available, there is no time like the present. Perhaps tomorrow I could have Qing and Appo's escort you? Old Madame Mu, I believe it would be more sincere for you to accompany me to the Marquis of Wanning's residence. If your granddaughter were to go alone, and the Marquis were unwilling to let her see his son, our trip would be in vain." Old Madame Mu pondered for a moment. "That makes sense. Dr. Yuan, do you know the Marquis of Wanning and Appo's residence? How about we meet at the main gate tomorrow? I am familiar with it." In fact, not only was she familiar with it, but she also resided there daily. Yuan Buwei stood to take her leave. "Then I shall bid you farewell for now. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow." Upon returning to the Marquis of Wanning and Appo's residence, Yuan Buwei immediately sought out her father-in-law, relaying old Madame Mu and Appo's words verbatim. "Buwei, are you sure you heard correctly? How could she possibly? Father-in-law, she discussed it openly before me. She seeks to leverage the influence of the Marquis of Wanning's household to elevate the Mu family. Think about it. Why would she have approached you when there was a shortage of personnel in the Jifeng camp, offering you assistance? If young Master Lu Sui were to marry Mu Qing, and with old Madame Mu and Appo's subordinates in the Jifeng camp, consider the future accomplishments of young Master Lu Sui. Would they not all reflect back on old Madame Mu? After all, she was renowned in her youth. The Marquis of Wanning, upon reflection, slammed his fist on the table in anger. So this old crone is attempting to use the Marquis to elevate herself? I previously discussed with young Master Lu Sui that our marriage was a result of the Emperor and Appo's concerns over his rising glory. If the Marquis of Wanning were to ally with the Mu family, it would render them a target for the Emperor and Appo's ire, leading to an inevitable calamity. The Marquis clenched his teeth. If this old crone dares to scheme against me, she must not blame me for being merciless. Father-in-law, you are merely returning the favor. How could it be deemed merciless? Chapter 41. I am paralyzed, not dead. These words brought immense comfort to the Marquis of Wanning. Buwei, summon Madame Bing heir and Han heir, so we may discuss matters thoroughly. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that old Madame Mu is utterly humiliated. Father-in-law, you may deliberate as you wish. I shall seek out the young Marquis. He is the most innocent party in this affair, and his achievements are meant to safeguard the people of Dawn. His consent is essential for us to proceed. Otherwise, It would be too cruel for him. Very well, I understand. Please inform me of any developments regarding Sui heir. Yes, I take my leave. As Yuan Buwei entered Lu Sui and Appo's chamber, she found him just finishing a dose of medicine, exercising his fingers. At present, 3 of his fingers on the right hand were already moving, and with a bit more effort over the coming days, he would regain full mobility in that hand. Young Marquis, Yuan Buwei, sat at the edge of the bed, gazing down at Lu Sui. I have something to ask of you. Lu Sui bowed, looking at her with a hint of confusion. You wish to ask something of me? You are my husband. Is it not appropriate for a wife to seek assistance from her husband? She playfully adorned him with compliments to ease into her request. You visited the Mu residence today. Could it be that your request pertains to Mu Qing? Yuan Buwei's lips curled into a smile. Ah, young Marquis, you are astute. I have yet to utter a word, yet you have deduced it. Enough of this trivial banter. Speak plainly, Lu Sui said, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor. Though one might say he was barely suppressing a grin. But I'm uncertain how to articulate it. I fear that if I recount every detail, you might become upset or saddened. Yuan Buwei sighed, reaching out to touch the 3 fingers of Lu Sui that responded to sensation. If she did not clarify, he would surely blame her. Lu Sui's hand was broad, with long, distinct fingers. One of his fingers could easily match the span of 2 of hers. He pressed her hand down with 2 of his fingers, stating firmly, I want the entirety of it. Not a single detail should be omitted. Is that so? Yuan Buwei replied. She realized she could not tease him further. If she did, he would surely become upset, and she would have to soothe him afterward. Very well, young Marquis. Promise me you will not become angry, nor will you hurl insults. Lu Sui frowned. Speak first. What is this matter? After clearing her throat, Yuan Buwei recounted her visit to the Mu residence in detail. Her voice was melodious, and she adeptly mimicked Madame Mu and old Madame Mu, creating an immersive experience for Lu Sui. Naturally, he became incensed. Outrageous. If it were not for the Emperor and Appo's decree, I would never have married. I am paralyzed, not dead. Old Madame Mu would be better off selecting a few promising youths from a clan to cultivate instead of wasting her efforts on me. Did young Marquis truly believe she had not considered this? Yuan Buwei gently caressed Lu Sui and Appo's rising chest to soothe him, recognizing that the lack of suitable candidates led her to set her sights on him. Clearly, she had been contemplating this for quite some time. Indeed, she likely hoped daily for young Marquis to be missing an arm or a leg, so that she could exploit the opportunity. Yuan Buwei. Lu Sui looked at her, who had been so agreeable thus far. Why are you not angry in the slightest? She has orchestrated everything so clearly, speaking as if she were bestowing a favor upon you. And you can endure it? I am on her territory. Would the Mu family allow me to confront her? Lu Sui's expression darkened. They would not. They would likely threaten you to keep the matter quiet. Precisely. Thus, I devised this plan, and I must also thank Mu Qing. Thank her? Lu Sui regarded her as if she had lost her mind. Have you been driven mad by her? On the day I visited the Mu residence, she merely referred to me as Chishi's junior sister, failing to mention I was your wife, thereby laying the groundwork for future complications. When I met old Madame Mu, I also claimed that my sisters-in-law shared my surname, yet she disregarded it. Yuan Buwei looked at Lu Sui with innocent eyes. I have already given them a chance. It is they who are blind to their own circumstances. Tomorrow, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will cooperate with you. Since Yuan Buwei married into the Marquis of Wanning's household, she prioritized the interests of the household and herself in every action. Her presence had undoubtedly spared the Marquis from numerous troubles. Lu Sui had no grounds to blame her. Rather, he felt grateful for her thoughtfulness and meticulousness. Really? Is that so? Lu Sui scoffed. I'm injured in my leg, not my mind. Besides what? Yuan Buwei leaned closer to Lu Sui. Whatever you wish to express, I assure you I will listen. Furthermore, regardless of the conflicts between us, I will certainly defend you in front of others. It is imperative that we do not provide them with an opportunity to mock us. Yuan Buwei anticipated Lu Sui's response. I am aware that Mu Qing spoke ill of me previously, and you always defended me promptly. Therefore, I should also consider your well-being. What if I had not defended you? Lu Sui inquired, curious. That will not happen. Upon hearing Yuan Buwei's unwavering conviction, Lu Sui was taken aback. You are not me. On what grounds do you presume I will certainly defend you? Because the young Marquis is a hero who protects the country. Beyond being your wife, I am also a citizen of Dezhou. As she gazed at the beaming Yuan Buwei, Lu Sui and damp, Oppo's heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath quickened as their eyes met. Yuan Buwei, did you speak these words of your own volition, or were they taught to you by your seniors? Naturally, they are my own thoughts. My seniors merely imparted the principles of conduct. Yuan Buwei noted the flush on Lu Sui and Oppo's face and placed her right hand on his forehead. You are not feverish. Why is your face so red? I am warm. Is that not permissible? Fearing Yuan Buwei might discern his unease, Lu Sui yawned. Enough, I shall retire. I need to rest well to avoid fainting from old Madame Mu and Oppo's self-righteous remarks tomorrow. Do not worry, young Marquis. If you faint, I will awaken you. Lu Sui. Even if he could not rise, he prayed for his hands to regain movement swiftly. That way, when Yuan Buwei spoke astonishing words, he could cover her mouth. The following day dawned bright and fair, as if the heavens themselves awaited the unfolding drama. As per their agreement, Yuan Buwei left the estate early, standing at the entrance to await the arrival of the Mu family and Oppo's carriage. After what felt like a fragrant incense in Oppo's worth of time, the carriage from the Mu residence arrived. Old Madame Mu. Yuan Buwei lifted the carriage curtain and personally assisted old Madame Mu in descending from the vehicle. I trust you fared well on the journey? I have been diligently following your instructions to take my medicine. My health remains satisfactory, old Madame Mu replied with a smile. Come, let's enter the estate. Very well. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, Mu Qing returned to her quarters after a 2-day absence. After washing up, she visited her grandmother and Oppo's room to pay her respects, only to be informed that her grandmother had stepped out. Chapter 42. Why should I listen to you? Inquiring about her grandmother's whereabouts from the maid in her room, Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Grasping the maid's shoulders, she exclaimed, Repeat that once more. Where is grandmother gone? The maid, bewildered by the second young lady's fury, immediately knelt down and reiterated her words. What could possibly prompt grandmother to visit the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's residence? After 2 days of introspection, Mu Qing had intended to confess to her grandmother today. Was it possible that grandmother had foreseen her intentions? Yet, she had disclosed her thoughts to no one. How could grandmother possibly know? A multitude of questions flooded Mu Qing and Oppo's mind, causing her a throbbing headache. Releasing the maid, she turned and dashed outside. As she exited the courtyard, she was intercepted by her mother, who stood in her path. Mother, I have something of utmost importance to attend to, she asserted. Mu Qing, do you still regard me as your mother? Your elder brother has been back for several days, constantly inquiring about you. Have you even spared him a glance? Mu Qing's mother was unwilling to heed her daughter's explanations, seizing her arm and dragging her toward her brother's quarters. Come, let us go and see your elder brother. Mother. Mu Qing, in a state of urgency, forcefully shrugged off her mother and Oppo's grasp. I truly have pressing matters to attend to. I will explain everything upon my return. With that, she turned and fled. Mu Qing, you insolent girl. Stop right there. If you step beyond the gates of the Mu residence today, do not expect to return. Mu Qing's mother threatened in exasperation, yet her daughter's footsteps remained unyielding as she departed in anger. At the Wanning Marquis residence, amidst an atmosphere of lively yet formal pleasantries, the old matriarch of the Mu family swiftly transitioned to the crux of matter. Marquis Wanning, may I present to you Dr. Yuan, a disciple of Physician Pei. Her medical skills are on par with his, and under her care, my health has improved remarkably. She is currently attending to my grandson, and I anticipate that it won't be long before he can walk again. That is splendid news. Congratulations, Lady Mu. The Marquis responded graciously. I am aware that you are troubled over the young Marquis and Oppo's condition. It has been nearly 2 months, and his injuries show no signs of improvement. Thus, I hasten to bring Dr. Yuan, knowing her esteemed skills. You have been most considerate, despite your own health concerns, still thinking of my swayer, remarked the Marquis's wife. dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief as her voice quivered. You cannot imagine how drastically Swayer has changed since his injury. He refuses to allow anyone near him, and even quarreled fiercely with my husband yesterday. Is it truly that severe? The old matriarch furrowed her brow, contemplating. Then perhaps we should have Dr. Yuan take a look? If he learns of her presence, it might improve his spirits. However, Lady Mu, my elder brother has instructed his deputy, Lian, to guard the entrance. Should we attempt to force our way in, he would draw his sword. Last time, I nearly came to blows with him, spoke Lu Bing, who found himself quite adept at playing the role. Not even allowed to enter? The old matriarch was taken aback by Lu Sui and Appo's temper, feeling a tinge of panic. With his injuries still fresh, what if his condition worsened? By the way, what of his wife from the Yuan family? Why is she not attending to him? Lady Mu, even we, his parents, cannot enter. She would have even less chance. Lu Bing replied. Initially, the old matriarch had been optimistic, but now, realizing they could not even see Lu Sui, her hopes began to wane. Nevertheless, having come this far, she was unwilling to concede defeat. Perhaps we should return with Dr. Yuan and have her stand at the entrance to speak with him. She might be able to persuade him to allow her entry. The Marquis looked at his wife, seeking her opinion. I believe we should let Dr. Yuan give it a try. If Swayer permits her entry, that would be ideal. If not, we shall devise another plan, she concluded. Yes, let us first attempt this. Only through trying will we know its efficacy. Let us proceed to Swayer's quarters. At Lu Sui's residence, Lian, sword in hand and stationed at the door, perked up upon seeing the newcomer's approach. Recalling the young Marquis's instructions from earlier, he felt quite conflicted. While he was skilled in battle, acting was beyond him. He had vowed to protect the young Marquis and the young lady, and thus he steeled himself. Stop, Lian commanded, brandishing his sword as his piercing gaze swept over everyone present. The young Marquis has ordered that no one is to approach the door. Retreat at once. Lian, how dare you? I am Lu Sui and Appo's father, and you would threaten me? I heed only the young Marquis's commands. Anyone wishing to enter must step over my dead body. Lian retorted with a cold laugh, envisioning his adversaries as enemies on the battlefield. Marquis Wanning, allow me to speak with the young Marquis. We can ascertain whether he will permit my entry. As tensions escalated, Dr. Yuan hurriedly interjected. I possess some knowledge regarding the young Marquis and Appo's condition. Very well, you may attempt it, the Marquis conceded. After bowing, Dr. Yuan stepped forward and began her appeal. Young Marquis, I have encountered several similar cases in the past. If we commence treatment now, there remains a chance for you to stand again. Permit me to enter and assist you. If not, I shall willingly offer my life in return. The old matriarch, hearing Dr. Yuan's heartfelt declaration, felt a surge of emotion. If she could indeed heal Lu Sui, she would ensure that no wrongs were done to her. Leave, Lu Sui and Appo's unwavering response succinctly conveyed his sentiments. At this, the old matriarch could no longer maintain her composure. Stepping forward, she declared, Young Marquis, I am Mu and Appo's matriarch, Shun Fengyue, Mu Qing and Appo's grandmother. In my youth, I fought valiantly in battles, brimming with vigor. Yet now, I am beset by illness, reliant on others for even the most basic needs. The burden of your current condition must weigh heavily on you. Regardless of the trials you face, looking forward is the only way to alleviate past regrets. Allow Dr. Yuan to examine you. If she succeeds, we shall all rejoice. If not, we will seek alternative solutions. Is the old matriarch of the Mu family truly so remarkable? Why should I heed your counsel? Lu Sui scoffed, finally understanding from whom Mu Qing had inherited her arrogance. Mind your own affairs and leave mine be. The old matriarch faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, raised voices were heard from behind. Deputy Mu, you cannot enter. Turning, the old matriarch was taken aback to see her granddaughter arrive. Qing and Appo's, what brings you here? Grandmother. Mu Qing rushed to her grandmother's side, her eyes darting suspiciously around the room. Why did you not inform me? Coming to the Wan Ning Mark residence alone. Are you unwell? I am fine, Qing and Appo's. You arrived just in time. Convince the young Marquis to allow Dr. Yuan to treat him. As the old matriarch turned, Mu Qing exchanged glances with Dr. Yuan. Dr. Yuan greeted Mu Qing with a wave, her expression instantly paling. Deputy Mu, how do you do? Chapter 43. I will not let you go, grandmother. The young Marquis and Appo's illness is beyond her healing abilities. I must take you home first. Mu Qing was unclear how Yuan Buwei managed to deceive her grandmother into coming to the Wanning Marquis and Appo's residence, but for now, the priority was to leave with her grandmother to avoid further trouble. Qing and Appo's, Dr. Yuan is a disciple of the esteemed physician Pei. If she can heal both your elder brother and me, then surely she can treat the young Marquis. Mu Laodai leaned closer to her granddaughter, whispering softly in her ear. Let her treat him first, and then we can seek out a better physician. This way, your merit. Grandmother, I have already said it. She cannot heal. Mu Qing interrupted her grandmother and Appo's words with a shout, nearly falling to her knees. Grandmother, let us return home. Whatever the matter, we can discuss it there. Qing and Appo's, what is the matter with you? Mu Laodai had never seen her granddaughter in such a state of distress, and was momentarily taken aback. Is someone bullying you? Do not fear. Tell me, and I shall support you. Grandmother, we must go. We need to leave. Mu Qing dared not utter another word, assisting her grandmother as she turned to depart. Yet, Yi Qian stepped forward to block their path. What does this mean, Marquis Wanning? Mu Laodai turned around, her expression one of displeasure. You pose a good question. I too wish to inquire. Did you come here today with Dr. Yuan to attend to sway her out of genuine concern? Or was there another motive? The Marquis asked, calculating in his mind how he would berate this shameless old woman later. Of course, it is out of concern for the young Marquis Wanning. You understand our relationship well, and I regard the young Marquis as if he were my own grandson. Upon hearing of his troubles, I have been unable to sleep at night from worry. Mu Laodai, oblivious to the implications of the Marquis and Appo's words, continued to express her thoughts, especially regarding Qing upon learning. Mu Laodai, do you regard Swayer as a grandson or as a son-in-law? The Marquis looked upon the bewildered Mu Laodai with a seemingly amused expression. Are you still attempting to use the Wanning residence to elevate your own family status? Mu Laodai paused, her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at the Marquis, as if unable to fathom why he would pose such a question. Marquis Wanning, do you think there is something wrong with my concern for your son? Not exactly wrong, merely curious. You have no ties to the Wanning residence. What is your purpose in worrying over him? Even Mu Laodai, despite her usual dullness, could discern the underlying meaning in the Marquis's words. Observing the increasingly precarious situation, Mu Qing hastily tugged at her grandmother's arm, urging, Grandmother, we must go, we must. Absolutely not. Mu Laodai forcefully shook off her granddaughter's hand and turned her gaze toward Yuan Buwei, who stood beside the Marquis. Are you in collusion with the Marquis? Not entirely foolish. Yuan Buwei nodded, openly admitting, Indeed, I have conveyed every word you spoke to me directly to the Marquis. Mu Laodai was taken aback, her admiration for Yuan Buwei instantly transforming into animosity. I bear you no grudge. Why would you do this? What is your reason? It was unthinkable that she would be outmaneuvered by an unknown girl, causing Mu Laodai to feel a surge of anger that made her chest tighten, her body leaning back. Grandmother, grandmother. Mu Qing quickly supported her grandmother, casting a venomous glare at Yuan Buwei. If anything were to happen to my grandmother, I will not let you off easily. Yuan Buwei was unfazed by her threats. Allow me to correct your phrasing. It is I who will not let you go. You disguise yourself as a man to enter the Jifeng camp, and you still harbor the delusion of marrying the young Marquis. Your grandmother is even more despicable, caring only for the honor of the Mu family, willing to manipulate the fates of others. How shameful, how contemptible. When have I ever sought to manipulate the fates of others? Mu Laodai was indignant, her chest tightening with anger. Who are you, and why do you oppose me? Who am I? Yuan Buwei had awaited this question from Mu Laodai. She turned to Mu Qing. Mu Vice General, tell your grandmother who I am. Mu Qing believed Yuan Buwei was intentionally making things difficult for both herself and her grandmother, so she refused. Who do you think you are? Just because you ask, I must answer? The Marquis, who had been listening was rolling his eyes in exasperation. Mu Qing's response suggested she was unaware of what Mu Laotai had said. Thus, the daughter-in-law and Appo's request for her to respond was likely an attempt to preserve Mu Laotai and Appo's good image in Mu Qing and Appo's mind. Yet, this foolish girl had truly vexed herself. "If you will not speak, then I shall," Yuan Buwei declared, stepping back behind her father-in-law, having already given the grandmother and granddaughter a chance, which they failed to recognize. "Mu Laotai, the very doctor treating you, Dr. Yuan, is the wife bestowed upon Swayer by the emperor. She is the daughter of a Yuan family and a direct disciple of the renowned medicine King Valley." The revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Mu Laotai's eyes widened. Her complexion drained of color, her mind buzzing as she stood there in stunned silence. "Years ago, when I allowed your granddaughter to enter the military camp, it was merely to repay a favor. Yet now, you presume to use the merit of healing Sui and Appo's, or to barter for your granddaughter and Appo's entry into the Wanning residence? At your age, how can you still be so brazen, losing all sense of shame? Marquis Wanning, clarify your words. When did my grandmother ever say such things? Do not speak carelessly." Mu Qing, in her foolishness, continued to defend her grandmother, oblivious to the fact that her grandmother's face had turned ashen. "These words came directly from your grandmother's lips to Buwei." The Marquis vividly illustrated, "In the future, you and Swayer shall soar together on the battlefield, while Buwei manages the household. Should she perform well, perhaps Lu Sui will reward her with son, providing her with a support that will prevent her from competing with you and ensuring she diligently maintains the home. Shen Fengyue, your reach is indeed long. I am still alive, yet you already wish to meddle in the affairs of the Wanning residence? If your granddaughter truly steps through my doors, will the Wanning residence soon bear the Mu surname?" Mu Laotai's face flickered between crimson and pale. In the next moment, she directed her ire toward Yuan Buwei. "Why did you not reveal your identity? You made me a laughingstock before your father-in-law. On my first visit to your home, Mu Vice-General merely introduced me as Physician Pei and Appo's doctor. When I met you, I also reminded you that I share the same surname as the married Yuan sisters. You failed to notice, and yet you blame me?" Yuan Buwei countered. "Fortunately, your foolishness allowed me to overhear how you were scheming regarding the Wanning residence and me." Yuan Buwei then turned her gaze toward the nearly fainting Mu Qing. "As for you, I am now very concerned that you may harm the young Marquis while in his company. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace to meet the Emperor and recount all your misdeeds." Chapter 44. Mu Qing. "The one you care about most, I hold an unwavering affection for the young Marquis, as pure as the heavens can attest. How could I ever harm him? If I were to inflict pain, it would be upon you." Mu Qing uttered these words, immediately covering her mouth, yet it was too late. Yuan Buwei nearly burst into laughter. "Then I must enter the palace to pay my respects to the Emperor. Otherwise, I fear I might perish one day without a trace, usurped by another. Shen Fengyu, you and your granddaughter should vacate the Wanning Marquis and Appo's residence immediately. In my lifetime, I do not wish to see any member of your family again. If I do, I shall reprimand you every time." The furious Wanning Marquis, nearly driven to the brink of violence, yearned to choke the two of them, although he had aged and lost some of his former ambition. As long as he drew breath, he would not allow outsiders to bully his kin. Yi Qian expelled them and spread the word from now on. The Wanning Marquis residence and the Mu family are irreconcilable. Wanning Marquis, my grandmother merely speaks in haste. She has not harmed Yuan Buwei. Moreover, my years as the young Marquis deputy have been without incident. You cannot wholly dismiss my contributions. What do you propose? To remain by Lu Sui's side, nurturing your affections for him until he loves you to the point of obsession, marrying you and fathering 5 children? The Wanning Marquis, in his youth, had never lost a verbal battle, and age did not diminish his combativeness. Mu Qing, you are young and brazen, lacking self-awareness. A fool like you would provoke me to rise from my grave to prevent your entry into the Wanning Marquis and Appo's residence. Though Mu Qing had been accustomed to the rigors of battle, she was still a girl, publicly demeaned by the father she adored. She could not contain her emotions. Wanning Marquis, I harbor genuine feelings for the young Marquis, devoid of ulterior motives, whereas Yuan Buwei is clearly a schemer. Who knows what she plots? Are you truly comfortable in trusting the young Marquis to her care? If she intends harm, his life could be ruined. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, did you hear? Mu Qing has publicly slandered me. Second brother, fetch ink and paper. Record her words. I shall bring them to the emperor tomorrow, lest his majesty think I fabricate tales. Indeed, a royal audience is necessary. The Wanning Marquis nodded in agreement. Sui's marriage is a decree from the emperor. Mu Qing, your doubts about Buwei cast aspersions on his majesty and Oppo's judgment. Should it come to that? Thud. The elderly Mu matriarch knelt on the ground. Her face streaked with tears. Grandmother, what are you doing? Please rise. Mu Qing bent to assist her, only to be grasped by her grandmother. Pulling her down and kneel. Qinger, you must kneel. Grandmother, I have done nothing wrong. Why should I kneel? Mu Qing refused, knowing that if she yielded today, her last vestiges of pride would be obliterated. I command you to kneel. I refuse. Slap. The Mu matriarch struck Mu Qing's face, fury igniting her once more kneel. Having never witnessed her grandmother's rage before, Mu Qing bit her lip and knelt, her back straight, revealing her inner defiance. Wanning Marquis, today's events are my fault. I beseech your forgiveness. The Mu matriarch spoke, intending to bow alongside her granddaughter. Your bowing serves only to safeguard yourselves. Fearing I might enter the palace tomorrow and bring down the emperor's wrath upon the Mu family. It is not for our forgiveness. Yuan Buwei's words halted the already bent Mu matriarch, caught between the decision to bow or not. Yuan Buwei, if you seek me, confront me directly. Why must you torment my grandmother? Mu Qing and Oppo's eyes burned red. Raised by her grandmother, her bond surpassed that with her parents, and she had vowed to make something of herself to repay her grandmother and Oppo's kindness. Yet, Yuan Buwei and Oppo's a rival shattered her dreams, preventing her from being with the one she loved. She had not committed murder or arson. Why was even this modest wish denied her? Mu Qing, do not glare at me. Do you believe that my absence will make the young Marquis fall for you? You misunderstand Lu Sui entirely, judging him by your own standards. Even without me, there will be Jiang Weiming, Li Buwei, someone you perceive as an adversary will always appear. Do you intend to eliminate all women in the world? Yuan Buwei, do not revel too much. Mukvinke's fists clenched tightly. At that moment, Li Yin, having been summoned by Lu Sui amidst the chaos, emerged. He approached Mu Qing swiftly, tossing a piece of paper into her arms. Effective immediately, you are no longer a member of the G-Phone camp. Mu Qing was stunned, hastily grasping the paper, her eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. I have fought alongside the young Marquis through life and death. How could he expel me from the G-Phone camp? The G-Phone camp is solely managed by the young Marquis. He holds the power to decide the fate of all his soldiers. Li Yin explained coldly. Mu Qing, the one you value most, the young Marquis, does this to protect. Is this truly to preserve my dignity? He is wielding a knife against me. Mu Qing trembled with anger, tearing the paper to shreds in the next moment. I refuse. I will not leave. I am forever devoted to the young Marquis. I shall go nowhere. Her madness was palpable, even if she were to marry Lu Sui. With such a temperament, their paths would inevitably diverge. Mu Qing, are you truly willing to jeopardize the entire Mu family for your own selfish desires? I'm not. Mu Qing's voice quivered, her crimson eyes glaring at Yuan Buwei. You are so malicious. Unable to tolerate my affection for the young Marquis, you orchestrated this trap, lured me in, and even tarnished my grandmother and aunt, Oppo's reputation. Yuan Buwei, I bear no grudge against you. Why treat me this way? Deputy Mu, considering your past efforts to protect the young Marquis and our shared status as women, I shall refrain from uttering words that might pierce your fragile heart. I will only say that today's predicament is entirely of your own making. Yi Qian, what are you waiting for? Hurry and find someone to throw them out. The Wanning Marquis could not bear to remain with the two any longer, as if they were a contagion he feared would infect him. Wanning Marquis, please allow me to explain. This is not my intention. Wanning Marquis. The Mu matriarch's voice dwindled, eventually fading into silence. Wuyi, Do you truly intend to enter the palace tomorrow? Once they departed, the Wanning Marquis regained his composure, inquiring of his daughter-in-law. Yes, Yuan Buwei nodded. After today's uproar, the emperor will surely be aware. It would be prudent to take the initiative and gauge His Majesty's stance towards the Wanning Marquis residence. Chapter 45. Call me away at noon. As usual, Yuan Buwei prepared to feed Lu Sui, only to find him staring intently at her without uttering a word. My dear young lord, I am certain you have much to say, but let us first enjoy our meal. Cold food is far from delightful. The tone she adopted to coax him irritated Lu Sui, who opened his mouth just as she fed him a spoonful of rice. Yuan Buwei, my young lord, we do not speak while eating, nor while resting. What does that mean? Does she wish to share a bed with me? However, reflecting on how Yuan Buwei had cared for him over the past days, he realized she had consistently slept in the outer room, no matter when he awakened at night. A gentle cough from him would summon her with a candle, whether to change his bedding or pour him water to soothe his throat. Such meticulous attention to detail was something even his own mother might not have provided. Yet in the next moment, Lu Sui recalled that every time Yuan Buwei changed his bandages, she would ask him to undress completely and meticulously inspect each wound. Did she tend to others in the same manner? Women would be fine, but what about men? My young lord, what troubles you? Yuan Buwei observed Lu Sui chewing his food, his gaze flickering, suddenly fixed upon the ceiling with a fierce intensity, as if he intended to bore a hole through it. Do you truly intend to enter the palace, to meet the emperor tomorrow? Lu Sui certainly would not voice his current thoughts for fear that Yuan Buwei would utter something embarrassing. Unless His Majesty summons you, you might just receive a cold reception. My young lord, are you concerned for me? Yuan Buwei placed her spoon down, gazing at him with a bright smile. Lu Sui felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny and quickly replied, Let us finish our meal first. Then we can discuss matters. My young lord, you are truly kind, so considerate of me, Yuan Buwei said, touched. Lu Sui thought, why does that sentiment sound so displeasing to me? After finishing their meal and resting for a while, Lu Sui could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Can we speak now? It seems my young lord is genuinely worried about me, Yuan Buwei said as she dried her hands and resumed her seat on the edge of the bed. We have given old Madame Mu quite a shock. While she may not dare to confront us openly, given Mu Qing's temperament, she will certainly not swallow this humiliation. Lu Sui had never considered that one day his trusted deputy would become a source of his vexation. It was my oversight. Had I realized sooner that she was a woman and drawn a clear line between us, she would not have become so obsessed. I do not believe she harbors feelings for you, Lu Sui remarked, furrowing his brow. How so? The elder sister once said that when one loves another, it is often because they see in that person the best version of themselves. For instance, when I treat you well, constantly giving, it is because I yearn for someone to reciprocate that care. Yuan Buwei tilted her head, observing Lu Sui. Mu Qing aspires to achieve her grandmother's accolades. Mere strength is insufficient. Sometimes, luck and companionship are equally vital. I understand that. Old Madame Mu, during her time, fought alongside her husband, learning many tactics from him. I do not question her abilities. However, after her husband's passing, she never achieved notable victories again, and later, due to illness and age, she retired from the battlefield. Returning to Mu Qing, you, as her superior, are most aware of her capabilities. You are the best choice to help her achieve her goals. I do not see her affection for you, but rather her yearning. Yuan Buwei's analysis enlightened Lu Sui. No wonder I felt something amiss, especially in her words. As if I were not a person, but merely an object she desired. Understanding her intentions will free you from the fear of her moral coercion next time you encounter her, Yuan Buwei said with a gentle smile. My young lord, may I propose a request? As she helped him clear his confusion, Lu Sui felt his previous irritations dissipate. Speak freely. Could you refrain from calling me by my full name next time? Seeing Lu Sui in a daze, Yuan Buwei continued. On our wedding day, we did not hold a formal ceremony, and now that my mother-in-law has entrusted me with the household matters, many eyes are upon me. Should I err in any way, I fear I might be drowned in their scorn. Wait, I don't see the connection. Addressing you by your name and managing the household are two different matters. Aren't they? My in-laws accepting me as their daughter-in-law is their concern, but I married you. Only if you recognize me as your wife will the household truly regard me. Yuan Buwei sighed. Every time my young lord calls me by my full name, so loudly, the servants in the courtyard are not deaf. While they may not speak of it openly, they will surely gossip behind my back. They dare to gossip about you? Let them try. Lu Sui, unaware of how Yuan Buwei was leading his emotions, began to reflect on his behavior. Indeed, as she said, he not only called her by her full name, but often vented his frustrations upon her. She was not his enemy and had caused him no harm. Rather, she had cared for him and provided guidance. Reflecting on himself, Lu Sui felt a wave of guilt wash over him. I didn't mean to. At that time, my young lord, I understand your feelings back then, which is why I never held it against you. Now that your health is improving, it is only natural for me to voice my desires. Yuan Buwei leaned closer to Lu Sui. This request is not excessive, is it? Though her request was reasonable, it filled Lu Sui with guilt. Then, shall I call you Buwei or simply Bu? Lu Sui swallowed hard, feeling dry in his throat. Oh dear. Yuan Buwei shook her head. Buwei is a name for family. My young lord is my husband. You should call me something more intimate. Lu Sui felt increasingly parched at her words. Then what should I call you? Apos. Violent Apos. That sounds odd. Calling you and Apos, wife and Apos, or and Apos, madam and Apos, feels rather vulgar. I cannot bring myself to say it. Seeing Lu Sui's earnest expression, Yuan Buwei could not contain her laughter, leaning forward slightly. Bringing her lips close to his ear, she whispered, "Call me away." The warmth of her breath mingled with her alluring voice filled Lu Sui's ear. He gasped, the tension in his mind snapping like a taut string, heat radiating from him as a blush crept from his ears down his neck. His eyes fluttered, lips parted, yet no sound emerged. My young lord, do you not wish to call me that? Yuan Buwei sighed against Lu Sui and Apos' chest. No. Lu Sui's gaze remained fixed downward, for he feared that lowering his head would result in meeting Yuan Buwei's eyes. Then, my young lord, would you call out for me just once? Chapter 46. When did I ever say I wanted to part ways with you? Lu Sui swallowed hard, opening his mouth. Away. As soon as the words left his lips, his heart began to race uncontrollably, a rhythm so intense that Yuan Buwei could feel it. Young master, your heart is about to leap from your throat. This was the first time in his life that he had addressed a woman so intimately. How could he not be nervous? Lu Sui attempted to find an excuse, but the next moment he saw Yuan Buwei sit up. Young master, how would you like me to address you? Husband? Partner? At this, Lu Sui and Apos' face burned even more. If one were to place an egg on his forehead, it would surely be cooked in 3 minutes. You may call me whatever you wish. I am indifferent. Really? Yuan Buwei looked at him with a hint of disbelief, wondering if the young master feared that if she called him too intimately for too long, she might grow fond of him, or perhaps he was simply shy. Who would like you? Lu Sui interjected sharply. Do not flatter yourself. Even though you saved me, that does not imply we must spend our lives together. Is that so? I understand now. Yuan Buwei straightened her posture, shaking off her earlier levity, her expression turning serious. Then let me discuss the leverage I have for tomorrow and Apos' meeting with the emperor. What? Her change of demeanor was too swift. Lu Sui regretted speaking too hastily. He must have hurt her feelings. That was not my intention. I meant. The young master intended to say that a forced union would not be sweet, and if in the future he could run and jump. Yet they still could not be a loving couple. They would part ways. At that point, she could go to the battlefield, and he would return to the Medicine King Valley, where they would each shine in their respective realms. What did I ever say I wanted to part ways with you? Lu Sui was infuriated, yet a tinge of bitterness stirred within him. You did say that we are not a couple until we have held a ceremony, and that we must request the emperor and Apos' decree to grant me freedom. By the way, you also mentioned you would seek. No, wait. I distinctly remember you rebutting me with a multitude of words when I last spoke of that. Finally, Lu Sui found an opportunity to counter Yuan Buwei's claims. You even threatened me, saying you would disclose everything you had seen. Did I? Do not play the fool. Lu Sui gritted his teeth. They were married at the emperor and Apos' behest, and even if they were at odds, They should be bound to live together for a lifetime. You cannot hope to escape from me. Ah, Lu Sui, you yourself stated that you believed Yuan Buwei's kindness was driven by ulterior motives. Once you were well, regardless of the circumstances, you would part ways with her. Yet now he claimed he wanted to be tied to her, forbidding her from escaping. How ironic it was. Well, let us observe the young master's subsequent actions. I will consider accordingly. What actions? Your performance in the recovery process, Yuan Buwei replied solemnly. If during your rehabilitation, you exhibit any signs of retreat or resistance, I will begin to deduct points. If you reach 0 points, we can only part ways. Lu Sui was taken aback. Her words were merely intended to ensure that he would not falter during his recovery. Despite her intelligence and acuity, any man would be fortunate to have her as his wife. Away. Yuan Buwei was momentarily stunned. The first time he called her had been shy, yet this time it was so resolute. I will rise again. I will not let you down. Trust me. Yuan Buwei nodded. Your words give me the first assurance for tomorrow's audience with the emperor that you will stand tall and continue to serve the emperor, protecting our homeland. Lu Sui. The sentiment he had been nurturing was entirely dissipated by Yuan Buwei and Oppo's words. You, young master, do not say anything. I understand. Seeing Lu Sui roll his eyes dramatically, Yuan Buwei hurriedly continued. The emperor's sister, Princess Jinse, has been bedridden for 3 years, consulting countless imperial doctors and consuming countless medicines. Her condition has not only failed to improve, but has worsened. The emperor has executed numerous quacks for this. You do not mean to say you intend to treat Princess Jinse, do you? Before Yuan Buwei could respond, Lu Sui shook his head in refusal. That illness is peculiar. Do not involve yourself less. Are you worried for me, or afraid that the Wanning Marquis will bring trouble? Of course, the former. Lu Sui answered without hesitation. You do not understand Princess Jinse. She claims to be ill, but in truth, she is under house arrest by the emperor. The physicians he executed were not quacks, but her loyal confidants. In the previous life, after Jiang Weiming returned to the capital and officially entered the circle of high-ranking officials, Yuan Buwei began to understand Princess Jinse. She was the 4th sister of the current emperor. Unlike any other royal princess throughout history, from a young age, she displayed remarkable governance skills. Unfortunately, being a woman, she was destined to be estranged from the throne. Yet her exceptional abilities still garnered her countless followers. Yuan Buwei learned from Jiang Weiming that after the emperor ascended to the throne, it was largely due to Princess Jinse and Oppo's assistance that he was able to eliminate various threats to his rule. One could say that she represented the darkest aspect of the emperor and Oppo's heart. His hands remained untainted by bloodshed, while Princess Jinse had already been consumed by it. Unable to receive her rightful due, Lu Sui, you have interacted with the emperor several times. Given your level of understanding, you should realize that our emperor is not particularly adept at governance. He relies on coercion and bribery to win over officials, and he is exceedingly suspicious, preferring to execute 3,000 innocents rather than let one guilty party escape. Yuan Buwei met Lu Sui and Oppo's profound gaze. You cannot guarantee that you will have the same good fortune next time. Do you wish to watch as your carefully built Swift Wind camp is destroyed one day due to the emperor's suspicion? In her past life, she was unaware of the ultimate fate of the Swift Wind camp, but once her father lost his title and was confined to the Wanning Marquis, he lost control over the camp. The Swift Wind camp was the fruit of 2 generations of the Lu family's labor, excelling in both teamwork and individual prowess. Most importantly, they were fiercely loyal, answering only to Lu Sui and Oppo's commands. Should the emperor gain control of this invincible army, he could further expand his territory and use them to eliminate dissenters. Princess Jinse would lose her value at that point. Away. You need not involve yourself in these matters. Lu Sui and Oppo's voice was muffled. The recent battle with the enemy had resulted in the loss of thousands of lives. A severe blow to the already small Swift Wind camp of 50,000. He could not swallow this bitterness. He sought vengeance for the fallen soldiers and inadvertently fell into the enemy's ambush. Thus, a mediator was needed to balance the situation. Yuan Buwei smiled slyly. and I shall be that intermediary. Chapter 47. It is inevitable that he will be drawn to you. Lu Sui had never possessed a concrete notion of beauty. He believed that people were merely defined by their two eyes, one nose, and one mouth, with little distinction beyond height and weight. However, gazing upon the radiant and bright smile of Yuan Buwei before him, he suddenly found a tangible essence to the concept of beauty. No, Yuan Buwei's appearance transcended mere beauty. She wore a remarkably unadorned RU skirt, with no trace of rouge or powder on her flawless complexion. As she tended to her ailing patient, her face was round and full, reminiscent of a ripe peach in May, her gaze a delightful blend of allure and spirit, her petite frame radiating immense vitality. Young Marquis, why are you silent? Yuan Buwei noticed Lu Sui and Appo's intense scrutiny and gently caressed her face. Could it be that the young Marquis is admiring my beauty? Away, what of your face? Lu Sui was taken aback by Yuan Buwei's confidence. My senior sister says I have inherited only the finest features from my parents, discarding the flaws. Yuan Buwei replied with a smile. Of course, I cannot compare to you. Young Marquis, even in a simple white garment, your visage is stunning. A man should possess both courage and wisdom. Mere appearance is of little consequence, Lu Sui countered. Yet, he could not deny that, irrespective of gender, possessing good looks often afforded one a greater fortune than the ordinary. Yuan Buwei laughed lightly. Enough of this. I must prepare for tomorrow's audience at the palace. Away, are you truly going to the palace? Lu Sui asked, astonished. Inevitist. Nor do I sit idly by. Yuan Buwei and Appo's expression turned earnest. Lu Sui, do you trust me? Before Lu Sui could respond, he was captivated by her serious demeanor. He swallowed his doubts and sighed. I have but one request. Do not keep anything from me. Very well, Yuan Buwei beamed, turning away just as she heard Lu Sui's bashful murmur. From now on, do not call me young Marquis. It feels distant. Just call me Lu Sui. Using both name and surname feels inappropriate, does it not? I have no objections. What say you? Lu Sui flushed with embarrassment, and Yuan Buwei noticed the redness creeping to his ears. At the Mu residence, the matriarch, having taken the medicine left by physician Pei, lay down for over an hour before feeling her breath steady. Mu Qing, who had been waiting attentively, helped her sit up. Grandmother, be careful. Sighing deeply, Mu matriarch gazed at her granddaughter. I never imagined I'd reach this age only to be outmaneuvered by a mere girl. Do not worry. I shall seek justice for you, Mu Qing declared resolutely. Foolish child, the matriarch rebuked. Yuan Buwei is now the young Marquis and Appo's wife. I can see that the Duke and his spouse are quite pleased with her. The more trouble you cause her, the more they will despise you, and, consequently, the young Marquis will too, leaving no chance for you two to be together. Grandmother, my affection for the young Marquis is one matter, but I cannot stand idly by while they bully you. Mu Qing and Appo's voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes. Had I known, I should have remained by his side when he was brought home to prevent Yuan Buwei from getting close. Qinger, your elder brother is unwell. After today's turmoil, Yuan Buwei will certainly not treat him again. The matriarch and Appo's nose twitched, her eyes reddening. I should not have listened to her and brought your brother back, offering him hope only to let him down. Grandmother, there are many physicians in the world besides Yuan Buwei. I will find a better one for my brother. As for my future, Mu Qing clenched her fists, determination shining in her eyes. I shall prove that I am the one most deserving to stand by Lu Sui and Appo's side. Seeing her granddaughter and Appo's steadfast resolve, the matriarch and Appo's gaze sharpened. After a moment, she spoke. Qinger, go to the ancestral hall and pry open your grandfather's spirit tablet. Grandmother, what do you mean? Wait until nightfall and do as I say. I will explain later. Understood, grandmother. As night fell, after the family had retired, Mu Qing stealthily entered the ancestral hall. After bowing to her grandfather and Appo's spirit tablet, she took a small knife from her possession and began to pry it open along the seams. A soft crack echoed as a wooden board fell away, revealing a thin piece of parchment. By the flickering light of the candles in the hall, Mu Qing unfolded it and her pupils dilated. She quickly tucked the parchment into her bosom and restored the spirit tablet before hurrying to her grandmother's room. You have retrieved it, I see. Grandmother, this cannot be what you spoke of. Indeed, the matriarch affirmed, nodding. This parchment contains one of the battle formations that ensured your grandfather's repeated victories, the Five Tiger Formation. It primarily focuses on psychological warfare, instilling fear in the enemy, rendering them incapable of maintaining their ranks. There are a total of 10 such formations. Your grandfather devoted immense effort to acquire just one. I believe the emperor possesses 4. And with this, it totals 5. Grandmother, do you intend to present this formation to the emperor? Mu Qing asked, shaking her head vigorously. No, this formation was your grandfather in Damp. Opposes, hidden among his spirit tablets. He surely did not wish for the emperor to know. But your future is far more important. You bear the weight of the Mu family's legacy. Do you not desire to return to the Windstorm camp? At her grandmother's words, color drained from Mu Qing's face. Grandmother, you mean to? Yes, I intend to use this formation to barter for your return to the Windstorm camp. Though Lu Sui holds sway there, he cannot defy the emperor's orders. This is the swiftest and most effective route. Otherwise, all your efforts over the years will be in vain. If you were to join another army, I would not feel at ease. Furthermore, should they learn of your gender, they might exclude you or even plot against you. Grandmother, this formation is far too significant. I wish to return to the Windstorm camp on my own merit. You have been with the young Marquis for so long. Do you still not understand his temperament? Mu Qing fell silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. Qing and Oppose. For your future, I am willing to do this, the matriarch said tenderly, wiping the tears from her granddaughter in Damp. Oppose's face. Ultimately, the young Marquis is a man. As long as you consistently support him, it is only a matter of time before he is drawn to you. As for Yuan Buwei, you must still show her some respect, lest you place the young Marquis in a difficult position. Mu Qing remained silent, her heart heavy with sorrow. It was all Yuan Buwei's fault. Why did she have to expose her true identity? Why did she come to treat her grandmother? The humiliation of today was etched into her memory, and she vowed that one day, Yuan Buwei would pay for it. Tomorrow, we must rise early. We must meet the emperor before Yuan Buwei does, so we can seize the initiative. Chapter 48. She must be severely ill the following day, dawned bright and fair. The Marquis of Wanning, concerned for his daughter-in-law and Oppose, has solitary journey to the palace, wished to accompany her, but Yuan Buwei declined, saying, Father-in-law, please rest easy at home and await my return. Are you not going to the palace to report on Mu Qing and Oppose's actions? The Marquis paused, realization dawning upon him. Surely you are not intending to see him for the sake of sway and amp. Oppose? That cannot be. One can only go to the emperor upon his summons. I have already discussed matters with the young Marquis yesterday. If I can meet the emperor smoothly today, I know precisely what to say and what to withhold. Yuan Buwei performed a respectful bow, stating, It is getting late. I must take my leave. With that, she entered her carriage. The Marquis watched the carriage disappear from view, murmuring to himself, Could it be that Lu Sui has turned misfortune into fortune? Changtian Gate served as the entrance to the palace, guarded by the imperial guard on either side. Upon dismounting, Yuan Buwei approached one of the sentries, producing a token from her sleeve before he had the chance to inquire. The guard glanced at it and immediately clasped his hands in respect, saying, Please wait. I shall notify the appropriate parties at once. What did you show him, madam? How did he suddenly become so courteous? Yuan Buwei smiled, gently rubbing the token between her fingers. This is a token from the imperial concubine's palace. I discovered it in the last box of my dowry given by my master. It bore a note stating that in times of trouble, this token could be used to seek an audience with the imperial concubine. In her previous life, she had never laid eyes on her dowry, as her master had been preoccupied and had forgotten to inform her of this matter. It was not until Jiang Weiming returned to the capital and she accompanied him to a palace banquet that she learned of it. During the banquet, Yuan Buwei stepped outside for some fresh air and was stopped by a maid of the imperial concubine. It was then she discovered that her master had once instructed the concubine in medicine, making her half a disciple and half a senior sister. The concubine mentioned she had been waiting to meet her, but after waiting for a long while, Yuan Buwei had not appeared. Upon returning home, She immediately sent a message to her master, only to learn of the token. Regrettably, all 50 loads of her dowry had been taken by Yuan Jinse and brought into the Marquis Wanning's residence. During that time, she had been in a frenzy, completely unaware of the valuable item nestled within the box. Thankfully, she had not discovered it, for had she done so, it might have implicated the concubine. Now, with this connection in her current life, Yuan Buwei intended to make good use of it. Of course, she would keep this a secret from Lu Sui until her plans came to fruition, to avoid discouraging him prematurely. After a short while, the guard returned, accompanied by a eunuch. Madame Lu, I am Eunuch Yu, the chief eunuch of the imperial concubine and Oppos, as palace. Please follow me. Thank you, Eunuch Yu. After returning the bow, Yuan Buwei approached the guard who had informed him and discreetly slipped him a silver coin, saying, "Please enjoy some tea on me." While it was their duty to assist, who could resist the allure of silver? Having dealt with the imperial concubine before in her past life, and with her master in Oppos, as connection, Yuan Buwei felt no anxiety. As she entered the palace gates, she looked around, taking in her surroundings. Eunuch Yu noticed her demeanor and chuckled. I have led many into the palace, but this is the first time I have seen Madame Lu so unperturbed. I have always heard the scenery within the palace is magnificent. Seeing it truly is better than hearing about it. Yuan Buwei smiled at Eunuch Yu, adding, I have heard there are over 1,000 varieties of flowers in the imperial garden, and when they bloom, their fragrance wafts for miles. Had it been last year, Madame Lu might have had the chance to witness it, but this year, Eunuch Yu shook his head, not continuing. Yuan Buwei chose not to press further, instead quietly following him. Eunuch Yu glanced at her, nodding in satisfaction. The imperial concubine was the foremost among the 4 concubines residing in Changle Palace, conveniently located near the Empress's Fengyi Palace and the Emperor's Taiji Palace. Thus, they soon arrived at Changle Palace. Changle Palace was vast, with numerous halls and pavilions numbering in the hundreds, allowing for an entire year of residence without repetition. Eunuch Yu led Yuan Buwei to the front hall of Changle Palace. I, Yuan Buwei, pay my respects to the imperial concubine. May the imperial concubine enjoy good health. Although she was already aware of the imperial concubine and Oppos as temperament, this was their first meeting in this life, and she wished to leave a positive impression. Get up, Buwei. The imperial concubine, Wei Ronxin, personally helped Yuan Buwei to her feet, her eyes gleaming with joy as she examined her. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Is the young Marquis well? Is there a chance for recovery? His health requires nurturing and time. The specifics remain uncertain, Yuan Buwei replied, beginning, however, I came today because, Buwei, although I have only followed my master for 3 months, I have always considered myself a member of Yaowang Valley, and you are my master's prized disciple. Out of sentiment and reason, I am your senior sister, so do not treat me with formality. The imperial concubine clasped Yuan Buwei and Amp, Oppos, hand, gazing intently at her. Every time I meet my master, he speaks highly of you. I have felt a twinge of jealousy, always wishing to meet you. Now that we finally do, it feels as though we have met in a previous life, and I find myself drawn to you instantly. Indeed, we have not merely met, we have conspired together. Yuan Buwei smiled gently. Given their prior interactions in her former life, she trusted the imperial concubine completely. And it was no secret that the concubine had played a significant role in Jiang Weiming's eventual appointment as the chief counselor. However, she had yet to inform the concubine of Jiang Weiming and Oppos' ungrateful nature, which ultimately led to his demise. Thankfully, in this life, she had the chance to rectify that. Upon hearing about Yuan Buwei's experiences in the Marquis Wanning's household, particularly regarding the Mu family's affairs, the imperial concubine's expression darkened. She is Lu Sui's deputy. Is it not her duty to save him? How has that become her means of boasting? And her grandmother is quite cunning. Fortunately, you managed to defuse the situation. Mu Qing bears the future of the Mu family. I suspect that old Lady Mu will not rest easily. Hence my true purpose today is to discuss Princess Jinghe. Jinghe? The imperial concubine exclaimed, astonished. Is this related to her? But she has been gravely ill for nearly 3 years, living in seclusion. She should have no connection to this matter. yet she must be quite unwell now. In her previous life, during the 5th year of her marriage to Jiang Weiming, news of Princess Jinghe and Appo's passing had spread through the palace. The grieving emperor decreed a nationwide mourning period lasting 3 years. She had been a pivotal figure in restraining the emperor and Appo's power. Therefore, in this life, she could not perish. After a moment of contemplation, the imperial concubine proposed, "How about I send Fu and Appo's to visit Princess Jinghe tomorrow?" Nangong Fu, the imperial concubine and Appo's daughter, was known for her virtue, beauty, and intelligence. Influenced by her mother, she had also developed a keen interest in medicine, studying diligently at the Imperial Medical Institute. With her sweet disposition, she was well liked by everyone from the emperor to the palace attendants. A sudden visit may raise the emperor's suspicions, Yuan Buwei mused. "Sister Wei, isn't the 3rd princess at the Imperial Medical Institute? Can she obtain the medical records to treat Princess Jinghe?" Chapter 49. "You must do something for me." After a moment of contemplation, the noble consort summoned her trusted aide and, after a few instructions, turned to Yuan Buwei, saying, "It may not be certain that we will succeed, but we must at least make an attempt. We cannot simply sit idly by. Indeed, those who learn from the Apothecary Valley share a remarkably uniform approach to their tasks. The wait always feels interminable." Meanwhile, Lady Mu and her granddaughter Mu Qing had arrived at the entrance of the Yanning Hall. This hall served as the venue for the emperor's meetings with important officials. The emperor had just concluded his audience and was engaged in discussions with several key ministers. The duo estimated they had been waiting for nearly half an hour when eunuch Lu emerged to usher them in. "Your Majesty." Upon entering, Lady Mu and Mu Qing knelt and bowed. The emperor, realizing their presence, quickly responded, "Lady Mu, please rise. Attendants, offer them seats." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Once seated, the emperor inquired, "I have heard that General Mu has brought his grandson back to the residence?" "Yes, Your Majesty. At my age, I may not have many years left. I wish to bring my grandson home to enjoy the joys of family." "Do not speak so, General. You are destined to live to 100. I am looking forward to celebrating your centenary." Although the emperor appeared jovial, his mind was likely racing, suspecting the true reason for their visit upon seeing Mu Qing present. "Mu Qing, how is Lu Sui? I have heard he is quite gravely injured." "The young lord is currently well, Your Majesty. Please rest assured, I will take good care of him," Mu Qing replied, omitting any mention of Yuan Buwei. "During this period of national affairs, once things settle down, I shall personally visit the Wanning Marquis residence to see Lu Sui." The emperor sighed, his gaze shifting to Lady Mu. "I recently heard from eunuch Lu that you wish to present me with something, General. It is a battle formation diagram." Lady Mu stood shakily, retrieving it from her sleeve. "Your Majesty, I am guilty." "General Mu, what crime have you committed?" "I am quite perplexed." "Your Majesty, here is the matter." Lady Mu recounted the incident of her granddaughter disguising herself as a male to enter the military, elaborating on her own helplessness and heartache. After absorbing the details, the emperor fell silent. "Your Majesty, I am willing to bear all responsibility. Please do not hold my grandmother accountable," Mu Qing said, kneeling and bowing. "I know I have committed a crime against Her Majesty and dare not defend myself." "Mu Qing, you have indeed committed a transgression by disguising yourself. Yet your achievements are your own. I have always valued talent, so I shall pardon you for your deceit. However, given Lu Sui's temperament, he would not cast you out of the Swift Wind camp simply because you are a woman. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding." The emperor noticed the stiffness in the duo's bodies, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. "A mere battle diagram can absolve you of your deceit. But beyond that, you must clarify matters. I cannot act blindly, especially since Lu Sui is still bedridden. I cannot dampen his spirit." "Indeed," Lady Mu conceded, "rather than conceal the truth, I shall openly admit, I have feelings for the young lord, yet he is already married, and I bear the future of the Mu family upon my shoulders. Even if there were mutual affection, I cannot become a concubine. Had it not been for the emperor and Appo's familiarity with the world's complexities, Mu Qing might have faced dire consequences for her audacity." "Your Majesty, it is not that I do not wish to speak. I feared that laying it all bare would be too much for you to bear. With tears in her eyes, Lady Mu recounted the events of the past few days, portraying herself as the victim and Yuan Buwei as the villain. In closing, she attempted to appear magnanimous. She is young and naive. I shall not hold it against her. Yet I feel for Qing and Appo's heir. She has worked so hard for so many years, striving to be worthy of the young lord, and now, had I known of your affection for Lu Sui, I would not have issued the decree, the emperor lamented, a hint of regret crossing his face. They are newlyweds, and Yuan Buwei has not committed any egregious acts. Thus I cannot issue a decree. Your Majesty, you need not issue a decree to separate them. I only hope you will allow me to return to the Swift Wind camp. I have deep feelings for the camp, having fought alongside the soldiers many times. We're like family. With resolute determination, Mu Qing declared, most importantly, I must show the young lord my capabilities. Under my leadership alongside the young lord, the Swift Wind camp will undoubtedly have a brighter future. Well said. The emperor and Appo's heart was greatly pleased, and he signaled to eunuch Lu, who promptly approached Lady Mu and presented the parchment to the emperor. After inspecting it, the emperor and Appo's eyes gleamed with joy. With this formation, our soldiers will have a greater chance of victory on the battlefield. Your Majesty, regarding the matter I mentioned, Lady Mu and Appo's voice quivered with anxiety as she glanced at the emperor. Speak freely, the emperor replied with a smile. I wish to have a private conversation with Mu Qing. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave. Eunuch Lu assisted Lady Mu as she exited carefully. Once her grandmother was gone, Mu Qing and Appo's anxiety surged. Though she had encountered the emperor a few times with the young lord, this was her first private audience, and the weight of imperial authority bore down upon her. Mu Qing, I can grant you permission to return to the Swift Wind camp, and with my backing, Lu Sui will have no power to expel you. However, you must do something for me. Your Majesty, please instruct me. Whatever it may be, I shall undertake it with utmost dedication, even if it means traversing treacherous paths. Caught in a whirlwind of joy, Mu Qing failed to grasp the true implications of the emperor and Appo's words. The emperor, pleased with her response, smiled. I require you to provide me with regular reports on the Swift Wind camp's activities. The smile faltered on Mu Qing's face. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Is that something you cannot do? The emperor reclined in his dragon chair, observing the growing pallor on Mu Qing and Appo's face. Your grandmother has handed over a treasured battle formation diagram, ostensibly for you. Yet in reality, it is for the future of the Mu family. Your elder brother is frail, and the Mu clan has few capable men. All hope rests upon you, a woman. Your talent in leading troops is lacking. Mere effort is insignificant when matched against innate ability. One day, a military genius may arise, and you could be eclipsed. Moving Kunanchet had feasts, Bitink Herdip, struggling to respond to the emperor and Appo's scrutiny. Do not tell me you can accomplish this. Understand that among military officials, many have noble lineage and formidable strength. Why should I grant an opportunity to a mere female deputy who disguises herself as a man? With a thud, Mu Qing knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, I am willing to await your commands. Chapter 50. The recipe of Princess Jinghe is problematic. The emperor, who had previously worn a stoic expression, smiled with satisfaction upon hearing Mu Qing's words. Do you know how many people are vying for the opportunity to serve me? Furthermore, I can assure you that once your task is accomplished, I shall decree your marriage to Lu Sui. Mu Qing looked up at the emperor, her expression one of disbelief. Why do you doubt my words? The emperor inquired. Mu Qing quickly shook her head. It is not a matter of disbelief, but rather, as a servant of the Mu family, I cannot become a concubine. The emperor scoffed lightly, then find a way to win Lu Sui and Appo's affection, making him unable to live without you. In due time, he will surely dismiss Yuan Buwei and take you as his legitimate wife. But, noticing Mu Qing and Appo's hesitation, the emperor continued, Mu Qing, you have stated that you carry the future of the Mu family upon your shoulders. Thus, you must not hesitate. You must possess determination and a ruthless heart. Mu Qing stared blankly at the emperor. This matter I do not wish for a third party to know. If you understand, kneel and take your leave. Mu Qing quickly regained her composure and knelt, saying, "Thank you for your grace. I take my leave." It was only after exiting the Yanning Hall that Mu Qing realized her back was drenched in sweat, her legs trembling as she walked. King und Imp, Apos, Ea. Upon seeing her granddaughter emerge, old Lady Mu hurried over, her face filled with concern. "What did the Emperor say to you?" Meeting her grandmother and Apos' worried gaze, Mu Qing recalled the Emperor's ominous expression during his warning. He inquired about matters concerning the storm camp. Because it involved internal affairs, the Emperor asked you to leave. Then why do you look so pale? Grandmother, this is my first time facing the Emperor alone, and when he questioned me, my mind went blank. Returning to the storm camp has alleviated one of my worries. But as for the Emperor and Apos' instructions, I will surely fulfill them. Once Eunuch Lu confirmed that they had departed, he turned back to the hall. "Your Majesty, they have left." The Emperor placed the 4 formation diagrams he had acquired earlier on the table, alongside the ones given by old Lady Mu. He fell silent. Noticing the Emperor's contemplative expression, Eunuch Lu remarked, "Your Majesty, not long ago, you were troubled by the 5th formation diagram. As you see, it has now arrived. The remaining 5 will surely be gathered in the blink of an eye." Hearing this, the Emperor smiled. "Indeed, there is no need for haste. Your Majesty, it has been a long time since you dined with the Empress Dowager. The Imperial kitchen has fresh seafood today, shall we?" Seizing the opportunity while the Emperor was in good spirits, Eunuch Lu suggested, wishing to avoid reprimand from the Empress Dowager. I too have not seen Mother for a long while. Let us proceed to Shokong Palace." In the Palace of Eternal Happiness, the 3rd princess, Nangong Fu, hurried in. "Your servant greets the 3rd princess. You're the junior my mother often mentions. It was she who introduced me to the art of medicine. So, should I call you my teacher? Call me whatever you wish. It is all to your advantage." In a previous life, due to the favor of the concubine, Yuan Buwei had a close relationship with the 3rd princess, who eventually followed her to learn medicine, adorably calling her teacher with enthusiasm. "By the way, Mother, I have brought the medical case of Aunt Jinghe, though it is not the original. I copied it secretly while no one was watching. There may be errors. What prompted you to copy the medical case?" The concubine inquired curiously. Aunt Jinghe has always been in good health, yet when she suddenly fell gravely ill, the Imperial Medical Institute administered all sorts of remedies, yet her condition worsened. I sensed something was amiss, so I secretly copied the medical case, but even after combining it with my inquiries and prescriptions, I could not discern anything noteworthy. Let me take a look. Yuan Buwei took the medical case and approached the desk to examine it closely. After a moment, she discovered, there is an issue with the prescription. An issue with the prescription? The mother and daughter leaned in, confused. The symptoms described align with the prescription. Would it be wrong? Medicine is 3 parts poison. Although the prescription is correct, if you observe closely, the dosages of several ingredients are adjusted each time. While the adjustments may seem minor, Princess Jinghe has been consuming medicinal concoctions daily since her illness 3 years ago, allowing toxins to accumulate in her system. Additionally, the utensils used for boiling the medicine, the bowls for serving, and her daily meals, when examined individually, may be non-toxic, but when combined, the faces of the mother and daughter turned pale in an instant. Such meticulous arrangements. The concubine suddenly fell silent. "Mother, why have you stopped speaking? Are you feeling unwell?" The concubine shook her head, glancing at Yuan Buwei. No wonder she mentioned that she came today for Princess Jinghe. As the Emperor's favored concubine, she had heard whispers about the events between the Emperor and Princess Jinghe, yet she never imagined. "Buwei, have you considered this matter thoroughly?" Everyone fell silent. Apart from the Emperor's decree, who else wielded such power? Yuan Buwei nodded. "Senior Sister Wei, I had already contemplated this before deciding to enter the palace to seek you out. With the medical case in hand, I must personally meet Princess Jinghe." Though Nangong Fu was unaware of the details, she felt compelled to assist, given her mother and her teacher's involvement. "Mother, we could disguise my teacher as my maid. As a niece knowledgeable in medicine, it is entirely reasonable for me to visit my aunt." Nangong Fu looked at Yuan Buwei and added, "People often say that Aunt Jinghe's demeanor is ostentatious and lacks the grace befitting a royal princess. yet I truly admire her. Regrettably, my own skills are lacking, and I cannot even decipher the medical case. Do not be so harsh on yourself, princess. You have only recently begun your studies in medicine, while I've been trained since childhood, dedicating at least 10 hours a day to the art. At the Medicine King and Apos Valley, I interact with numerous patients daily. As my senior sister often says, theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to practical experience. Your current feelings of inadequacy stem from not having encountered a sufficient number of patients. Yuan Buwei and Apos words greatly comforted the third princess. Perhaps out of concern for my royal status, the Imperial Medical Institute does not allow me to treat patients, keeping me confined to the study to organize various medical texts. The Medicine King's Valley possesses numerous books, and my master insists that regardless of how late it is, I must read at least one book before sleeping, as he will quiz me the next day. Therefore, princess, you could take this opportunity to memorize the knowledge from the texts, so that when the occasion arises, you can apply it adeptly. Nangong Fu and Apos' eyes brightened. Teacher, I understand now. Oh no, your highness the concubine. At that moment, a palace maid hurried in from outside. The emperor is dining with the empress dowager. Today, they received particularly fresh seafood, and the empress dowager, indulging in a moment of greed, burned herself and is now suddenly having difficulty breathing. Her face has turned purple. You must go and see. Chapter 51. Who schemed against me? Yuan Buwei, do not slander me. As the palace maid's words faded, Yuan Buwei felt the gaze of Sister Wei and her daughter fixed upon her. The Empress Dowager's condition was likely due to an external wind invasion and improper diet, resulting in throat edema. The majority of fish and shrimp from the sea possess cold properties, and consuming them in large quantities can lead to physical discomfort. Additionally, consuming excessively hot food would undoubtedly scald the throat. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Buwei turned to the third princess. Do you know acupuncture and recognize the acupoints? Nangongfu nodded. Yes, my mother has taught me. Needling the Higu, Chu Qi, Zhao Hai, and Shaoshang acupoints can alleviate throat edema. Once the Empress Dowager can breathe easily, we can apply an appropriate amount of borneal and peppermint oil, ground into a fine powder, and sprinkle it on the Dazui acupoint of the neck, covering it with gauze for fixation. This will help to clear heat, detoxify, and relieve discomfort in the throat. Having spoken, Yuan Buwei looked at the concubine. Sister Wei, please take the third princess to Shokong Palace to save the Empress Dowager. Master, your medical skills surpass mine. One and Apos, do you accompany us? Third princess, you are the Empress Dowager and Apos' granddaughter. If you save her today, not only will she recognize your medical prowess, but it will also give you the opportunity to meet Princess Jinghe. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor will have no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, the concubine immediately understood. Buwei, I comprehend. I shall take Fu and Apos, or to save the Empress Dowager at once. Sister Wei, I shall return first to avoid raising the Emperor and Apos' suspicions. Yuan Buwei knelt in salute, urging, you must hurry. Time is of the essence. Very well, I will have eunuch escort you out. Regardless of the outcome, I will send someone to inform you. The concubine said, hastily taking her daughter away. Madam Lu, we shall see you off. Thank you, eunuch. Having achieved significant results in the palace today, Yuan Buwei felt elated, her steps noticeably lighter. However, as she reached the palace gates, her pace unexpectedly halted. Not far off, she spotted Mu Qing assisting the elderly Mu matriarch into a carriage, her brows knitting together. How had they managed to enter the palace? As Mu Qing prepared to board the carriage, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone, and upon turning, she was taken aback to see Yuan Buwei. Yesterday, she claimed to be entering the palace to meet the emperor. Yet having spent so long in the Yanning Hall with my grandmother, she never appeared. Her words were nothing but deceit. Confidently, Mu Qing anticipated her swift return to the Jifeng camp, where she could remain by the young Marquis and Apos' side. Her spine straightened with determination. Grandmother, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. As Yuan Buwei approached her, Mu Qing was momentarily startled, expecting Yuan Buwei to evade her. Miss Mu, what a coincidence. You two have entered the palace? Yuan Buwei initiated, pointing toward the carriage. Did you come with your grandmother? Mu Qing was displeased by Yuan Buwei's formal address and immediately entered into a mocking tone. Yuan Buwei, were you not seeking to report to His Majesty? I have just met with him. Not only did he refrain from punishing me, but he also considers me a talent worth nurturing, agreeing to let me return to Jifen camp. Yuan Buwei was certain that Mu Qing's words were intentional, aimed at provoking her. Did she believe she could break her spirit? Such foolishness. Then, Miss Mu, does that not imply you must exert yourself even more in the future? Yuan Buwei retorted, never one to swallow her anger in the face of direct provocation. To do otherwise would be a disservice to the Emperor and Appo's goodwill. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Mu Qing was taken aback. Was Yuan Buwei not supposed to be angry or question her? How could she still smile? I am not speaking in jest. His Majesty truly approved of my return to Jifen camp, and the young Marquis has no authority to dismiss me. Observing Mukvink's eagerness Yuan Buwei's sight, Miss Mu. Surely the young Marquis is not so foolish as to believe you could return to Jifen camp through underhanded means and still receive his favor as before. After being with him for so long, do you not understand his character? Who schemed against him? Yuan Buwei, do not slander me. Mu Qing exclaimed, growing agitated. Do not think that such words will deter me. One day, the young Marquis will realize that I am the most suitable person for him. With that, Mu Qing turned on her heel and left. Turns out the second son of the Mu family is a daughter. Eunuch remarked beside Yuan Buwei. We have encountered her a few times during the palace banquet. Wherever the young Marquis goes, she follows, albeit rather clumsily. Yuan Buwei sighed, indeed. Noticing Yuan Buwei's dejection, Eunuch quickly offered comfort. Madame Lu, do not take her words to heart. If one is intent on self-destruction, those of us merely observing cannot intervene. Truly, the leader of Sister Wei's eunuchs possessed keen insight. While Yuan Buwei was unaware of what the two had discussed with the emperor, she had dealt with him several times in her past life due to Jiang Weiming. To gain any advantage from him, one must first present what piques his interest. Thus, Yuan Buwei was certain that some form of transaction had taken place between them. Unbeknownst to Mu Qing, she believed herself favored by the emperor. Yet she had already fallen into his snare. From now on, both she and the Mu family would be at the emperor's mercy, and should they refuse to comply, the outcome was all too predictable. In Shokong Palace, with Nangong Fu's ministrations, the Empress Dowager, who had been on the brink of suffocation, was now out of danger. Grandmother, you have suffered burns on your throat, and swallowing will be painful. Please refrain from speaking until Fu applies the ointment to alleviate your discomfort. The Empress Dowager gently touched her throat, nodding. Indeed, it felt fiery, and even the act of swallowing was painful. Nangong Fu quickly prepared the ointment in front of the three, applying it to the Empress Dowager and Appo's Dazui acupoint. Soon, the Empress Dowager felt a cooling sensation at the back of her neck, and the fiery discomfort in her throat began to subside. Were it not for Fu today, I fear I would have lost my life. The emperor, whose nerves had been taut, felt his legs weaken upon hearing the Empress Dowager speak. The concubines swiftly supported him. Your Majesty, are you well? Allow me to assist you in sitting down. Concubine. The emperor grasped the concubine's hand, his gaze intense. Had you not promptly brought Fu here, I shudder to think what might have transpired. Indeed, I must thank my father for this. While I was in the boudoir, he advised that no matter where I might marry in the future, possessing some medical knowledge could allow me to save myself and others in times of need. Thus, he imparted the same expectations to Fu, whose talent surpasses mine. As the concubine spoke, she also massaged the emperor's temples, her sweet voice soothing his anxious heart. This was precisely why the concubine, despite having only borne a daughter, held the esteemed position among the four consorts. She was akin to a delicate flower, providing profound comfort during the emperor and Appo's moments of fatigue, despair, and sorrow. The Empress Dowager also held the concubine in high regard, as she would come daily to pay her respects and check her pulse, caring for her health more attentively than the imperial physicians. Fu, you have saved my life this time. Speak of the reward you desire. I shall fulfill it. Chapter 52. I truly admire them, Fu and Appo's, or did not desire any rewards. She merely wished. At this point, Nangong Fu and Appo's voice choked with emotion as she lifted her gaze to the Empress Dowager, her eyes reddening. It had been a long time since Fu and Oppose, or had seen her beloved Aunt Jinghe. Ever since her illness, Fu and Oppose had only managed to visit her a few times over the course of a year. Aunt Jinghe, apart from her mother, father, and grandmother, was the one who cared for Fu the most. She had no children of her own and had treated Fu as her daughter. Now, facing her severe illness, Fu, despite her medical skills, felt a deep sense of guilt for not being able to care for her by the bedside. The Empress Dowager, now in her 70s, yearned for the joys of familial companionship. Yet, being born into royalty, the simple pleasures accessible to ordinary families were fraught with difficulties for her. Hence, she placed immense value on the harmony among her children and the affection among her grandchildren. Witnessing her granddaughter Nangong, Fu feeling guilty for not being able to attend to Aunt Jinghe, the Empress Dowager and Oppose's eyes also became moist. Fu and Oppose, you are a good child. Please, rise. Fu and Oppose, what nonsense are you speaking? Your father has dispatched the finest imperial physicians who will attend to the princess throughout the year. You have only learned a mere fraction of medical knowledge. Do you truly think you can care for Princess Jinghe? Would it not cause more chaos? The noble consort reprimanded her daughter, a necessary act to dispel the emperor and Oppose's suspicions of any collusion between them. Pouting, Nangong Fu turned to the silent emperor. Father, your daughter may not possess great medical expertise, but I am sure Aunt Jinghe would be delighted to see me. Perhaps her spirits would lift, and she might recover. Fu and Oppose, you are being reckless. Let her go. The Empress Dowager interjected, surprised by the emperor's words. Your Majesty, are you truly allowing her to go? You must not be unaware that if it were not for Fu and Oppose, today, the Empress Dowager would have faced great peril. The emperor gazed at his daughter. Fu and Oppose, you are right. It is good for you to accompany Jinghe and encourage her to rest and recuperate. Mother is unaware of the matters between us. If we do not permit Fu and Oppose, to visit, it may arouse her suspicions. Nangong Fu hurriedly bowed in gratitude. I shall heed Father and Oppose's words and ensure I accompany Aunt Jinghe well without causing her any trouble. With the plan successfully set in motion, the noble consort returned to her palace and immediately penned a letter. As she folded it, she reconsidered the date before handing it to her confidant. Send it tomorrow. Mother, why wait until tomorrow? In this palace, the emperor's eyes are everywhere. If he permits you to see Princess Jinghe, and I dispatch a messenger immediately, he will undoubtedly grow suspicious. Therefore, we shall wait a day. You should not visit tomorrow either. Instead, prepare well for your visit to the imperial hospital so the physicians can see you. Then, you may go the day after. When the news reaches the emperor, he will see how dedicated you are to Princess Jinghe's well-being, and he will naturally lower his guard, believing you are merely concerned for her health. Nangong Fu nodded. I understand. Since I am to visit Aunt Jinghe, I shall do so openly and with great fanfare, thereby ensuring Father does not suspect us of any deceit. Rest assured, Mother, I shall fully cooperate with my master aunt. I trust you, my dear. The noble consort caressed her daughter and Oppose's cheek, her face beaming with pride. Yuan Buwei returned to the Wanning Marquis just in time for dinner. The couple had been eagerly awaiting her arrival as she laid out an array of gift boxes on the table. The Marquis could not help but inquire, Buwei, have you been on a shopping spree? Look at what you say, Father. It is a rare occasion for me to venture out, so I visited several renowned confectionaries and, unable to resist, bought a few extra treats. Yuan Buwei opened one of the boxes and offered it to her in-laws. Here, try this freshly made yam and date cake. Buwei, did you meet with the emperor? The Marquis's wife, anxious, asked directly. Yuan Buwei smiled softly and shook her head. I did not. What? The Marquis's voice rose sharply. You did not meet him? What was the purpose of your outing? Did you merely visit confectionaries all morning? Dear, lower your voice. Do not frighten Buwei. The Marquis and Oppose's wife shot her husband a glare, pulling him down into a seat. Buwei, if you did not see the emperor, did you enter the palace? I did. Yuan Buwei nodded. The noble consort, who once studied medicine under my master, had a plaque from her palace included in my dowry. I went to pay my respects and brought her some celebratory sweets and cakes to share in her joy. But wait, what are you saying? You are acquainted with the noble consort? The Marquis and Athos's eyes widened in disbelief. I have often heard my master speak of her, and according to our lineage, she is my senior. Upon meeting her today, I found her to be quite approachable. Yuan Buwei took a bite of the cake and continued. Although I did not see the emperor, I still made some valuable connections. What connections? On my way back home, I encountered old Madame Mu and Mu Qing. What? The Marquis exclaimed for the third time that day. They entered the palace as well? What would they possibly want? I and Athos am not quite sure. Yuan Buwei shook her head, then shifted the topic. However, Mu Qing proudly informed me that the emperor has granted her permission to return to the windstorm camp. Nonsense. Lu Sui has expelled her. How could she? Suddenly, the Marquis fell silent, pondering for a few moments before uncertainly asking, did she truly say that? Indeed, she also mentioned that one day, the young Marquis would come to realize that she is the most suitable for him. Yuan Buwei shrugged, looking at her in-laws. With the emperor backing her, Mu Qing presently posed no threat. Damn, that Shun Fengwei. Of all people to target, she dares to set her sights on my son? The Marquis muttered angrily. Let her return. The emperor has merely allowed her to go back to the windstorm camp, not to command it. Yuan Buwei gave her father-in-law a thumbs up. You are as sharp as ever, father. Shall we leave her affairs in your capable hands? Of course. I will take care of it, the Marquis assured. Buwei, you need only focus on taking care of Lu Sui. With me here, I will ensure she does not even catch a glimpse of him. What a shameful girl. So shamelessly persistent. Old Madame Mu supports her wickedness. Is simply disgraceful. The Marquis and Athos's wife, who had previously held a favorable impression of Mu Qing, now felt discontent. Old Madame Mu is a woman of passion, and naturally, Mu Qing has inherited her temperament. I must admit, I admire their unwavering spirit in fighting against fate. Yet their efforts are misdirected. They could have achieved a mutually beneficial outcome alongside the Wanning Marquis. Yuan Buwei shook her head. That grandson of hers harbors ambition, though his ailing health hinders him. If he were to recover, he would undoubtedly strive hard, not just for the Mu family, but for himself as well. The Marquis and his wife exchanged glances, their faces brimming with joy. To have such an ambitious daughter-in-law was truly a blessing for the Wanning Marquis. Madame, Qinxiang rushed in from outside. The young Marquis has awakened and wishes to see you. Chapter 53. Away is your merit as Yuan Buwei stepped through the door. The thought of the pastries she had brought back crossed her mind. Turning around, she instructed Qinxiang to take some out for Lu Sui to taste. Just then, she heard him calling from behind. Away, why are you standing at the door? This was the first time Qinxiang had heard the young lord speak with such urgency. She stuck out her tongue and said, I understand, madam. You should go accompany the young lord. He has been mentioning you all morning. All right, you go ahead and busy yourself, Yuan Buwei replied, closing the door with a smile as she walked toward the bed. So, you really can end Athos, bear to be without me? Lu Sui was taken aback. The next moment, realizing that his previous words had led to a misunderstanding, he clarified. I was worried you might say something inappropriate in front of the emperor. If I were to say something wrong, how could I return home unscathed? Besides, I did not meet the emperor. Lu Sui was about to nod in agreement when he heard her last words and his eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You didn't meet the emperor? Then why did you go to the palace? Do you have relatives there? Yuan Buwei lifted her skirt and sat on the edge of the bed. You guessed correctly. I went to visit the imperial concubine. My master taught her medicine, and I have her token in my dowry, so I went to express my gratitude. Lu Sui gaped at her, taking a moment to process her words. Are you saying that the imperial concubine is? I call her senior sister, she calls me junior sister, and her daughter refers to me as aunt. Yuan Buwei shrugged. To disappoint you, I did not meet the emperor, and I must share some bad news. What bad news? Lu Sui and Athos's heart raced. Old Madame Mu brought Mu Qing to see the emperor, and they must have made a deal, for Mu Qing is returning to the storm camp. As soon as Yuan Buwei finished speaking, Lu Sui immediately countered, impossible. I lead the storm camp. How could the emperor interfere? He is the sovereign, and you are his subject. This relationship means you must heed him, not the other way around. Yuan Buwei and Athos's tone turned serious. If you choose to confront him directly, do you think he will refrain from placing more personnel in the storm camp while you're incapacitated? By the time you recover, the soldiers there will have changed, and you'll have no say. Lu Sui's expression darkened instantly. Yuan Buwei chose to remain silent, patiently waiting. Finally, Lu Sui spoke again. So, Mu Qing is a test from the emperor for me. Yuan Buwei smiled slyly. What was initially a grand affair has now been resolved with just Mu Qing. I will be pleased with that. Lu Sui clenched his jaw tightly. I never knew Mu Qing could be so selfish as to jeopardize the entire storm camp for her own desires. When I returned, I informed my father about this matter. He promised me that as long as he is present, Mu Qing won't even get to see you. As for the storm camp, you should find Li Yin or someone trustworthy to keep an eye on Mu Qing. Of course, to avoid alarming her, we must not marginalize her. Otherwise, she might report to the emperor, and you will be the one to suffer. Thankful for her experiences in a previous life, Yuan Buwei felt she could devise a strategy in such situations. After nodding, Lu Sui asked, "So you met the imperial concubine in the palace, then encountered Mu Qing upon leaving? Did anything else happen?" "Anything else?" Yuan Buwei feigned ignorance. "What else could there be? You mentioned Princess Jinghe earlier. Have you forgotten?" Lu Sui glared at her. "Even if I had met the emperor today, I wouldn't be able to directly address the matter of Princess Jinghe. Moreover, I did not see him. I merely learned from the imperial concubine that Princess Jinghe has been bedridden." Lu Sui gazed at her in disbelief. "Is that all?" "Indeed, that is all," Yuan Buwei replied, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence. "Lu Sui, my forte lies in medicine. Beyond that, I'm not skilled. Now that the emperor has placed Mu Qing as a spy, you should use this time to recover and strive to stand again." "Indeed," Lu Sui nodded gently, gazing at the ceiling. "Upon realizing I had become disabled, there is indeed a fleeting moment when I considered succumbing to despair. However, my adversaries, my enemies, will not show me leniency simply because of my condition, nor will they express sympathy for my soldiers. They will only rejoice in my misfortune and take pleasure in my downfall. Thus, I cannot allow myself to languish. I must rise again, so that my enemies will tremble at my name and my soldiers will no longer live in fear and uncertainty." "It seems you have come to terms with this," Yuan Buwei observed as Lu Sui turned his gaze toward her. "Away, it is your merit." "Me?" Yuan Buwei was surprised by his words. "I merely—" "No," Lu Sui interrupted her, his tone resolute. "From the moment I first opened my eyes and saw you until now, you have never once scowled at me or spoken a harsh word. You have always cared for me with a smile, encouraged me, and analyzed the current situation for me. In contrast, my attitude toward you has been less than kind. Away, will you be angry with me? Because I began to care, I became cautious." This sentiment was expressed by my senior sister. Now, Yuan Buwei saw this manifesting in Lu Sui. "Of course not. I have always been grateful to marry into the Wan Ning Marquisate." "Grateful?" Lu Sui echoed. "Yes, when the emperor arranged marriages for me and my sister, he did not specify partners. We were to choose for ourselves. I thought my sister would choose you, yet she selected Jiang Weiming." "Jiang Weiming?" Lu Sui had never heard that name before. "Who is he?" "He is the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue, and he is currently preparing for this year-end Oppo's autumn examination." Lu Sui calculated the time. That one in Oppo's, to be long now. As the son of a minister, being the eldest son naturally meant he was under considerable scrutiny. "I hope he achieves good results," Yuan Buwei remarked casually, devoid of any discernible emotion. In her previous life, after marrying into the Jiang family, Yuan Buwei had not learned the ways of managing a household under her mother-in-law and Oppo's guidance. Instead, she had become like a servant, revolving around Jiang Weiming. When he felt hot, she would fan him. When he was hungry, she would cook for him. When he was thirsty, she would fetch water for him. He was not particularly gifted, having to exert tenfold effort compared to others, burdened with the future of the Jiang family, leading to immense pressure. He often struggled to sleep, and without rest, he was too fatigued to focus on his studies. Fortunately, she was knowledgeable in medicine and prepared soothing remedies for him, allowing him to sleep peacefully at night. She thought that this would enable him to study diligently during the day and complete his assignments. However, one day, when he was tasked with reciting a lesson, he simply could not recall it. She comforted him, advising him not to rush, to have some sweet soup, and rest a while. The next thing she received was a slap. That was Jiang Weiming's first act of aggression towards her, leaving her dazed and causing her left ear to lose hearing for half a year. Chapter 54. A passionate soul upon hearing Lu Sui call her name. Yuan Buwei returned to her senses, meeting his concerned gaze with a gentle smile. I have never been favored by my parents, and yet, having married better than my sister, what do I have to complain about? However, in my current state, Lu Sui suddenly grasped why soldiers often report only good news to their families. Take your time. You're not incapacitated. What others cannot achieve, Lu Sui is determined to accomplish. He looked up at Yuan Buwei, and, in that moment, his once restless heart found a tranquil haven. Ah Wei, no matter how difficult it may be, will you stand by my side? Are you suggesting I remarry? Yuan Buwei replied, astonished. What remarrying? Why would you even pose such a question? I am your wife. If I do not accompany you, should I send Li Yin or Mu Qing to do so instead? Lu Sui was left speechless. Yuan Buwei and Amp, Oppos. S words extinguished the flicker of hope in Lu Sui and Amp, Oppos. S heart like a bucket of cold water. Mu Qing, I shall not employ her again. As for Li Yin, he is tied to the Windstorm Battalion and the Wanning Marquis reporting matters back to me. Thus, I require someone who can stay within the battalion. Someone like you. Yuan Buwei articulated what Lu Sui had been thinking. This person must not only share a bond of absolute trust, but also align with their ideals. The tasks assigned must be executed proficiently, while also safeguarding against potential issues and striving for collective interests. Indeed, given the certainty in your tone, you must have already identified a suitable candidate. Lu Sui shook his head, his voice tinged with melancholy. Even if I find someone capable, it would be futile. He likely will not assist me again. Who is he? Yuan Buwei pressed further. Please tell me. He is the strategist of the Windstorm Battalion, named Ning Xingzhou. My previous victories were largely attributed to his astute planning, as he consistently minimized casualties. I seldom admire anyone sincerely, but he is the first. He is 2 years my senior and has been akin to an elder brother, guiding my growth. Ning Xingzhou, such a name is unfamiliar. Where is he now? He has retreated from public life. What prompted this? He possesses ideals and aspirations. Yet due to his humble origins, he failed to achieve satisfactory results in several imperial examinations. He had hoped to try once more, but his family could no longer afford to support his studies. Reluctantly, he sought employment, only to face numerous setbacks. By chance, he noticed the Windstorm Battalion was recruiting soldiers. Given the favorable treatment afforded to the soldiers, he believed his literacy would provide him with greater opportunities and thus enlisted. When he intended to share this news with his family, he overheard his parents discussing a division of assets with his 2 married brothers. It turned out that it was not his parents who hindered his education, but rather his siblings who resented him for not contributing financially while still consuming the family's resources. And then he vowed to repay his family for the money spent on him over the years. Hence, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Windstorm Battalion. Perhaps he truly possesses a military talent. Once he picked up his first military treatise, he could not put it down. I have always valued talent, so I brought him to my side, and time has proven my judgment to be correct. If that is the case, you should not have to worry about food and clothing if he stays with you. His family would also fare better. Why then? Yuan Buwei pondered, curious about the reasons for their divergence. As he achieved some success, suitors began to flock to him. His family, disregarding his objections, arranged a marriage for him. However, he had a childhood sweetheart. He had intended to work harder, earn more money, and propose to her in the city. Instead, she mistakenly believed he had grown fond of another and sought him out at the Windstorm Battalion for clarification. Tragically, she encountered mountain bandits on her way and met a horrific fate. Yuan Buwei and Oppos' brow furrowed in concern. So, he carries emotional scars? Indeed, Lu Sui affirmed. Those bandits. I personally led a campaign against them and rescued several noble women they had abducted. From the bandits, I learned that his childhood sweetheart could have survived. Had she not been wearing the silver chain he gifted her, she cherished it deeply, and in the struggle against the bandits, they strangled her in a fit of rage. discarding her body down a cliff, reducing it to a mere pulp. The atmosphere within the room fell into a heavy silence. Lu Sui continued in the end. He recovered the silver chain, but could never reclaim his childhood sweetheart. He has been haunted by this loss, drifting through life in a haze. One day, he approached me with a request to leave the Windstorm Battalion. I was at a loss for how to comfort him and recognized that forcing him to stay would be wrong, so I acquiesced. Later, I inquired about his circumstances and learned that his health had deteriorated. He rented a small courtyard, and I periodically sent Li Yin to check on him, but he wanted nothing and simply remained in that courtyard. He is in profound pain, resorting to self-inflicted suffering as a means of atonement. Yuan Buwei sighed. He is a sentimental soul. He cannot harbor resentment towards his parents for the care they provided. Yet what truly disheartens him is that his childhood sweetheart's family, upon learning of her fate, stormed his home and extorted a significant sum of money from his family. They cared only for the money, shedding not a single tear for their daughter. His childhood sweetheart viewed him as her savior, and upon discovering his family had arranged a marriage for him. She felt compelled to confront him at the Windstorm Battalion, believing that without him, she could not escape the suffocating confines of her life. Indeed, Lu Sui closed his eyes. I genuinely wish for his return, but I'm uncertain how to go about it. Perhaps I could visit him one day? Yuan Buwei suggested. Given your current situation, I cannot believe he is unaware or unconcerned. She added that it would be beneficial to offer him some solace, leaving other matters for later discussion. Wouldn't and oppose, tea that be too troublesome? As your wife, attending to such matters is part of my responsibilities. Yuan Buwei smiled at Lu Sui. You just need to focus on yourself and cooperate with me in your rehabilitation. I shall certainly compli, Lu Sui murmured. Madam, I have brought you some pastries, a maid announced, having returned with an array of treats. I bought a variety for you to sample. I do not have a penchant for sweets. How fortunate. Neither do I, Yuan Buwei replied with a radiant smile. That is why I purchased savory ones. Would you do me the honor of trying a piece? With just a few words, she managed to dispel the clouds of gloom that had enveloped Lu Sui's heart. Very well. Outside the Yuan Ning Marquis, a young woman with 2 braids and a burdened satchel nervously swallowed before taking determined strides up the steps. Chapter 55. To argue or to fight. Lu Sui, having consumed 2 pieces of pastry, succumbed to drowsiness, prompting Yuan Buwei to urge him to rest well. Upon exiting the room, she encountered Qinxiang, who informed her that a young lady claiming to be from Yaowang Valley was seeking her. The mention of Yaowang Valley brought a glimmer of joy to Yuan Buwei and Amp, Oppo's face, and she hurried to the front hall, where she found a bewildered girl standing there. Yinling, she exclaimed, hastening towards her. Senior Sister Buwei, Yinling responded. Yuan Buwei grasped Yinling's hand tightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. What brings you here? 3 years prior, Yinling had been rescued by several senior sisters during a medicinal herb gathering. She had been on the brink of death. Fortunately, the doctors at Yaowang Valley had managed to bring her back from the edge. However, due to the trauma, either from severe injuries or a fall, she awoke with no recollection of her past. Thankfully, at a time when Yaowang Valley was in need of help, her master had given her the name Yunling, allowing her to stay and learn as an apprentice while receiving treatment for her amnesia. It was the Valley Master who sent me, she explained. Master? Yuan Buwei inquired. Yes, Senior Brother Qi returned to Yaowang Valley and informed the Valley Master about your situation. He was quite upset. Had it not been for the intervention of the senior brothers and sisters, he would have come personally. Then, the senior sister suggested I come down the mountain to find you, as I had previously been with you. Yunling replied, shaking Yuan Buwei's hand excitedly. I was overjoyed and packed my things without hesitation. But this is not the valley. I cannot teach you medicine all day, and accompanying me might put you in danger. Yuan Buwei cautioned. I came precisely because I knew you would be in danger. When I left, my senior brothers and sisters provided me with numerous poisons. Yinling eagerly opened her bundle to reveal its contents. Look, these are the latest concoctions developed by my senior brothers and sisters. They were worried about finding someone to test them. Yuan Buwei peered into the bag, astonished at its fullness. Well, since you are here, you may have to endure being my maid. This place does not allow for much freedom. That is of no concern, As long as I am with senior sister Buwei, I am willing to do anything, Yunling replied. As she spoke, she turned to Qinxiang, who stood by Yuan Buwei's side. You must be Qinxiang, right? I have heard about you from the senior sisters. Ah, they mentioned me? Qinxiang said, slightly flustered. Indeed, Qinxiang, Yunling has been with me at Yaowang Valley. Now that she is here, you can look out for each other, Yuan Buwei instructed. Yes, Qinxiang. I am new here and unfamiliar with the rules of the Wan Ning Marquis residence, so I will rely on you for guidance, Yunling added. After rummaging through her belongings, Yunling produced a bracelet and slipped it onto Qinxiang's wrist. A welcome gift. This. Qinxiang was taken aback. It was uncommon for someone to present a jade bracelet without hesitation. Take it. Many come from afar seeking treatment at Yaowang Valley, and in gratitude, they often gift us various gold and silver ornaments. However, Master disapproves, as they have already paid for their treatment. Thus, they often direct their gifts towards the female disciples, hoping to avoid Master's reprimand. He believes that women should wear beautiful adornments to prevent them from being easily swayed by mere compliments or trinkets, Yunling explained. Senior Sister Buwei, you are quite right, but this bracelet was given to me by my senior sister. I have plenty more, but in my haste to descend the mountain, I only brought the poisons. I will bring some ornaments back with me next time to share with you. Qinxiang. Thank you, Yunling. Qinxiang felt touched by the warmth and generosity of those from Yaowang Valley, including both Yuan Buwei and Yunling, who were eager to share their treasures. Yuan Buwei had bestowed many gifts upon her, ensuring her comfort in every aspect of life. Qinxiang, please assist Yunling in tidying the room next to yours. If you need anything, let Butler Yi know to arrange it, Yuan Buwei instructed, gently caressing Yunling and Appo's braided hair. You have come at a fortuitous time. I was in need of someone articulate by my side. Yunling blinked and asked softly, are we to argue with someone or engage in combat? When she was first rescued, her body had been frail. To enhance her health, the Valley Master had her train in martial arts with the skilled uncles at the Valley. After 3 years, not only was she physically robust, but her martial prowess had also grown formidable. That remains to be seen. Regardless, your presence brings me peace of mind, Yuan Buwei replied. Understood. I will take care of it. Yunling, with her sweet demeanor and nimble hands, quickly became familiar with Butler Yi within half a day's time. The couple from the Wan Ning Marquis and Appo's family, upon learning that she had come specifically from Yaowang Valley to protect Yuan Buwei, generously rewarded her with numerous gifts. Yunling graciously accepted, later sharing half with Qinxiang, declaring that true sisters share both fortune and adversity. This gesture moved Qinxiang to tears, deepening their bond. A day passed, and Yuan Buwei received a letter from a confidant of the favored concubine. After confirming its contents, she approached the candle holder and set the letter ablaze. She then called for Yunling to prepare for their departure the following day. The next day, Yuan Buwei claimed she needed to procure a few medicinal herbs and sought permission to venture out, which the Wan Ning Marquis and Appo's wife readily granted, fully trusting her daughter-in-law. Had it not been for Yuan Buwei and Appo's assurance that Yunling was skilled in martial arts, the Marquis and Appo's wife would have insisted on providing additional guards for her protection. Master, she greeted, meeting the third princess at their appointed location. This is Yunling, who just arrived from Yaowang Valley and will be accompanying me henceforth. Yuan Buwei introduced them. Yunling, this is the third princess. Her mother is the Wei senior sister I mentioned to you. Yunling and Appo's eyes widened in surprise as she hurriedly bowed. Yunling pays her respects to the third princess. There is no need for such formalities, the princess replied, accepting garments from maid. Here are 2 sets of maidservant attire. Change into them, and we shall be on our way. Very well. The Jinghe Princess Mansion, located on the western side of the capital and Appo's moat, was a tranquil area devoid of common folk, surrounded by sprawling grasslands. It was said that in her youth, the Jinghe princess would often gallop across the fields alone. Now, one could only wonder if, confined to her sickbed, she reminisced about those days of freedom and grace. Here we are. The princess and Appo's voice snapped Yuan Buwei back to attention. She exchanged a steady glance with Yunling before descending from the carriage, quietly following the princess into the mansion. Your Highness, please allow me to enter. You have not eaten or drunk anything for a day and night. This cannot continue, or your health will suffer greatly. A maid pleaded as they entered the courtyard where the princess resided, only to witness another maid kneeling at the entrance, weeping. Chapter 56. Speak. Why do you wish to save me? Amber, what is happening? The maid turned around and, upon seeing the third princess, scrambled to her feet and knelt before her, as if she had found a savior. Your Highness, you have arrived just in time. Last night, the princess concocted an excuse to send everyone away, then locked the door, forbidding anyone from approaching. She declared that anyone who dared to come near would face her act of suicide by hanging. Nangong Fu's brow furrowed upon hearing this. She understood the resolute nature of Aunt Jinghe, who always acted on her words. Please rise. I will go to the door and speak with Aunt Jinghe. Your Highness. Yuan Buwei, listening to their conversation, stepped closer and whispered in the third princess's ear, Princess Jinghe has been ill for 3 years. If she truly had the strength to hang herself, why would she wait until now? It would be wiser to kick the door down. Indeed, Nangong Fu nodded, instructing the steward, find a servant and have them break the door down. Your Highness, that cannot be. What if the princess? I come on the orders of the Emperor and the Empress Dowager to visit Aunt Jinghe. Should anything happen, I shall bear the consequences alone. Nangong Fu turned to Amber and instructed, go to the kitchen and prepare something for Aunt Jinghe to eat. Make sure it is soft and light. Yes, I will do so at once. Bang! The sturdy door was forcefully slammed open by 2 servants working in unison. As Nangong Fu entered the room with the 2, she was nearly overwhelmed by the stench. What is this smell? Quickly open the windows and clean the floor. Nangong Fu was aware that there were many spies of the emperor within the princess and Appo's residence. So she instructed Yuan Buwei and Yunling while she made her way toward the bed. Yuan Buwei opened the window for ventilation, while Yunling began to clean the floor. They worked in harmony, one keeping an eye on the outside, the other focused on the bed. Aunt Jinghe, as Nangong Fu lifted the veil, she was met with the sight of Aunt Jinghe, who was pale and frail from suffering, devoid of any vitality. Tears welled up in her eyes. Fu and Appo's has come to see you. Lying on the bed, Princess Jinghe let out a cold snort and closed her eyes. Did he send you here to humiliate me, or to offer me a cup of poison for my departure? Oh dear, I apologize. I did not notice you in time and accidentally spilled dirty water on the stewardess' clothing. Let me clean it for you. Yinling, who had deliberately splashed the dirty water on the steward, pulled out a cloth and began to wipe at his garment. Enough. Stop wiping. You're only making it dirtier. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I've caught a chill these past few days, and my body hasn't fully recovered, so... Yinling whimpered, tears streaming down her face. Steward, I apologize. Please go change into clean clothes. Yuan Buwei stepped forward to mediate, considering the third princess and Appo's presence. I shall not hold this against you. The steward snorted and turned to leave the room. Once she was out of sight, Yuan Buwei approached the window. Yinling, the third princess, mentioned that Princess Jinghe should not be exposed to the wind. We should close the window, leaving only a small gap. Understood. They finally shut the door and approached the bed together. Nangong Fu stood up immediately to make space. The once wary Princess Jinghe now grasped the situation. Princess Jinghe, I am Yuan Buwei, a disciple of the Medicine King Valley and the wife of Lord Lu Sui. Although Princess Jinghe lay bedridden, she was still aware of the world outside, especially significant events. Aunt Jinghe, we have come to save you, and I assure you, I am not sent by the Emperor or the Empress Dowager. You all. Yuan Buwei placed her hand on the princess's wrist. You are an intelligent person. You must understand your own body well. However, you have been unable to identify the cause of your ailment. We have come to reveal this cause to you. Please allow me to diagnose you. Fu and Appo's grew up before my eyes. Her mother was a good person. They would not harm themselves. Princess Jinghe decided to trust them one last time. Very well. Moments later, Yuan Buwei withdrew her hand and produced a silver needle, swiftly piercing the inner side of Princess Jinghe and Appo's arm. 3 seconds later, she withdrew it. Before their eyes, the tip of the silver needle slowly turned black. Indeed, you are poisoned, and the toxin has spread to your vital organs. If this had continued for a few more months, even divine intervention might not save you. Yuan Buwei quickly opened the medicine box brought by the third princess, which had already been filled with her own supplies. Drinking the medicine would take too long. I shall use acupuncture to expel the toxins from your body, and then prepare another prescription. When other physicians come to take your pulse, they will not discover the truth. Wait. Princess Jinghe, summoning her remaining strength, grasped Yuan Buwei and Amp, Oppo's, hand to prevent her from proceeding. I have had every bowl of medicine inspected before me. How could I possibly be poisoned? Princess Jinghe, in this world, to poison you while ensuring the cooperation of everyone around you. You must have already guessed who is behind this. As for why the third princess and I have come today, I will explain after I have detoxified you. Yuan Buwei gently released Princess Jinghe's hand. You are a proud individual and would certainly not wish to die quietly. Princess Jinghe paused, then exhaled a heavy breath, her once distracted gaze sharpening. Very well, proceed. Yunling, fetch a basin of water. Third princess, observe how I administer the acupuncture. Next time you can do this to expel the toxins from Princess Jinghe and Amp, Oppo's body. Drip, drip. Blackened blood flowed from the silver needle into the water-filled basin. Although blood was being shed, Princess Jinghe's complexion gradually improved, and soon enough, a hint of color returned to her face. That is enough for today. Any further, and her body will not withstand it. Yuan Buwei withdrew the needle and administered a pill to Princess Jinghe. This is a blood-coagulating pill that nourishes and invigorates the body. I have a bottle here, and if you feel unwell, you may take one. Additionally, it has a calming effect, ensuring you will sleep soundly until dawn. Princess Jinghe nodded, taking a deep breath, feeling as if the heavy stone that had long obstructed her chest had finally been lifted. With the toxic blood flowing out, her breathing became easier. It was fortunate that Princess Jinghe cooperated. Otherwise, much effort would have been wasted. Now, tell me, why do you wish to save me? Upon hearing this, Yuan Buwei smiled. I am the wife of Lu Sui, who was once a valiant young general, but has now become a helpless invalid. This is the reason I seek to save you. He has truly become an invalid? Princess Jinghe and Oppo's eyes widened in surprise. Are you not skilled in medicine? Cannot you save him? I certainly have the means, but his recovery will be a lengthy process, and what has transpired in the meantime is known to no one. But my wings have long been clipped. How can I rise again? Princess Jinghe quickly deduced Yuan Buwei's intentions to save her, regardless of whether it is the Wanning Marquis or the Storm Camp. I cannot assist you. Chapter 57. She considered herself the turtle of a wishing, well, you misunderstand. I do not need your salvation, only your existence. Princess Jinghe, since you are aware of my purpose in coming, you must understand that as long as you remain alive, those you detest will have no time to meddle in the affairs of the Wanning Marquis and the Windstorm Camp. Princess Jinghe laughed. In my 40 years of life, this is the first time I have encountered a little girl who dares to make me a target. Are you tired of living? Nangong Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. If Jinghe were to be a target, who would wield the bow? The Emperor? Your poison can only be resolved by me, and I can maneuver between you and him, securing you a chance to survive, which is far better than waiting on this bed for death. Though Princess Jinghe appeared ruthless and unfeeling, she was, in truth, quite benevolent towards women. At her zenith, she had no male favorites, only a cadre of women of varying ages and appearances who devoted themselves to her. She proclaimed, both men and women are human. Men are born from women. Why should men be allowed to do what women cannot? Were such words uttered by an ordinary woman, she would undoubtedly be condemned as a heretic. Yet these words came from the esteemed princess, who was not merely a theorist, but had indeed accomplished much for the benefit of women. This, along with a series of events, ultimately drove the emperor to a breaking point, wishing to eliminate her. After all, an emperor would never permit anyone in Oppo's prestige to overshadow his own, not even that of his own sister. What can you do? Use your medical or toxic skills to control him. Princess Jinghe chuckled. He wishes to kill me. Do you think it would be a mere flick of his fingers to dispose of you? He might have contemplated it, but he would not act on it. He aspired to be a legendary emperor, not a blood-stained tyrant. Nangong Fu swallowed hard, Every word she heard today must remain unspoken. Princess Jinghe gazed at Yuan Buwei and, after a moment, laughed heartily. You are the first to dare discuss the emperor with me. I admire that. However, you must first assist me with a task, and once accomplished, we may discuss the future. Yuan Buwei anticipated her conditions. What is it? Kill Xie Yunting. You overestimate me. Xie Yunting, the first head of the Xie family to inherit the family business at the age of 20 in a century, was also Princess Jinghe and Appo's, as husband. Their marriage had created a sensation throughout the capital, with lavish festivities lasting 5 days and nights. And even now, some citizens reminisce about that grand spectacle. Yet such a grand union did not ensure the longevity of their affection. 10 years prior, Xie Yunting had departed due to his dissatisfaction with the ideals espoused by Princess Jinghe. Coincidentally, she loathed men who vanished without a word, prompting her to issue a manhunt. However, he had been protected by the Xie family, eluding capture for a full decade. Without the sight of his head, further discussions were pointless. Princess Jinghe closed her eyes, expressing her fatigue. I did not know much about your grievances with him, but if you truly despise him, you should imprison him by your side and torment him mercilessly. To kill him with a single sword would be too lenient. Indeed, Princess Jinghe, I too emerged from the Valley of the Medicine King, bringing with me numerous poisons, and am in dire need of subjects for experimentation. Once he is captured, we can test them one by one. Nangong Fu gazed at the two in horror, having encountered many living bodhisattvas, but this was her first encounter with a living king of hell. Yuan Buwei observed the closed-eyed Princess Jinghe, her lips twitching. The next moment, Jinghe opened her eyes. I have sought him for 10 years without knowing his whereabouts. If you possess the ability to find him, if you've been unable to locate him for a decade, it suggests he is deliberately evading you. You are currently unwell, yet the world is unaware. So do not carelessly disseminate this information. Yuan Buwei pondered. Perhaps we should consider a different approach. What approach? Your manpower has likely been nearly exhausted by the emperor. Seize this opportunity to recruit more, both men and women. To the emperor, you can claim you wish to savor life to the fullest before your demise, and to the Xie family, state that you have come to a realization. Rather than hanging from a single tree, it is better to choose a forest. Princess Jinghe's lips twitched more violently. Yuan Buwei. What a rotten idea. Do you think I am so frivolous? This is a strategy of feigning weakness to consume the tiger, as long as the objective is achieved. The process matters not. Yuan Buwei smiled at Princess Jinghe. I will send a message via carrier pigeon to my master. If I recall correctly, my master once treated the elder of the Xie family. At the very least, we can inquire whether your husband is currently at the Xie residence or if he is hiding in some remote mountain due to your pursuit. Princess Jinghe contemplated. If this matter fails, I can offer you an alternative. Yuan Buwei was certain she considered herself the turtle of a wishing well. Yet she maintained a smile. Please continue. Are you familiar with Master Yu Shi? Yuan Buwei could not possibly be unaware. He was the most renowned master from the Ganyi Temple, and every time he attended a ceremony, the venue was packed. She had the fortune to meet him once due to her medical skills. At that time, despite being in the prime of life, he was gravely ill, advising her not to waste her efforts and to let him depart in peace. Back then, she did not understand. He had renounced worldly affairs, yet his eyes still brimmed with longing. Now, hearing Princess Jinghe utter that name, Yuan Buwei nodded. Yes, he is a well-known master. You shall meet him and tell him that I, the princess, have regretted my past. Inquire if he would be willing to renounce his vows for me. Yuan Buwei. Nangong Fu clamped her ears shut, insisting she had heard nothing. Either kill Xie Yunting or go to Ganyi Temple. You must choose. Whichever path you take will be more arduous than healing. If time could rewind, Yuan Buwei would certainly refrain from speaking so recklessly. Now, however, tears would avail her nothing. She must face the situation head-on. What if I attempt both? Princess Jinghe chuckled at Yuan Buwei's cautious tone. You little girl, you have quite the appetite. Since you have opened this conversation with me, it suggests you trust me, and it also indicates that you are genuinely at a loss for manpower. I understand and will do my utmost to fulfill your request. You, in turn, should cooperate with the third princess, tend to your health, and live long. Anything can be achieved in time. Well, I shall borrow your auspicious words. After Princess Jinghe spoke, she turned to Nangong Fu, who was now pale with fright. I initially did not wish to involve you yet. And Jinghe, you need not say anything. I understand everything. If father is so ruthless towards his own sister, will he not one day be equally ruthless towards me and mother? Rather than live in constant fear, it is better to seek a path to self-preservation. Chapter 58. Clearly caring for me, Jinghe aunt. Please take good care of yourself. I will visit you whenever I have the time, Nangong Fu said, her eyes reddening as she looked at the ailing Jinghe aunt, silently vowing to restore her health. Hupuo, she beckoned, pulling her aside before the steward returned. You are the only person Jinghe aunt trusts at present. You must ensure her safety. If anything happens, find a way to send me a message. After saying this, she handed Hupuo a bulging pouch from the medicine box. This is silver. Do not hesitate to use it. When seeking assistance, money is indispensable. Thank you, third princess, Hupuo said, her heart warmed as she held the heavy pouch. And this, Yuan Buwei added, handing her 2 vials of medicine. The white porcelain bottle contains a tonic for replenishing energy and blood. You must take care of yourself while looking after Princess Jinghe. If you feel exhausted, just take one. The black bottle contains poison. If anyone dares to bully you, add a few drops to their food. It is colorless and tasteless and can cause them to suffer from diarrhea for half a month. Thank you, third princess. Thank you, Dr. Yuan. Hupuo, being merely a maid, did not understand profound principles. She only knew her duty was to care for Princess Jinghe. For the princess and Amp, Appo's sake, she vowed to look after herself diligently, ensuring she would not falter. After leaving the princess and Appo's residence and returning to the carriage, Yuan Buwei and Yunling changed back into their own clothes, collapsing into the carriage, utterly drained. In front of Princess Jinghe, I dare not breathe, and my back is soaked with sweat, Yuan Buwei said, pulling out a handkerchief and offering it to Yunling. Who can argue with that? Wipe your sweat. We still have a hard battle ahead. Master, Nangong Fu addressed Yuan Buwei. I can inquire about Master Yusher and Appo's situation. Previously, my mother took me to Ganyi Temple many times to pray for the Empress Dowager and the monks there know me. However, I am unfamiliar with Ganyi Temple, and barging in could easily alert the enemy, Yuan Buwei replied. Very well, I will contact a master and try to ascertain Xie Yunting's whereabouts. The 3 parted ways at the crossroads they had passed earlier. Yuan Buwei, contemplating the numerous tasks ahead, led Yunling to a shop to buy supplies in preparation for visiting Ning Xingzhou the following day. Arriving at the Wanning Marquis and Appo's residence by midday, Yuan Buwei hurriedly ate a few bites of food before heading to Lu Sui and Appo's room to change his bandages. You are concealing something from me, Lu Sui stated as she finished changing the dressings. What am I hiding? Yuan Buwei retorted. I inquired with Steward Yi. You left early in the morning with Yunling. Although you returned with many items, you appeared somewhat fatigued, so I'm certain you're keeping something from me. Gazing at Lu Sui and Amp, Appo's serious expression, Yuan Buwei felt no anger. Instead, she nodded. As expected of a young marquis who leads troops in a battle, your insight is indeed remarkable. Now let me test you. What am I hiding? You are someone who repays grievances on the spot. You would not return to the Mu residence to treat Mu Qing. And besides, you do not even know where Ning Xingzhou resides, so you are not visiting him. Lu Sui scrutinized Yuan Buwei. You must have gone to Princess Jinghe's residence and met her. Yuan Buwei raised an eyebrow. Are you so certain? Lu Sui scoffed. You must have visited the palace yesterday to consult with the favored concubine regarding this matter. Her daughter, the 3rd princess, is favored by Princess Jinghe and possesses medical skills. You could easily disguise yourself as her maid to blend in. Lu Sui, you are truly remarkable. Yuan Buwei clapped. I said nothing, yet you have deduced everything. So, you are indeed correct. I did meet Princess Jinghe. Lu Sui's expression darkened. The residence of Princess Jinghe is like a den of tigers and dragons. If anything were to happen to you, in my current state, I would not even be able to crawl to her residence to rescue you. I thought you were upset with me for keeping secrets, but it turns out you were concerned for my safety because you cannot help me in your condition. Yuan Buwei felt touched. Lu Sui, you are truly kind. I am deeply moved. suddenly praised Lu Sui and Appo's ears turned red, but he retorted, "You are now my wife. Your every action is bound to me. I am merely worried that you might implicate me. Is it not the opposite? You clearly care for me and are concerned about me, yet you insist on framing it as me dragging you down?" Yuan Buwei laughed, mimicking Lu Sui. "What? Do you fear that once I heal you, you will wish to divorce me? Or are you afraid I will fall in love with you?" "What divorce? What falling in love?" "Yuan Buwei, your words are becoming increasingly outrageous." Lu Sui knew Yuan Buwei spoke boldly, but this was too much. He felt his face flush and dared not meet her gaze. "Do not worry. You will soon grow accustomed to my words." Yuan Buwei smiled, then adopted a serious expression. "You guessed correctly. I did meet Princess Jinghe and express my thoughts to her. However, she did not agree. She requires me to complete 2 tasks before discussing further matters." "2 tasks?" Lu Sui felt an ominous premonition. "What are they?" "The first task is to find Xie Yunting and kill him, bringing his head to Princess Jinghe. The second task is to persuade Master Yu Shi of Ganyi Temple to return to secular life." Lu Sui must still be groggy. These tasks are 10 times harder than standing on my own again. She must have done this intentionally, thinking you would be unable to accomplish them. Not necessarily. I can ask the master for help regarding Xie Yunting and with the third princess and Appo's assistance concerning Ganyi Temple, since Princess Jinghe did not set a deadline. "We can take our time." Yuan Buwei maintained a positive outlook. "For now, the most important thing is to assist you with your rehabilitation. By the way," Lu Sui showed Yuan Buwei his right hand. "My right hand can almost move except for my thumb, and 2 fingers on my left hand can already move. At this rate, I estimate that in 4 or 5 days, I will regain sensation and mobility in all 10 fingers. It seems that acupuncture is proving most effective for you. Moreover, your internal and external injuries are nearly healed. Starting the day after tomorrow, I will increase the duration of the acupuncture sessions, and you must not complain of pain." "Why the day after tomorrow?" Lu Sui asked, puzzled. "Why not tomorrow?" "Because tomorrow I will visit Ningxingzhou. If Li Yin is free, I will ask him to accompany me to avoid any awkwardness when I arrive alone," Yuan Buwei replied, beginning to massage Lu Sui and Appo's arm again. "One must eat gradually, and tasks should be completed one at a time. In any case, the future of the Wan Ning Marquis and Appo's residence is bright. Away, your mindset is truly commendable. Unlike me, who becomes anxious over the slightest disturbances and often says hurtful things." Lu Sui reflected. After several heartfelt conversations with Yuan Buwei, he could now express his thoughts and feelings to her with ease. "You bear a heavy burden, commanding tens of thousands. Not to mention leading them in a battle. Just the yearly expenses of the Jifeng camp must give you a headache." Yuan Buwei paused, suddenly recalling a winter in her previous life when a sudden snowstorm caused a shortage of charcoal. "Lu Sui, have you completed the winter procurement for the Jifeng camp this year?" Chapter 59. "I would rather lack money than accept your dowry. All these matters shall be entrusted to the logistics department, which typically formulates an annual plan based on the previous year and Appo's military consumption at the beginning of each year for my review." Lu Sui reflected that this year's purchase of charcoal was similar to previous years. However, having sustained injuries this year, he contemplated granting the soldiers additional leave at the year and Appo's and to spend time with their families. Since he intended to provide them with an extended holiday, it would be remiss to allow them to return empty-handed. Furthermore, the weather had been unstable since the beginning of the year. If military funds were sufficient, he suggested stockpiling more winter provisions, cotton clothing, and charcoal, ensuring everyone could enjoy a prosperous new year. A troubled expression crossed Lu Sui's face as he noted that military funding had never been ample. It was a small miracle for the court to disburse funds punctually. He recalled a year when the soldiers received moldy millet, which they hesitated to discard, washing and sun-drying it before consumption. His responsibility was merely to guarantee that every soldier received their monthly pay on time and that they were fed adequately twice a day. As for anything beyond that, he had previously received numerous valuable gifts from his mother-in-law, and the Wan Ning Marquis did not appear impoverished. That is their money. I do not wish to take a single coin, lest I become beholden to them, Lu Sui declared resolutely. relying solely on your meager salary. How will you manage to fill the void in the military's coffers? Yuan Buwei countered. When the Jifeng camp was established, his father had bestowed upon him his mother's dowry. And over the years, he had relied on the income from his stores and farms to supplement the military and Oppo's needs, contributing whatever he could. Perhaps the strained relationship with his father had led Lu Sui to refrain from addressing the Wanning Marquis as and Oppo's father. And Oppo's. That is still insufficient, Yuan Buwei observed. After managing the household, I reviewed the accounts, and your mother and Oppo's share only covers a small portion. The majority has evidently been discreetly supplemented by your father-in-law. Lu Sui, had always believed it was revenue generated from his mother and Oppo's shops and farms. Impossible, he exclaimed, and Yuan Buwei scrutinized him. Shall I inquire further? Absolutely not. Lu Sui was willing to accept kindness from anyone, but he could not bear the thought of the Wanning Marquis secretly aiding him. He would rather perish on the battlefield than accept assistance from someone who wished for his demise. Do you suffer from paranoia? Yuan Buwei questioned. He is your father. A portion of the soldiers in the Jifeng camp are from the Wanning Marquis. Although you command the Jifeng camp, to outsiders, it remains associated with the Wanning Marquis. Regardless of your father-in-law's intentions, he will assist you, for those within are once his subordinates. You cherish your subordinates. Should your father-in-law not do the same? Lu Sui understood this rationale, but felt discomfort at the thought of the Wanning Marquis concealing matters from him. Let me think it over. Take your time, Yuan Buwei urged. By the way, I previously suggested to your father-in-law that your younger brother open a medicinal herb shop to facilitate the transportation and sale of herbs from Yaowang Valley, which would also address the Jifeng camp and Oppo's herbal needs. Your father-in-law has already agreed, and they have been busy with this matter in the past few days. Your brother intends to start business? How can this be? Lu Sui was astonished. He is your brother. You can lead troops in a battle, yet he chooses commerce? Yuan Buwei interrupted. Now that you are aware, do not chastise him when next you meet. I would never admonish him. I merely believed he would enlist like me. Although Lu Sui was not particularly close to Liu Bing and Lu Han, he had never considered competing with them for resources from the Wanning Marquis. They could pursue their desires as long as they did not involve him. If he had that ambition, he would have joined the army by now rather than waiting until this moment, Yuan Buwei remarked, shaking her head in resignation. Before marrying into the family, I had only heard rumors about your parents' treatment of you. After 2 months of interaction, I realize it has been you who has distanced them. Me? Lu Sui frowned. Were we not discussing the military provisions for this winter? How did this become about me? I merely suggested. The decision to implement it rests with you, considering that every expenditure is genuine capital. Moreover, you likely cannot muster such a sum at present. If you do not wish to use your in-laws' funds, you may use my dowry. I would rather lack money than accept your dowry. The dowry you brought into the Wanning Marquis is your safeguard for the future. I have noted your suggestions and shall instruct Li Yin to consult with the logistics department. Lu Sui, if you prepare ample provisions for everyone, the soldiers will undoubtedly express their gratitude. The crux of the matter lies in the finances. I lack funds. I do not even know where to gather enough to repay the compensation you previously advanced me. The saying a skilled chef cannot make a meal without rice aptly describes Lu Sui and Oppo's as current predicament. Given this, it seems you are indeed in a dire situation, Yuan Buwei remarked. Lu Sui, though you may not appreciate my words of wisdom, I will say this. Your remarkable achievements on the battlefield are inseparable from your subordinates. Similarly, the Wanning Marquis must present a united front. After finishing her massage of Lu Sui and Oppo's arm, Yuan Buwei advised, rest well and ponder my words when you have the time. Without awaiting Lu Sui and Oppo's response, she exited. Standing at the door, she recalled the circumstances of the previous winter and ultimately decided to visit her father-in-law's study. I know he has this temperament. That is why I have said nothing. After hearing his daughter-in-law's words, the Wanning Marquis felt a mix of gratitude and disdain for his son. His wife's dowry had been modest, and now that he had organized the shops and farms, they barely yielded a profit. Otherwise, the entire Jifeng camp would be left to suffer alongside Lu Sui. My lord, Swayer has worked diligently, please refrain from further criticism. The Wanning Marquis's wife began to defend him. Moreover, as his father, you have also benefited from his efforts. Why do you not acknowledge this? When have I ever benefited from him? The Marquis retorted, narrowing his eyes. Look at him. I constantly push him, yet he remains so prideful. If I were to indulge him in everything, he would surely become insufferable. However, I believe the young Marquis is quite concerned about your opinion. His pride is but a facade. Everyone knows the poor state of your father-son relationship. If he were to appear weak, he would surely be manipulated by others. In such a case, it would be the Wanning Marquis that loses face, and I am certain you would be 100 times angrier than you are now. The Wanning Marquis fell silent, pondering his daughter-in-law and aunt, Appo's words. It seemed he had indeed overstepped. Chapter 60 Heavens. How did she end up sleeping on Lu Sui and Appo's body? Master, why are you silent? Do not interrupt. I am deep in thought. Yuan Buwei chuckled softly, unable to deny that her father-in-law and Lu Sui were indeed a mirror image of one another, their demeanor, tone, and mannerisms strikingly alike. Both were stubbornly proud, suffering in silence. Wutladier. The Marquis of Wanning summoned Yi Qian. Go to the accounts room and fetch the ledgers. You know which ones to retrieve. Yi Qian immediately understood. Of course, master. Please wait a moment. After a short interval, Yi Qian returned, carrying a stack of account books. Yuan Buwei cast a puzzled glance at her father-in-law, who stated, From the establishment of the Gale camp to the present, I have meticulously recorded every penny I have contributed, detailing its usage. I had the account clerk keep track of it. Buwei, take these ledgers to Lu Sui. Consider them a loan to him. In due time, when he is well, he can repay me gradually. After reviewing them, he will comprehend the true expenses of the Gale camp each year. Yuan Buwei casually flipped through one of the books. It was densely packed with information, yet clearly documented. Fortunately, the Marquis of Wanning and Appo's family had been affluent, or else his approach would leave them all homeless. The Marquis of Wanning scoffed lightly. As for me, I am relocating the grave of his mother made from the Jiang family, to alleviate a burden for him. As for what follows, that is your responsibility as my daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law understood. Yuan Buwei instructed Butler Yi to deliver the ledgers to her room so she could review them, identifying the largest expenditures for Lu Sui and Appo's convenience. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The duties of a noble woman were not to be taken lightly. She preferred the tranquility of Yaowang Valley. Yun Ling accompanied Yuan Buwei throughout the afternoon, reconciling the accounts until she felt dizzy. I initially thought that after healing Lu Sui, he would reward me generously, but now it seems. Yuan Buwei sighed, gazing at the compiled figures. He appears prosperous on the surface, yet in truth, he is quite impoverished. The young Marquis and Appo's poverty was involuntary. After all, he had spent all his funds on the military, ensuring that the soldiers were well fed and warm, thus enabling them to confront more enemies on the battlefield. Indeed, as his wife, it is my duty to assist him. Yuan Buwei lamented. Yin Ling, you and Chen Xiang should bring out my dowry. I will tally it. Madam, what are you planning? Just do as I say. I have a plan. That evening, despite having taken medicine, Lu Sui found himself unable to sleep, his mind restless due to Yuan Buwei and Appo's earlier words. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to see a throng of people. Just place the chests here and the account books on the table. Once the servants left, Yuan Buwei approached the bed. I'm going to speak with my father-in-law. The account books on the table contained detailed records of his contributions to the Gale camp over the years. I spent the afternoon categorizing them. Lu Sui and Appo's expression faltered. What did you say? He has indeed been secretly contributing to the Gale camp? Do not be alarmed. My father-in-law mentioned that these funds are considered a loan to you. After I finish reconciling the accounts, I will also assess my dowry, and, combined, it should ensure the soldiers have a prosperous winter. No, I cannot accept your dowry. Lu Sui, listen to me. Why do you lead troops in a battle? Naturally, to protect our homeland. Previously, while at Yaowang Valley, I lacked the right to speak. Now, as your wife and the future matriarch of the Marquis of Wanning's household, I must express that the people's support is paramount. By utilizing my dowry to bolster the military, I hope the soldiers can be in optimal condition for battle. The more victories you achieve, the more at ease the people can live, preventing them from being displaced. Additionally, I possess medical skills. People require nourishment, and illnesses are inevitable. I can earn money as well. The madam speaks wisely. Young Marquis, please accept it. Once you recover and achieve greater military success, you can reward the madam generously. Yinling only thought of the considerable sum. A considerable sum? To be frank, Yaowang Valley is also in need of funds for cultivating medicinal herbs and caring for the elderly and infirm. However, it seems you're even poorer than I anticipated. So we must first address your immediate concerns. Although he received assistance, Lu Sui felt no joy in his heart. Away. Even though our marriage was arranged without any emotional foundation, I now require your care, and I fear I cannot repay your kindness. We have a lifetime to repay. There is no rush, Yuan Buwei smiled gently. Let me show you the accounts I organized, and you will see which areas of the military are most in need of funds. Her words and the smile on her face began to soften the hardest parts of Lu Sui and Appo's heart. All right, let us review them together. In the deep of night, the Marquis of Wanning, having listened to Yi Qian's report, donned his outer garments and stood in the courtyard, gazing at the moon. The Marquis's wife, awakened by the absence of her husband, quickly became alert. Upon opening the door, she found him standing silently like a statue. Master, why are you still awake at this hour? The wind was strong at night, so she draped a cloak over him. I am reflecting. Reflecting upon what? Regarding the funds I have contributed to the military. From the moment I decided to do so, I knew that one day Sui and Appo's would discover it. With his temper, he would certainly confront me. However, thanks to Buwei's intervention, the matter has been resolved effortlessly. The Marquis spoke with a light-hearted tone, yet his wife felt a pang of sorrow. You are clearly helping Sui, yet you present yourself so humbly. It pains my heart to witness. What can I do? This boy takes after me, possessing a strong sense of pride. Furthermore, to ensure the entire Gale camp follows his command, I must remain in the shadows. The Marquis lowered his gaze and took his wife and Appo's hand. My dear, over the years, you have endured many hardships because of me. I am grateful for your sacrifices. I am your wife, and Sui and Appo's is my son. I willingly give of myself without feeling wronged or burdened. If you feel neither wronged nor burdened, then why did you hide to cry in secret? When did I ever hide to cry? More than once, I assure you, and yet you neglect to eat. Are you not intentionally stabbing me in the heart? You old rascal, how can you still act this way at your age? The Marquis's wife could not contain herself and reached out to strike him. The Marquis dodged and ran indoors. Time for sleep. I have matters to attend to at the Jiang family tomorrow. He increasingly believed that Yuan Buwei was a blessing bestowed upon the Marquis of Wanning's household. With her presence, their lives would surely improve. Life, after all, requires a glimmer of hope to be bearable. The next day, Yuan Buwei opened her eyes to find herself staring at the close-cropped chin adorned with stubble, her mind momentarily blank. Ah, Awei, you are awake? At that moment, Yuan Buwei was wide awake. Heavens, how did she end up sleeping on Lu Sui and Appo's body? Chapter 61. I shall stand by your side. Yuan Buwei abruptly sat up. Memories of the previous night gradually resurfacing in her mind. Last evening, she had been reviewing the accounts with Lu Sui. By the end, her eyelids had grown heavy, and he had suggested she rest for a moment, leading her to succumb to slumber. Away, Lu Sui's voice broke through her reverie, meeting her with a gaze filled with concern. In the next moment, Yuan Buwei lifted his covers. Away, Lu Sui exclaimed, surprised. He had awakened at dawn, but refrained from disturbing her when he noticed her peacefully asleep at the edge of the bed, quietly contemplating how she might react upon awakening. Would she be flustered? Embarrassed? To his astonishment, she had merely tossed aside her blanket. Fortunately, it hasn't aggravated your injury, Yuan Buwei remarked, observing that Lu Sui's wound showed no signs of change, releasing a breath of relief. Just wait here. I shall fetch you a new blanket. As she turned to retrieve the new blanket from the cabinet, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Sui's eyes. Was she repulsed by him? Upon her return to the bedside, Yuan Buwei was oblivious to Lu Sui's expression, preoccupied with the thought of making him comfortable. In the past, she had changed his bedding nightly, sometimes twice a night, but due to her unintentional slumber last night, she had neglected to do so, and he must have suffered greatly. All done, Yuan Buwei said, tossing the soiled blanket into a wooden basin. She turned to Lu Sui, who was gazing down in silence. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just hungry and lack strength, he replied, deciding against voicing any further concerns to avoid dampening the mood. Just wait. I shall head to the kitchen and bring you something to eat. You're recovering well. Starting today, you can resume a normal diet, which will expedite your recovery. She smiled at Lu Sui before turning to leave. After completing her tasks, Yuan Buwei changed her attire and tidied herself up, preparing to venture out. Away. If Ningxing Zhou is unwell, please give your utmost effort. Your ability to express such sentiments indicates the depth of your regard for this friend. Fear not. I am fully aware, Yuan Buwei replied gently. Rest well. I shall return shortly. Under the guidance of Li Yin, they soon arrived at Ningxing Zhou's residence. Disembarking from the carriage, Yuan Buwei surveyed the desolate surroundings, her gaze falling upon the dilapidated courtyard and the rickety gate. Ningxing Zhou had indeed punished himself harshly in his quest for redemption. Young madam, please hold on a moment. I shall go in first to greet him, lest he refuse to see anyone and become agitated. Very well, go ahead. Since Yinling was skilled in martial arts, Yuan Buwei always brought her along when venturing out, leaving Chun Xiang to tend to matters at home. Young madam, there isn't a soul in sight for miles. How can young Master Ning reside in such a wretched place? Yuan Buwei had not disclosed Ningxing Zhou's situation to Yinling, so she was unaware. She pointed her head. Is everything all right here? Yinling, do not speak thoughtlessly. Young Master Ning is a devoted man. This matter shall be discussed later. Ming Qing, what brings you here? Just as those words left her lips, Yuan Buwei heard Li Yin's astonished voice. She exchanged glances with Yinling before hastening to the gate. Peering inside, she saw Mu Qing standing face to face with a slender man clad in coarse cloth. Ningxing Zhou, no doubt. Who said I cannot visit Ningxing Zhou? Mu Qing scoffed. Upon returning to the Swift Wind camp yesterday, she sensed a peculiar shift in the gazes directed at her, even from those once close to her. Realizing Yuan Buwei must have reported her, she understood that the young lord could not defy the emperor's orders, leading others to distance themselves from her. Naturally, she was aware of the young lord and Appo's temperament and intended to wait until his anger subsided before seeking forgiveness and clarity. Upon her return, she had mentioned the situation to her grandmother, who had suggested that if Mu Qing could persuade Ningxing Zhou to aid the young lord, he would surely be grateful, possibly strengthening their bond. Mu Qing considered this logic, prompting her to rush here at dawn. However, before she could even speak, Li Yin had appeared. You haven't visited him in ages, and now you decide to come? What are your true intentions? The frail Ningxing Zhou looked at his former comrades in confusion. When he had departed the Swift Wind camp, they had already become the young lord's deputy generals, having faced life and death together numerous times. Why now did they seem like enemies? Li Yin, I do not wish to quarrel with you, Mu Qing stated, turning to Ningxing Zhou. Xing Zhou, during this recent battle, the young lord sustained a spinal injury. He is currently bedridden at home. You are aware of his lament over your departure. Only you can assist him now. Please return with me to see the young lord. A sharp pain shot through Ningxing Zhou, spreading throughout his being as he gazed despondently at the two. Mu Qing, Li Yin, this jest is in poor taste. The young lord could not possibly. No, I refuse to believe it. It is true, Li Yin clenched his fists. I should have told you sooner. But the young lord was aware of your circumstances and chose to conceal the truth. How could you keep such a thing from me? Ning Ting Sop erupted, anguish evident in his voice. He is the invincible young lord, and now you tell me he is bedridden, unable to move? You, Xing Zhou, please remain calm. I came today for two reasons. First, to inform you of this matter. Second, Xing Zhou, return with me. The young lord has been yearning for you. I shall stand by your side as his right-hand man. Mu Qing, believing Li Yin had come alone, interjected. I consulted the physician. As long as the young lord follows the treatment, it is only a matter of time before he stands again. Mu Qing, How dare you be so shameless? Li Yin, rarely flustered, found his face flushing with indignation. I am not shameless. Clarify your words, Li Yin. Mu Qing, you disguised yourself as a man to enter the Swift Wind camp. That is one. You did not acknowledge the young madam, shouting at her, and allowed your grandmother to insult her. That is two. The young lord expelled you from the camp, and yet you turned to your grandmother, asking the emperor to reinstate you. That is three. Each of these actions transgresses the young lord's boundaries, and thus, you are indeed shameless. Li Yin was remarkably composed, enumerating her transgressions one by one. Though Ning Xingzhou had been away from the Swift Wind camp for some time, he quickly grasped the essence of their exchange. However, he was not surprised by Mu Qing's disguise. He had long suspected her true identity. Xingzhou, what do you mean by that? You knew I was a woman all along? Mu Qing regarded Ning Xingzhou with a wary expression. Chapter 62. When the beam is unstable. The pillars will lean. The distinctions between men and women are ultimately undeniable. No matter how adeptly one conceals their true nature, there will inevitably come a moment of revelation. Of course, whether you are a woman or a man bears little significance to me, as long as your heart is directed towards the young lord. Ning Ting Top Siket, casting his gaze upon the two individuals before him, aware of their intentions. I apologize, but I merely wish to spend the remainder of my life in peace here. Ning Xingzhou, I cannot comprehend why you continue to be concerned for her after such a long time since her passing. Moreover, it was her own folly that led her into danger by seeking you out at the military camp. Could she not have waited for your return home? Mu Qing's words were excessive. Li Yin attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as Ning Xingzhou trembled violently, clutching his chest, his face flushed crimson. Xingzhou, Yuan Buwei, who had been observing from the doorway, rushed in with Yun Ling at her side. Li Yin, lay Xingzhou down on the ground. Yuan Buwei, how is it you? Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback by Yuan Buwei's sudden entrance. The next moment, upon seeing her produce a silver needle, he instinctively reached out to stop her. What do you intend to do with Xingzhou? Are you blind or wicked? Do you not see that Master Ning is struggling to breathe? Naturally, the young lady is here to save him. Had it not been for the persistent intervention of the young lady, Yun Ling would have stormed in to confront Mu Qing long ago. Mu Qing was not accustomed to being openly scolded and felt her composure slip. You who are you? I am your grandaunt. You bear a striking resemblance to a person, yet your words are most foul. Did you consume excrement this morning? The master of the Medicine King Valley, who taught Yun Ling martial arts, was not only skilled in combat, but also proficient in insults, and she had certainly learned from the best. You, how dare you? Do you know who I am? Mu Qing and Amp. Oppo's face turned ashen with rage. I do not care who you are. You cannot possibly be the young lord and Amp. Oppo's wife. Yun Ling and Amp. Oppo's words were akin to daggers piercing Mu Qing and Amp. Oppo's heart. You. Enraged, Mu Qing extended her right hand. Go ahead, strike me. Come, slap my face, Yun Ling taunted, stepping closer to Mu Qing. Do you truly believe yourself to be of any consequence? The young lord has cast you out of the military camp, yet you shamelessly cling on. If I had a daughter like you, I would be ashamed enough to hang myself along with my whole family. Though Mu Qing had heard soldiers curse in the military, they would never dare to insult her directly. Hearing such demeaning words from Yuan Buwei and Amp, Oppo's made left her trembling with fury. Yun Ling, cease your insults and come help. Ning Xingzhou had begun to recover, and Yuan Buwei feared that Yun Ling's sharp tongue could push Mu Qing to desperation. Coming, the three of them worked together to lift Ning Xingzhou and carry him back inside. Mu Qing lingered in the courtyard for a moment before finally stepping inside. What do you want? Seeing her attempt to enter, Yun Ling immediately blocked her path. You're not permitted to enter. I do not strike women. Move aside. How amusing that you say such things. Just moments ago, you called Master Ning and Amp Oppo's beloved foolish. Yun Ling scoffed, scrutinizing Mu Qing before suddenly realizing, I understand now. You have learned this behavior from your grandmother. There is a saying, when the beam is unstable, the pillars will lean. Impudent. The mention of her grandmother was Mu Qing and Amp Oppo's breaking point. Enraged, she struck towards Yun Ling and Amp Oppo's chest. Be careful. Li Yin swiftly pulled Yun Ling away, but in doing so, He took the brunt of Mu Qing and Appo's blow himself, staggering backward. Lien, I did not intend to do that. Why did you not dodge? Lien clutched his chest, astonished as he stared at Mu Qing. You actually struck with intent. Mu Qing, you've gone too far. Lien, we have been colleagues for many years. You stand by and watch this girl, who appears out of nowhere, bully me, and instead of assisting me, you criticize me for being excessive? Apart from Lu Sui, you are one of the few I trust. Why are you siding with Yuan Buwei? Hey, I'm the one who should be scolding you. Why drag the young lady into this? Yin Ling was infuriated. The young lady has saved your grandmother and your elder brother. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also treat her as an enemy. Are you out of your mind? Silence. Mu Qing shouted at Yin Ling. You wretched girl, you have no right to speak. My temper is flaring. Today is like a small knife pricking my backside. Yin Ling remarked, her eyes wide open. Mu Qing, how can you elevate yourself above others? Lien interjected, unable to remain silent. As a fellow woman, you first questioned the young lady and Appo's medical skills, then called Master Xingzhou and Appo's late beloved foolish, and now you label Yin Ling a wretched girl. Just because you have been to battle and achieved some victories, do you think you can look down upon them? Lien, I do not wish to argue with you. I came here to take Xingzhou to see the young lord. If you insist on obstructing me, do not blame me for being rude. What? You intend to forcibly take him away? From behind, Ning Xingzhou and Appo's voice could be heard. He had awakened. Mu Qing and Appo's face lit up with joy as she moved towards the bed, but Yin Ling blocked her once more. You shall not enter as long as I am here. Let me pass. Not a chance. Yin Ling raised her chin defiantly. Mu Qing, as long as I am here, you shall not take Master Ning away today. Hearing Yin Ling and Appo's voice, Ning Xingzhou looked up to see her face illuminated with determination, his pupils dilating. In the next moment, he threw off the covers and stumbled towards her, exclaiming, Yin, is that you? Yin Ling, who had been prepared to confront Mu Qing, was momentarily taken aback by Ning Xingzhou and Appo's sudden approach as he grasped her and inquired. I am Yin Ling. You may call me Yin. No, Jun. Do you not remember me? I am Xingzhou. We are childhood sweethearts. Ning Xingzhou pointed to himself, trying to rekindle her memories. But seeing her eyes clouded with confusion, his heart sank. Yun, how can you not remember me? Yuan Buwei observed the two, a thought flickering through her mind. Could it be mere coincidence? She hurried over. Xingzhou, please sit down. Let us speak properly. No. Yun, please look closely at me. Do you truly not remember? I am Xingzhou. Ning Xingzhou refused to let go, and as he spoke, tears began to stream down his face. Master Ning, I suffered a blow to the head. Many past events have faded from my memory. Seeing Ning Xingzhou weep pained Yun Ling's heart, filling her with a sense of anguish. Do you not remember? Ning Xingzhou lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment. Yun, do you have a red birthmark on the inner side of your right arm? How do you know? Yin Ling blurted out. The disappointment that had plagued Ning Xingzhou vanished as joy ignited in his eyes. He embraced Yin Ling tightly, exclaiming, So you are alive. How wonderful. No wonder I could never dream of you. I thought you despised me and refused to visit me in my dreams. How splendid that you still live. Chapter 63. Everything is for the best arrangement, Li Yin. Please escort Mu Qing outside. I have some matters to discuss with Ning Xingzhou. I won't leave. Mu Qing, this is my home. If I ask you to go out, will you not comply? Ning Xingzhou's cold gaze fixed on Mu Qing. At this point, Mu Qing found herself without a choice, turning in anger and exiting the room. The three of them sat at the table, and Yuan Buwei recounted the events surrounding Yin Ling and Appo's rescue to Ning Xingzhou. It was the young madam and the esteemed members of Yaowang Valley who saved Yun. Thank you, Xingzhou. As Ning Xingzhou knelt, preparing to bow in gratitude, Yuan Buwei immediately grasped his arm. This is the heavens sparing Yun Ling and Appo's life. Young Master Ning, you just mentioned that we were childhood sweethearts? Yun Ling regarded him with skepticism. I am rather ordinary in appearance. How could I possibly have a childhood sweetheart as handsome as you? Are you certain you Haven and Appo's mistaken me for someone else? Ning Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback. his pale complexion flushing with a hint of crimson. You are Yuan. Only you would speak so boldly. But I remember nothing. For me, today marks our first encounter. Yuan Buwei shot a disapproving glance at Yunling before turning her attention back to Ning Xingzhou. I apologize. When we rescued her, she was in a very poor state. We sought to lift her spirits. No, she is quite well indeed. What does amnesia matter? As long as Yuan lives. That is the most important thing. However, as the thought crossed his mind that her amnesia might be linked to some form of violation, Ning Xingzhou and oppose. His complexion paled once more. Yuan, forgive me, it is my fault. I was unaware that my parents had unilaterally arranged a marriage, leading to your misfortunes. Though I do not recall our past relationship, upon being rescued by Yaowang Valley, I was aware of my condition. My senior sister stated that a woman and oppose. Virtue is not defined by her attire. The fault lies with those who harm me. I have done nothing wrong. Just consider it as a dog bite. Yunling chuckled. But you, how could you be so infatuated with me that you would forsake your future? You cannot continue like this. Ning Xingzhou had not anticipated that Yaowang Valley would not only save a Yuan and oppose's life, but also impart survival skills and profound life lessons, transforming her into a radiant sunflower, brave, resilient, and full of light. His gaze toward Yuan Buwei was filled with gratitude. My master, upon hearing of my condition from Brother Qi, specifically sent Yunling to protect me. Now that you two have recognized one another, might I allow Yunling to care for you? Absolutely not. They spoke in unison. Yunling glared at Ning Xingzhou. Why do you steal my words? Ning Xingzhou immediately bowed his head. What I meant was, since you're here to find me, I can return with you. I genuinely wish to assist the young lord, but previously. Slap. Yunling playfully struck Ning Xingzhou's slender back. Let bygones be bygones. Now that I am alive and well, you two must embark on a new journey. While the young lord recuperates, take care of yourself and recount our past to me. Perhaps it will help me remember. Ning Xingzhou nearly coughed up blood from Yunling's playful slap, but dared not speak. Xingzhou, have you confirmed that Yunling is truly your Yuan? Indeed, she is. Ning Xingzhou asserted confidently because she used to enjoy patting my back, though not with such force. So that is how it is. Yuan Buwei turned to Yunling. Be gentle. If you strike him to death, you will have no husband. Young madam, what nonsense are you spouting? How could he possibly be my husband? Yunling exclaimed. I do not remember anything, and he currently resides in this dilapidated house, likely unable to scrape together even 10 copper coins. What can he possibly offer for marriage? My senior sister said that we should not covet a man and oppose his wealth. But neither should we associate with a poor man. Ning Xingzhou dared not utter a single word, only lamenting the time wasted. Yet, upon hearing Yuan express a desire to marry him, his heart swelled with sweetness. By the way, what is my full name? Yunling suddenly inquired. The name I have now was given by the Valley Master. When I met you, you had no name, as you were the fourth child in your family. Thus, your family and the villagers called you fourth girl. The name Yuan was given one day when I took you to the mountain to admire the scenery. And you found the clouds in the sky beautiful, so you named yourself. Yunling silently absorbed this, nodding. Indeed, that sounds like something I would do. I believe it. We are childhood sweethearts. You believe it? Yes. Yunling nodded. I have amnesia, not a loss of intellect. I merely forgot events from the past. My way of acting remains unchanged. Of course, having been influenced by Yaowang Valley, I may differ from the Yuan you remember. I do not mind. Ning Xingzhou hastily declared, as long as Yuan, you are alive and well, I shall not interfere with your choices. Then shall we tidy up and return to the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's residence to visit the young lord? Yunling proposed. Very well. Wait a moment. I'll tidy up now. Ning Xingzhou nodded, but as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Be careful. Yunling rose immediately to support him. Your health is in a deplorable state. You should sit while I pack. No, it is unnecessary. I can manage myself. We are childhood sweethearts. You know I have a red birthmark on my arm. Allow me to pack a few pieces of clothing for you. Is there a problem with that? Her words successfully reddened Ning Xingzhou's face. Yuan Buwei could only laugh, unsure of what to say. Now, she increasingly believed her senior sister's words held profound wisdom. Everything is for the best arrangement. As the three prepared to leave, only Li Yin remained in the courtyard. Where's Mu Qing? A servant hurriedly called for her. It seems there is trouble at home. Li Yan Shuzhe, watching as Yun Ling assisted Ning Xingzhou, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What? Have I missed something? Surely, you would never have guessed that Yun Ling is Ning Xingzhou's childhood sweetheart. Huh? The typically composed Li Yin was taken aback by this revelation, scrutinizing Yun Ling several times, still unable to believe it. How could such coincidence exist in this world? Such is the coincidence. Let us go. The young lord awaits news at home. The four of them boarded the carriage, heading back to the residence. Meanwhile, Mu Qing, who had rushed home, slowed her steps upon entering her brother and damp, Oppo's, as courtyard. She gradually approached the open doorway, witnessing her mother weeping on her father's shoulder. Her grandmother sat at the bedside, where her elder brother lay unconscious. Father, mother, grandmother. Qing and damp, Oppo's, or where have you been? Do you know? Your elder brother may not survive. Upon seeing her daughter return, Madame Mu immediately pulled her toward the bedside. Chapter 64. How do you address outsiders? Qinger. Mu Yu struggled to open his eyes, mustering a faint smile for his sister. Mother, what is happening? When elder brother just returned, he seemed fine. Moreover, didn't Yuan Buwei examine him earlier and assure us that with proper care, he would recover? Mu Qing was taken aback by her brother's frail state. It is precisely because he took the medicine prescribed by Yuan Buwei that your elder brother has fallen to this condition. The master has already sent for a doctor. Mrs. Mu was nearly in tears at the mention of Yuan Buwei. If she were not the wife of the young Marquis, I would have her brought here myself. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing turned to leave. Mrs. Mu, quick to react, grasped her arm. Qinger, where are you going? I'm going to find Yuan Buwei. Mu Qing retorted angrily. That despicable wretch has harmed my brother, and I shall make her pay. King Opus, no. This is not Yuan Daifu's fault. It is my own issue. Mu Yu struggled to sit up, looking at his mother and sister, yet he could not articulate that it was his grandmother and Oppo's visit yesterday. Filled with words about taking on the responsibilities as the eldest grandson of the Mu family that had led to his current predicament. He had agreed to do his utmost. But as he lay in bed that night, recalling the years of uncertainty and helplessness in the ancestral home, he realized that neither his parents nor his grandmother had ever inquired about him, not even during festivals. Finally brought back by his grandmother, Mu Yu had felt a surge of joy, thinking he could finally live with family. However, it soon became clear that his grandmother regarded him merely as a means to elevate the family status. Thus, he resolved that perhaps it was better not to seek treatment for his ailment. He rose, braving the cold winds of the courtyard all night, only to wake the next day with a high fever, alarming his parents. Elder brother, you needn't defend Yuan Buwei. She is targeting me, and I will summon her at once. Mu Qing stopped. Seeing her sister's defiance, Mu Yu shouted, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing. You are here. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Mrs. Mu hurriedly handed her son a cup of water, patting his back to ease his discomfort. After regaining his composure, Mu Yu looked at his sister and said, Yuan Daifu is the legitimate wife of the young Marquis, and you, as a subordinate, have spoken ill of her several times. Had she not been magnanimous, do you think you would still be standing here in peace? Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, as if she no longer recognized her elder brother. Mu Yu, what is wrong with you? I am your sister. Why do you speak in favor of an outsider? It is precisely because you are my sister that I have the right to guide you. I have no interest in the opinions of outsiders. Mu Yu had survived in the ancestral home, thus far due to his own cunning, but upon returning, he did not wish to appear harsh to his family. Unfortunately, he had idealized the situation too much. Did Yuan Buwei say something to you that day? Mu Qing found it hard to believe that her own brother would utter such words, naturally attributing the blame to Yuan Buwei. I knew it. She had ulterior motives when treating you. If she truly had malicious intent, then why did she remain silent when mother spoke harshly to her, sparing us both from embarrassment? Mu Yu felt a pang of guilt towards his sister, as his own illness had forced her to shoulder responsibilities that were not hers. He had wished to be entirely forgiving towards her, but her inability to discern right from wrong could lead them all to ruin. Your words offend me. Yuan Buwei's silence that day was not out of ill will. Otherwise, why would she have revealed Qing'er's identity to the young Marquis upon returning? Having gained an advantage, she still seeks to tarnish the reputation of the Marquis's wife. Mu Yu suddenly felt a profound estrangement from his family. Fortunately, she is the young Marquis and Appo's legitimate wife. Had she been an ordinary woman, her reputation and integrity would have been ruined by your mere words. Mutter, King und Appo's heir. You are both women. How terrifying you are. Mu Yu, have you lost your mind? Yuan Buwei is an outsider. Why do you defend her? Mrs. Mu was genuinely displeased, unable to comprehend her son's defense of Yuan Buwei. The next moment, her expression turned pale. You cannot possibly have developed feelings for her? Mu Yu, have you never encountered a woman before? Or has Yuan Buwei bewitched you with some potion that you find her appealing? Mu Qing regarded her brother with disdain. Yet the more she pondered, the angrier she became. No, I must confront her and teach her a lesson. I cannot swallow this humiliation. Qing'er, do not act impulsively. Mu Yu threw off the covers and attempted to follow his sister, but Mrs. Mu seized his arm. I cannot fathom this. What is so appealing about Yuan Buwei? How can you possibly like her? Mother, I merely spoke a few words of reason. If that constitutes affection, then the world outside would surely be filled with couples. Mu Yu shrugged off his mother's grip. I just do not want Qing'er to make a mistake. I cannot believe it. You have no ties to Yuan Buwei, so why defend her? You must be hiding the truth from me. Faced with a mother who refused to understand, Mu Qing simply fell silent, continuing to engage her. This behavior, in Mrs. Mu's eyes, solidified her belief that her son harbored feelings for Yuan Buwei. In an instant, it felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. With a wail, she stormed out to find her mother-in-law to voice her grievances. At the Yuan Ning Marquis, Lu Sui, who had initially held little hope for Yuan Buwei, was taken aback to see her truly bring Ning Xingzhou before him. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could hardly speak, merely staring at Ning Xingzhou. Young Marquis, please say something. Regaining his composure, Lu Sui glanced at Yuan Buwei before fixing his gaze upon Ning Xingzhou. Xingzhou, young Marquis. Ning Xingzhou's voice trembled as he knelt before the bed. It is all my fault. Had I known you would face such tribulations, I should never have left your side. It is all my fault. Seeing Ning Xingzhou's repeated self-blame, Lu Sui felt a pang of sorrow. It is not your fault. It was my insistence to infiltrate the enemy camp. Now that we can meet again, I'm already grateful. Young Marquis, you need not say anything. I shall return to the barracks, willing to dedicate my life to assist you. Lu Sui was momentarily stunned, unable to believe Ning Xingzhou's words. Xingzhou, are you serious? Yes. Ning Xingzhou nodded, turning to look at Yunling. Yunling stepped forward immediately. Young Marquis, he claims I'm his childhood sweetheart. What? Lu Sui frowned, instinctively glancing at Yuan Buwei. Yuan Buwei briefly recounted the situation. How could such a miraculous occurrence exist in this world? Lu Sui gazed at the three of them, utterly astonished. Young Marquis, madam, it is not good. There is a commotion outside. The voice of Steward Yi broke through. Mu Qing has arrived unexpectedly, and the guards are preventing her from entering. She is shouting at the entrance, claiming the madam is disregarding human life. Chapter 65. You want me to be your concubine? No, is she out of her mind? How dare she target the young madam alone? This is unacceptable. I shall show her a thing or two right now. Yunling rolled up her sleeves and turned to leave. Yuan Buwei intervened. Do you believe that if you beat her up, it will only give her more reason to resent me? Then what should we do? Just let her act like a lunatic? Yunling replied, visibly annoyed. If this were in the Medicine King and Appo's Valley, I would have dealt with those ungrateful souls long ago. All right, I understand your anger, but let in Appo's temper it for the moment. Yuan Buwei lightly scratched Yunling's nose and turned to Yiqian. What she's trying to do is gain entry into the manor while our parents are at the temple offering incense and prayers for the young Marquis. Please bring her in. Yiqian, confident in the young madam and Appo's abilities, nodded and left. Soon, Mu Qing was escorted in by Yiqian. Young Marquis, Mu Qing and Appo's eyes reddened upon seeing Lu Sui after 2 days apart. She completely ignored Yuan Buwei and knelt by his bedside, weeping. You must stand up for me. Yuan Buwei promised to cure my elder brother, but under her treatment, He has not only failed to improve, but has grown even weaker. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ling's temper flared, but Yuan Buwei restrained her once more. Lu Sui glanced at Yuan Buwei. Upon receiving her nod, he focused on the sobbing Mu Qing. So what is it you want? Do you wish for me to take revenge on Yuan Buwei, or to divorce her? Mu Qing, oblivious to Lu Sui and Appo's sarcasm, wiped her tears. She was married to you by the emperor and Appo's decree. If you divorce her now, the emperor will surely be displeased. Besides, young Marquis, you need someone to care for you, especially for your recovery training. Once you regain your strength, we'll return to the battlefield to earn more merit. The emperor will surely allow us to be together, considering our service to the country. Her reasoning incited anger among the group. Mu Qing, you just said your brother and Appo's condition has worsened under Yuan Buwei and Appo's care, yet you want her to assist with your recovery training. Does that not contradict itself? Lu Sui took several deep breaths to calm his rising fury. Was he blind to have made Mu Qing his vice commander? Young Marquis, what I mean is, my brother has been ill since birth, far more difficult to treat than your external injuries. Mu Qing grasped Lu Sui and Appo's immobile arm. You must stand up for me. Yuan Buwei took a step back and gestured for Yi Qian to come over, whispering something in his ear. Yi Qian nodded and exited. Mu Qing, remove your hands from the young Marquis arm. If you're lacking in men, I can send you 10 or 8 from the restaurant right now. Yuan Ling, unable to contain her frustration, pointed at Mu Qing's back and scolded her. How dare you, you wretched girl, speak such nonsense? Mu Qing mistakenly believed Lu Sui's words indicated he had come to accept her, and she straightened her posture, already envisioning herself as the young Marquis and Appo's wife. What is wrong with expressing my thoughts to you? It's absurd that you, a woman who has read books and fought on the battlefield, are so narrow-minded. You know the young Marquis has already married the young madam, yet you shamelessly cling to him. Your audacity knows no bounds. Say that again. I'm not only going to say it, but I will also proclaim it to the world. Come at me if you dare. Yuan Ling was unafraid of Mu Qing and continued to provoke her. Ning Xingzhou glanced at the silent young madam and soon understood. Yuan Buwei was intentionally allowing Yuan Ling to stir the pot, knowing Mu Qing was sensitive about her reputation. If pushed too far, she might do something drastic. And here in the Marquis of Wanning and Appo's estate, that could lead to a feud with the Mu family. Young Marquis, you survived because I never gave up searching for you. Are you going to let this lowly girl bully me? Mu Qing, retaining some sense, refrained from attacking Yuan Ling and sought Lu Sui and Appo's help instead. I am about to begin my rehabilitation training, and it's a bit much for Yuan Buwei to handle alone. Lu Sui, suppressing his anger, noticed that a Wei had signaled him. She must have sent Yi Qian to fetch someone from the Mu family. He decided to stall Mu Qing a bit longer. Perhaps I should have my parents visit the Mu family tomorrow to propose. You can become my concubine, and that way, you can rightfully care for me. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. Young Marquis, what did you just say? You want me to be your concubine? The Marquis of Wanning had a long-standing rule that male members could only marry one legitimate wife and could not take concubines or maintain mistresses. This had resulted in fewer heirs over generations. However, it mattered little to Lu Sui, as he intended to inherit the title regardless. Do not worry, Mu Qing. Once you marry me, I shall treat you well. Li Yin and Ning Xingzhou exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. The young Marquis' talent for fabricating lies was growing ever more remarkable. Young Marquis, I refuse to be a concubine. Mu Qing had become lost in her dreams of marrying Lu Sui, completely devoid of rational thought. I can overlook status and position, but I cannot accept being a concubine. My grandmother would be heartbroken, and I have vowed to be your wife for life. Yuan Ling, who was on the verge of exploding, was rendered speechless by Mu Qing and Appo's declaration. Young madam, is this what the senior sister refers to as being love-struck? Yuan Buwei was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama when she suddenly heard Yuan Ling and Appo's remark and nodded in agreement, absolutely confirmed. Yuan Ling was infuriated to the point of laughter. She looks down on women in the household, yet claims to disregard status, insisting on becoming the young Marquis and Appo's wife and even swearing an oath? This is simply double standards, Yuan Buwei added. I now see that some of the senior sisteress insights are quite profound. I wish I could silence her. Yinling grumbled through clenched teeth. Just hold on a bit longer. Yiqian should be returning soon, and our parents are on their way back as well. This petty squabble isn't worth our time. We are people of significance, after all. Let us escalate this matter to expedite Mu Qing's downfall. Yuan Buwei raised her head to look at Lu Sui. His gaze was pleading for assistance. She mouthed, Lu Sui, hold on a little longer. Tonight, I'll prepare chicken soup for you to enjoy. Lu Sui. Young madam, I'm back. At that moment, Yi Qian's loud voice echoed from outside. Yuan Buwei raised an eyebrow and pulled Yunling along. Let us go. The show is about to begin. Chapter 66. Upon seeing the flushed face of Qing'er outside the courtyard, Mu Qing's anxious parents instantly darkened, as if confronted by a sworn enemy. Yuan Buwei. Mrs. Mu hastily approached Yuan Buwei, her words nearly spewing forth in indignation. You incompetent physician. Did you not claim you could cure Yuan damp? Oppose. Why then, after taking your medicine, has his condition not only failed to improve, but worsened? Madam, let us set aside you and oppose, matters for the time being. Mr. Mu stepped forward, glancing behind Yuan Buwei. Qing and oppose, your mother and grandmother have come. Please step out. Hearing her father's call, Mu Qing's countenance flickered with a hint of trepidation. How despicably cunning of Yuan Buwei to summon her family. Lu Sui, observing Mu Qing's darkened expression, realized the drama was far from over. Mu Qing, since your family has arrived, let us clarify our affairs face to face. Mu Ving lifted hergaze. Disbelief evident as she regarded Lu Sui. Why, young lord, do you truly mean it? You really wish to? Lu Sui discerned the shyness and elation in Mu Qing and Oppo's tone. He maintained his composure. Do you find this unpleasing? I am most willing, exceedingly so. Mu Qing, overwhelmed with excitement, felt as if she might kneel in gratitude to the heavens. I cannot rise. Please bring everyone in. Very well. As Mr. and Mrs. Mu saw their daughter emerge, they rushed forward, scanning her from head to toe. Qing and Oppose. Are you all right? Grandmother, father, mother, I am fine, truly. Mu Qing grasped her parents and Oppo's hands. The young lord requests your presence to discuss matters concerning him and me. The young lord wishes to confer with us about you and him? Mr. Mu was perplexed. What matters could you two possibly have? Foolish child. The first to react, Mrs. Mu scolded her son. Do you not see how flushed Qing and Oppose is? Surely, the young lord has come to his senses and intends to marry her. What does it matter if the emperor grants a marriage? Yuan Buwei, lacking power and influence, could not support the young lord in such a union. Yet, Qing and Oppose had been nurtured by her, imbued with her teachings. Once she wed the young lord with her guidance, it would not be long before she became his most capable and virtuous wife. Madam, shall we not enter? Yunling observed the Mu family enter joyfully, her brow furrowed with confusion. Patience, we await the return of the elders. Yuan Buwei turned to Steward Yi. Please check at the entrance for the elders and Oppo's return. And have you sent word to Mu? Per your instructions, I have sent a message, though I cannot say whether he will come. He will, Yuan Buwei asserted confidently. Yunling felt even more perplexed, eager to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Ning Xingzhou tugging at her sleeve. The young madam has her reasons for acting thus. Let us observe the course of events. But they are bullying the young madam. Yunling pouted in indignation. The young madam is a treasure in the valley of the Medicine King. No one shall inflict harm upon her. I descended the mountain under the instructions of my master and senior disciples to protect her. Ayun, consider where we are. This is the house of Wanning. Indeed, this is the house of Wanning, not Mu's residence. The elders are en route. Would they allow the Mu family to bully the young madam? Yunling shook her head. Certainly not. To bully the young madam is to challenge the house of Wanning itself. What is the Mu family in comparison? Had the young madam not stopped me, I would have smashed their heads. Ning Xingzhou admired Ayun and Oppo's fearless spirit. We heard Mu Qing and the young lord conversing earlier. Her intentions are clear. She aims to become his wife. For the Mu family, This union means shared interest henceforth. Yin Ling's jaw dropped in astonishment as she gazed at the closed door. I thought, how could the elderly Mrs. Mu be so brazen? It turns out she views her granddaughter as. Ning Xingzhou, surprised by Ayun's abrupt silence, inquired, Ayun, have you figured it out? Isn't it obvious? Her eldest grandson is frail. Her only capable granddaughter adores the young lord. Yun Ling shrugged. I have learned much at the Valley of the Medicine King. Do not underestimate me. Fear not. Before her amnesia, Ayun was carefree, yet Ning Xingzhou understood her hidden sorrow. Post-amnesia, Ayun had transformed, her pride evident when speaking of the valley. Should opportunity arise, he vowed to take her back to express gratitude to the Valley's leaders for their life-saving grace. Are you weary? Would you like to sit? Yun Ling assesset Ning Kingsho ya apos spale completion. I'm not fatigued. As long as Ayun is by my side, I feel invigorated. Very well. If a conflict arises, remember to find a place to hide or seek protection from Vice Commander Li. I must safeguard the young madam and may not be able to attend to you. Upon hearing this, Ning Xingzhou remained silent, prompting Yun Ling to clarify. What I mean is, my master entrusted me with the young madam's protection, and I must fulfill my duty. Having overheard their exchange, Li Yin interjected, Fear not. If a conflict ensues, I shall first carry Xingzhou away from the battlefield, then return to join the fray. A splendid idea. Madam, sir, the elders have returned. Yuan Buwei turned to see her in-laws hastily approaching. The Duke of Wanning bore a fierce expression as he cast a glance at the closed door. Are they in Sui's room? Yes. The young lord is currently engaging with them, buying time. Yuan Buwei replied, bowing respectfully to her in-laws, I beg your forgiveness for my impulsive actions. Buwei, how is this impulsive? You are aiding the House of Wanning by eliminating threats. The Duchess of Wanning supported her son, her eyes flashing with fury. Sitivdie, close the main door. Without my husband and Appos, as command, no one shall enter or leave. Understood. Xingzhou? The Duke of Wanning rubbed his eyes, incredulous at the sight of someone he had not seen in ages. Xingzhou greets you, sir, madam. Xingzhou you. The Duke of Wanning gazed at him with delight. How did you come to be here? Ning Xingzhou turned to Yuan Buwei. It was the young madam who came to my home. Coincidentally, Ayun survived, rescued by the Valley of the Medicine King. What? The Duke of Wanning glanced at Yun Ling beside Ning Xingzhou, and after a few seconds, his face broke into a smile, only to hastily cover his mouth. I do not agree. A voice of anger echoed from within the room. Chapter 67. In summary, you must revolve around me. Li Yan's hearing was exceptional. He took a few steps forward and recounted the situation within the room. Inside, upon hearing that Lu Sui could only make his daughter a concubine, Master Mu was exceedingly displeased. The Mu family held a respectable position in the capital, and his daughter Qing and Appos, being a legitimate daughter, was naturally expected to be the primary wife of the Marquis of Wanning. My marriage to Yuan Buwei was bestowed by the emperor. She has been taking excellent care of me. I cannot find any reason to divorce her. Moreover, in my current state, should word reach outsiders that I divorced Yuan Buwei and immediately took Mu Qing as my wife, the emperor would surely think me arrogant for relying on my military achievements. The consequences would not only be dire for me, but could also implicate the entire Mu family. Lu Sui, unlike the man he was when he was first injured, lost in his own thoughts, had regained his former calmness. Regardless of Mu Qing or her family, they had repeatedly bullied Wei. As her husband, he naturally had to avenge her grievances. They had provoked Lu Sui, and now they would find themselves facing a formidable opponent. Young Marquis, this matter is quite easy to resolve, spoke the previously silent old Madame Mu. When you see the emperor, simply state that you and Qing had made a private vow of lifelong commitment in the military camp. You intended to return to the capital to ask the emperor to rescind his decree, but unfortunately fell into an ambush and sustained serious injuries. Indeed, it was I who insisted on searching for the young Marquis when the entire army had given up. Everyone can attest to this. Thus, the emperor will believe that we had already made a private vow. As Mu Qing mentioned the phrase private vow, her face flushed. This alone will not convince the emperor. Lu Sui clenched his teeth and smiled. Then tell the emperor that after learning of this, Yuan Buwei attempted to harm Qing'er on several occasions. Old Madame Mu looked at her granddaughter. At that time, you should make a few shallow cuts on yourself. Nothing too severe, just enough to leave scars. Upon seeing this, the emperor will surely think Yuan Buwei is jealous, and that such a malicious woman is unworthy of being the young marquis and amp oppose as primary wife, let alone the mistress of the Marquis of Wanning. Old Madame Mu, pleased with her clever scheme, turned to Lu Sui. Young Marquis, what do you think? Old Madam, I am quite curious about one thing. Please, young Marquis, speak. When your life was hanging by a thread, it was Yuan Buwei who pulled you back from the brink of death, and she also treated your grandson. Why, then, do you harbor such animosity towards her? I am but an old woman and have no desire to quarrel with a young girl. My actions are solely for the future of our families, Old Madame Mu replied, oblivious to the true meaning behind Lu Sui and amp oppose words, still feigning humility. My mother and amp oppose illness was treated by the old imperial physician. When did Yuan Buwei ever examine her? Master Mu believed his daughter's marriage to the young marquis was secure. Soon he would be the father-in-law of the young marquis, and his status would rise accordingly. As for Yuer, I will confront Yuan Buwei about this. After taking her medicine, Yuer not only failed to improve, but grew worse. I plan to report her to the authorities for endangering lives for profit. Well, since you are all here, I shall speak as well. I can marry Mu Qing as my primary wife, but she must not go to the battlefield after marriage. She can only stay home to manage household affairs. After a year or so, once we have a child, she can focus on raising the child. They had laid out their arrangement with Al Wei quite clearly. Then I shall do the same. You, young Marquis, what are you saying? I am a military general. How could I possibly confine myself to the household to raise children? Mu Qing was shocked. Did we not agree to fight side by side, even to die together on the battlefield? Isn't it a natural order for a woman to follow her father before marriage and her husband thereafter? Why is it that this does not apply to you? Moreover, I am currently incapacitated. After you marry me, you will need to tend to my wounds, provide care, and attend to my needs. In short, you must revolve around me. Without my permission, you are not to leave the house or meet with outsiders. Young Marquis, what do you mean? Why must I perform the duties of a servant? Mu Qing was astonished. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Did you not say you liked me? Now that I am injured and you're marrying me, it is only natural that you take on these responsibilities. I cannot trust servants with my care, but I have already planned. After marrying you, you can focus on your recovery while I manage the Jifen camp. When you are healed, we shall return to the battlefield together and take vengeance upon our enemies. So, you are hastily marrying me during my time of injury to gain control over the Jifen camp? Lu Sui scoffed, his icy gaze fixed on Old Madame Mu. Old Madam, your scheme is truly remarkable. By using one granddaughter, you seek to exchange her for thousands of elite troops to bolster the Mu family. When you reach the afterlife, the ancestors of the Mu family will surely welcome you with open arms, praising you as a virtuous daughter-in-law. Young Marquis, my grandmother genuinely wishes for us to be together. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with confusion, but in the next moment, she became furious. Did Yuan Buwei say something to you? Mu Qing, I may have a broken leg, but my mind is intact. Consider why your grandmother suddenly brought your elder brother back from the old residence. It is because Yuan Buwei told her she could heal him. Your elder brother is the legitimate heir of the Mu family. If his ailment can be cured and he receives proper training over the next few years, do you think anyone will remember who Mu Qing is by then? Lu Sui no longer wished to beat around the bush and spoke plainly. Young Marquis, why do you say such things? Old Madame Mu, fearing Lu Sui would reveal too much and expose the truth to her granddaughter, quickly interjected, your marriage can be discussed further. There is no need. I believe it is quite necessary. Bang! The door was forcefully swung open. Leading the charge was the Marquis of Wanning, followed by a group of imposing individuals who strode into the room with an air of authority. Mu Qing, this is the first time I've seen you act so foolishly. Think carefully. Did your grandmother truly want to fulfill your union with Suier by sending you to the Jifen camp? The Marquis cast a piercing glance at the pale-faced old Madame Mu. Shun Fengyue, the Mu family should not have deteriorated to such a state, It is your jealousy that has caused your husband's concubines to suffer tragic fates. Marquis Wanning, you speak falsely. My husband had only one wife throughout his life. Where are these concubines you speak of? Old Madame Mu and Oppos, S face turned ashen, her limbs icy, as she fixed her gaze on the Marquis, fearing he would utter something even more shocking. Perhaps you have harmed too many, and heaven has finally taken notice. The Marquis had just heard enough outside to ignite his rage. He had repaid the previous favors owed to him, and now he would expose all the sordid deeds committed by this venomous woman. Shun Fengyue. Chapter 68. Do not allow a fly to escape. Lord Wanning, I, Shun Fengyue, once fought valiantly on the battlefield in my youth, defending my home and country, often teetering on the brink of life and death. Had I not succumbed to illness, I would not be languishing in the inner chambers. I long to take up my weapon once more and return to the fray, yet you dare to slander me, accusing me of causing the demise of my husband and Oppos, as concubine and Oppos, as child. Did you witness it yourself, or do you possess a witness? Would you like me to summon the elderly servants from the Mu residence to confront you one by one? Lord Wanning anticipated that Shun Fengyue would respond thus, and he was prepared to expose her secrets. Very well, Shun Fengyue, today I shall ensure you grasp the truth. With a scoff, Lord Wanning instructed Yi Qian to fetch Granny Feng from the kitchen. Granny Feng? Yuan Buwei had occasionally seen Granny Feng assisting in the kitchen. A woman in her 60s with neatly arranged silver hair, adorned with a peachwood hairpin. Despite the wrinkles etched upon her face, traces of her youthful beauty remained. However, she was mute, and upon discovering this, Yuan Buwei had contemplated treating her, but Yi Qian informed her that it was a congenital condition, and she desisted. Now that the Lord had summoned her, could she possibly hold crucial information? My lord, she has arrived. Yi Qian's voice interrupted Yuan Buwei's thoughts as she turned to face Granny Feng. The servant curtsied. I pay my respects to my lord and lady. Lord Wanning waved his hand, directing Granny Feng to face the elderly matriarch Mu. Shun Fengyue. Do you recognize her? Matriarch Mu squinted her aging eyes, scrutinizing Granny Feng for several seconds before her pupils contracted, yet she retorted, Lord Wanning, I am not blind. How could I possibly recognize your old servant? Lord Wanning anticipated her denial and scoffed. Events of the past leave indelible marks. You would not have fathomed that after Granny Feng gave birth to the Mu family and Amp, Oppos, as eldest grandson, you accused her of consorting with a stableman, taking advantage of her frailty. You drowned her child and submerged both her and the stableman in the pond. Fortunately, the stableman was a loyal servant who had received Granny Feng and Oppos as kindness as they sank. He exerted all his strength to rescue her, sacrificing himself in the process. At these words, the room erupted in astonishment. Lord Wanning, this is blatant slander. Mu Qing, raised by Matriarch Mu, could no longer contain his fury. Grandmother has always acted in the interest of both families, yet you seek to tarnish her reputation. What is your true intent? Mu Qing, you ask an excellent question. Had it not been for your relentless pursuit of Swaier's expulsion from Jifeng camp, your shameless entanglements with him, and your schemes against Buwei and the Wanning house, I would have preferred to let your grandmother and Amp, Oppos, as sordid deeds remain unspoken. After all, this is your family's affair, and as an outsider, I have no right to interfere. Though Lord Wanning was now older and somewhat portly, in his youth he was a dashing figure, captivating countless young women, and his military accomplishments rivaled those of Matriarch Mu's husband and their current son. Grandmother has not plotted against anyone. She only cares for me. Cares for you? Lord Wanning was nearly incredulous. Buwei is the legitimate wife bestowed upon Swaier by the emperor. On their wedding day, when Swaier lay gravely injured and unconscious, it was Buwei, along with her master and senior brothers and sisters, who snatched him back from the jaws of death. Yet when Swaier inquired about you, you suggested a servant could handle it. But these are tasks Buwei undertakes daily. She has always been hands-on, and these duties are merely the tip of the iceberg. A daughter-in-law like her is rare to find. Even if I were incapacitated, I cannot neglect her. Yet you and your grandmother have shamelessly bullied and belittled her, taking advantage of her parents and Oppos, indifference, and her master's absence. No, neither my grandmother nor I have bullied or belittled her, Mu Qing insisted, shaking his head. Physical abuse and insults constitute bullying and belittling. Every word you concocted against her is, in my eyes, an act of bullying and belittling. Lord Wanning's presence loomed, his cold gaze piercing through the Mu family. Buwei married into the Wanning house. Having shared tea with her, she addressed us as her parents. As parents, if we fail to protect our children, we are derelict in our duties. Therefore, I shall pursue this matter to the bitter end. Unless everything is clarified, none shall leave this room. Yizin summoned several guards to surround the courtyard. Not a single fly should escape. Lady Wanning raised her chin, meeting Matriarch Mu and Appo's pale visage. Matriarch Mu, if you can protect your granddaughter, we too shall protect Buwei. Granny Feng, continue. I shall support you today. Unleash all your pin-up grievances, and let Shun Fengyue and Appo's progeny witness her true nature. Granny Feng cast a grateful glance at Lord Wanning, stepping forward to confront Matriarch Mu's twitching visage. General Shun, do you truly not recognize me, or do you dare not acknowledge me? Feng Yingying? I do not know Feng Yingying. Why are you colluding with Lord Wanning to frame me? Matriarch Mu retreated, her gaze lowered, unable to meet the eyes filled with resentment from Feng Yingying. Granny Feng was fortunate. After being rescued, she encountered me in the forest while hunting. Lord Wanning chuckled. It was fortunate that I brought my lady along. She immediately recognized Granny Feng as the beloved concubine of Matriarch Mu's husband. After bringing her back to the Wanning house, I sent someone to inquire about the Mu residence, only to learn that concubine Feng died in childbirth, a case of one body and two lives. Slander. This is slander. Cheong and Amp, Appo's. Go report to the authorities. I shall accuse Lord Wanning of defamation. Matriarch Mu suddenly cried out, but saw her son standing motionless, shouting, Hurry, do not allow outsiders to bully your mother. Shen Fengyue, when you went to battle, you concealed yourself in the coal pond for a day and a night to ambush the enemy, which caused coldness to invade your body and rendered you unable to conceive. Seeing the Mu family's lineage at risk due to you, your in-laws persuaded my father to take a concubine. Granny Feng's voice drowned out Matriarch Mu's. You feigned compliance. Yet you had already devised your schemes against us. The unfortunate Li and Zhang concubines, who passed at a tender age, while I contemplated ending my own life. It was Lord and Lady Wanning who urged me to endure and await the day I could expose your ugly, jealous facade. At long last, my wait is over. Even if you claim to be the Lord's concubine, return with me to the Mu residence and inquire of the old servants there if they recognize you. Matriarch Mu's face twitched violently, her eyes bulging. The once gentle and amiable visage of the elderly matriarch had vanished. Chapter 69. All of this was originally mine. Lady Feng shook her head. Those who knew the truth back then have all been silenced by you. As soon as I step through the gates of the Mu residence, I can only anticipate being treated as an assassin and shot down by your guards. Moreover, I have no need to return with you to prove my identity. Very well, then prove it. Show me, Mu Tsong retorted, with a cold laugh. Lady Feng approached Mu Tsong, who appeared lost in thought, and asked, Is there a bite mark on your left hip? Mu Gong va Apos, et pupin guiva. As his wife, Madame Mu, directly inquired, How do you know there's a bite mark on my husband's left hip? I know, of course, because that bite mark is mine. Lady Feng had not anticipated that she would one day confront her son in such a manner. On the day of your marriage, I secretly visited you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as my son. Back then, I was only a short while into my pregnancy when Shun Fengyue also became pregnant. Your father was overjoyed, believing it to be a blessing from the heavens. Shortly thereafter, he received orders for deployment and hurried away with his troops. The revelation was overwhelming. Yuan Buwei rubbed her temples, as her intention had been to dissuade Mu Qing from further harassing Lu Sui. Yet, the patriarch had thrown down a bombshell. Given the current situation, it seemed the Mu household was on the verge of collapse. You have gone too far. You dare to bring in a mere servant to concoct such lies to sow discord between us mother and son. Elder Lady Mu trembled with rage. I will report this to the Court of Judicial Review. Shun Fengyue, you previously asked me to return to your residence, yet now you label me a mere servant. If you had not recognized me from the start, how could your words be so contradictory? Lady Feng scoffed. I can only say you are feeling guilty, panicked, and disoriented. Mu Tsong, what are you still doing? Elder Lady Mu was left speechless as she observed her son approaching Lady Feng. You truly are my mother? Lady Feng paused, knowing that revealing the truth would inevitably hurt her son. However, this opportunity had been decades in the making. If missed, she might never have a chance at revenge again. Hearing Mu Tsong call her mother, she regarded him with a mixture of confusion and hope. Mother! Mu Tsong cried out, sinking to his knees before her. Son has finally found you. Do you know how much effort and resources I have expended over the years to locate you? What are you saying, Songa? You sent people to find me? Could it be? I have always known. Mu Tsong choked back tears and turned to Elder Lady Mu. I grew up living with my grandmother, who raised me. I always believed I must have done something wrong to make my mother dislike me. It was only before my grandmother passed away that she entrusted me with her cherished jade talisman, saying it was of great importance. When my mother arranged my marriage, she mentioned the jade talisman, instructing me to give it to my new bride. When I held it, I accidentally dropped it, revealing a letter inside, written by my grandmother, explaining everything that had transpired back then. Elder Lady Mu felt darkness envelop her, stumbling backward until Mu Qing swiftly supported her. Grandmother, are you all right? Comment imp, apos, ea. What are you saying? That jade talisman wasn't sold by you? Of course I lied to you. I needed to dispel your suspicions so I could secretly search for my birth mother. Mu Tsong and Appo's gaze towards Elder Lady Mu was laced with venom. I have often wondered why you and my father are both adept at warfare, while I have no interest in bloodshed. Upon investigating my birth mother and aunt, Appo's background, I learned her family was in the silk trade, quite affluent. My grandmother must have seen this and agreed to my mother marrying into your family. After you caused her death, you seized all her dowry, fearing retaliation from the Feng family. You decided to eradicate the entire Feng clan, disguising it as an attack by bandits. Hearing the words eradicated the Feng clan, Lady Feng felt her strength wane. Mother, Mu Tsong quickly stood to support her. Be careful. My parents were young merchants, and I was their only daughter, born late in their lives. They agreed to let me become a concubine for the master because they believed he was a man of honor and his family was kind. I recall a time when trouble arose at the Feng family's fabric shop. The master personally intervened to resolve the issue, earning my parents' deep affection. The years of suppressed hatred and grievance within Lady Feng erupted at that moment. She hurled accusations at Elder Lady Mu. Why did you harm me and then eliminate the entire Feng family? Then why did you marry the master? Why did you shamelessly flirt with him in my presence? Elder Lady Mu and Appo's defenses crumbled under Mu Tsong and Appo's earlier biting remarks. I have never seen the master so enamored with anyone. After you became pregnant, he was as giddy as a child, even going to the temple to pray for your safety. Why should all of this belong to you? Why must you seize it from me? Why do you not direct your hatred towards him or his parents? Lady Feng sneered, continuing her assault on Elder Lady Mu. One is your husband, the other your in-laws. Naturally, you cannot harbor resentment towards them, so you vent your frustrations on his concubines? Just because we are concubines and favored by the master and his family, must we then face death? He owes me. Elder Lady Mu clenched her jaw, her voice hoarse as she glared at Lady Feng. I cannot bear children because he commanded me to lead a troop. Why did he choose me of all people? He is the one who robbed me of my right to be a mother. Thus he must suffer my vengeance. Military orders are absolute. On the battlefield, you are his subordinate. He will treat you equally. Moreover, he warned you not to accompany him to that harsh terrain, yet you insisted on following, resulting in your own health issues, and you blame it on Mu Laodai? The truth of her innermost thoughts was laid bare by the Marquis of Wanning. In an instant, the last vestige of her defenses crumbled. She gasped for air, her body bent, her face flushed. It was Yuan Buwei's turn to take action. She stepped forward, placing a pill in Elder Lady Mu and Appo's mouth and inserting several silver needles into her head. Elder Lady Mu, fear not. I shall ensure you do not perish within the Marquis of Wanning and Appo's residence, as it would bring ill fortune. You, Elder Lady Mu and Appo's as eyes rolled back. But the silver needles stimulated her mind, preventing her from fainting. Chapter 70. You deserve it, grandmother. Please, you must not suffer any harm. Mu Qing knelt on the ground, continually soothing the elderly matriarch. Shen Fengyue, if one wishes to keep their secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Jealousy has consumed you, leading you to this pitiful fate. Feng Mama scoffed. You deserve it. So what? Mu old lady gasped, her face contorted with rage. As long as I am the matriarch of the Mu family, you, Feng Yingying, shall never return. I never aspired to return to the Mu family. I have lived a stable life in the Marquis of Wanning and Oppo's household for decades. Now that I have reunited with my son, I have no regrets. As long as Tsong recognizes me as his birth mother, Shen Fengyue, you will never triumph over me. Despicable. Mu old lady gritted her teeth, glaring at Mu Kong Mu Tsong. Even if you are not my biological son, I have raised you. I made you the head of the Mu family. Think carefully. If you insist on acknowledging this harlot as your birth mother, I will contact the royal clan tomorrow and remove you from the family tree. Perhaps you have long planned for this, Mu Tsong replied coldly. From the moment I learned my birth mother was alive, I anticipated this day. I feigned madness and acted foolishly to lower your guard. What are you saying? Mu old lady stared at her son, realizing he had suddenly become composed, unlike his previous frantic self. I understand that you have given up hope in me, yet you are reluctant to let go of the substantial profits I bring to the Mu family each year. You are greedy for wealth and power, which is why you have always treated Qing'er kindly, hoping to orchestrate a marriage alliance with the Marquis of Wanning to strengthen the Mu family. Mu Tsong stepped closer to Mu old lady. But you must not entertain any thoughts about you and Oppo's. Outside, Mu Yu, who had just been supported into the room, overheard this exchange. My lord, what are you saying? Why does my mother-in-law wish to harm you and Oppo's? You fool. Mu old lady shot a glare at her daughter-in-law. Do you truly believe Yuer is your son? My lady, what do you mean? If Yuer is not my son, then whose is he? The revelation about her husband and Oppo's as birth mother had yet to settle in, and now the focus shifted to her, causing her to rush to Mu Tsong, grasping his sleeve. My lord, what has happened to Yuer? What is wrong with him? Mu Tsong gently removed her hand and lowered his gaze to her face, his eyes frigid. Before I married you, I had already pledged my life to another. It was my mother who disdained her family's circumstances and forced us apart, choosing you instead. Do you know why you were selected by my mother? Mu lady instinctively shook her head. Because you and your parents are foolishly wealthy. Since you entered the Mu family, your parents have done many unsavory favors to curry favor with my mother. Mu Tsong turned his gaze to Mu old lady. I know why you insisted I marry Li Yu. It was a test to see if I remembered the past. At that time, I could not locate my birth mother, so I reluctantly agreed. I was well aware that once Li Yu bore a child, they would become your new pawn. Thus, I swapped Li Yu and Oppo's as child with Buwei and Oppo's. The revelation struck Mu lady like a thunderclap, causing her to stagger back. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at her husband, who had shared her bed for so many years. My lord, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend a single word. Do not be saddened, Li Yu. Your emotional turmoil and dietary indiscretions during your pregnancy led to a stillbirth. I took the child born to Buwei, Yuer, and raised him. However, due to his frail constitution, my perceptive mother discovered the truth under duress, and I confessed. That is why Yuer was sent to the old residence at the age of 5. No, I do not believe it. Yuer is my son, carried for 10 months and born after 2 days of labor. How could he possibly be another into Oppo's as child? Mu lady rushed to Mu old lady. Mother, you must tell me the truth. What is real? Mu old lady cast a sidelong glance at her. For years, I have subtly hinted to you. Your bodies are robust, and Qing and Oppo's is healthy. How could you and Oppo's be so fragile? Yet you refuse to believe, thinking I was targeting you. To Mu old lady, Mu you would always be the bloodline of the Mu family. Even if you were weak, with proper nurturing, he could still become a pawn in her hands, allowing her to gain a reputation for doting on her grandchildren. So, Yuan Buwei bit her lip in contemplation. In her previous life, it was possible that Mu old lady discovered Mu lord and Oppo's search for his birth mother. To ensure obedience, she might have resorted to drastic measures against Mu Yu, believing her son would be easy to manipulate, only to provoke his desire for revenge. Thus, it is highly likely that the cause of Mu old lady and Appo's demise in her previous life was the rumors spread by Mu Lord. As for the manner of her death, a bold guess would suggest it was due to torment inflicted by Mu Lord. And what of Qing and Appo's? Is she my daughter? She is indeed, Mu Lord replied, acknowledging her unexpected significance to his mother, likely because she resembled her in youth. Thus, his mother wished to cultivate her into the most valuable pawn. Mu Lord gazed at his daughter, who had long been in a daze. Qing, in your early years, you initially did not enjoy wielding weapons. You wished to learn the arts like other girls. Yet, your mother would not allow it, insisting on raising you herself and constantly telling you that a woman must wield a sword to secure her future. Furthermore, in the entire court, there are many with better backgrounds and greater abilities than the young Marquis. Why did your mother insist you join the Jifen camp? Because after weighing the pros and cons, the Marquis of Wanning was the easiest for Shun Fengyue to manipulate. The Marquis of Wanning answered for Mu Qing, stating that as a woman, she was already at a disadvantage marrying into another family. Should her husband and Appo's status be too elevated, it would become a liability, potentially leading to the Mu family and Appo's downfall, contradicting Shun Fengyue's initial intentions. Grandmother, please say something. What father and the Marquis of Wanning said is not true. I am your granddaughter, not merely a pawn in your game. Mu Qing and Appo's face bore a rare look of fear, akin to a lost child unable to find the way home. Mu old lady closed her eyes, inhaling deeply as she gazed at her granddaughter, whom she had raised since childhood. Qing is my incompetence. My original intention was to pass the Mu family to you after my demise, but it seems that wish will not come to fruition. Shun Fengyue is indeed formidable. Even at her last gasp, she continues to weave dreams for Mu Qing, hoping to rise again. Chapter 71. I no longer desire to be the master of the Mu family. Inheriting the Mu family is, without a doubt, an immense temptation for Mu Qing. Grandmother. Mu Qing suddenly knelt down, gazing up at her grandmother, who had raised her since childhood. Regardless of what transpired in the past or the actions you have taken, I only know that you have bestowed upon me the gift of nurturing. Without your guidance, I would have likely married off early, confined to the inner chambers, competing with my husband and Appo's numerous concubines for a mere fraction of his affection. But now, I am free and unrestrained, able to gallop on horseback or wield a sword across the horizon, all thanks to you. She turned her head, surveying the faces of everyone present. Whoever dares to bully you, I shall fight to the death. Good child, rise, the elderly matriarch said, pulling her granddaughter up from the ground. She turned to her son, Mu Tsong. Since you do not acknowledge me as your mother, I shall summon all members of the clan tomorrow to strip you of your title and appoint Qing as the head of the Mu family. Despite her daily focus on recuperating, the matriarch was well informed about the family's affairs, having invested significantly in maintaining the family's prosperity over the years. That's perfect. I have long ceased to desire the role of head of the Mu family. I will pack my belongings and move out immediately. Mu Kon, having achieved financial independence after years of commerce, had acquired numerous residences within and beyond the city, although they could not compare to the Mu estate. He welcomed the idea of escaping the need to feign cordiality with his adversaries. No, what nonsense are you speaking, my lord? You are the head of the Mu family. How can you just leave? Mrs. Mu was alarmed. If her husband relinquished his title, would she not be forced to follow suit, losing her status as the matriarch of the Mu family? Liu, you have always prioritized your own interests. With your daughter assuming leadership, you will naturally follow her. As for me and you, Mu Tsong smirked. Let's part ways. What are you saying, my lord? Mrs. Mu looked at her husband in disbelief. You wish to divorce me? What have I done wrong? Liu, over the years, you have secretly supported your family with our money. As the matriarch of the Mu family, you have often resorted to violence against the servants when displeased, withholding their wages. You attend various banquets, either quarreling or causing a scene. If I had not intervened behind the scenes, do you think you could enjoy such a comfortable life? What do you mean, Mu Tsong? I am your legally wedded wife, brought into your home with great ceremony. Shouldn't you, as a husband, fulfill these obligations? Besides, I contributed my dowry upon marriage. When my family faced difficulties, was it not my duty as a daughter to assist them? Mrs. Mu and Apos. S. emotions began to spiral out of control. You even swapped my son, forcing me to raise another woman's child as my own for 19 years. I have yet to settle that score with you, and now you wish to divorce me? Not a chance. Yuan was sent to the old estate at 5. You merely mentioned him occasionally. You have never visited him there. How could you claim to have raised him for 19 years? Mu Tsong's calmness was chilling. Liu, think carefully. If you refuse to divorce me, once my name is struck from the Mu family genealogy, you will be unable to remain in the Mu estate, enjoying your life as a wealthy lady. Mrs. Mu and Amp, Apos. S. heart trembled as she looked towards her mother-in-law and daughter. Mother. Mu Qing rose and approached her mother, grasping her hand. I need you, as does grandmother. Even if I become the head of the family, you will still be the matriarch of the Mu family. No one can undermine your position. Mrs. Mu was swayed by her daughter's words, yet she was aware that at her age, a divorce would invite gossip and ridicule. Liu, men may take multiple wives. Why should a woman not seek her own life after parting from her husband? The matriarch straightened her back, pride etched on her wrinkled face. Without a man, the three of us can still uphold the grand Mu estate. Mrs. Mu lowered her head, accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, supported by others. If she followed her husband, she would become merely a merchant's wife, forever overshadowed. Thus, she gritted her teeth and looked at Mu Kong very well. If we must divorce, then so be it. Mu Tsong, do not regret your decision. Mu Tsong felt no regret. He was elated. He turned to Lord Wan Ning and bowed. Lord Wan Ning, please bear witness that from this day forth, I, Mu Tsong, shall have no further ties with the Mu family. I also express my gratitude for your and Madam and Apos' kindness in providing shelter for my mother. Yuan Buwei, having observed their discussions, moved to the entrance to welcome Mu Yu, who had been standing outside. Yu, elder brother? Mu Yu ignored them and walked up to Mu Kong father. It is I who am useless. I have burdened you. You have suffered. Do not worry, my lord. I can treat your son's illness. Yuan Buwei addressed the father and son. Previously, I had no intention of treating your son due to my unfavorable experiences at the Mu estate. But the situation has changed. You are the son of Feng Mama, and your son is her grandson. Since you have severed ties with the Mu family, I shall ensure his recovery. Moreover, I believe that once he is healthy, if he has an interest in joining the military, Lord Wan Ning interjected, he may join the Swift Wind Camp. Lord Wan Ning, can I really join the Swift Wind Camp? Mu Yu's eyes widened in shock. He had often fantasized about being a soldier, fighting valiantly to protect his homeland and proving himself as a true man. Of course, one of the criteria for selection into the Swift Wind Camp is integrity and good character. It was evident that Lord Wan Ning's words were a veiled reference to the matriarch and Mu Qing. I do not agree, Mu Qing exclaimed. Should her elder brother join the Swift Wind Camp, their relationship would be scrutinized. Each soldier in the camp had undergone rigorous testing. If her brother received preferential treatment, how would it reflect on those who had fought hard to qualify? Very well, then I shall announce tomorrow that it was your grandmother who requested this, allowing a woman to enter the Swift Wind Camp. To maintain fairness and appease everyone's feelings, I shall expel you from the camp. Lord Wan Ning, are you purposely targeting me? Besides, my entry into the Swift Wind Camp is sanctioned by the Emperor. If you dare expel me, it would be tantamount to defying the imperial decree. Huh. Lord Wan Ning was both amused and exasperated, tempted to silence her. King und Imp, Apos, Nuk. You and Apos, is still your half-brother. His recovery should be regarded as an act of mercy on your part. Chapter 72. Would you dare to take this risk? Thank you, head of the family. Thank you. Grandmother, I initially thought Mu Yu would be unable to endure such humiliation, yet her composure resided in the very atmosphere itself. In comparison, Grandmother Mu and Mu Qing appeared particularly petty, unable to bear the sight of others thriving. I shall diligently cooperate with Dr. Yuan and Apos' treatment, striving to restore my health and gain early entry into the Gale camp. At that time, I hope Qing and Apos will take good care of me, Mu Qing said. Her lips pursed, choosing not to reply as she turned back to her grandmother and aunt. Oppose, as sighed. Lord Wanning, if there is nothing further, I shall take my granddaughter and daughter-in-law and depart first. Then go ahead. I am not stopping you. Lord Wanning chuckled. Shun Fengyue was indeed aging, becoming somewhat muddled. On the surface, the Mu residence was under her command, and the members of the clan regarded her as their leader. But had she ever considered that her past grandeur was merely a memory? Now, burdened with ailments, she maintained her family and oppose, affairs with her granddaughter and daughter-in-law, but still aspired for expansion. Was there not a possibility that the clan members might conspire to eliminate her? After all, without Mu Tsong as the head of the family, the vast Mu residence would be akin to an unguarded treasure chest. Farewell. Grandmother Mu nodded, taking her granddaughter and amp, oppose, hand. As they passed by Mu Tsong, she did not spare him even a glance. However, upon reaching Granny Feng, she halted and said, Feng Ying, look, in the end, even your son's position as head of the family cannot be preserved. Therefore, I was right. You are indeed a calamity. Granny Feng's body tensed, ready to retort, but she found Shin Fengyue had already strode out with great confidence. Mother, do not stoop to her level, Mu Tsong urged, holding his mother's hand. You have me and you are now. You need not fear her. Songer, it is my fault. I seem to have truly dragged you both down. Granny Feng shook her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. Mother, do not cry. Even if she were to take everything I possess, I still remember how to conduct business. And I have saved quite a bit of silver privately, enough for the three of us to live comfortably for a lifetime. Mu Tsong, you underestimate Shin Fengyue. If she discovers you have saved a substantial amount, she will certainly devise a way to conspire with the Mu clan members to compel you to repay it double. Thus, at this stage, your wealth must remain concealed. You cannot live in those properties you purchased either. If you do not mind, let us reside in the Wanning estate for now. Firstly, your mother has lived here for many years and is accustomed to it. Secondly, Buwei needs to treat your son. It would be more convenient to stay here rather than running back and forth. Lord Wanning, would that not be too much of an imposition? Lord Wanning grinned. Mu Qing has yet to abandon her desire to marry Sui and oppose. Regardless, you will always be her father, and she will have no objections as long as you guide her. Otherwise, if we confront each other, she will accuse us of bullying. Mu Tsong sighed, glancing at Lu Sui on the bed. Young lord, I apologize. I did not know Mu Qing would. She is who she is. We cannot control her thoughts. Lu Sui was equally astonished today and likely needed time to digest the events. Kui, Yuan Buwei approached Mu Kong, Unlimu. What business were you engaged in previously? I initially intended to open a fabric shop, but fearing Shun Fengyue might notice, I opted for whatever was profitable. For instance, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, I planned to stockpile wood charcoal, which would yield profits come winter. Wood charcoal? Yuan Buwei laughed upon hearing this. Uncle Mu, if I were to suggest that from now on, you should amass a significant quantity of wood charcoal, as much as you can, come winter, you could earn fivefold or more. Would you dare take this risk? Granny Feng was the savior of his mother, and she was also Mu Tsong's biological mother, whom he deeply cherished. Thus, their family was in alignment with the Wanning estate. Yuan Buwei was eager to assist them. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Tsong nodded. Of course I am willing. Dr. Yuan, I must apologize for the earlier incidents. It was due to my Uncle Mu. Your perseverance in seeking your biological mother commands my admiration. Furthermore, the difficulties inflicted upon me were solely due to Grandmother Mu and her two companions. It is not your fault. As long as you three live well, it stands as the best retaliation against the Mu family. Madam, today is joyous. I wish to share a few drinks with Mu Kong. Lord Wanning chuckled. By the way, arrange a courtyard for the three of them. Mu Yu's health is frail. Find a quiet and well-lit place. Rest assured, I was initially concerned that if Granny Feng were to leave, I would be bored. Now that she is staying, I am quite pleased. Thank you, my lord and lady. Granny Feng, do not weep. You should rejoice. Although you have endured countless hardships over the years, in the blink of an eye, a son and a grandson have appeared, treating you so well. Grandmother Mu is simply envious of you. Live your life well and let her seethe with jealousy. Yun Ling's words immediately dispelled the gloom that had settled in the room. The once overcast sky now welcomed a ray of sunlight. It was a good omen. Soon, everyone departed, leaving only Yuan Buwei behind. Away. Now you must care for 3 patients at once. Will you manage? Is it too burdensome? Lu Sui felt a pang of sympathy for her. As he lay in bed all day, only seeing her when she entered, remaining unaware of her numerous responsibilities. He only realized how much she had to handle after hearing his father's account. Do not worry. During my time at the Medicine King's Valley, I handled tasks twice as demanding as now. Twice. Lu Sui was astonished. Did your master not restrict you due to your frail health after jumping into the cold pool? There was a shortage of manpower, and as the close disciple of my master, I bore the future of the Medicine King's Valley on my shoulders. If I did not personally oversee everything, how could I manage the daily tasks when my master eventually entrusted the valley to me? Moreover, as I enjoy everyone's support, I must also shoulder greater responsibilities. After Yuan Buwei spoke, she looked at Lu Sui. I believe you conduct yourself similarly in the Gale camp, which is why everyone is fiercely loyal to you. Flattered, Lu Sui felt his face warm. Now that Xingzhou has returned, he helped share the burden, making things much easier for me. But you, young lord, are you concerned for me? Yuan Buwei leaned closer to him. Who is concerned for you? Lu Sui stubbornly retorted, I merely worry that you have too much to do and neglect your care for me. Is that so? Yuan Buwei pouted. Then why not an oppose? To you marry Mu Qing. She was being deliberately provocative. Lu Sui, though certain, replied, Did you not hear what I said when you were outside? Chapter 73. What you offer may not be what I desire. Yuan Buwei tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. Then, under Lu Sui and Oppo's eager gaze, replied, You spoke a great deal earlier, but I did not retain much of it. Lu Sui responded, I assure you, I did not deceive you. The atmosphere in the room was tense, and I had to be vigilant, lest Madame Mu and Mu Qing lose control of their emotions and harm others. Observing Yuan Buwei's sincere expression, he continued, The ancestral rule of the Wanning Marquis dictates that male members may only take one legitimate wife and are forbidden from taking concubines or maintaining extramarital affairs. This regulation is quite surprising. He hesitated, then gathered his courage to ask, I'll weigh once I am able to stand. I will make amends by properly conducting the wedding ceremony for you. This way, no one will question your identity. Yuan Buwei was taken aback by his words. Awe, are you not pleased? Noticing her silence, Lu Sui felt a twinge of anxiety. We can follow the customs of the wedding from beginning to end. If you have any requests, please voice them. Though most marriages these days are arranged by parents and matchmakers, I prefer a love that blossoms naturally. Yuan Buwei smiled gently. It would be better to save the funds for the ceremony to improve the rations for the soldiers and to sew more cotton clothing. But I do not wish to impose upon you, Lu Sui replied. Do you remember what you said the first time we met after your awakening? Lu Sui recalled and felt a chill run through him. Everything I, Yuan Buwei, do is a decision of my own. Thus, I will not regret or feel wronged. Rather, it is you. Are you genuinely seeking to make amends for me, to relieve my grievances, or is it merely to alleviate your own guilt? While Yuan Buwei wore a cheerful smile, Lu Sui sensed a coldness in her tone, as if an invisible wall stood between them. What I desire, I will strive to obtain. What you offer may not be what I wish for. She adjusted the quilt for Lu Sui and said, Enough of your words. You have expended much energy. You should rest and regain your strength. I will go see if there is anything else needed for the quarters of Granny Feng and her family. I'll wait. Sure. If you have anything to say, wait until you have rested, she finished, rising to exit the room. As Lu Sui lay awake, he stared blankly, replaying every word exchanged with Wei. She must be angry. Reflecting on his own words, he felt a surge of frustration. It was as if a cat clawed at his heart, continuously meowing for relief. But he had no idea where to begin. Who could come to his aid? Yuan Buwei visited the quarters where Granny Feng and her family resided. After taking Mu Yu and Appo's pulse, she adjusted the prescription. Even when faced with grievances, one must never gamble with life. To exchange one's existence for another and Appo's remorse and tears is the height of folly. Through her recent experiences, Mu Yu understood that self-harm would not elicit her grandmother and Appo's compassion. The people she cherished were those whom she could utilize. Thank you, Master Yuan. I will ensure to take my medicine diligently and strive for a swift recovery. Granny Feng, here is the prescription. Please hand it to Steward Yi. He will arrange for the medicine to be procured. Thank you, young madam. Granny Feng carefully tucked the prescription into her sleeve, her gaze shifting to her frail grandson, her eyes misting. It is my inadequacy. Had I been more assertive back then, we would not have fallen victim to Shun Fenyue's schemes. I refuse to believe she acted without the knowledge of the old Marquis. He likely turned a blind eye, burdened by guilt towards Madame Mu, thus tacitly approving her actions. It is a pity that the vibrant youth of the three of you was squandered by their hands. The court officials were as keen as leopards, acutely aware of the affairs of the noble families in the capital. If the officials learned of Madame Mu's purging of the three concubines, they would swiftly present memorials to the emperor, but despite the passage of years, the Mu household has merely lost its former splendor, while Madame Mu continues to thrive. Yuan Buwei was skeptical that such stability was achieved without Madame Mu and Amp, Oppose, as careful orchestration. In her past life, Jiang Weiming and Amp, Oppose, S legitimate wife, and two concubines had conspired against her. The more she evaded them, the more their audacity grew. In exasperation, she devised a plan that caused them significant misfortune. The following day, someone reported to the emperor about her father-in-law and Oppose, S lax household management. Jiang Weiming, upon learning of the situation, did not grant her a chance to explain, but chastised her severely and compelled her to apologize to her younger brother's family, ultimately forcing her to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire night. Experience is the best teacher. This time, when faced with Mu Qing's repeated provocations, she refrained from confronting her directly, wary of being caught by the officials. Although Yuan Buwei knew that her father-in-law was unperturbed and Lu Sui would not rebuke her, it is always prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Granny Feng and Oppose, as complexion paled as she murmured, "No wonder. My two younger sisters came from better circumstances, yet after their demise, their families never appeared. It seems Mu Rong must have threatened them into silence. The misdeeds were committed by Madame Mu, and she is the true villain, while the old Marquis lived comfortably, having passed away early, thus enjoying a relatively pleasant life. How fortunate for him." Granny Feng clenched her jaw. If he were alive, I would confront him with all my might. Actions are observed by the heavens. Retribution is not absent, but merely delayed. Yuan Buwei smiled. Granny Feng, maintain a calm demeanor. Your fortune is yet to come. Upon hearing this, Granny Feng beamed shyly. I am already overjoyed to be reunited with my son and grandson. I do not dare to hope for more. Granny Feng, your heart is too kind, which makes you vulnerable to Shun Fenyue's bullying. The three turned to see the Wan Ning Marquis entering and immediately bowed to him. No need for such formality. I merely came to check on Muyu. This courtyard may be small, but it boasts good lighting. Do not disdain it. Master, this place is already splendid. You have not only saved my life, but also taken in Song and Yuer. I truly do not know how to repay you, Granny Feng said, tears welling in her eyes. Granny Feng, do you truly wish to repay me? Granny Feng nodded earnestly. Master, I dream of repaying you. Were it not for you and Madame, I would have long been reduced to mere bones. Then, the Wan Ning Marquis chuckled. Would you like to return to the Mu family with your son and grandson? Chapter 74 Xiar. What has happened to your brother? Is he returning to the Mu residence? Granny Feng listened, somewhat perplexed. Shun Fenyue intends to erase Song and Oppose, and you and Oppose, from the family tree. And as for me, I am but a specter of the past, long since departed. Even if Shun Fenyue were alive, it would be impossible for us three to return. Mu Tsong wished to sever ties with the Mu clan. He preferred to relinquish the position of patriarch. However, the elders of the Mu family were not fools, even if they still heeded Shun Fenyue's words now. What would happen when she was no longer there? The royal family was not devoid of men. Why would they support a young girl as the head of the family? Duke Wanning leaned closer to Granny Feng and remarked, ISN and Amp, Oppose, it better to unite and cut off all ties? Granny Feng, do you not agree with this reasoning? This perspective indeed caught Yuan Buwei off guard. Mu Qing was resolute in her desire to marry the young duke, even if she were to realize this ambition. As the matriarch of the Mu family, she could hardly remain in the Mu residence after marriage. Furthermore, with her aspirations to battle on the battlefield, should she meet an untimely end, the Mu family would be left leaderless. Relying solely on the matriarch would likely be insufficient to manage the situation. That is true, and Shen Fengyue must also survive until then. Duke Wanning chuckled, gazing at the contemplative Granny Feng. This is merely a suggestion. Whether you wish to pursue, it is for you to discuss amongst yourselves. If Shen Fengyue threatens you with her removal from the family tree, you can be certain that when she encounters difficulties, she will find reasons to demand your compliance and assistance. Rather than yield, why not contend for the position of matriarch? It is high time that you, Feng Yingying, took a seat in that role. Granny Feng's eyes flickered as she bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. When Song'er returns, I shall discuss this matter with him thoroughly. Buwei, the lady has a slight headache. Please go and check on her, came a command. A headache? Is it serious? Buwei inquired, slightly perplexed, for the matriarch had seemed well not long ago. Just as she was about to ask further, she caught the Duke winking at her, and instantly understood. Very well, I shall go and see her now. Granny Feng, please tend to your grandson. We shall take our leave. My lord, young madam, walk safely. It was not until they exited the courtyard that Yuan Buwei turned to the Duke and asked, Father-in-law, I am somewhat confused. Duke Wanning paused, turning to his daughter-in-law. I know what you wish to inquire about. Indeed, I have my own motives in hoping that their conflict will keep Mu Qing preoccupied and away from Swayer. However, I cannot bear to see the century-old foundation of the Mu family crumble under Shen Fengyue's influence. But what is the emperor's true intention toward the Mu family? Logically, the current state of the Mu family poses no threat to him. Yet, if Mu Qing truly marries into the Duke Wanning and Oppos, as household, the situation becomes precarious. Her desire to marry is not as simple as she imagines. Yuan Buwei reflected deeply for a moment before a thought occurred to her. If Mu Qing were to become the head of the family, the matriarch would surely go to great lengths to secure a marriage for her. If the young duke were not suitable, she could always turn to the second brother. As long as the two families formed a connection, they would not hesitate to employ underhanded tactics. Ah, Buwei, your words have indeed sparked a thought in me. Duke Wanning exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I must hasten to find my wife and discuss a marriage for Bing and Amp, Oppos, ensuring that he weds early to cut off Mu Qing and Amp, Oppos, as options. In the previous life, due to the Duke's loss of title and Lu Sui's paralysis, the once mighty Duke Wanning's household had fallen into obscurity, with no one to tend to them. Thus, until his passing, he had never heard of Lu Bing marrying or Lu Han finding a partner. This time around, their lifelong matters indeed required careful consideration. Very well, I shall head to the kitchen to see how the chef is preparing the meal. Go. That evening, after a busy day, Mu Tsung accompanied Duke Wanning in drinking until the early hours of the morning. Later, it was unclear what the Duke had discussed with the old master of the Mu family. According to Qinxiang, the old master had wept bitterly in the Duke and Oppos' embrace. Yuan Buwei was unaware of their conversation, yet she understood that the old master's tears were a lament for the past. Had his own father stood up for him like the Duke had today, he would not have borne the weight of all responsibilities alone. Fortunately, after enduring hardships, he would now have the love of a mother. The following morning, Yuan Buwei was awakened by Yunling. Upon opening the door, she saw Butler Yi directing people to unload goods from a cart. Young madam, you are awake. The master has sent many medicinal herbs from the valley. Yunling approached Yuan Buwei, producing a letter from her bosom. Let me see. Yuan Buwei opened the letter, her lips curving into a smile. Her master had indeed received timely news and had managed to inquire about Xie Yunting and Oppos' whereabouts. Qinxiang, come here. Yuan Buwei whispered a few words into her ear and patted her shoulder. Go to my room, fetch the waste token, and bring the beauty-enhancing medicinal dish I prepared last time to Sister Wei. Understood, young madam. I shall do so at once. Yunling, let us divide the herbs and then plant them in the back garden. Butler Yi, please find a few people to loosen the soil in the back garden so that I may observe whether it is suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. As they busied themselves, Lu Bing and Lu Han arrived to assist. Noticing Lu Bing's heavy expression, Yuan Buwei turned to Lu Han and quietly asked, Han and Damp, Oppos, or what is troubling your brother? Eldest sister-in-law, this morning, father called for second brother and spoke of arranging a marriage for him, even inquiring if he has someone in mind. Second brother replied that he is currently preoccupied with the opening of the apothecary and has no time for marriage. Even if he had someone in mind, he is not considering it at this moment, especially as he does not have anyone in particular. Lu Han whispered, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Eldest sister-in-law, I do not quite understand why father insists on second brother marrying, especially when eldest brother is still unwell. Upon hearing this, Yuan Buwei realized that the two siblings had not grasped the situation fully. She cleared her throat and caught Lu Bing's gaze before recounting her conversation with the duke from the previous day. Lu Bing, who had been sulking, suddenly erupted in anger. If it weren't and Amp, Oppos, T for father preventing me from entering the courtyard yesterday, I would have scolded that old matriarch of the Mu family thoroughly. Forcing me to marry Mu Qing? I would have nightmares for 3 days and nights, even just looking at her. It's utterly absurd. Eldest sister-in-law, you are right. If second brother does not marry soon, he will surely become a target for Mu Qing. Unlike eldest brother, second brother is not as clever. If she employs deceit and forces a marriage, second brother would be at a significant disadvantage. Lu Han, what nonsense are you spouting? My eyes are not blind. Lu Bing retorted angrily. Besides, Mu Qing is not my type at all. Second young master, then what is your type? Yun Ling, sensing the gossip, approached eagerly. Lu Bing found himself at a loss for words, and in the next moment, he was filled with indignation. Why should I tell you what my type is? Chapter 75. Do you truly have someone you like? Second young master, you are blushing. Yun Ling did not express anger. Rather, upon witnessing Lu Bing and Oppos, as flushed face, she covered her mouth and laughed heartily. Oh dear, could it be that the second young master has someone he fancies? Second brother, have you found someone special? How come I was unaware? Lu Han chimed in, eager to join the teasing. Who is blushing? I'm merely warm from working, Lu Bing retorted, leaping to his feet and clutching a bundle of herbs. I'll go plant these over there. Second young master, do not leave just yet. Speak up. Allow the young mistress to assist you. Yun Ling called out, her voice growing louder as Lu Bing quickened his pace. Be careful, second young master. Slow down lest you trip. Behind them trailed the melodic laughter of Yun Ling and Lu Han. Enough. If you two continue, my second brother will surely dig a hole to bury himself, Yuan Buwei said with an exasperated expression, observing the two. Let us keep this matter discreet. You both know how shy he is, so refrain from spreading it around. Understood, sister-in-law. The two young women nodded, returning to their tasks. With a collective effort, they managed to plant all the medicinal herbs sent from the Valley of the Medicine King before noon. Second brother, these herbs can be purchased from any major apothecary. Since you have decided to open a pharmacy, it is essential for you to learn to identify these herbs. Memorizing their appearances and understanding how to sow, fertilize, and weed them is paramount. You may refer to the medical texts I previously provided you, Yuan Buwei instructed. Lu Bing listened attentively. I understand, sister-in-law. Some herbs look quite similar, yet their medicinal properties differ. Mistaking one for another could lead to dire consequences. I shall exercise utmost caution. Noticing Lu Bing's serious demeanor, Yuan Buwei tilted her head and remarked, if you were to pursue commerce, you might consider finding a wife who can assist you in managing the pharmacy. Lu Bing was momentarily taken aback, his face reddening once more. Sister-in-law, why do you tease me as well? At your age, I find it hard to believe you have never considered marriage, she responded, watching as his complexion deepened to a crimson hue. Yuan Buwei, surprised, mused aloud. Could it be that Yun Ling was indeed correct? Do you truly have someone you fancy? And no, I do not. Lu Bing hastily denied. Sister-in-law, I must return to my room to study the medical texts. Should I encounter any uncertainties, I will come to you. Yuan Buwei chose not to press further, simply nodding. Very well, off you go. Shortly after Lu Bing departed, Chun Xiang returned, her expression one of melancholy. Why the long face? Did you not see the concubine? The concubine is attending to the Empress Dowager and Oppos' ailment. I only encountered Eunuch Yu, and I merely delivered the medicinal meal to him. I did not dare mention your instructions. Qin Xiang sighed. From eunuch Yu's tone, it seems the concubine will need to serve for a while longer. Yuan Buwei had initially intended for senior sister Wei to convey a message to the third princess, as she had only met the princess once and could not approach her directly without the intermediary. Given that senior sister Wei was currently serving, it was uncertain when she would return to her own quarters, and the third princess had not established her own residence, remaining in the palace. Then, I understand. You should deliver items to the palace periodically. Eunuch Yu is astute. If he notices your frequent visits, he will surely find a way to inform the concubine. Yes, Qin Xiang nodded. I shall remember that. Seizing this moment, she could also confirm the whereabouts of Xie Yunting to ensure that Princess Jinghe would not be led astray by false hopes. The following day, Yuan Buwei, having no pressing matters, sought her mother-in-law, inquiring if she had time to take her back to her maternal home to see her grandfather and Apos, Hesleg. Upon hearing this, the Duchess of Wanning immediately directed the maidservants to prepare for the journey. It was evident she had not visited her family in quite some time, as the bundles were ample, making it seem as though she were fleeing a disaster. Her mother-in-law's family resided in the southern part of the city, and the carriage ride would take over an hour. Throughout the journey, Yuan Buwei listened quietly as her mother-in-law recounted tales of her family. She was the youngest daughter, with an elder brother and sister. Her uncle, Lin Jinse, had met his wife in the frontier during his youth. Earlier this year, he had brought her and their 2 children back, and it would likely be until next year before they returned. Her aunt, Lin Bailu, was married to the deputy minister of personnel and had 3 children, living quite comfortably. Madam, young mistress, we have arrived at the Lin residence. Mother, be careful, Yuan Buwei exclaimed, stepping out first to assist her mother-in-law down and instructing Chun Xiang and Yun Ling to carry the gifts. Third miss, you have returned. The steward, rubbing his eyes to confirm it was indeed the third miss, expressed his joy by slapping his thigh repeatedly. The master was just lamenting this morning, saying you hadn't visited in ages and that you must have forgotten your own father. If I had forgotten him, would I bring so many gifts in return specifically to treat his leg? The Duchess of Wanning retorted, taking her daughter-in-law's hand. Come, let's enter the estate. Unlike the grandeur of the Wanning residence, the Lin estate resembled a garden, complete with hills and water, teeming with life. Father, father, before they even entered, the Duchess of Wanning began calling out, her voice echoing through the courtyard. Yuan Buwei peered ahead and spotted an elderly man clad in a deep blue long gown, his hair, brows, and beard all streaked with gray. His well-defined features were radiant, and he appeared vigorous as he sat by the pond with a fishing rod in hand. Upon hearing his wife's call, he grumbled, Lin Shuangjiang, if you call out again, my fish will all swim away. Father, our pond is so small, with only a few fish. If you catch one, you could just put it back. Aren't you tired? What do you know? Fishing is about enjoyment, Lin, father grunted, then looked up to see a stranger beside his daughter and exclaimed, Lin Shuangjiang, when did you pick up such a large girl? She looks quite remarkable, even more so than you did in your youth. Father, this is my sister-in-law, Buwei, the Duchess of Wanning said, her foot tapping in annoyance. What? Yuan Buwei saw her grandfather rubbing his eyes in disbelief, and she knelt in greeting. Buwei pays her respects to grandfather. I have heard from mother that you have been suffering from leg pain, so I came today to take a look. Oh my, is this my granddaughter-in-law? Lin father exclaimed, tossing aside his fishing rod, his face breaking into a broad smile. Gomin, Gomin, steward, prepare some tea and snacks. Have a kitchen go buy ingredients. I intend to enjoy a few drinks today. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yuan Buwei discerned that her grandfather was a jovial soul, reminiscent of a playful old child. Mother, grandfather's leg pain stems from coldness invading his body, combined with his lack of dietary restraint, which renders all medication ineffective. I will first prescribe some medicine and ointment to see if it helps. If not, we can consider acupuncture. Just treat him as you see fit, came the response. Third sister? A voice full of surprise echoed from the doorway. The Duchess of Wanning looked up, astonished to see who stood at the entrance. Second sister, what brings you back? Chapter 76. The candidate for daughter-in-law. It has been quite some time since I last visited my father. Coincidentally, Someone gifted him several jars of medicinal wine. You know your second brother-in-law abstains from alcohol, so I thought of bringing it back for our father, who has always cherished various medicinal wines. As Lin Bailu conversed with her sister, her gaze fell upon Yuan Buwei. Is this Buwei? She inquired. Buwei had met her second aunt before and was indeed quite striking. Lin Bailu, with a look of admiration, assessed Yuan Buwei from head to toe. Sister, you are truly fortunate to have such a splendid daughter-in-law. On the wedding day, when we heard that Swayer was gravely injured, the guests were terribly anxious. Indeed, if it weren't for Buwei and her master that day, Swayer might have. The Duchess of Wanning recalled the events with lingering trepidation. Thankfully, Buwei remained composed, instructing Butler Yi to prepare the banquet, and by the time everyone had finished dining, Swayer's condition had stabilized. That night, it was Buwei who kept watch over Swayer, and now he is gradually recovering, even able to move all 5 fingers of his right hand. It seems that Buwei is indeed a blessing for the Duke of Wanning's household. Sister, you must treat Buwei well. Do not let her suffer any neglect. Lin Bailu sighed, reflecting that had she known Buwei was coming, she would have brought a gift, but now her hands were empty. And I want for nothing. Just seeing you brings me great joy. No wonder the matriarch is kind to everyone. She herself hails from a family abundant in love. Shuangjiang. Take Buwei to the storeroom later. After years of battling in various places, I have amassed many spoils that would be wasted if left untouched. Take what you like. It will help me clear some space. Your storeroom is filled with items from years past. They wouldn't even fetch a penny if sold as scrap. Nonsense. Those are all valuable items. Even if Buwei cannot utilize them, they could be passed on to Swayer or Binger. But Binger cannot fight. Lin Fu fell silent, glaring at his third daughter. Enough. You two have been longing to see each other, and yet you bicker upon reunion. Lin Bailu nudged her sister. Lin Shuangjiang, do not be so disrespectful to our father. You shall be punished by cooking today. Aunt, let me take care of it. No, you're a guest today. Let your sister handle it. I will do it, but sister, you must assist me, or I shan't and oppose. Tea cook. Very well, as you wish. Lin Bailu shook her head, feeling helpless against her sister's stubbornness. While the two sisters busied themselves in the kitchen, Yuan Buwei accompanied her grandfather, ensuring a thorough examination of his health and updating him on Lu Sui's current condition. Though he feigned indifference, he was indeed concerned. It was crucial for him to have the will and motivation to stand again. Otherwise, he would not heed others in oppose, counsel. Lin Fu, reflecting on his own past, said, in my youth, I too disregarded the doctors and oppose advice, which led to my current leg pain. Otherwise, I could have fought on the battlefield for several more years. The young lord is still in his prime. With proper rehabilitation, it will not hinder his future endeavors on the battlefield. Consider this a long vacation for him. His temperament is identical to his father and Oppo's. Both are remarkably stubborn. I remember when I refused to let Shuangjiang marry him. He knelt at the Lin family gate without fail for 2 months. Your father was so persistent? Yuan Buwei was somewhat surprised. I didn't oppose to expect him to be so steadfast. But with Shuangjiang adamant about the marriage, or else she'd choose to become a nun, I was alarmed and immediately consented. Seeing them happy together afterward reassured me. Though Lu Sui has his merits, Lin Fu sighed. In the past, when Shuangjiang returned home, she would often shed tears while recounting her stories. Today, however, she is cheerful and lively, undoubtedly thanks to you. Grandfather, you flatter me. My mother-in-law treats me as her own daughter. Naturally, I reciprocate with the same affection. You know my parents. Yuan Buwei smiled, but chose not to elaborate. They had not been blessed, and when they grew older, it would be too late for regrets. Listening to her grandfather recount stories of her in-laws, Yuan Buwei felt a closer connection to the Duke of Wanning and Oppo's as household. During lunch, Yuan Buwei was taken aback to find that both her mother-in-law and second aunt could drink. They accompanied her grandfather, consuming cup after cup until he was quite intoxicated, necessitating the butler to escort him back to his room for rest. The 3 women enjoyed their drinks and dishes, engaged in a leisurely conversation. Sister, Binger is no longer a child. When will you find him a suitable match? As Yuan Buwei savored her food, she perked up her ears. I began arranging this matter 2 years ago, but he was unwilling and even lashed out at me. However now, the Duchess of Wanning took a sip of her drink, sharing the latest happenings in the household with her sister. What? Lin Bailu exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Why didn't you inform me sooner? This is not something to take lightly. Besides, the matter has been resolved, but regarding Binger's marriage, I truly cannot think of any suitable candidates. When I asked him if he had anyone he liked, he was vague and noncommittal. The Duchess of Wanning shook her head, exasperated. I could have slapped him for that. I believe he must have someone in mind. As Yuan Buwei spoke, both women turned their attention to her. Really? Did he confide in you? He has been blushing quite a bit. If there were no one in his heart, why would he blush? That's a valid point. The Duchess of Wanning nodded. I must pry the truth from him when I return. Sister, do not press too hard. It is natural for a young man to have someone he admires. Just pretend you are unaware, select a few candidates for him. And when he finds none to his liking, you can lament about the difficulty of raising a son and the effort taken to find a daughter-in-law, only for him to reject them all. Lin Bailu raised her eyebrows at her sister. This is how I handle my 3 sons. In truth, when it comes to candidates for a daughter-in-law, I do have someone in mind. Who? The legitimate second daughter of the young Marquis, Meng Zhuxin. Yuan Buwei, who was drinking water, trembled slightly. However, there are grievances between our family and the young Marquis, so this marriage cannot proceed. The Duchess of Wanning shook her head, her tone laced with regret. Moreover, I heard that after the eldest daughter of the young Marquis married into the Rosewood Duke's household, she was unable to conceive for 3 years due to her frailty, not wanting to share her husband with another. She urged her parents to allow her sister to become a concubine. What? Lin Bailu was shocked. Has she lost her mind? Yuan Buwei remained silent, lowering her gaze. In her previous life, when she accompanied her husband to the Rosewood Duke and Oppo's birthday banquet, she had met Meng Zhuxin, who was already the concubine of the Rosewood Duke and Oppo's eldest son. Chapter 77. Pain is inevitable. The Duke of Yong and Oppo's, and into Oppo's wife, frail and ailing, miraculously conceive a child, only to give birth to another delicate and sickly offspring akin to herself. She harbored deep guilt towards her eldest daughter, recognizing that if she and her husband were to depart from this world, their daughter would be left without a guardian familiar with her circumstances. Thus, she resolutely sought out the retired imperial physician from the palace for medicine, resulting in the birth of their second daughter, Meng Zhuxin. Lin Bailu was taken aback. She had always believed the noble women's tales to be mere fabrications. How tragic it was for Meng Zhuxin, her very existence seemingly devoted to the care of her elder sister. Meng Zhuyan, the young duke's household was not impoverished to the extent of being unable to afford servants. Yet if they acquiesced to the wishes of the eldest daughter, they would be condemning the youngest to a lifetime of servitude. It was more than mere servitude. They never regarded Meng Zhuxin as a daughter or sister, treating her with less regard than a servant. In a previous life, during the birthday banquet of the Duke of Rosewood, the emaciated Meng Zhuxin stood behind her brother-in-law and sister, like a wraith, scurrying about despite her advanced pregnancy. In a moment of clumsiness, she collided with a guest, shattering a dish, and was met with a harsh reprimand from Zhang Kuan, the Duke and Amp, Oppo's son. Unable to bear witness to such indignity, I intervened on her behalf, checking her pulse, only to discover she was 5 months along, despite my recollection that her marriage to the Duke of Rosewood had occurred scarcely half a year prior. Perhaps due to prolonged suppression, Meng Zhuxin broke down in tears at my inquiry. She revealed that she had initially refused the marriage, willing to comply with her parents and sister, but vehemently opposed becoming her brother-in-law's concubine, even resorting to fasting as a form of protest. Yet, the outcome was far from her hopes. As her health waned, her parents feigned compromise upon her sister and brother-in-law and Amp, Oppo's return home one day. She was drugged and forced into consummation. What was even more outrageous was that, in order to ensure Meng Zhuxin bore her brother-in-law and Oppo's child, she was confined in that room for a full fortnight, subjected to nightly violations until a month later she found herself with child. Her parents, relieved, and her sister and brother-in-law, overjoyed, began discussing the details of Meng Zhuxin and Amp, Oppo's marriage into the Duke of Rosewood and Amp, Oppo's household, with nary a thought for her shattered self. Throughout this ordeal, she resembled a puppet, her body hers yet devoid of the agency to refuse. Fate did not show her kindness after entering the Duke and Apos as household. Her sister, consumed by jealousy over her pregnancy with her brother-in-law's child, resorted to violence and verbal abuse at the slightest provocation. Any hint of her resistance would incite her sister to report to the brother-in-law. Mindful of the child within her, would torment her each night, eroding her last vestiges of dignity. Buwei. Yuan Buwei looked up to meet the concerned gazes of her mother-in-law and second aunt. Are you unwell? We've called your name several times, the Duchess of Wanning said, placing her hand on Yuan Buwei and Amp. Apos, as forehead, noting it was not hot. What troubles you? Yuan Buwei lowered had heat, calculating the time until Meng Zhuxin would fall prey to her family's machinations and lose her virtue to Zhang Kuan. Mother, since you have taken a liking to the second Miss Meng, why not first engage a matchmaker to probe the Yong and Apos, and Duke and his wife as sentiments? Furthermore, I possess medical knowledge. Should they desire it, I could assist Meng Zhuyin in restoring her health. If she can bear a child herself, she would surely not wish for her sister to marry into the family and divert her husband's attention. Upon hearing this, the Duchess of Wanning grasped her daughter-in-law's arm, her eyes alight with hope. Buwei, are you serious? Do you truly believe you can heal Meng Zhuyin? Mother, as long as this marriage can proceed, and Meng Zhuxin enters the Wanning Duke's household, even if Meng Zhuyin cannot be cured, she will be left with no alternatives. Buwei has a plan. Third sister, upon your return, discuss this with your brother-in-law. I will also discreetly gauge the Yong and Amp, Apos, and Duke family and Amp, Apos as sentiments. If Meng Zhuxin proves to be a commendable young woman, we cannot afford to overlook her. Status is secondary to character. Meng Zhuxin is quite talented. Had she not been saddled with such parents and a sister, suitors would have long since trampled the threshold of the Yong and Apos, and Duke and Apos as residents. The Duchess of Wanning exhaled a breath of relief. If this matter could be resolved, it would prevent Mu Qing from casting her eyes upon Binger. If she dares to cause trouble at the Yong and Duke's household again, inform me, and I shall deal with that little vixen. Understood. I will certainly notify you, sister-in-law, should she create a disturbance. The Duchess of Wanning raised her cup. Sister, let us continue to drink. The two sisters had remarkable capacities for libation. After finishing 3 jars of wine, their minds remained clear, as though they had consumed nothing, and they were still eager for more. It is growing late. Third sister, take Buwei home to avoid any inconvenience should Swayer awaken and seek her. I shall stay the night and depart in the morning. Second sister, thank you for caring for father. Spare me the pleasantries and hurry along. Thus, it became evident that sisters could indeed rely upon and understand one another. Yuan Buwei could not help but reminisce about Yuan Jinse. Calculating the days, she realized the autumn examination was approaching. This time, she wondered what results Jiang Weiming would achieve. As August arrived, the autumn examination commenced, consisting of 3 sessions held on the 9th, 12th, and 15th. While Yuan Jinse fervently prayed for Jiang Weiming and Apos. As success at home, Lu Sui, who had already begun training with Yuan Buwei, felt sensation return to his hands on the first day of the examination. Wei, look, my hands. Observing Lu Sui and Apos, exhalation, Yuan Buwei placed her hands in his, entwining their fingers slowly. Aside from your face, your hands are quite lovely. Previously, Lu Sui could only feel the coolness of Yuan Buwei's palm, but now he could perceive the slight roughness of her fingers beneath the chill. In that moment, he understood the arduous journey Yuan Buwei had undertaken in her medical studies, far beyond what he had imagined. What are you thinking? A pinch on the back of his hand brought Lu Sui back to reality. Wei, it hurts. Pain is a sign of life. It is the absence of pain that is truly concerning. Yuan Buwei withdrew her hand, creating a slight distance between them, extending her right arm toward him. Focus now. Imagine my arm as a branch. You must grasp it with both hands as if you were submerged in water, desperate to surface. Your arms have been inactive for too long, your qi and blood stagnant in your shoulders. I have already stimulated the acupoints with needles, Now it is up to you to lift your arms. Give it a try. All right. Lu Sui clenched his teeth, envisioning himself as a drowning man, fervently yearning for survival. Lu Sui, take a deep breath. Do not hold your breath. Exhale. Lu Sui gazed at his hands, summoning every ounce of strength, as the arms that had lain by his side began to rise inch by inch. Chapter 78. Are you satisfied with this answer? Exhaling and inhaling, Lu Sui prepared himself for another attempt. Yuan Buwei consistently encouraged him with a gentle voice, understanding that impatience could impose significant pressure on him. It was imperative to continuously bolster his confidence and strength. As Lu Sui lifted his arm, he heard a disconcerting crack from his shoulder blade, accompanied by an excruciating pain that coursed through his body, causing him to tremble. Yet, he was resolute in not disappointing away. He yearned for a successful attempt. Lu Sui, does it hurt terribly? Do you need to take a break? Yuan Buwei inquired, noticing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No, I must endure. Better to suffer briefly than to prolong the agony. Once I can lift my arm, the next attempt will not be as painful, he replied, gritting his teeth and fixing his gaze on her arm. With a fierce yell, he suddenly raised both arms and grasped Yuan Buwei's. Unprepared, she stumbled and fell into him. Be careful, Lu Sui exclaimed, instinctively catching her around the waist to prevent her from hitting the bed's edge. Lu Sui. Yuan Buwei slowly lifted her head to meet his eyes, and a smile broke across her face. I knew I was right about you. Typically, those with injuries like yours take 4 or 5 days of practice before managing to lift their arms. Away, are you teasing me? Lu Sui and Appo's initial reaction was skepticism rather than joy. I fervently hope that when you wake tomorrow, you and Appo's LL be lively and well. Why would I deceive you? She replied, attempting to sit up, but finding Lu Sui's strong arms firmly around her waist. If you wish to strengthen your arms, I could have Lien create a wooden post for you to embrace daily. Yet, I believe my swift recovery is largely due to your unwavering support. Lu Sui's gaze softened toward Yuan Buwei, acknowledging her contributions through daily acupuncture and massages, which he could not bear to dismiss. Lu Sui. She found his sudden sweetness surprising, feeling unaccustomed to such affection. Hey, away, are you still upset with me? He asked cautiously, fearing to evoke any unpleasant memories for her. Upset? What reason do I have to be angry? Yuan Buwei was momentarily confused. That day, when I mentioned wanting to make up for the wedding ceremony, and you dismissed it, I swear I had no intention of making you feel wronged. If anything, your care and encouragement have been immeasurable, a debt I could never repay even in another lifetime. And I fear. Lu Sui, do you think I would devour you? She gazed at him earnestly. He quickly shook his head. How could you? If I don and Appo's, tea consume you. Why do you look so frightened? Yuan Buwei leaned closer, cradling his face. Lu Sui, regardless of what the future holds, we are married now. You must express your thoughts. I need to understand your feelings. I detest those who are insincere. Regardless of the future, at least we are married now. What did she mean by that? Did she intend to leave once he recovered? Lu Sui, look at me. Yuan Buwei insisted, preventing him from averting his gaze. What are you hiding? Speak your mind. Don't keep your thoughts tangled. Lu Sui opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Are you unwilling to speak? No, it's not that I am unwilling, but I fear how you might react. If you remain silent. She withdrew her hands from his face. I may very well leave. If you miss this opportunity today, you may never have another. Away, don't go. At this moment, Lu Sui was oblivious to how completely Yuan Buwei directed the situation. I am merely afraid. Yuan Buwei chuckled at his admission. Lu Sui, you are the commander of thousands in the Swift Wind camp, and you fear nothing. What is there to fear? That I might betray you? Or that I would reveal your foolish words to your parents? Neither. He tightened his embrace around her, drawing her closer. You possess remarkable medical skills and will be the future leader of the Medicine King Valley. You navigate situations with finesse, while I am but a cripple. I fear you may come to despise me. After I mistakenly spoke last time, you tended to my wounds and left promptly. Unlike before when you would stay by my side, even as I slept. Yuan Buwei gazed at him in astonishment, unable to believe such words came from Lu Sui. Away. Why do you look at me like that? His face flushed. See, I told you, and you don't believe me. I wish I hadn't said anything. I believe you, she assured him, nodding. Suddenly, she realized that despite his participation in rehabilitation, his ultimate recovery still depended on his own efforts. She had initially intended to instill confidence in him through collective expectations, unaware that it had inadvertently become a burden. If he regained his strength, it would be a joyous occasion. Yet what if he did not? Would he feel that he had disappointed everyone? Or would he have to mask his pain in front of their sympathy, suffering alone once they departed? The emotional turmoil of hope turned to despair was far crueler than offering no hope at all. Lu Sui, listen to me. I have never looked down on you. No matter your condition, I cherish you for who you are. Remember, do not concern yourself with others' and oppose opinions. Your life is your own. You must seize your destiny. You don't despise me, nor are you angry with me? Yuan Buwei looked deeply into his eyes before leaning down and kissing his slightly parted lips. Lu Sui and oppose eyes widened in surprise, and it was not until she withdrew that he could process what had just transpired. Are you satisfied with this answer? Yuan Buwei asked, gazing at him in astonishment. Lu Sui was grateful that his hand could move, resting it on his lips, still in a daze. I didn't mean for you to do that. I only. Good words, shun and oppose. TB repeated. She interjected, gently removing his hand from her waist. Rest well and refrain from overthinking. I want to overthink. Lu Sui was easily appeased. A feather-light kiss swept away his anxieties, filling his mind with the thought that a way had kissed him. If only it had lasted longer. Young lord, an impatient Ning Xingzhou interrupted, bursting through the door. Why didn't you knock before entering? Chapter 79, a narrow path for enemies. Upon noticing the door ajar, I ventured inside. It was the first time I had witnessed Ning Xingzhou in such a restrained demeanor. Yuan Buwei glanced at the already fierce-looking Lu Sui and remarked on his swift change of expression. You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave for now. As Yuan Buwei stepped out of the courtyard, she reflected on the way he had gazed at her with such longing, which was utterly incongruous with the valiant young general who was unstoppable on the battlefield. Of course, he was willing to reveal his truest self in her presence, indicating a profound trust in her. She resolved not to betray that trust and was determined to heal him. Inside the room, Lu Sui took a moment before directing his gaze towards Ning Xingzhou. What is the matter? Why the urgency? Although Ning Xingzhou was aware of the young lord's temperament, he had sensed Lu Sui's intent to extinguish him the moment he entered. Mu Qing had somehow acquired a supply of provisions for the Swift Wind camp, which had passed inspection by the logistics department. I sent a messenger back to the Mu residence. I personally sought her out, and she claimed this was the Emperor's directive. Lu Sui narrowed his eyes, clenching his hands tightly. In his lifetime, he loathed two things above all: betrayal and threats. Accepting this supply of provisions would effectively erase previous grievances, allowing Mu Qing to return to the military camp with legitimacy. Moreover, the knowledge that her return was sanctioned by the Emperor would make others reluctant to treat her with indifference. If her loyalty remained intact, all would be well. If not, trouble would ensue. Ning Xingzhou furrowed his brow. A few days ago, Li Yan and I organized all the items in your tent, moving anything related to military secrets into my own quarters. I figured she wouldn't dare intrude upon my camp. He paused, contemplating. As a former vice commander, she is well aware of the affairs within the Swift Wind camp. The only thing she is unaware of, Lu Sui interjected. Xingzhou, within my tent lie the city defense maps and battle formation diagrams, tucked beneath the second wooden board at the foot of my bed. You must retrieve these items from the military camp at once. They must not fall into Mu Qing's hands. Understood. Wait, let Li Yan accompany you, Lu Sui added. Got it. I shall depart immediately. As Ning Xingzhou exited, he encountered Yunling, who had just finished removing weeds from the medicinal herbs. Brother Xingzhou, are you returning to the military camp? Although Yunling had yet to regain her memories, she shared a good rapport with Ning Xingzhou, who doted on her, fostering a close relationship between them. Yes, there's an urgent matter at hand. Ning Xingzhou gently plucked a withered leaf from Yunling's hair. Wait for my return. I shall seek you out then. Last time, the young madam mentioned that numerous medicinal herbs for treating injuries and promoting blood circulation had been sent from the Medicine King Valley, and they were all ready for use. These are precisely what the military camp requires. Brother Xingzhou, please hold on. I will fetch the young madam. Since you are heading back to the military camp, you can take the herbs with you. The young madam is truly thoughtful. I shall accompany you, Ning Xingzhou replied. Meanwhile, Yuan Buwei, who was organizing accounts in the room, overheard their conversation and began packing the dried, medicinal herbs. Xingzhou, I too wish to visit the Swift Wind camp. I hope that is permissible? Of course. It is quite convenient. The young madam previously provided ample food for everyone, and they have been eagerly awaiting your visit, hoping to express their gratitude in person. However, I told them you were preoccupied with caring for the young lord. Then why not seize the opportunity? I would like to witness the state of the military camp firsthand and report back to the young lord, reassuring him. You are indeed kind to the young lord, always considering his needs, Yunling remarked. Upon hearing Yunling's observation, Yuan Buwei playfully pinched her cheek. You two have not been shy in expressing your affection for your brother Xingzhou. Not at all. Yunling blushed, casting a furtive glance at Ning Xingzhou. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Ning Xingzhou replied, I shall prepare the carriage first. Very well, Yuan Buwei responded. We recently acquired a substantial quantity of rice, and I shall bring 100 bags. Though modest, it will serve to treat everyone to a feast. After a tumultuous 2-hour journey, they finally arrived at the location of the Swift Wind camp. This place was once a desolate wilderness, but a waterfall in the mountains behind provided pure, natural spring water, serving as the camp's water source. To prevent flooding, the camp was situated on slightly elevated ground. The carriage could not ascend, so they had to walk. As they entered the camp, every soldier they encountered paused to salute Ning Xingzhou. Yuan Buwei observed their tents, noting their age. Some were patched with coarse fabric. While they sufficed on sunny days, they offered little protection from rain. Xingzhou, I notice the tents are quite worn. If it rains, they will undoubtedly leak. You should arrange for some men to bundle straw or dry grass, burn it to ash, mix it with a suitable amount of water to create a paste, and apply it to the tents. Once dried, it will provide waterproofing. Madam, you are truly remarkable. You discern the issue at a glance. To be candid, during the rainy season, everyone worries. When it pours outside, it drizzles inside, leaving all bedding soaked and everyone damp. How fortuitous. Among the herbs I brought are those that dispel moisture. We can have the kitchen brew dried tangerine peel and poria tea for everyone daily. This will help strengthen the spleen, promote moisture expulsion, and alleviate coughs and chest congestion. Given the camp's dense population, any outbreak of illness could spread rapidly. Yuan Buwei urged Ning Xingzhou to ensure comprehensive sanitation measures, particularly regarding human waste, which must be managed properly. Ning Xingzhou had not anticipated that there was so much to learn here. He listened intently, striving to memorize every detail. As they spoke, they reached the tent where Lu Sui had previously resided. His tent was no different from those of the soldiers, save for its larger size. Upon entering, a faint musty odor greeted them. It had been uninhabited for some time, and grass had begun to sprout on the ground. A table stood at the front, a makeshift map to the left, a row of bookshelves behind filled with numerous tomes, and a wooden bed to the right. Yuan Buwei approached and touched the damp quilt, which emanated the musty scent. This was the young lord's character. He lived and dined with the men, never indulging himself despite commanding the Swift Wind camp. Oftentimes, he would forego meat himself to ensure the others had enough to eat. When Ning Xingzhou spoke of Lu Sui, his tone brimmed with admiration. It was this selflessness that earned the unwavering loyalty of the men. Mu Qing, you cannot enter, came Li Yin's voice from outside. Yuan Buwei chuckled softly, finding the situation ironic. Li Yin, I remain the young lord's vice commander. Our ranks are equal, and you have no authority to block my entry. She had initially thought the events of last time would temper Mu Qing's arrogance, but it seemed to have only emboldened her further. Xingzhou, allow her to enter. Chapter 80. If you have the ability, push me down as Ning Xingzhou watched the young mistress approach the desk. Gently resting her hands on the armrests before slowly sitting down, he momentarily thought he was gazing upon the young Marquis. No wonder people say that couples, after spending considerable time together, begin to resemble one another. He believed it. Indeed, Ning Xingzhou replied, stepping out of the tent. He observed Mu Qing. who was intent on barging in, with displeasure etched on his face. The young mistress has requested you to enter. What did you say? Who is inside? Mu Qing's voice rose an octave, convinced she had misheard. Why inquire when you can simply find out by entering? Ning Xingzhou retorted. Let go of me. Mu Qing snapped, her pride wounded as she strode into the tent. Upon seeing Yuan Buwei seated in the chair once occupied by the young Marquis, her expression darkened instantly. Yuan Buwei, who permitted you to enter the military camp? And how dare you sit in the young Marquis and Appo's chair? Do you understand what that chair symbolizes? Her words dripped with accusation. One might think she believed herself superior to Yuan Buwei. I take pleasure in it. If you possess the capability, then push me down, Yuan Buwei replied defiantly. In this place, devoid of the Wan Ning Marquis' household and her in-laws, Yuan Buwei felt no need to coddle Mu Qing as she had previously done, and she was ready to confront her. Yuan Buwei, do you think I would shy away? Mu Qing and Appo's anger flared, but before she could advance toward Yuan Buwei, her arm was seized by Ning Xingzhou. Release me. Is it not a breach of military regulations for a subordinate to intrude into the commander's tent in the absence of the commander and question his wife's presence? Ning Xingzhou's gaze was cold as he held Mu Qing's arm. Such a person would typically receive 50 lashes for their insolence. To instill a lasting lesson in the errant soldiers, the military rods used by the Swift Wind camp were twice as thick. One strike was equivalent to 5 of a regular wooden rod. If Mu Qing were to receive 50 lashes, the anniversary of her demise would fall on the same day next year. Enraged, she retorted, Yuan Buwei, what do you amount to? Daring to meddle in the affairs of the Swift Wind camp? Mu Qing, you are being outrageous. Ning Ting's hope belovet. The young mistress has come to the military camp to deliver medicinal herbs and rice. She observed the damp conditions of the soldiers' tents and inquired how to waterproof them. She also reminded me to ensure proper sanitation for the densely populated camp. The young mistress has been considerate of the soldiers in every regard, which I have witnessed with my own eyes. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to her again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Ning Qingzhou, what qualifications do you have to lecture me? Who was it that played the timid turtle? Mu Qing shot back defiantly. If it weren't an Appo's for Yuan Buwei, I wouldn't have suffered the destruction of my family. My father refuses to see me, my mother weeps endlessly, and my grandmother, entangled with the royal family, has fallen ill. All of this is a consequence of Yuan Buwei coming to my home to treat my grandmother. Your grandmother is ill again? That is indeed good news. Yuan Buwei interjected mockingly. Is it not due to your doubts about my medical skills that my senior brother left in anger, triggering a series of unfortunate events? As for your grandmother and Appo's this ailment, it is entirely self-inflicted. If she were to concern herself less with others and stop scheming, she might live to see 100. Now, she is fortunate if she makes it 2 or 3 more years. Perhaps you should spend more time with her. Yuan Buwei, Mu Qing shouted, her breath quickening with rage. Yuan Buwei casually cleaned her ears. I'm not yet deaf, so lower your voice. You might attract the attention of all the soldiers in the Swift Wind camp. Then, your family's troubles will spread throughout the camp, and you will have no face left to remain here. Fury coursed through Mu Qing's veins, her teeth grinding together. Yet, in the next moment, she erupted into laughter, glaring fiercely at Yuan Buwei. So this is your true nature, is it? You present yourself as virtuous in front of the Wan Ning Marquis and the young Marquis, but it is all a fade. You are nothing but a venomous woman. How do you know I am a venomous woman? Apart from my medical skills, I am quite proficient in poison making. My master often refers to me as an Appo's, little poison and Appo's. Yuan Buwei smiled sweetly at Mu Qing. Do you not feel a slight itch upon your back? Mu Qing froze, instinctively reaching for her back. Yuan Buwei, what have you done to me? Guess, Yuan Buwei replied mischievously. You despicable wretch. Mu Qing seeded. Yet she couldn't shake the sensation that her back was indeed beginning to itch. Scratching at it yielded no relief. The itch only intensified. Have you poisoned me? Do you feel fatigued, dizzy, heavy-limbed, and lacking in appetite lately? Yuan Buwei inquired, a smirk gracing her lips. Mu Qing and Appo's heart sank. How do you know this? I am a physician. Through observation and diagnosis, I can deduce these things. The marks on your neck indicate an itch. Generally, the more agitated you become, the more intense the itching, suggesting that your body is heavily burdened with dampness. Yuan Buwei shrugged. My poisons are quite costly. Using them on you would be a waste. Mu Qing instinctively clutched her neck, regarding Yuan Buwei warily. The itchiness had persisted for days, despite consuming numerous remedies with no effect. You've likely taken quite a few medicines without success. To remedy this, you must first restore balance to your spleen and stomach, for they govern digestion. Only when they are well can the medicines you take be effective. Yuan Buwei, do not think that your words can absolve you of the harm you have caused me. Mu Qing retorted, refusing to fall for her trickery. I have heard that the Mu family's clan members oppose your father relinquishing his position as head of the family. Yet he remains resolute in severing ties with the Mu family. He has taken to staying away from the Wan Ning Marquis and Amp. Oppo's residence, tending to his own mother. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, just as a family cannot exist without a leader. It seems that the clan members of the Mu family are against your ascension to head of the family. Is that not so? Why should I share this with you? Yuan Buwei, who do you think you are? Mu Qing retorted. A pertinent question, Yuan Buwei replied, tapping the table lightly with her fingers. Returning to the initial inquiry, what were you hoping to find by intruding upon Lu Sui's tent in his absence? At that moment, Ning Xingzhou sharply turned his gaze towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing, have you lost your mind? Better than you, who would throw everything away for a woman. Mu Qing's venomous words turned Ning Xingzhou's face a shade of green with anger. What is it that she wishes to find? He pressed. What she seeks are the city defense plans and battle formations, classified information belonging to the Swift Wind camp. Fortunately, the young Marquis is astute and has promptly dispatched himself to retrieve those items. Ning Xingzhou, how dare you slander me? Mu Qing shot back. I merely wished to enter and tidy up the young Marquis's tent to ensure that he would return to a clean abode. Mu Qing, you have proven yourself unworthy of our trust, Ning Xingzhou declared coldly, and you have brought in a shipment of provisions from the Ministry of Revenue. Should you fail to dispatch them, I will have them transported directly to the Mu residence. Yuan Buwei was not convinced that Mu Qing would be so generous and directly expressed her skepticism. The court has been delaying compensation for the Swift Wind camp. Yet this time, they seem unusually generous. Chapter 81, with your intelligence. It's quite normal not to understand the provisions I procured from the Ministry of Revenue are undoubtedly at the behest of the Emperor. Mu Qing scoffed, scrutinizing Yuan Buwei. I recall your last assertion about entering the palace to report me to the Emperor. Yet, I have awaited a summons that has yet to come. Yuan Buwei, you Wu and Amp, Oppos, have been intentionally deceiving me, would you? Xingzhou, have you dispatched someone to inspect the supplies? An instinct compelled Yuan Buwei to sense that this sudden influx of provisions was not as straightforward as it seemed. They have been examined. There are no significant issues. Then, how long can this batch of provisions sustain us? Ning Xingzhou lowered his head to calculate, stating, it should suffice for the troops for about half a month. Typically, the court supplies at least 3 months' worth of provisions to the military, so receiving only enough for half a month raises suspicions. Yuan Buwei found it hard to believe. She abruptly stood up. Take me to see for myself. Yuan Buwei. The provisions were directly sourced from the Ministry of Revenue. What could possibly be wrong? Mu Qing, feeling disregarded, obstructed her path. Mu Qing, why are you so anxious? Who, me? Anxious? If you are so adamant that the provisions are fine, then why not let me inspect them without hesitation? Yuan Buwei smiled slightly at Mu Qing, asserting that if you impede my progress, it only serves to indicate that there is something amiss with these supplies. Yuan Buwei, cease your baseless accusations. I will accompany you for the inspection. Should the provisions prove satisfactory, I will certainly report you to the Emperor. Yuan Buwei genuinely doubted how Mu Qing, with such simplistic intellect, had managed to survive until now, attributing it to the benevolence of her ancestors. Su Chong, the overseer of the logistics department, upon learning that Yuan Buwei was the wife of the young Marquis and wished to inspect the provisions brought by Mu Qing, promptly ordered the entire stock to be moved from the warehouse. Yuan Buwei opened a sack and took out a handful of slightly yellowed rice. The soil in Dazhao is poor, resulting in low rice yields. Generally, the annual production is sent to the imperial family. Why, then, this sudden generosity towards the Windsor battalion? Recalling that she had also brought rice, Yuan Buwei instructed Li Yin to fetch a sack for comparison, revealing discrepancies. The rice she had brought was pristine and fragrant, while Mu Qing and Appo's S. Su, have you opened and verified all the sacks? We have checked 10 sacks. Yuan Buwei frowned. Open them all. Gather more people for a thorough examination. Yuan Buwei, stop struggling. I have stated that the rice from the ministry cannot possibly be flawed. Mu Qing was confident, certain that the rice was without defect. Since we must inspect, let us do so thoroughly. Yuan Buwei met Mu Qing's self-satisfied expression, permitting her a moment of triumph, but warned that she should not weep later. As Su Chong opened a previously unexamined sack of rice, a faint moldy odor wafted up. He was incredulous and quickly grabbed a handful. The rice in his palm was already green and moldy. In disbelief, he ordered the remaining sacks to be opened at once. The results were consistent throughout. Impossible. How could the rice shipped from the ministry be moldy? The once proud Mu Qing, now catching a whiff of the pungent odor, attempted to salvage the situation, suggesting that the rice could be washed thoroughly and dried under the sun before consumption. Such fine rice should not be wasted merely due to mold. Moldy rice contains toxins. Even after washing and cooking, these toxins may remain, leading to food poisoning or, in severe cases, death. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest supply meant for half a month. It is enough to incapacitate half the soldiers in the Windstorm Battalion. Yuan Buwei observed Mu Qing's increasingly pale face. Mu Qing, what are your true intentions? Yuan Buwei, this rice is a reward from the emperor to the Windstorm Battalion. How could he possibly send moldy provisions? Mu Qing, in a frenzy, approached Su Chong. Is it true that you swapped the rice? Mu Qing, have you lost your mind? I wouldn't dare swap the rice, even with 10 heads. Additionally, you know the dire state of the Windstorm Battalion's supplies. We would rather divide a grain into 10 portions. Su Chong was furious. He had hoped the provisions from Mu's estate would alleviate the food shortages, only to discover they were all moldy. He felt an urge to confront Mu Qing. Then why did the ministry send me moldy rice? Mu Qing was bewildered, turning on her heel. I will seek them out for an explanation. Xingzhou, stop her. Yuan Buwei rose from the ground, dusting off her hands, and approached Mu Qing. Whether it was the emperor and Appo's directive or the ministry and Appo's own decision, the rice is now in the Windstorm Battalion, and the matter is irretrievable. How can it be irretrievable? If it were truly the emperor's intention, why would he send moldy rice to the Windstorm Battalion? Mu Qing was frantic. The emperor holds the young Marquis in high regard and would have no reason to harm the soldiers. Given your intelligence, it is entirely understandable that you cannot grasp this. Yuan Buwei, uninterested in further explanation, instructed Su Chong, arrange for some pits to be dug to bury this rice, lest it ends up in the hands of the common folk, resulting in calamity. Su Chong, a man of considerable height, was on the verge of tears. We charge into the fray on the front lines, often without a warm meal, while the ministry would rather let the rice spoil than distribute it fairly. This is utterly outrageous. Su Chong, enough. Ning Xingzhou tugged at Su Chong and Appo's sleeve, wary of being overheard. Su, do not fret about the supplies. I will cover the shortfall. Young madam, you have already provided compensation and winter provisions. How can we ask you for more? Su Chong shook his head, appearing much older than his 40 years due to the sun and Appo's harshness and the burdens he bore for the troops. No matter how difficult it becomes, we must ensure everyone is well fed. In a few days, I will send some vegetable seedlings, all cultivated from the medicinal valley and Appo's finest strains. This will help alleviate some of the food shortages. Yuan Buwei recalled her senior sister and Appo's words. One must not lack salt and vegetables, especially during prolonged campaigns, as deficiencies can lead to various health issues. Thank you, young madam. Su Chong clasped his hands in gratitude, shooting a deep glare at Mu Qing as he departed, vowing to refuse any future offerings from her. Xingzhou, I will wait for you at the gate of the battalion. The situation within the Windstorm Battalion was even more dire than Yuan Buwei had imagined. weighing heavily on her heart. Mu Qing watched as the soldiers loaded the rice she had brought onto carts for burial, feeling heartache while attributing all the blame to Yuan Buwei. Yuan Buwei. Stop right there. Chapter 82, I only offer a modicum of extraneous wealth, as Mu Qing approached briskly. Yuan Buwei's gaze circled around her before finally settling on her face. There is nothing I can divulge regarding your inquiries. You, Mu Qing, nearly incensed, took several deep breaths to suppress her fury. Yuan Buwei, if you simply reveal the reason, I can pretend today as events never occurred. Mu Qing, your audacity knows no bounds. On what grounds do you demand I explain myself? Yuan Buwei scoffed. You might inquire with your astute grandmother, who is fully devoted to you and wishes for you to become the head of the Mu household. Yuan Buwei, cease your mockery. I am currently. What is it? Yuan Buwei interrupted, her expression dripping with derision. Your tone is not one of supplication or negotiation. Rather, it is a demand. When events do not unfold as you wish, you lay the blame squarely on my shoulders, merely because I've become the wife of the young Marquis. Is there any alternative? Mu Qing, caught off guard by Yuan Buwei and Oppose, as perceptiveness burst out. If you had not obstructed my path, I would be the one caring for the young Marquis now. Yuan Buwei erupted into laughter. Mu Qing, from our very first encounter until now, I have never once stated that you could not see the young Marquis. You share years of camaraderie with him, having faced life-and-death situations together, along with mutual friends and subordinates. These are connections I, as his newlywed wife, can never hope to rival. Instead of leveraging these ties to elicit his sympathy, you have chosen to target me, an outsider. Do you not find that rather foolish? Mu Qing stood there, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Yuan Buwei. There is no need for such astonishment. Yuan Buwei continued. I merely believe we could have been good sisters. I even thought that with your assistance in caring for the young Marquis, he would recover more swiftly. However, due to your stubbornness, you have extinguished the last flicker of affection he held for you. Sometimes, in dealing with others, it is unnecessary to adopt an adversarial stance. Showing sympathy can be far more devastating, for in their eyes, one is perceived as the enemy, and when even an enemy can feel compassion, it renders all your scheming a mere farce. No, Yuan Buwei, silence yourself. I do not require your pity. I demand you be quiet. If you truly felt that way, you would not be bothered by my words, nor would you instruct me to be silent. Yuan Buwei similit faintly. If I were you, I would return home to care for your grandmother, seeking the support of the clan elders. Only then will you gain their respect as the head of the Mu household. Otherwise, even if you attain that position, you may find yourself unceremoniously ousted. Enough. Yuan Buwei, do not speak further. Just stop. Mu Qing tightly covered her ears, preferring Yuan Buwei and Oppo's ire to being lectured, especially the way she looked at her, as if she were gazing at a fool. Consider this carefully. Do not end up as the pariah of the Mu household, condemned by all. Yuan Buwei remarked as she took a step forward before adding, and one more thing. If you persist in unjustly attributing all grievances to me, our next encounter will not be as amicable as today. Mu Qing, I wish you all the best in your endeavors ahead. Having weathered the tumultuous storms of her previous life, Yuan Buwei had long since cultivated an unflappable demeanor. To her, Mu Qing and Oppo's behavior resembled that of a child deprived of sweets, resorting to the most primitive and clumsy expressions of discontent. An individual of wisdom would never stoop to quarrel with a foolish child. Mu Qing was not worthy of being her adversary. Upon arriving at the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's residence, twilight had just begun to settle. Lien, Xingzhou, go seek out Steward Yi and account for the provisions previously purchased for the estate. Then deliver them to the Swift Wind camp. As she returned, Yuan Buwei recalled Su Chong and Oppo's sorrowful visage upon discovering the rice had spoiled, as well as the gaunt yet earnest faces of the soldiers, stirring a deep discomfort within her. Madam, the provisions procured for the estate are intended for the household. That is of no consequence. I can instruct Steward Yi to procure more tomorrow. You need not concern yourselves with the financial aspects. Off you go. The trio lifted their heads to see the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's wife approaching gracefully, and they immediately bowed. Mother, you... After greeting her, Yuan Buwei gazed at her smiling mother-in-law. Were you waiting for me? Lian, Xingzhou, you may go find Steward Yi. He is prepared. After issuing her instructions, the Wanning Marquis and Amp, Oppo's wife took her daughter-in-law and Amp, Oppo's hand and led her towards her quarters. You may all leave. I wish to have a private conversation with Buwei. Yes. Yuan Buwei observed her mother-in-law and Oppo's actions, feeling a twinge of unease. Mother, regarding the provisions for the estate. Buwei, please take a seat. As her mother-in-law offered her a cup of tea, Yuan Buwei dared not be negligent, promptly sitting before her and anxiously watching her. The Wanning Marquis and Amp, Oppo's wife scrutinized her daughter-in-law for several moments before sighing. Buwei, I am aware of your intentions to use your dowry to support the military. You foolish child. A woman's dowry is her assurance in her husband's household. You have only just wed, yet you have given it all away without a second thought. Are you not concerned that, after your husband recovers, he may harbor ulterior motives? Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Yuan Buwei's apprehension dissipated entirely. Mother, I willingly offered this support and am prepared to face any consequences. Moreover, the young Marquis initially rejected my offer. It was I who insisted that these provisions were for the military, which led him to agree. I merely contributed a portion of my extraneous wealth, while the soldiers face death with unwavering resolve on the battlefield. It is their sacrifices that afford us our peaceful existence, and thus I do so with a willing heart. Buwei, my dear child. The Wanning Marquis and Oppo's wife grasped her daughter-in-law and Oppo's hand tightly, her eyes glistening with emotion. However, the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's household is not so destitute as to require its daughter-in-law and Oppo's dowry to support the Swift Wind camp. I have already arranged for all of your dowry to be moved to your quarters, and I have added an additional 20 carts. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Yuan Buwei was taken aback. I am your mother-in-law, and I care for you as if you were my own daughter. Is there any fault in that? The Wanning Marquis and Amp, Oppo's wife replied with a smile. My family is quite well off, and my father and relatives hold you in high regard. They are aware of the current situation at the Swift Wind camp and have contributed a considerable sum, which comprises half of the 20 carts, the other half being for my second sister. Accept it with peace of mind. Remember, you will manage the affairs and I, as your mother-in-law, will provide the funds. In the future, when you and Heir have children, there will be expenses to consider, so keep your treasures safe. Chapter 83 Muqing. Has she harmed you? Mother-in-law. Well, Yuan Buwei had not anticipated that her mother-in-law's family would offer financial assistance. The temperament of the master was identical to that of Sui. During his most impoverished days, my father had proposed to help him, yet he stubbornly refused, deeming it undignified. My father was incensed, unable to find rest for several days and nights, and Sui would certainly not accept, as I am not his biological mother. The Duchess of Wanning smiled gently at her daughter-in-law. Your father, and I thought of this. You are my daughter-in-law, calling him grandfather, and he will surely cherish his granddaughter-in-law. Providing some silver is quite natural. Accept it with ease, but ensure that your parents remain unaware, lest they harbor ulterior motives. Mother-in-law, the usually eloquent Yuan Buwei found herself at a loss for words. She was uncertain whether to accept or decline. Buwei, I understand that the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has always been fraught with difficulty. I have no authority over others, but having been a daughter-in-law myself, I can empathize with the hardships and grievances faced in a mother-in-law's household. Hence, I vowed that when I had a daughter-in-law, I would treat her well. Having endured the rain myself, I am determined to shield her with an umbrella. Ultimately, heaven has favored me, blessing me with such a wonderful daughter-in-law like you, and naturally, I wish to cherish you. This, aside from the Valley of the Medicine King, was the first time Yuan Buwei felt the genuine kindness and goodwill of another. Mother-in-law, what I do is simply what I ought to do. Buwei, I do not wish for you to, like me, compromise your own happiness for the harmony of the family. The Duchess of Wanning inhaled deeply. Although the master treats me well, and both children are exceedingly filial, my thoughts have long been constrained, and change seems a formidable challenge. Therefore, I hope you can live for yourself. As long as you and Sui are content, it brings me some solace. Mother-in-law, there is no need for such pessimism. You can be yourself. I am here now, and Honor is gradually growing up. Once the young master's health improves, you and father can enjoy a blissful old age together. Very well. The Duchess of Wanning smiled warmly. I look forward to that day. However, you must accept the gifts I offer. I shall provide you with an additional 200 taels each month. Remember, this silver is solely for your own use. Do not foolishly use it to support the military. You have been with the Wanning Marquis for some time now, yet your wardrobe consists of merely a few garments, and your hair ornaments are few and far between. This will not do. Tomorrow, I shall choose some fine fabrics and visit the jewelry shop to procure some adornments for you. Mother-in-law, I have enough clothes and ornaments. It is simply that I need to care for the young master, and currently I often deal with the medicinal herbs from the fields, so I dress casually. Of course, if my attire is unbecoming of the Wanning Marquis residence, I shall certainly take heed in the future. At your age, it is the perfect time to embrace beauty. Dressing up will surely please Sui. The Duchess of Wanning smiled, her lips pursed in delight. Very well, go meet Sui. He has inquired about your return several times. Yuan Buwei promptly stood. I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on. As Yuan Buwei approached the door, she turned back to catch a glimpse of her mother-in-law's benevolent visage. In a moment of spontaneity, she rushed back and gently embraced her mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, your kindness towards Buwei is forever etched in my heart. The Duchess of Wanning was momentarily taken aback, then playfully scolded. Look at you, making me shed tears for no reason. Will Buwei prepare your favorite medicinal dishes tomorrow as an apology? Very well, make several varieties. I shall choose what I prefer. Your daughter-in-law understands. Yuan Buwei and her mother-in-law shared a mutual affection, both yearning for the prosperity of the Wanning Marquis residence. Inside the room, as Yuan Buwei entered, she heard Lu Sui's anxious voice. Away, Xingzhou said you encountered Mu Qing in the military camp. Did she harm you? No, not at all. Really? You and Oppos. You're not just saying that to placate me, are you? Given her temperament, if she truly intended to harm me, aside from Li Yin and Xingzhou, there are countless soldiers present. How could she possibly escape? Yuan Buwei slowly sat at the edge of the bed, reassuring Lu Sui. I assure you I am fine. The real issue lies in her attempt to transport spoiled rice to the Jifen camp. Had I not insisted on inspecting it, and if Manager Su had discovered the rice was moldy, unaware that it was toxic, he might have washed it and fed it to the soldiers, resulting in a catastrophe. I never imagined that the sovereign I am loyal to could harbor such malice. Should everyone consume the toxic rice and suffer casualties, it would incite panic within the Jifen camp, and coupled with my injury, the emperor would have even more reason to issue an edict to send someone else to take over the camp. Lu Sui clenched his jaw, a glint of malice in his eyes, and Mu Qing. Surely, the emperor would use this event to coerce her, rendering her a mere puppet. Too fearful to entertain any rebellious thoughts. I share your sentiment, but unfortunately, Mu Qing fails to grasp the implications. Had we not intervened, she might have sought reckoning with the Ministry of Revenue. Yuan Buwei interjected. For now, she remains a member of the Jifen camp, and her every action reflects upon it. The outside world is unaware of our grievances. Lu Sui, you must devise a plan to manage her, lest a single rotten apple spoil the barrel. Isn't she always boasting about her deputy commander? Let her continue to do so. With Xingzhou overseeing matters at the camp, I have no concerns. I have also obtained the city defense and battle formation maps, and I plan to Lu Sui gaze flickered, contemplating gradually replacing those loyal to old Lady Mu. This way, she would have no support within the Jifen camp and could stir no trouble. I had the same thought. I even advised Mu Qing to devote more attention to her family instead of obsessively scheming for marriage. She should realize that if she turns her back, her home may be lost. Yuan Buwei's words elicited a laugh from Lu Sui. Away, you truly have a way with words. If I were Mu Qing, I would have been driven to madness by now. Indeed, when I finished speaking, her face turned ashen with rage, likely embarrassed by my mockery, thus putting on a brave front. Yuan Buwei smiled gently, recalling her mother-in-law's words, deciding to keep the matter from Lu Sui for the time being. Otherwise, if he were to react angrily and reject his parents' assistance, the soldiers would be deprived of their meat and warm blankets. Young mistress, young mistress. Chun Xiang rushed in. Flustered, it's terrible. The young master's cousin, Jiang Weiming, has lost a significant amount of silver at the gambling house. Now, he has cunningly used the young master's name, and the debt collectors have suddenly arrived. What did you say? Lu Sui's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Weiming, has he truly become infatuated with gambling? I must go see for myself. Yuan Buwei rose. Chun Xiang, go find Xingzhou and have him accompany the young master. Also, summon Yinling and Li Yin. We shall confront them together. Chapter 84. Listening to the daughter-in-law is never a mistake. Before Yuan Buwei could reach the front courtyard, she heard a man bellowing loudly, I don't care who owes the money. We will simply go to the address on the debt note to collect. If you two do not hand over the silver today, we shall not leave. Impudence. This is the residence of the Marquis of Wanning. How dare you act so wildly here? Came the furious voice of Steward Yi. What the Marquis of Wanning? It is only just to repay debts. As long as we have the debt note, we are in the right, even before the emperor himself. Upon hearing this, Yuan Buwei already had a plan in mind. She lowered her head and instructed Yinling, go to the kitchen and prepare some appetizers, and bring 2 jugs of better wine. Yinling understood that the young mistress must have her reasons for such instructions, so without a word, she nodded and left. However, Ning Xingzhou expressed his doubts. Young mistress, those 2 are clearly ruffians. Why do you wish to treat them with food and drink? Yuan Buwei smiled slightly. You will understand soon. As Steward Yi and Yi Qian were in a state of panic, upon hearing the young mistress and amp, Oppo's voice, Yi Qian immediately turned and approached her. Young mistress, what brings you here? I was informed by Chun Xiang that someone has come to collect a debt. Yuan Buwei replied, slowly walking towards the 2 men. She scrutinized them for a moment before speaking. I am the newlywed wife of the young Marquis. He is injured and unable to get out of bed. If you 2 gentlemen have matters to discuss, you may speak with me. Talking to you will be effective. The 2 men, having seen the world, hardly regarded the young Marquis or his wife. Indeed, and how should I address you 2 gentlemen? I am Qin Hao, and this is Wang Lin. We are both employees of the Yushang Shao. Yushang Shao? Yuan Buwei inquired. Uncertain, you are indeed from Yushang Shao? Is there any doubt? Qin Hao tossed the debt note before her. Black and white, clearly written. Lu Sui owes a total of 50,000 taels of silver to Yushang Shao. Today is the final deadline for repayment. If you do not provide the silver, do not blame us for being rude. 5,000 taels? Just a few days ago, it was only 30,000. Yuan Buwei mused, realizing that with Lu Sui as a shield, Jiang Weiming had grown increasingly audacious. In the study, having seen the calligraphy of Lu Sui before, she recognized the signature was not his. Gentlemen, you must understand. It is not easy for you to go door to door collecting debts. My young Marquis has been away at war and cannot attend to your Yushang Shao for leisure. However, if I do not provide you with a proper answer today, you cannot return empty-handed. Thus, how about this? It is quite late today. You 2 should return for now. Tomorrow morning, I will personally accompany you to the Jiang residence to collect the debt. The 2 men exchanged glances, and finally, Chun Hao asked, on what ground should we trust you? We only recognize what is on the debt note. Gentlemen, this is the Marquis of Wanning and Oppo's residence. We can report to the authorities. If they investigate, they will ascertain whether the young Marquis truly owes Yushang Shao 50,000 taels. If he does owe it, the Marquis of Wanning will naturally repay the debt. If it is a slander against the young Marquis, I cannot predict the punishment Yushang Shao will face, but I fear for your lives. Yuan Buwei paused, observing the shift in the expressions of the 2 men. Just then, Yinling returned from the kitchen with the prepared items. I have brought some appetizers and 2 jugs of fine wine for you, gentlemen. You may enjoy a good meal tonight and return to find me in the morning. After all, the vast Marquis of Wanning and Amp, Oppo's residence will not simply vanish overnight. What do you think? Brother Hao, she makes a valid point. This is the Marquis of Wanning and Amp, Oppo's residence, not an ordinary household. If this truly escalates to the authorities, our lives may be at stake and you still have a sick mother at home. A flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Hao's eyes as he took the items from Yunling's hands. Fine, then we will set out at dawn tomorrow. If you dare play tricks on me, I will make you regret it. Wang Lin, let us go. Young mistress, even if you take them to the Jiang family tomorrow, given the Jiang family and Oppo's character, they will likely not acknowledge the debt. Ning Xingzhou interjected, having previously dealt with Jiang Weiming. I have advised the young Marquis several times, yet he remains obstinate. Previously, Jiang Weiming had come to the Marquis of Wanning and Oppo's residence with his wife and daughter to cause a commotion, but they left without any gain. However, the young Marquis had seen through their true nature. He was not obstinate. He merely wished to relocate the grave of a maid who had once accompanied his late mother beside her resting place. But the Jiang family had always evaded the issue. Ning Xingzhou was taken aback. Is that so? I was unaware of this. The young Marquis is like that. He can be kind to everyone, yet few truly enter his heart. Nevertheless, it is all right. He is gradually changing. Just give him some time. Buwei. Yuan Buwei turned to see her in-laws approaching in haste. Father, mother, what brings you here? Buwei, I heard that Jiang Yuan scoundrel wrote Sui's name on the debt note. And now the debt collectors have come. The Marquis of Wanning rolled up his sleeves, glancing around. Where are those two rascals? They are courting death by coming here. They have already left, and I promise to accompany them to the Jiang residence tomorrow to collect the debt. Accompany them to the Jiang residence to collect the debt? The Marquis's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I previously sought out Jiang Weiming, hoping he would relocate the grave of the maid who served Sui's mother. But he feigned illness and refused to see me. I went 2 or 3 times, but he never met with me. It infuriated me. So, that is why you have been out recently. Yuan Buwei contemplated before saying, Father, do not be angry. If you trust your daughter-in-law, let me handle this matter. Together, we can give the young Marquis a surprise and teach the Jiang family a lesson, making them realize that the current young Marquis is no longer the one they could easily manipulate. The Marquis's eyes lit up. Buwei, do you truly have a plan? Yuan Buwei nodded confidently. Indeed, previously we hesitated out of concern for the reputations of the young Marquis and both families, making it difficult to settle the score. However, now that they have overstepped, if we continue to retreat, they will only see the Marquis of Wanning's residence as easily bullied. Well said. The Marquis beamed at Yuan Buwei. You truly are my daughter-in-law. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a few skilled fighters. Should the Jiang family dare to touch you, simply give the order, and let the thugs make them regret it. Father, matters like this are best left to the gambling house. We, the Marquis of Wanning, are the victims and cannot resort to violence. The Marquis was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, his booming voice echoing throughout the courtyard. Very well. Listening to my daughter-in-law is never a mistake. Chapter 85. My son is the cream of the crop in order to spare Lu Sui any undue worry. Yuan Buwei merely informed him before bed that she would be stepping out the following day and would discuss matters upon her return. Afterward, she retired to her chamber to rest, ensuring she would be well prepared for the challenges ahead. The next morning, at the hour of Chun, when Chen Hao and Wang Lin arrived at the Wanning Marquis and Oppo's residence, Yuan Buwei had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. My esteemed brothers, she began, the Jiang residence is a bit of a distance from here, so I have arranged for swift horses for you. It would be prudent to set off early to resolve matters promptly, thereby easing your burdens. Yuan Buwei's meticulous attention to detail left no room for criticism from the 2 men, who promptly mounted their steeds and made their way to the Jiang estate. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the Jiang residence. Yuan Buwei took Yunling and Oppo's hand and gracefully descended from the carriage. Li Yan, please knock on the door. Yes. Li Yan strode confidently to the entrance and rapped his fist against the crimson door with a resounding thud. However, the gatekeeper, seemingly deaf, failed to respond. After a considerable duration, akin to the burning of incense, someone finally approached to open the door. Our master and mistress are unwell and cannot receive guests, the elder explained, attempting to close the door without inquiring further. Fortuitously, Li Yan reacted swiftly, wedging his foot against the threshold as the elder tried to shut the door. Who are you? Release me at once. The elder, straining with all his might, turned red in the face but could not budge the door an inch. In a state of panic, he shouted, "You insolent wretch, do you not realize this is? Inform your master and mistress that Yuan Buwei, the wife of the young lord of Wanning Marquis' residence, has come to pay a visit. Should they refuse to meet, I shall have this door dismantled on the spot." Yuan Buwei was not merely threatening. She knew that the opulent decor of the Jiang residence was funded by Lu Sui's wealth, and as his wife, she possessed the authority to make such demands. Upon hearing the mention of the Wanning Marquis' household, the elder trembled and hastily retreated. Moments later, Yuan Buwei heard hurried footsteps accompanied by mutterings from within. "Good morning, Master Jiang, Madam Jiang." The moment Jiang Weiming laid eyes on Yuan Buwei, his gaze widened in disbelief, evidently taken aback by her unexpected visit. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am Lu Sui's esteemed uncle." Jiang Weiming instinctively assumed a haughty demeanor. "Indeed, Master Jiang, it seems you have forgotten our last encounter at the Wanning Marquis' residence, when you declared your intention to sever ties with the young lord. I merely address you as Master Jiang out of courtesy." "You?" Jiang Weiming was momentarily speechless before regaining his composure and retorting. "What brings you to my home at such an early hour? Are you not aware that we, being of advanced years, retire late and rise early? I intended to arrive last night, but considering your age, I chose to come this morning instead," Yuan Buwei replied, her words seemingly considerate yet laden with implications. The couple had sent a message to the Wanning Marquis' residence the previous night, demanding repayment of a debt of 50,000 taels. But the young lord was still bedridden. How could he have gambled at the moon's peak? "Yuan Buwei, you speak nonsense. Yu Hung is sensible and obedient. How could he possibly frequent such disreputable establishments?" Before Yuan Buwei could finish her thought, Madame Jiang erupted in anger. However, realizing she had fallen into Yuan Buwei and Appo's trap, she quickly covered her mouth in realization. A mother's intuition revealed to her the true nature of her son, clearer than anyone else could see. Yuan Buwei turned to her two brothers. The situation had become quite clear. "What clarity?" Chunhao retorted. "We haven't the time for your games. We demand to see the silver." Madame Jiang insisted vehemently that Jiang Yuheng had not visited the moon's peak, to which Yuan Buwei suggested, "Then you should take them both to the moon's peak and await Jiang Yuheng's arrival for confrontation. While a promissory note may be forged, the identity of these individuals cannot be mistaken. Surely, the staff at the Moon and Amp, Appo's peak are not all blind. We and Amp, Appo's, we're not interested in such a thankless task. Our focus is solely on collecting the debt," Chunhao replied, aware that if they truly took the couple to the moon's peak, they would bear the blame should anything go awry. "Are you too afraid of taking responsibility?" Yuan Buwei observed their silence and continued, "I will accompany you. I will take on the consequences should anything happen and ensure that you receive your payment." "What say you? Why should we trust you?" Wang Lin questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. "You hardly seem like a paragon of virtue." At this remark, Yuan Buwei chuckled lightly. "My dear brothers, your humor is quite refreshing. Since you have voiced your concerns, will you bind this couple or not? I would rather not resort to coercion, as it could create an unfavorable situation for you." "Bind them," Chunhao declared. "Were you mad?" "They are," Wang Lin protested. "Listen, our employer has issued a final ultimatum. If we do not recover the silver, we will both be dismissed without a second thought. Where else could we find employment as favorable as at the Moon and Amp, Appo's peak?" Chunhao gritted his teeth. "Moreover, I perceive that the young mistress of the Wanning Marquis' residence is not one to weave fabrications. Let us take a chance." Wang Lin contemplated for a moment and replied, "It was you who had faith in me initially, allowing me this opportunity. I trust you, brother." Thus, the two men each seized one of the Jiang couple, one grasping Jiang Weiming and the other Madame Jiang. "What are you doing? Release me. Yuan Buwei, you have rebelled. I shall inform Lu Sui of today's events." Jiang Weiming threatened, but his words were abruptly silenced by Li Yan's hand. "Uncle, inform your esteemed young master that should he wish to save his parents, he must come to the Moon and Appo's peak. Of course, you may also choose to alert the authorities, exposing your young master gambling debts of 50,000 taels. Tell me, which respectable maiden would still wish to marry such a reckless spendthrift? Yuan Buwei. My son is exceptional. He is not wasteful. It is Lu Sui who is. Madame Jiang interjected, but Li Yin promptly covered her mouth again. Behave yourself, or I shall sell you. Confronted by Li Yin and Amp Oppo's fierce demeanor, the couple fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief as they glared at Yuan Buwei, seemingly wishing to bore a hole through her. Yuan Buwei hoped that upon their arrival at the moon's peak, the Jiang couple would still possess such bravado. She remained undeterred, lightly proclaiming, "Let us proceed to the moon's peak. To confront the wicked, one must be even more ruthless and cunning. Only then will they learn to fear." The moon's peak during the day was no less bustling than at night, filled with patrons. However, Yuan Buwei chose to enter through the back door. As she dismounted the carriage, she produced a jade folding fan from her sleeve and presented it to Chun Hao. "Might I trouble you, Brother Chun Hao, to deliver this fan to your employer?" Chapter 86. Do you know where this place is? It is my employer's establishment, and bribery is not tolerated here. Chun Hao shook his head in refusal, stating that he would take them to the backyard and report to the manager. Such trivial matters would not warrant alarming the employer. The two were merely the lowest-ranking debt collectors at the moonlit peak, and indeed lacked the qualifications to meet the employer. Yuan Buwei nodded, temporarily retracting her jade fan into her sleeve. "Then I must trouble you two gentlemen to take us to meet the manager of Moonlit Peak. May I ask how he is addressed?" "There are 5 managers at Moonlit Peak, and the one I will introduce you to is the newly appointed manager Yu. He is a man who cannot tolerate deceit. Even if you are from the Waning Duke and Amp Oppo's household, be courteous when speaking with him, or it may be difficult for you. A young lady, to extricate yourself today. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Chun Hao. I heard from Brother Wang Lin yesterday that your mother is bedridden. I happen to possess some medical knowledge, and if I can ensure a safe outcome today, you could bring your mother to the Waning Duke's residence for me to examine her, and we may become friends. You know medicine?" Chun Hao's face reflected surprise, but he quickly shook his head. "Forget it. The physician said my mother's ailment is a wealthy man's disease that requires substantial funds. You, a young lady, appear quite young. It seems that Brother Chun Hao does not trust my medical skills. That is fine. I can offer my assistance to your mother for free. As I mentioned, let us become friends, and perhaps we shall have the opportunity to meet again in the future." Yuan Buwei discerned that Chun Hao and Wang Lin were not malicious individuals. If they had not been unable to find proper work, they would not have resorted to being casino workers. "Then let us discuss this after today." As they spoke, they had already stepped in the backyard. Chun Hao approached the entrance of the courtyard, presenting his badge to the guards, allowing Yuan Buwei and the others to enter. The courtyard was not particularly spacious, and a faint odor of blood lingered in the air. Yuan Buwei lowered her gaze and noticed that the bricks on the ground had taken on a dark red hue, marked by signs of washing. It seemed that this courtyard was not a place for discussions, but rather a site for executions. With a creak, Chun Hao pushed open one of the doors, dragging Mr. Jiang and Madame Jiang inside. "Wang Lin, keep an eye on them. I will seek out manager Yu." "Understood. Young mistress, do you not feel that this courtyard is ominously chilling upon entry?" "I cannot shake the feeling that I hear someone screaming," Yinling remarked, rubbing her arms. "Had I known, we should have brought more people." Yuan Buwei listened intently. Indeed, there seemed to be sounds of anguish. "However, we have yet to resolve our affairs. So let us refrain from meddling, lest we attract unnecessary trouble." Yunling nodded and retreated to stand beside Li Yin, whispering, "If the situation turns dire, you must ensure the young mistress's escape while I hold them off." Li Yin looked at her in astonishment. "Miss Yunling, should it not be you who provides cover? You possess superior martial skills. You could surely escort the young mistress to safety. Then you could return to the Waning Duke and Amp Oppo's residence to fetch help for me." Yinling patted her satchel reassuringly. "Do not worry. I can manage the toxins here by myself." "That will not do." Li Yin firmly refused. "If you were to come to harm, Ning Xingzhou would have me dismembered. Ning Xingzhou is not as cruel as you imagine. You have not witnessed his brutality. Think about it. He is the strategist of the Swift Wind camp and a trusted figure of the young duke. It cannot be simple for him." Li Yin could not help but engage in serious discussion with Yin Ling precisely because he is a strategist. He cannot be simple. If he were, he would merely be a living target for the enemy. Yin Ling shot Li Yin an exasperated glance. I suspect you are merely envious that Ning Xingzhou has someone as understanding as me as his childhood companion. Envious of him? Li Yin felt a surge of indignation. Indeed, your current demeanor reflects envy. Li Yin was left speechless, pondering why such an intelligent person like Ning Xingzhou would always appear foolish in the presence of Yun Ling. Women are indeed more perplexing than the strategies of foes. Manager Yu is here. Chen Hao and Appo's voice interrupted, prompting the two to cease their conversation immediately and adopt a serious demeanor. Following Chen Hao into the room was Manager Yu, dressed in a deep blue robe, his pallid face and sharp eyes exuding a chilling demeanor. After surveying the occupants, his gaze finally settled on Yuan Buwei. Chen Hao has already informed me of the situation. Moonlit Peak only recognizes the names and signatures on the debt note. Even if you are the young duke's wife, it makes no difference. There are patrons here who hold titles far superior to that of the young duke. Manager Yu, is there a misunderstanding? I never claimed I would not repay the debt. I merely have questions regarding the note. Am I not entitled to inquire? Yuan Buwei inferred from Manager Yu's disdainful tone that he harbored contempt for those in power. Furthermore, as a manager, should he not be more diligent in handling matters? Otherwise, collecting such a hefty sum monthly while allowing room for exploitation is unacceptable. Impudent. Manager Yu's expression darkened, his words cutting sharply. This is Moonlit Peak, not the waning duke's residence. The young duke's wife must speak with more courtesy, or you may find it difficult to leave through this very door. I never claimed I would leave, Yuan Buwei retorted, taking a seat on the solitary long bench in the room. I brought Mr. Jiang and Madame Jiang here today precisely to resolve this matter. Manager Yu squinted, taken aback by the seemingly petite young duke's wife, whose attitude was unexpectedly assertive. However, he recalled that they had come of their own accord. This meant he held the upper hand. Young Duke and Appo's wife, do you know where this place is? I do not, Yuan Buwei replied candidly. You must have noticed a row of houses upon entering. Each small courtyard is separate, typically used to detain patrons who owe debts they cannot repay. Their debts are so substantial that they have resorted to selling their children and spouses, yet they still fall short, leading to hands and legs being severed. Mr. Jiang and Madame Jiang, seated on the ground, trembled in fear, as if they were the next to have a hand or leg chopped off. Manager Yu, your words hold no relevance for me. I am not the one in debt. I have plenty of time to engage you in this matter. Of course, you can resort to violence against us, but the outcome may very well leave you with nothing. I do not mind dying, but the actions of Moonlit Peak would be a slap in the face to the waning duke's residence. My father-in-law's title was bestowed by the emperor. Yuan Buwei did not finish her sentence, smiling sweetly at Manager Yu, whose expression darkened further. I believe that even Moonlit Peak would not dare to challenge the royal family. Would it? Chapter 87. The fan you left me. I have always cherished at the steward you clench his fists tightly. Throughout his years of service, he had always commanded some respect from those he encountered. However, today, he found himself at the mercy of a young girl, igniting a fury within him. Young Master's wife, it seems you're only moved by tragedy when it is too late, he muttered. At the entrance, Chen Hao hurriedly stepped inside. Yes? You and Wang Lin are to go to the Wan Ning Marquis and Appo's residence at once. Inform the Marquis that the verification has been completed at Yushang Shao. The signature on the IOU belongs to the young master. He must gather 500 taels immediately for the ransom. Should he fail to deliver the silver by noon, do not expect mercy from Yushang Shao. Chen Hao paused, taken aback. Steward you this. Are you questioning my authority as steward? Sensing the menace in Yu's tone, Chen Hao quickly acquiesced. I dare not. I shall go at once. As Chen Hao and Wang Lin exited the courtyard, he recalled the fan the young mistress had offered him, which he had neglected to take. Wang Lin, wait by the door. Do not proceed to the Wan Ning Marquis and Appo's residence yet. Wait for me. Wanga, where are you going? Wang Lin grasped his arm. You know how strict steward Yu is, far more than the other 4 stewards. He does not even regard the Wan Ning Marquis and Appo's residence. If he learns we have disobeyed his orders, we will face dire consequences. Oh, do not fret. I shall return shortly. Chen Hao shook him off, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Perhaps today, fortune may favor us unexpectedly. What? Wang Lin looked bewildered. Wang Lin, trust me. I would never jest with your life. After his promise, Chen Hao hurried toward the front courtyard. Time passed slowly. Steward Yu grew increasingly impatient as Chen Hao and Wang Lin failed to return. His gaze fell upon Yuan Buwei, who feigned sleep, and his irritation flared. It appears the Wanning Marquis has no intention of sending someone to redeem you. Your name is Yuan Buwei, is it not? I must say, you possess a certain charm. Why not consider becoming my 10th concubine? I could show you leniency. You shameless old man. I worry you might drink from the chamber pot you cleaned for my mistress, and yet you dare propose I become your concubine? I should have you castrated, so you may spend the rest of your days as a eunuch. Yin Ling retorted fiercely, rummaging through her belongings for poison. Such a sharp-tongued girl. Bring her. Steward Yu scoffed, and two burly men strode in. This delicate flower is now your reward. Thank you, Steward Yu. What are you doing? Li Yin immediately shielded Yin Ling, glaring at the two men. You have quite the audacity to lay hands on someone from the Wanning Marquis residence. Do you not value your life? This is Yushang Shao. You must abide by its rules. Here, it is always others who obey Steward Yu, he declared, his pride ignited by their defiance. But before he could finish, a sharp kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Who dares to kick me? Gripping his lower back, Steward Yu turned to confront his assailant, only to freeze in place upon recognizing him. You Buwei, your audacity knows no bounds. I merely withdrew for a time, and now you presume to dictate terms at Yushang Shao? Having kept her eyes shut, Yuan Buwei opened them at the commotion. Uncle Chu, does your right shoulder still ache in the winter? My dear Xiao Wei, it is indeed you. Yuan Buwei approached Uncle Chu, retrieving a jade fan from her sleeve. The fan you left me, I have always cherished it. With a flourish, she opened the fan, revealing 3 bold characters. Yushang Shao, signed by Chu Batian, the very owner of Yushang Shao. Years ago, he had been hunted and injured, fortuitously rescued by Yuan Buwei in the nearby valley of Yaowang Valley. She had tended to his wounds for 6 months, but he had left hastily in pursuit of vengeance, neglecting his recovery. In her previous life, upon discovering that Uncle Chu was the owner of Yushang Shao, she had contemplated seeking him out. Yet, fearing the repercussions from the Jiang family, she refrained from revealing her connection until her demise. In this life, with Jiang Yuheng and Appo's interference, she had finally achieved what she could not in her past. In the spacious and brightly lit front room, Yuan Buwei sat sipping a sweet broth, while the bruised Steward Yu lay prostrate on the floor, too afraid to move. Kneel properly. If you dare to stir, I will break your arm. Upon learning of Steward Yu's intentions to make Yuan Buwei his 10th concubine, Chu Batian was enraged, nearly drawing his sword to end him. After Yuan Buwei finished her broth, she turned to Chu Batian and said, Uncle Chu, anyone who can rise to steward at Yushang Shao possesses remarkable capabilities. Yet, the steward not only represents Yushang Shao, but also your stance. The establishment rests at the Emperor and Appo's feet, and for Steward Yu to dismiss a time-honored marquis so lightly raises questions about his motives. Has he suffered humiliation from the powerful? Or is he a spy sent to sabotage Yushang Shao? Hearing this, Chu Batian and Appo's brows furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, Xiao Wei, you possess keen insight. Bring that scoundrel Yu Buwei here and subject him to severe interrogation. We must uncover which family has sent him as a spy. Master, I am wronged. My admiration for you led me to follow you. I am no spy. Steward Yu's forehead struck the ground repeatedly as he trembled. Please, Master, see my sincerity. Unsoju, upon mentioning his defiance towards the royal family, he became incensed, declaring I was unwise to mourn before the coffin. Yuan Buwei knew how to stoke the flames of discord. Having cared for Chu Batian for half a year, she learned of his late daughter, who would have been her age had she lived. He regarded her as a daughter, sending her gifts even after leaving Yaowang Valley until she was taken back by the Yuan family. Damn it! Chu Batian's fury surged, and he kicked Steward Yu in the chest. I shall bury you alive. Chapter 88. Pray tell, how did you end up married? With a spurt of blood? Manager Yu realized that the master was not merely jesting. He was indeed capable of such actions. He hurriedly crawled to Yuan Buwei's feet, bowing deeply. It was my folly to offend the lady of the young Marquis. I beseech you to spare my life. Yuan Buwei, resting her chin on her hand, observed the manager, whose head was bloodied and smeared. From the beginning, I sought clarity regarding the promissory note, yet you chose to act with arrogance, even attempting to scheme against me and my maid. And now you wish for my mercy? No, it was merely as the steward of the moonlit pavilion. Shouldn't you set an example? Furthermore, I now suspect a collusion between you and Jiang Weiming. Yuan Buwei noticed the color draining from Manager Yu's face. Anyone else would investigate upon seeing Lu Sui and Appo's name on the note, yet you rush to have the young Marquis acknowledge this debt, which is far more serious than disregarding the Marquis of Wanning. You slander a court official, a young general who fights for his country? Uncle Chu, I suggest you sever ties with him at once, or all your hard work in establishing the moonlit pavilion will be for naught. No, I did not. Manager Yu intended to claim he acted according to regulations. However, he realized that such a statement would shift all blame to his master, endangering his own life even further. Take him away, apply severe torture, and ascertain everyone he met upon entering the moonlit pavilion, along with their conversations, Chu Batian commanded coldly. His ability to run a gambling den that even the authorities could not control suggested he possessed significant connections. Regardless of Manager Yu and Appo's guilt from this day forth, he would no longer be part of the moonlit pavilion. Master. Manager Yu and Appo's cries grew more desperate until they faded away. Yuan Buwei glanced at the huddled figures of old Master Jiang and Madame Jiang, who were kneeling on the ground. If you two refuse to speak the truth, Manager Yu and Appo's fate will mirror that of Jiang Weiming. Lian, remove their banners. Buwei, I did not intend this. I was powerless, old Master Jiang lamented, his face twisted in sorrow. He owes too much. He knelt before us, weeping and pleading for help. If we do not assist him, he claims he will jump into the river. Yes, we have but one son. If he dies, the Jiang family will have no heir. Madame Jiang clung to her husband, sobbing, a stark contrast to her earlier arrogance at the door. I know Jiang Weiming. He is a frequent patron of the moonlit pavilion, lavishly spending and always booking the finest suites for days, only ceasing to gamble once reduced to his undergarments. Chu Batian stepped closer, fixing his gaze on the two on the floor. Little Wei, you have brought his parents here. If you fear getting your hands dirty, I shall take care of it. Uncle Chu, may I discuss something with you? Speak. Yuan Buwei then recounted the matter concerning the grave of Lu Sui's mother, maid to Chu Batian. Upon hearing this, the anger he had just subdued surged forth again. You wretches, living off your nephew, not only indulging him, but also daring to summon him at will? Have you lost your minds? If not for his kind heart, considering you are his mother-esque kin, your entire family would be deserving of a harsh fate. I am furious. Old Master Jiang, Madame Jiang, the young Marquis will not repay a single coin of Jiang Weiming's debt. However, I can advocate on your behalf to Uncle Chu, allowing you to repay the debt in installments. Of course, you must relocate the grave of the young Marquis's mother maid to the Marquis of Wanning's estate by tomorrow. Otherwise, the Jiang family will face annihilation. Little Wei is correct, Chu Batian declared, casting a glance at their faces. I have heard you have a daughter. We agree. In a place as treacherous as the moonlit pavilion, if their daughter were to enter, her life would be in grave danger. Thus, old Master Jiang wasted no time in consenting. I will return immediately to prepare the maid's grave for relocation by tomorrow. Uncle Chu, given Jiang Weiming's temperament, after today's incident, he will not only be undeterred, but will likely believe the young Marquis is intentionally making things difficult for him. Should he dare to act inappropriately at the moonlit pavilion again, I hope you will keep a vigilant eye. This warning was directed at old Master Jiang and Madame Jiang. If they were wise, they would prohibit their son from gambling upon their return. Should they fail to do so, and Jiang Weiming were to lose his life, they must not seek to involve her. Leave it to me. Chu Batian patted his chest. Little Wei, I have been craving your medicinal dishes. You do not know. Since my return, I've been yearning for them. Could you? I shall prepare a bowl of cooling medicinal soup for you to ease today's vexation. Yuan Buwei replied with a smile. Very well. My little Wei is truly considerate. To others, Chu Batian was ruthless and vengeful, but in Yuan Buwei's eyes, he was merely a gluttonous middle-aged man. Uncle Chu, Brother Chun Hao, and Brother Wang Lin are commendable, especially Brother Chun Hao. Were it not for his timely warning, I might have found myself in a dire predicament. Yuan Buwei, ever clear about her loyalties, was willing to use her voice to alter the fates of the two. Chu Batian nodded and beckoned the two at the door to enter. You both have performed admirably. From today forth, you are promoted to first-class guards, accompanying me. Since you are acquainted with Little Wei, you will be responsible for relaying messages henceforth. The surprise was utterly unexpected, leaving the two in shock. Why are you still standing there, my brothers? Thank Uncle Chu quickly. Working under Chu Batian, the heights they might achieve would depend on their own fortunes. Thank you, Master. Chun Hao and Wang Lin immediately knelt down, their rugged faces glistening with unshed tears. Enough. You are tasked with escorting old Master Jiang and Madame Jiang home, ensuring they expedite their affairs. Understood, Master. The two were acutely aware that this was a test from their master. Should they succeed, greater responsibilities would follow. Once the four departed, Chu Batian sighed heavily, releasing a series of 10 sighs, muttering, "Pray tell, how did you end up married? I had even selected several suitors for you, each one a paragon of noble lineage, boasting tall frames, toned physiques, and handsome features." Yuan Buwei responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 89. Do you have any special preferences? Xiao Wire, I regard you as my own daughter, and naturally, I must take your lifelong affairs to heart. Fearing that Yuan Buwei might doubt him, Chu Batian counted on his fingers and said, I have already screened several rounds, and the few remaining candidates are the cream of the crop among the sons of noble families. There are members from the Fong, Zheng, Wenren, and Xinyuan families. Yes, and there is also the Xie family, which has produced a head of the family who inherited his estate at merely 20 years old. What was his name again? As Yuan Buwei was troubled by her inability to ascertain Xie Yunting's exact whereabouts, she immediately responded upon hearing Uncle Chu's words. His name is Xie Yunting, the husband of Princess Jinghe. However, 10 years ago, due to differing philosophies, they chose to part ways. Princess Jinghe was quite displeased with him. Hence a pursuit order was issued. The Xie family has since protected him, and to this day, no one knows where he is. Yes, that is the Xie family. Chu Batian was surprised that Xiao Wire was also familiar with them. I have identified a candidate for you named Xie Linen. His uncle is Xie Yunting, and he is said to be highly esteemed, already the heir of the Xie family. If you were to marry him, you would become the matriarch of the Xie family, which is far more powerful than being the mistress of a marquis' residence. So it was Xie Linen, the heir of the Xie family, whom Yuan Buwei had encountered once in her previous life. It was during a New Year and Appo's Eve banquet at the palace when the inebriated emperor learned that Xie Lin and Appo's and was still unmarried and took a keen interest in arranging a match for him. However, Xie Lin and Appo's and immediately declared that he had someone in mind. The emperor, intrigued, pressed him to reveal the identity of his beloved, promising to facilitate their union publicly. Unexpectedly, Xie Lin and Appo's and pointed to the maid standing behind him and professed his love for her. Yuan Buwei vividly remembered the scene. The Xie family wore gloomy expressions, the maid turned pale, and the emperor wore an amused look. In summary, the atmosphere that day was particularly awkward. Later, at a gathering for a noblewoman in Appo's birthday, she heard that the maid serving Xie Linen had died suddenly. He had a fierce confrontation with his family over this, but he could not withstand the immense power accumulated by the Xie family over generations, ultimately resigning himself to marry the woman chosen for him, leading to a marriage marked by superficial harmony. Xiao Wire, what are you thinking about? Chu Baishan's words brought Yuan Buwei back to reality. I was pondering that since Uncle Chu has arranged this for me, why not start with Xie Lin and Appo's and Xie Yunting's nephew, the heir of the Xie family. If she could assist him in protecting his beloved, he would undoubtedly reveal Xie Yunting's hiding place to her. Xiao Wire, are you serious? Chu Batian's eyes widened. and after a few seconds of contemplation, he pulled her aside and whispered, "Tell me the truth. The outside world claims that the young Marquis is bedridden, incapable of self-care, and will require assistance for life. Is that true, Uncle Chu?" "The current situation is indeed as such. However, the young Marquis is improving, and the likelihood of recovery is quite high." Yuan Buwei did not wish to conceal the truth from Uncle Chu, but wanted to avoid burdening him, as he was already a target of envy from many. And should they find a weakness, they would surely seek to destroy him. "So, he is currently a cripple, dependent on you for everything?" Upon seeing Yuan Buwei nod, Chu Batian nearly jumped up. "That one in Oppos, T-do. You and Oppos, remarrying him to be his wife, not to be his servant. The Marquis of Wanning is no ordinary family. Why must you do everything yourself?" "Uncle Chu, you could think of it as me building a relationship with the young Marquis." Building. Chu Batian, a rough man who often referred to himself in the grandest terms and could unleash a torrent of curses, found himself at a loss for words in the face of Yuan Buwei and Amp. Oppos' statement. "No, it didn't Amp. Oppos' a heart attack. How could such a lovely girl fancy a cripple?" Xiao Wire. "Do you have some special preference?" "Over the years of wandering the world, I have encountered many individuals. Some prefer the portly, others find beauty in the unattractive, but you, this." Chu Batian scratched his head, unsure how to phrase it delicately. "Uncle Chu, you have known me long enough. I would never allow myself to be at a disadvantage. I care for the young Marquis willingly. Moreover, look." Yuan Buwei extended her wrists. "The bracelets on my arms, the clothing I wear, the adornments on my head, they're all gifts from my mother-in-law. I manage the household, she provides the funds, and she even gives me a generous allowance of 200 taels each month." "Oh dear, if that's the case, your mother-in-law is quite generous," Chu Batian exclaimed. "Many guests at Yushang Shao, once familiar with me, have shared their family troubles regarding mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues. Uncle Chu, I haven't done anything extraordinary. It's simply a matter of sincerity begetting sincerity, just as I saved you back then. You may claim you are not a good person, but I believe that since our paths crossed, I cannot remain indifferent. I do what I must and seek a clear conscience." Upon hearing this, Chu Batian felt his heart soften. "You child, every time you speak, you move this old heart of mine. Since this is your decision, I will support you. But are you truly determined to meet Xielinen?" "Yes, please help me arrange it." "Consider it done. I have reservations elsewhere, but I can arrange it at Yushang Shao." "Good, I trust your domain." Xiao Wire, your words are indeed sweet. Chu Batian chuckled. "And what about my medicinal cuisine? I shall go prepare it for you now." After the medicinal cuisine was prepared, Yuan Buwei met with the other 4 managers at Yushang Shao, 2 men and 2 women. Xiao Wire, this is the lifesaver I often mention to you. She is now the wife of the young Marquis Lu Sui. If I happen to be in seclusion and she requires assistance, you must do everything in your power to help her." Chu Batian beckoned to Yuan Buwei. Xiao Wire, "Come here. Let me introduce you. This is Yuan Duo, this is Jin Ji, this is Yao Qin, and this is Ji Ruo. Greetings, Lady Lu." Yuan Buwei curtsied in return. Thus, she gained 2 more uncles and 2 more aunts. This form of address instantly transformed their relationship from that of master and subordinate to one of elders and juniors. The 4 exchanged glances, and their gazes toward Yuan Buwei now held a touch more warmth than during their first meeting. As Yuan Buwei departed from Yushang Shao, Chu Batian prepared numerous gifts for her. "Xiao Wire, rest assured, everything I give you is clean and not ill-gotten. You can use them without worry. Once I determine the timing, I will have Chun Hao deliver a message to you." "All right, I shall obediently await your news at home." After bidding farewell to Uncle Chu, Yuan Buwei stopped by the previous pastry shop on her way home, only to encounter Yuan Jinse, who was also there to buy pastries. Chapter 90. Not only enlightened, but also sweet-tongued on the second floor of the pastry shop, there was a private room designated for receiving guests. A pot of fine tea was ordered, accompanied by several plates of the shop's most popular pastries. Yuan Buwei sipped her tea and nibbled on the delicacies, taking her time before speaking. It seemed that her sister was quite comfortable in the residence of the Marquis of Wanning. Ultimately, it was Yuan Jinse who could no longer contain herself and smiled as she spoke. However, unbeknownst to her, The hands hidden within her sleeves were clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms without her noticing the pain. The young Marquis is bedridden, and I rise before dawn to attend to him, only to sleep late at night. I fail to comprehend what you mean by saying, I am living comfortably. Yuan Buwei understood that her sister's words stemmed from an imbalance within her heart. Thus, she chose to speak in a manner that would allow Yuan Jinse to find some psychological equilibrium by venting her grievances. As expected, upon hearing this, the tension in Yuan Jinse and Appo's body relaxed, and, after taking a small sip of her tea, she remarked, Sister, it was you who chose to marry into the Marquis of Wanning's household. No matter the grievances you bear, you must endure them. Thank you for your concern, dear sister. Yuan Buwei replied with a gentle smile, her gaze sweeping over Yuan Jinse's face. Despite her vibrant attire, the heavy makeup could not conceal her haggard appearance. Sister, how have you fared in the Jiang family? I heard your husband is participating in this year's autumn examination. When mentioning her husband, Jiang Weiming, a flicker of joy crossed Yuan Jinse's face. On the day he returned, he immediately sought out a tutor for guidance. This year, the top scholar shall undoubtedly be him. Yuan Buwei was well aware of Jiang Weiming's intellectual prowess. In her previous life, after receiving a slap from him, her mind had gone blank. By the time she regained her senses, she found him embracing her, incessantly apologizing and expressing his self-reproach, claiming he was under great pressure and did not know how to relieve it. Yuan Buwei understood that if she were to fall out with Jiang Weiming over that slap at such a critical moment, it would undoubtedly affect his participation in the autumn examination, and the entire Jiang family would hold her accountable, leading to her being severely mistreated. Hence, she comforted Jiang Weiming and recommended a tutor to him. Coincidentally, this tutor was someone Jiang Weiming had long wished to study under, but had always been turned away. With the mentor and Appo's guidance, Jiang Weiming made remarkable progress in the final moments before the examination, ultimately achieving victory. In this lifetime, without the tutor and Appo's counsel, it would be a miracle if Jiang Weiming managed to place in the top 10. Aspiring to be the top scholar? Such dreams were folly. Then, allow me to congratulate you in advance, dear sister, Yuan Buwei said with a subtle smile. Had I known I would encounter you today, I should have prepared a gift. How about this? Whatever pastries you wish to purchase today, I shall cover the cost. No need for you to trouble yourself, sister. You should return early to care for the young Marquis, Yuan Jinse replied. Ever since they had married, Yuan Jinse had continuously sent people to gather information on the happenings of the Marquis of Wanning's household. However, the inhabitants of that residence were tight-lipped. No amount of incentive could extract any useful information. Of course, as long as Lu Sui remained bedridden, Yuan Buwei would be burdened for a lifetime, and the glory of the Marquis of Wanning would come to an end. Meanwhile, she was poised to become the wife of the top scholar, embarking on a new life with her husband. As time passed and tea cooled, Yuan Buwei gazed at the untouched pastries on the table and instructed Yunling to pack them for takeaway. The moment Yuan Jinse departed, the fleeting expression of triumph in her eyes indicated that she was likely fantasizing about the life of a top scholar and Appo's wife. Alas, her dreams were destined to shatter. Yunling, upon our return, please inform Butler Yi that from now on, should there be any invitations from the Jiang family or from my parents or sister, they are to be returned without exception. Yuan Buwei understood her parents' and sister's nature. When they found themselves in dire straits, they would inevitably come seeking her help. Thus, she preemptively blocked that avenue. Parental grace? Sisterly affection? Yuan Buwei needed none of it. Upon returning home, she changed into casual attire and went to her room to change Lu Sui and Appo's dressings and perform acupuncture. Ah Wei, did you visit the Jiang residence today? He inquired. Yes. Yuan Buwei replied candidly. The matter of the promissory note has been resolved. What would you like to know? I shall tell you. Lu Sui shook his head. As long as it is resolved, that is sufficient. His response took Yuan Buwei by surprise. Shuden and Appo's. Do you inquire further? If the matter is resolved, whether I ask or not yields the same outcome. Besides, Lu Sui suddenly became shy. Ah Wei, since you began caring for me, you have done everything flawlessly. My recovery is entirely due to your diligent care. If I were to question you further, Would I not appear ungrateful? Yuan Buwei observed Lu Sui's reddened ears. Ever since you regained the use of your hands, it seems your mind has also become more perceptive, allowing you to offer compliments. Each day, upon opening my eyes, I see you, and naturally, I converse with you the most. It is only natural to be influenced by you, Lu Sui replied, lowering his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. I know that everything you do is for my sake. Not only have you become more perceptive, but your words have also grown sweeter. Yuan Buwei felt a sense of satisfaction and playfully teased Lu Sui by brushing her hand across his prominent nose. In that case, I shall share another matter with you. Please do, Lu Sui said, lost in a pink haze from her gentle touch. However, upon hearing that she was acquainted with a potential suitor from the moonlit lane, who had prepared several candidates for her, and that she would meet one of them, he erupted. You must not go. Do not be angry just yet. Xia Lin and Oppos, and is the nephew of Xia Yunting. I intend to extract information about Xia Yunting and Oppos' whereabouts from him, Yuan Buwei explained. Moreover, the meeting place is at Moonlit Lane. Uncle Chu will protect me. That does not mean you can go, Lu Sui retorted angrily. We can find another way to uncover Xia Yunting's whereabouts. You must not meet Xia Lin. Lu Sui, are you afraid of others discovering that I am meeting him behind your back, which would bring trouble to the Marquis of Wanning? Yuan Buwei thought deeply and found this to be the only plausible reason. Of course not, Awei. You do not understand Xia Lin. He is despicable and shameless, willing to sacrifice others for his own gain. If you seek information about Xia Yunting from him, being his nephew, he will surely suspect your intentions. If he discovers you have met with Princess Jinghe, who knows what might happen? Lu Sui shivered. You could very well be silenced. Is he truly that terrifying? Yuan Buwei asked, somewhat taken aback by Lu Sui and Oppos' speculation. Do you have a personal vendetta against him? We are of the same age. When we were young, we both served as companions to the Crown Prince for several years. During that time, I suffered many grievances at his hands. This was the first time Lu Sui had mentioned such childhood matters to anyone else. Chapter 91. I fear he will relentlessly pursue you in my childhood. At what age? We entered the palace at the tender age of 5. At that time, I exhibited a remarkable talent for martial arts, which led His Royal Highness the Prince to invite me to practice archery and horsemanship with him. However, Xia Lin was frail, requiring a large bowl of medicine 3 times a day, which he would consume without flinching. Out of consideration for his weak constitution, the prince arranged for him to accompany him in practicing calligraphy and studying instead. How could such a sickly individual be selected by his family as the prince's companion? Was there no concern that his ailments might infect the prince? This was a detail Yuan Buwei was unaware of, for during her previous life, she had not discerned Xia Lin's frailty when she encountered him at the New Year's Eve banquet in the palace. Awei, you reside in the Valley of the Medicine King, so it is understandable that you are not well versed in the affairs of royal families. To preserve the purity of their bloodlines and avoid contamination from outsiders, they sometimes marry close relatives. While this ensures the integrity of the lineage, it often results in offspring who either perish prematurely or are afflicted with ailments, leading to a dwindling progeny. Are you implying that Xia Lin is one of those unfortunate children? As a healer, Yuan Buwei was not particularly surprised by this revelation, given that her senior sister had educated them on such matters. Xia Yunting was chosen as the head of the Xia family at the age of 20 because his father refused to marry within the clan. He daringly broke tradition to wed an ordinary woman. As a result, Xia Yunting grew up clever and robust. However, the long-standing customs of the aristocracy cannot be easily overturned based on a single instance. To prove that healthy children could also arise from close kin, they forced a union between Xia Yunting's elder brother and his younger sister. After Xia Lin was born, although he was weak, he displayed no intellectual deficiencies and was, in fact, quite clever. This delighted the elders of the Xia family. Yet, Xia Yunting's brother and sister could not accept Xia Lin, ultimately leading to their tragic demise in a fire. Yuan Buwei frowned slightly upon hearing this. Xia Lin and Oppos must have been very young when they died, correct? Only 3 years old, just beginning to comprehend the world. After their passing, Xia Yunting took on the responsibility of caring for him. fostering a close bond between uncle and nephew. However, Xie Yunting and Apos' affection did not allow Xie Lin and Apos to live a normal life. In my youth, I cannot fathom why he was constantly at odds with me, whether it was tricking me into consuming poison pastries or pushing me into the lake. I could sense his animosity towards me. Yet, the Duke of Wanning and the Xie family had no past grievances, and during our time in the Eastern Palace, we did not reside together. Was he jealous of you? Yuan Buwei pondered aloud. Indeed, you are correct. This was a realization I came to in my later years. The prince, being benevolent, permitted us to return home whenever we wished, simply by asking. I had suffered several misfortunes at the hands of Xie Lin and Apos, and so I seized every opportunity to return home, while Xie Lin and Apos, and remained in the Eastern Palace, only returning for a few days each new year. Lu Sui appeared somewhat disheartened. At that time, I was like a startled bird. Even hearing his name would trigger a reflexive response. Thankfully, after we all left the palace, I ventured to the battlefield, establishing my own army, choosing a path entirely different from his, thus eliminating any further entanglement. Away, you must not meet him. He is undoubtedly aware of my injuries, and he must know you are married to me. If he were to harass you, I would be powerless to protect you. If this man has harmed you, then I am even more determined to see him. Yuan Buwei smiled. Your life is what he yearns for. He envies you, but I believe he covets your freedom and fearlessness even more, shackled by burdens that prevent him from being as carefree as you. Your analysis holds some merit. The Xie family essentially caused his parents' demise, yet he is groomed as a successor. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly seek to bring down those outdated and obstinate traditionalists. Furthermore, the most distressing aspect for him is Xie Yunting, his uncle. Were Xie Yunting not an anomaly, he might have accepted his lineage. However, he is that very anomaly. His parents perished due to Xie Yunting, yet Xie Yunting has raised him with care and nurtured him. Such a situation would drive anyone to the brink of despair. Yuan Buwei merely stated the facts, withholding sympathy. For such circumstances could not justify his actions against you or others. Away, do you truly intend to see him? Lu Sui asked, his anxiety palpable. Having spent time with her, he gradually recognized the beauty and brilliance within her. If Xie Lin were to. No. Lu Sui vehemently shook his head. Away. Imagine if your Uncle Chu were to meet him. What? Are you worried he might steal me away? Or do you lack confidence in yourself? Yuan Buwei discerned Lu Sui's inner thoughts. Or do you believe I am someone who falls in love with every man I meet? Certainly not. Then what are you afraid of? I fear he will pursue you relentlessly, employing unscrupulous means and exhausting his wits. Stop. Yuan Buwei interjected. Lu Sui, have you been reading too many novels? While it is my duty to save lives, I am no saint, and I cannot harbor a desire to redeem someone purely based on their tragic background. If redemption is to be sought, I would prefer that it be for you. Thump, thump. Lu Sui's heart raced, warmth creeping onto his face. I am quite well. Is that so? Yuan Buwei smiled playfully at Lu Sui. Think carefully before you speak to me. Enough talk. Knowing you're going out today, I hardly slept last night. I need to rest. Lu Sui covered his head with the blanket, unable to hear Yuan Buwei and Apos' voice. Yet a moment later, he slowly pulled it down, meeting her smiling gaze. Thump, thump, thump. What to do? His heart raced even faster. Very well, you rest. I shall prepare lunch in the kitchen. Yuan Buwei, not wishing to tease Lu Sui further, tucked him in before stepping out of the room. If what Lu Sui said were true, then in the previous life, Xie Lin and Apos unpublicly requested the emperor to grant him a marriage with a maid. Could it be? Suddenly, Yuan Buwei formed a hypothesis. The maid must have been a spy planted by the Xie family beside him, and he used that method to eliminate her. Thus, the somber expressions of the Xie family on that day were not due to Xie Lin and Apos' affection for a maid, but rather their displeasure at his audacity to scheme against them. In that case, she needed to adjust her strategy. Madam, Chun Xiang rushed in. The master and madam request your presence in the study. They have matters to discuss with you. All right, Chun Xiang, please prepare lunch in the kitchen. Understood, madam. Upon arriving at the study, Yuan Buwei discovered not only her in-laws but also Lu Bing present. He sat in a chair, head bowed. Yet the flush creeping from his ears to his neck was unmistakable. Chapter 92. So, do you wish to marry a wife? Buwei, your arrival is most timely. The wife of the Marquis of Wanning beckoned to her daughter-in-law. As Yuan Buwei approached, her mother-in-law grasped her hand and whispered, "Since the day I returned from my family, I have been discussing this matter with your father. Today, we finally had the opportunity to interrogate Lu Bingyan. Can you guess the outcome? What happened?" Yuan Buwei inquired, sensing her mother-in-law and Appo's excitement and suspecting the answer might be rather intriguing. Indeed, that rascal Lu Bing has hidden his affections well. Not only does he know Meng Zhuxin, but he also encountered her at a previous banquet, her mother-in-law revealed. This implies that your second brother has developed a crush on the second Miss Meng. Sister-in-law, why are you joining in the jest with mother? Lu Bing, feeling suspicious, noted that their whispers were audibly directed at him. Second brother, to find a woman who captures your heart and is favored by your parents is a fortuitous blessing. Yuan Buwei tisit. Rest assured, sister-in-law will certainly assist in bringing this union to fruition. Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Lu Bing and Appo's face flushed crimson. Fidgeting with the hem of his garment, he murmured, "But we must ascertain whether she is willing. If it weren't for her elder sister's interference, she might not be inclined. However, at this moment, you might be her lifeline." What? Lu Bing looked up, bewildered at his sister-in-law's words. What is the matter with her? Oh dear, in my eagerness to inquire about Bing and Appo's beloved, I neglected to mention the situation regarding the second Miss Meng, the wife of the Marquis of Wanning exclaimed. At that moment, a maid hurried in. "Madam, your second sister has sent a message. The eldest Miss Meng has been bedridden for several days due to her inability to conceive. The couple from the Yong and Appo's, a Marquis, is frantic, intent on marrying off the second Miss Meng, and they refuse to allow her to wed elsewhere." What? The Marquis of Wanning exclaimed. Though he had past grievances with the Yong and Appo's, a Marquis, he believed parental matters should not involve their children, and having met Meng Zhuxin several times, he thought her a suitable match for his indecisive son. I told you, the older he gets, the more muddled his thinking becomes. Why is the eldest daughter so precious, while the younger one is treated like a mere straw? The Marquis of Wanning's eyes widened in disbelief. You must find a matchmaker immediately. We shall propose at once. My lord, are you serious? It will take time to find a suitable matchmaker, and we must prepare various items for the proposal. It cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. What shall we do then? If this daughter-in-law slips away, Bing will surely weep in secret tonight. Father, what have I ever cried? Lu Bing retorted indignantly. Then do you wish to marry a wife? The Marquis of Wanning asked. Well, consider your elder brother. He used to treat us with disdain, often absent from home. Now, though bedridden and unable to venture out, he is more content with Buwei's care and companionship than when he could run and jump. Most importantly, when the Marquis visits his elder son now, they no longer bicker over trivial matters. All of this is thanks to daughter-in-law Buwei. However, there is no need to rush. What if we bring them trouble instead? Ah, you rascal, you haven't even brought a wife home yet, and you're already defending her. I am not. Yuan Buwei chuckled softly at the banter between her father-in-law and second brother. Father-in-law, how about this? I will accompany my mother-in-law to visit them. Since they care for their eldest daughter, let us first ensure her health. If she can conceive, naturally, she would not wish for her sister to marry first. The Marquis of Wanning pondered this and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I will accompany you. Upon meeting the Yong and Appo's and Marquis, I shall feign having a change of heart and come to seek reconciliation, expressing my concern for his daughter's health and bringing you to treat her. In pursuit of his son's marriage, the Marquis of Wanning was prepared to humble himself. I shall prepare the carriage, Lu Bing declared, jumping up and hurrying away. Look at this lad. I have never seen him so flustered before, the Marquis of Wanning remarked, shaking his head. Madam, let us return to our chambers and change our attire. Buwei, you should also change. We shall depart after a short while. Marquis, I apologize, but my husband is unwell and unable to receive guests. After a lengthy carriage ride to the Yong and Appo's, and Marquis and Apos' residence, they were met with a closed door. The Marquis of Wanning lost his temper and kicked open the slightly ajar door. Meng Yinshan, what are you pretending to be? You look as robust as a pig, and yet you claim to be ill. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the Yuan Marquis' estate. Before long, a stout, short-statured elder dressed in satin approached swiftly, his face contorted with anger. Lu Jiang, this is my home. Do not shout so. What? Are you planning to report me to the emperor? The Marquis of Wanning sneered. Go ahead, for my eldest son lies in bed, likely to spend the rest of his life that way. I have nothing to lose. If you wish to go, I will personally drive you there. You. The Yuan Marquis was momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he finally exclaimed, Lu Jiang, you are utterly unreasonable. Indeed, I am unreasonable. However, I have come to address a serious matter today. Your eldest daughter, who has been unwell and unable to conceive, my daughter-in-law is a skilled physician, a disciple of the renowned Yaowang Valley. I kindly brought her to treat your daughter, yet you deny me even a cup of tea? Lu Jiang, what nonsense are you spouting? If your daughter-in-law is so remarkable, why is Lu Sui bedridden? The Yuan Marquis was disinclined to entertain the Marquis of Wanning's boasts and attempted to dismiss them. When Lu Sui returned, he was on the brink of death. It was my daughter-in-law who saved him from the brink. Do you think healing is as simple as eating or drinking? Your eldest daughter has been married for years, consulted numerous doctors, yet remains childless. Yuan Buwei began to understand the source of tension between her father-in-law and the Yuan Marquis. Each statement struck at the heart of the matter. If the Yuan Marquis was not dead from anger, it could be considered a stroke of fortune. You. Indeed, the Yuan and Apos, and Marquis and Apos' face turned green with fury as he pointed at the Marquis of Wanning, his finger trembling for what felt like an eternity. Yet he could utter no retort. Uncle Meng, Yuan Buwei stepped forward and bowed to the Yuan Marquis. Our sudden visit may have been unexpected, but my in-laws and I have come to discuss my second brother and Apos' lifelong matters. Second, the Yuan and Apos' and Marquis snapped back to attention. Lu Bing? Yes. Yuan Buwei affirmed with a nod. Second brother harbors feelings for your youngest daughter. He intended to join us today, but his shyness prevented him from coming, fearing that due to your past grievances with our father, you would reject him from your residence. Chapter 93. A Cure. But she must cooperate. Lu Bingxin looked at the three visitors with a wary expression. It suddenly dawned on him that their uninvited presence was to propose a marriage. The Lu family desires to become in-laws with me? Not a chance. The Yuan and Apos, a Marquis finally felt a surge of pride before the Wanning Marquis and was determined to assert himself. I have already chosen a suitable match for Zhu Xian. I would never allow her to marry your son. Perhaps one day, the Wanning Marquis' household. Meng Yinshan, you may think so, but do not dare mention the Wanning Marquis' household, or I shall tear your mouth apart. The Wanning Marquis scoffed, his words igniting a spark of conflict. Lu Jiang, I'm not afraid of you. Even if you were to tear my mouth apart, I would never let my daughter marry your son. Meng Yinshan, you're simply asking for a beating. The Wanning Marquis rolled up his sleeves, regretting not bringing a whip. Fortunately, the Wanning Marquis and Apos' wife timely intervened, or their visit would have devolved into a brawl. Yuan and Apos, and Marquis, since we have come, it is with sincerity. You, as a father, know better than us outsiders about your eldest daughter and Apos' condition. Now, Buwei has a method to heal her. Not only can it restore her health, but it can also enable her to bear children. She and her husband are already in harmony, and should they have a child of their own, the bond between our families will undoubtedly strengthen. Upon noticing the Yuan Marquis' furrowed brow, the Wanning Marquis' wife continued, as for your youngest daughter, I have heard many rumors suggesting that you intend to send her to your son-in-law as a concubine to bear a child. While this may seem feasible on the surface, you possess two cards but insist on playing them together. As a man, can you guarantee that your son-in-law will remain faithful in your absence? Moreover, what if he uses this as an excuse to take more concubines next time? By then, your eldest daughter will have no recourse, and you will have no grounds to criticize your son-in-law. Her words made the Yuan and Apos, a Marquis, break into a cold sweat, Yet he could not help but retort, "Nonsense. My son-in-law is not that kind of person." Hearing this was quite laughable. "Young and Marquis, we come with genuine intent. If you agree to this marriage, it will bring double benefits to both your family and the Young and Oppos, a Marquis. Once your eldest daughter regains her health and bears a child, it will secure her position as the legitimate wife. Although the Yuan Ning Marquis may appear to be in decline, the reputation built by our ancestors remains. And Bing is a diligent and capable child. At the very least, your youngest daughter will not suffer after marrying into our family. A good life will ensure she can care for her sister when you and your wife are no longer around. Otherwise, why would your wife go through so much trouble to give birth to your youngest daughter? It would be just as easy to raise a few maids to serve your eldest daughter." The Young and Oppos and Marquis fell silent. Admittedly, the Yuan Ning Marquis and Oppos' wife made some valid points. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Can your daughter-in-law truly cure Zhu Yin and Oppos' ailment? If she sees her, she can indeed heal her. However, I must be cautious with my words to avoid future complications with the Young and Marquis. Then I shall trust you for once. But I will only agree to the marriage once Zhu Yin is pregnant." The Young and Oppos, a Marquis, was not a fool. He naturally prioritized his eldest daughter. "Hiss, Ming Yinshan, you foolish man. Your eldest daughter is unwell. Even if she becomes pregnant, will she have the strength to give birth? If it leads to the deaths of both mother and child, I wonder what you will do then." "Meng, uncle, even healthy women face the dangers of childbirth, let alone your eldest daughter who is frail. However, I will do my utmost to help her regain her health and conceive as soon as possible. Of course, this endeavor requires the cooperation of her husband. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain." "That is assured." The Young and Oppos and Marquis nodded. "I will send someone to fetch Zhu Yin back immediately." Meng Zhu Yin was dearly cherished by her husband, Zhang Kun. Whenever she wished to return to her parental home, she only needed to express her desire. This time, however, due to her illness, the Young and Oppos, a Marquis, had longed to bring her back. After all, no matter how good her marital family was, it could not compare to the warmth of her own family. An hour later, the delicate Meng Zhu Yin was brought back, accompanied by her husband, Zhang Kun. As the only son of the Duke of Rong, Zhang Kun had a promising future, and many families sought to establish connections through this marriage. However, Meng Zhu Yin's failure to conceive had left her anxious and sleepless. The prospect of having children not only concerned their lineage, but also determined whether Meng Zhu Yin could become the matriarch of the Duke of Rong's household. Yuan Buwei took Meng Zhu Yin and Oppos. As Polson inquired about her daily diet and habits, she soon reached a conclusion. Madame Zhang and Oppos, as pulse was deep and slow, indicating a deficiency of yang energy. Women are inherently yin. An excess of yin leads to a deficiency of yang, compounded by cold extremities and a weak lower back, signifying a severe yang deficiency. Yuan Buwei addressed the Meng family, stating that the focus should be on warming the yang and tonifying the kidneys to restore yang energy, followed by balancing yin and yang. How can a woman adjust her kidneys? Isn't that an issue reserved for men? Yuan Buwei anticipated that the Young and Marquis would pose such a question. As Ming Uncle mentioned, why do both genders possess kidneys? The kidneys are the foundation of true yin and true yang in the human body. Madame Zhang's thinning hair, with hints of gray, also stemmed from insufficient kidney energy. I do not comprehend the medical terminology. Simply tell me if it can be cured. Yuan Buwei glanced at the silent Meng Zhu Yin, curled up in the blankets. It can be cured, but she must cooperate. It cannot be a matter of half-hearted commitment. Even a divine intervention would be in vain otherwise. Meng Zhu Yin's condition was not one of utter depletion, nor did it require a particularly skilled physician for treatment. As long as she adhered to the medical advice and took her medicine diligently, while she might not become as robust as an ox, she could achieve an average constitution. With a bit of body regulation, she could conceive. Yet, why had she not healed? Where lay the problem? Yuan Buwei observed Zhang Kuen's doting demeanor towards her and soon understood. Zhu Yin, did you hear that? You have hope now. Hearing her father's words, Meng Zhu Yin replied, Thank you, Dr. Yuan. She coughed lightly and said, Father, I've been ill for the past few days, and my appetite has been poor. Suddenly, I crave the wincy tofu my sister makes. All right, I will have Zhu Xian prepare it for you. Wincy tofu is challenging to prepare, as it requires cutting a soft block of tofu into thin strips that can pass through the eye of a needle. The tone of the father and daughter suggested they were quite accustomed to this. As the yeoman Marquis was about to leave, Yuan Buwei called out to him. Although tofu is delightful, Madame Zhang, you must not indulge. For now, a light diet is best, preferably rice porridge, and avoid any greasy, spicy foods. Dr. Yuan, I understand your concern for me, and it is because you care that you advise me thus. However, I have been vomiting whatever I eat, and I lack the strength to even rise. Today, I finally feel a bit of energy and wish to have something flavorful. Meng Zhuyin and Appo's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of grievance, as if Yuan Buwei had committed an unforgivable act against her. Chapter 94. The more you provoke him, the more he falls into the trap. A bland meal becomes flavorful with just a sprinkle of salt. Furthermore, Meng Yinshan, are you truly so impoverished that you cannot afford a chef? The discerning Wan Ning Marquis could instantly discern that Meng Zhuyin spoke with ulterior motives. Her heart was filled with malice. Who says I cannot afford a chef? Meng uncle, I believe it would be more beneficial for your daughter to consume medicinal dishes. Yuan Buwei interjected hastily, sensing that tension was rising between the two. Medicinal cuisine is far more nutritious than ordinary fare, and it offers a variety of flavors. Since your younger daughter is adept at cooking, let her accompany us back to the Wan Ning Marquis' residence. I shall teach her how to prepare medicinal dishes. Once she masters it, she can prepare meals for your elder daughter, thus sparing me the trouble of visiting every day. The young and Marquis hesitated. If his younger daughter left, who would look after his elder daughter? Meng Yinshan, it appears you are not overly eager for your elder daughter's recovery. Who said that? I wish for Zhuyin to recover more than anyone. The yeoman Marquis retorted, glaring. Then what are you hesitating for? Afraid the Wan Ning Marquis' household will take your younger daughter away? The Wan Ning Marquis scoffed, rolling his eyes at the apparent foolishness of the situation. Very well, I shall have her prepare herself to leave with you shortly. The Wan Ning Marquis chuckled softly, whispering to Yuan Buwei, Meng Yinshan is a man easily provoked. The more you incite him, the more he falls into your trap. Once the yeoman and Marquis departed, Zhang Kuan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Yuan Buwei, if I may ask, how long might it take for Zhuyin to conceive after your treatment? Yuan Buwei had thought he was indifferent, only to realize he was quite concerned. Conceiving a child is a matter that involves both parties. Since you, young Prince Zhang, are present, why not allow me to examine you as well? Zhang Kuan's eyes widened with wariness, shaking his head in refusal. What issues could a man like me have? I do not require it. That may not be the case, Yuan Buwei replied, a knowing smile on her lips. What if your wife struggles to conceive while you have no issues? Wooden and Appo's tea that be profoundly unjust and distressing for her? Can you bear to see her endure such suffering? I have stated there is no issue, so there is none, Zhang Kuan said, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Zhuyin, rest well. I have matters to attend to and will return to see you tomorrow. With that, he turned and left, as though fearing Yuan Buwei might stop him. In his previous life, Zhang Kuan had indeed caused Meng Zhuxin to conceive, but the process had been lengthy, and a mere push had resulted in the loss of the child. This indicated that Zhang Kuan and Appo's capabilities were lacking. Yuan Buwei's gaze fell upon Meng Zhuin's slightly pale face. Madame Zhang, the matter of offspring is of great significance. I hope you can persuade young Prince Zhang, lest the one to suffer in the end be you. She spoke just enough to stir Meng Zhuin's heart, ensuring she would cease to trouble her sister, Meng Zhuxin. As Yuan Buwei stepped beyond the lofty threshold of the young and Marquis' residence, she spotted Meng Zhuxin standing in front of the carriage. Just as in her previous life, the girl appeared slender and small. Upon meeting Yuan Buwei's gaze, she quickly bowed, resembling a startled bird. Greetings, Madame Young. I am your elder, so you may call me Sister Buwei, Yuan Buwei said, approaching Meng Zhuxin and taking her hand as they walked toward the carriage. Do not fear. The family is quite kind. Once we arrive home, we shall discuss everything in detail. Meng Zhuxin nodded, obediently taking a seat beside Yuan Buwei. In truth, she felt a sense of joy, for this time she would not have to care for her elder sister day and night. Even a single day of respite was a precious gift to her. Yet she could not foresee that Yuan Buwei intended to take her from the young and Marquis' residence permanently. At the Wan Ning Marquis' estate, Lu Bing, anxiously awaiting at the entrance, beamed with joy upon spotting their carriage and hurried to greet them. As the carriage came to a stop, he reached out to lift the curtain. Just then, he locked eyes with Meng Zhuxin, who had also lifted the curtain. In that fleeting moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he held his breath. Meng Zhuxin had not expected to see the Wan Ning Marquis' legitimate second son, Lu Bing, staring at her intently upon lifting the curtain, causing her heart to race with unease. "Lu Bing, you clumsy boy, look at how frightened Zhuxin is." The Wan Ning Marquis' wife scolded her son, then gently took Meng Zhuxin's hand as they descended from the carriage. "Zhuxin, do not be afraid. My son fell into a lake when he was young and swallowed a great deal of water. Come, let's go inside. I will have a small courtyard prepared for you. Do you prefer a lively atmosphere or a tranquil one?" "I fell into a lake when I was young. I have no recollection of that at all," Lu Bing remarked, looking up at his father. "Your mother claims you must have hit your head." Once the pair had moved further away, the Wan Ning Marquis quickly pulled his son aside to give him a stern warning. "You have brought her home. Now it is up to you to make a good impression. Zhuxin is a fine young lady, so you must treat her well." "Huh?" Lu Bing was momentarily confused. It took him a moment to respond. "By the way, how did you all manage to bring Miss Ming back? I mentioned I would teach her a few medicinal dishes. Once she learns, she can prepare them for Meng Zhuxin." The young Marquis agreed. Yuan Buwei interjected as she approached. "Meng Zhuxin is said to be a daughter, but in reality, she is merely a servant attending to Meng Zhuxin." Lu Bing frowned at this. How can they treat them differently? "Let us go inside for now. I wish to check on Mu Yu's condition. I shall return shortly." As Yuan Buwei made her way to see Mu Yu, she found Granny Feng accompanying her grandson in the courtyard. It seemed Mr. Mu had not been seen for 2 days. Had something occurred at the Mu residence? "Madam Young, you have arrived," Granny Feng greeted. "Yes, I have not seen you for 2 days. I came to conduct a follow-up examination to see if the medicinal soup has been effective or if the prescription needs adjustment. My appetite has improved these past few days, and my sleep has likewise improved. I no longer suffer from sleepless nights, staring at the ceiling until dawn." With her comfort restored, Mu Yu had become more animated. And most importantly, he felt strength returning to his limbs. "Granny accompanied me for quite a while earlier. I did not feel tired at all." Yuan Buwei nodded, taking hold of his wrist. After a moment, she smiled back at his anxious gaze. "You are recovering more swiftly than I had anticipated. This is all thanks to Madam Young. Had I not encountered you, I might still be bedridden and suffering." A flicker of joy ignited in Mu Yu's eyes. "Thank you, Madam Young. Your swift recovery is the greatest reward for me." Yuan Buwei smiled before inquiring. "Mr. Mu has not returned these past 2 days. Is it due to being occupied with matters, or is there another reason?" "Madam Young, I was just about to inform you of this. The last time you spoke to Tseng Heir, you advised him to stockpile charcoal. I took that to heart. Instead of allowing him to idly accompany me, it would be better for him to go out and ascertain the price and sources of charcoal. If he can secure a good stockpile at the best price, it would be wise to prepare ahead." Chapter 95. She was never a good person upon hearing Granny Feng's words. Yuan Buwei couldn't help but smile. Had old Madame Mu not allowed jealousy to cloud her judgment, and instead wisely utilized her talents, perhaps the wealth of the Mu family would have multiplied several times by now, rather than facing a tarnished reputation in her twilight years. She was never a virtuous person. Otherwise, she would not have raised her granddaughter to be so arrogant and unappreciative. Granny Feng offered a humble smile, glanced at her grandson, and then bowed respectfully to Yuan Buwei. "Madam, your kindness towards my family is etched in my heart. Should the day come when I can return to the Mu residence with Tseng Heir and Yuer, I will wholeheartedly support the Duke of Wanning's household." Not everyone possesses the resilience and fortitude that Granny Feng has shown over the years. She understood the Duke of Wanning's regard for the young madam. The Duke's household was merely in a temporary decline. Once the young lord recuperates, it would mark the resurgence of the Duke of Wanning's estate. Granny Feng realized that to secure her position as the matriarch of the Mu family, she could not rely solely on her son and grandson. She needed allies and support. Granny Feng, you are too modest. Perhaps in the future, the Duke of Wanning and Appo's household may also require your assistance. Understanding the implications of Granny Feng and Appo's words, Yuan Buwei personally assisted her. Old Master Mu is indeed a savvy businessman. I was hoping to have my second brother learn from him. Mother, what are you discussing with the young madam? Came the voice of Old Master Mu from outside. Song and Appo's. Granny Feng looked at her son, astonished. What brings you back? I finished my tasks and returned, Mu Tsong replied, brushing off the dust from his attire. He cupped his fists in greeting to Yuan Buwei. Madam, the second young master visited me the other day. Although I lack medical knowledge, I understand the principles of running a shop. Once the official documents are approved, I will take the second young master to select a storefront. You can rest assured that this matter is in my capable hands. Having been in business for many years and holding the title of head of the Mu family, Mu Tsong was indeed a person of stature. With him guiding his younger brother, outsiders would naturally offer him their respect. While the second brother would not suffer losses, he would also gain significant knowledge and experience. Then I shall trouble Old Master Mu, Yuan Buwei said graciously. Not at all. Mu Tsong waved his hand dismissively, turning to his kin. In the past, I believed myself to be a motherless child, unaware that my mother was living well. Now, my son is also recovering. Without the assistance of the Duke of Wanning and the young madam, I shudder to think of what would have happened. All the silver I earned would have fallen into the hands of thieves after my demise. Old Master Mu, you overstate matters. The Duke and I have merely fulfilled our duties, Yuan Buwei replied with a smile. By the way, I heard Granny Feng mention that you went out to inquire about the prices and sources of charcoal. Indeed, Mu Tsong nodded. Every year, after supplying the royal family, the remaining charcoal in the capital gets snatched up by the noble families. Even the lowest grade black charcoal is in short supply, which is why I thought to explore the outer city. In the palace, the nobility primarily uses silver thread, golden thread, and red silk charcoal, with red silk being the finest quality. It burns fiercely without producing any smoke, and one need not worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. The court seems to have designated a mountain factory for charcoal production, but I've heard that red silk charcoal has high requirements for firewood, and the growth of trees cannot keep pace with the demand for charcoal. Therefore, the palace mainly uses golden and silver thread charcoal. Mu Tsong furrowed his brow in contemplation. The prices for these two types of charcoal are not cheap. I fear that hoarding a large quantity might raise suspicions. Song and Appo's, after so many years in trade. You must have a few trusted friends? Granny Feng inquired. Of course, we share a bond that transcends life and death, he affirmed. Then consult with them about this matter. The young madam's suggestion to stockpile charcoal is undoubtedly sound, Granny Feng advised. Moreover, black charcoal should also be stockpiled. Common folk and impoverished families save their hard-earned money to buy black charcoal to survive the long winter nights. Selling it at the original price would be an excellent opportunity to build goodwill. I have considered reaching out to them, but this matter is not something the young madam. Old Master Mu, I'm not particularly skilled in commerce. I once saved a gentleman who possessed foresight, and he warned me that this winter would be exceptionally harsh, claiming it could take many lives. If we can ensure a profit while gaining a good reputation, it ultimately reflects well on the Duke of Wanning's household, and I am more than willing to assist. You need not worry about the Duke. I will discuss it with him. You should focus on your tasks. Very well. With the young madam and Appo's words, I can rest easy. Regardless, this winter, the charcoal at the Duke of Wanning and Appo's estate will surely increase. Speaking of which, aside from the royal family, the majority of charcoal consumption comes from the CF family. I recall one winter when several heavy snowfalls occurred, and due to insufficient charcoal supplies in the city, I managed to procure a batch of silver thread charcoal only to have it intercepted by the CF family. It infuriated me to no end. Yuan Buwei was surprised to learn of the grievances between Old Master Mu and the CF family. Old Master Mu, are you familiar with the CF family? The CF family is a century-old lineage, and their wealth enables them to act tyrannically in the capital. I should stockpile more charcoal to sell to them at a high price and make a substantial profit. Old Master Mu, May I propose a matter for your consideration? Yuan Buwei asked. Please, young madam, go ahead. Yuan Buwei refrained from being too explicit, merely outlining the situation. Of course, I would not let old Master Mu incur a loss. We must ensure they bear some of the costs. Absolutely, Mu Tsong replied without hesitation. Young madam, you can entrust the task of stocking charcoal to someone you trust. As for the favor you show my mother, you are akin to my own child. Such gratitude is beyond measure. I would willingly sacrifice my life for you without a second thought. With Mu Tsong's assurance, Yuan Buwei felt at ease. Then I shall not disturb you further. Please rest well. Of course, young madam, take care. After Yuan Buwei departed, the three of them bid her farewell. Mu Tsong opened the bundle he received from servant. Mother, I brought you a number of little trinkets. Take a look and see if you like them. Inside the bundle were various items for women. Granny Feng touched this and that, her face radiating warmth as she regarded her son. I love everything you bought, Tsong and Appos. By the way, do you truly not plan on visiting the Mu residence? Upon mentioning old Madame Mu, the smile vanished from Mu Tsong and Appos' face. I will not return to the Mu residence. As long as she remains alive, she will find various excuses to bind me to her. I have no desire for the position of head of the Mu family. The Mu family does not wish to let you go, which indicates that you still hold some value. However, Tsong, you must remain vigilant, especially concerning Mu Qing. Granny Feng paused if she had any sense. I would not mind keeping her close, but with her current disposition, she is bound to bring trouble. You are her father, and that is a responsibility you cannot evade. Chapter 96. Are you willing? Mu Tsong felt a slight moisture in his eyes upon hearing his mother's words. Tsong and Appos, what is the matter? Why are your eyes red? Feng Momo gently stroked her son's face, concerned about his well-being. It's nothing,